Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was
My name is JP Baudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on
Aloha, good morning, and welcome to day number 2 of the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And we've got a full day of action. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. We got Roy and Brad on standby right now, and all the surfers are coming to the beach here. A little bit wet and rainy on the drive over. See some of the free surfers and some of the competitors getting ready. And Mitch, we've got a full day of surfing. Just about everybody except for the wave skiers will hit the water today.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that we actually get to see separate divisions today that we saw yesterday too. So we're going to see a little bit of a mixed bag of Skittles, as I like to call it, when it comes to different divisions. But it's going to be fun. We have a low tide that's incoming at, I think, around noon. It's going to be around a 4.6 high tide. But then there's a big drop again towards the afternoon, Bo. So it'll be fun. I think conditions are going to be challenging, but there are some waves out there.
You mean this is not low tide already? It already looks like it's drained out.
Dude, it's drained out. It's coming up. But high tide is a big difference. So they're sitting at, what, 50, 60 yards? I'm saying they're going to be sitting 20 yards from the shoreline when it's high tide.
Wow. Okay, here we go. You can see the man in red. He's the 4-time silver medalist in this division. That's Christian Otter Bailey, representing the United States, one of the premier rock stars in adaptive surfing.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to see somebody who has consecutively finished runner-up for on several different occasions. He's still gunning for that gold medal, and I think it's something really valuable when it comes to your team points too.
We got Sebastian from Argentina. He'll be in the white jersey. Marcos from Spain will be in the yellow jersey, 3-man heat. And no repper charge. You know, we were talking about that earlier yesterday with the small numbers of competitors, even though we have record numbers here competing. If you're normally used to a ISA Junior or ISA Longboard, ISA World Surfing Games, you have mass quantities, 400 surfers, 600 surfers in some cases there. But here we have qualifying rounds. So we'll have qualifying round 1, qualifying round 2, and then they'll put themselves into position for the semis and to the final. So 3-man heat. So the best thing to do here is score well.
Yeah, and the good thing is, as you mentioned, even though there's not a repper charge, you basically need to go in with that mind, like that train of thought. You need to go in thinking, okay, I can get 2 scores here, but I can still better them in my next heat. So it's like, what do I really have to lose in these first 20 minutes? Might as well go out with a bang.
Yeah, and there you go. We're just moments away from starting our first division. We're going to have men's prone round 1, 5 heats in this round. There's Team Argentina and supporters there for their surfer coming up, Sebastian. He'll be in white. We see yellow there. That's Marcos from Spain and Otter in red right now. We're just on standby for the judges, getting ready for a start. So after men's prone round 1, 5 heats, we'll move into the women's prone round 1 with their 2 qualifying heats. And then around 9:50 this morning, it'll be the men back out in the water with the prone 2, which is the prone assist. And this, you'll see a tandem of team. You'll see like, well, there's Jim Russell, head of water safety, briefing our water safety volunteers, getting ready and driving over with Jim this morning. He's really especially focused in on prone 2 because of the shallowness of the water and with the type of athletes that are out there. A lot of them are spinal neck injury, needing pushing assist. Jesse Villar, former world champion, and many others will also be in that round.
So their physical impairment is way more detrimental to them than other categories, and I think that's something beautiful because their assistance is when they actually catch the wave and then when they're actually finishing it too. So there's somebody waiting for them on the shoreline if they do want to have those 2 caddies inside the water. I think it's something great.
These athletes you see in the water right now, they're able to paddle themselves. That's why they're in the prone number 1 division. The prone number 2 division is athletes who cannot paddle for themselves. So they need what we call a push and catch. A pusher and then a catcher receives them, and then they swim them back out in the water. Aloha, good morning. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. Welcome to day number 2 of the 2020 AMP Surf World Para Surfing Championships here in La Jolla. Full day of competition. We hope you're well wherever you are watching in the world, and hopefully one of your favorite athletes you'll see on the webcast today.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see different people compete for several different regions of the world. We have a Danish surfer in heat number 2 of this round. We have people from Mexico, Costa Rica, Brazil. To me, was a standout yesterday. I mean, dude, how was that last guy in the one heat? Ricardo? Is it
Ricardo Pino?
Dude, oh my goodness.
I tell you what, I said it on the webcast. He's got talent to go on the QS.
Dude, I think, especially when it comes down to beach breaks, he could easily be winning too.
That's why he's so good at Brazil.
And I loved his passion too.
Oh my God!
He was claiming like every single wave, but every wave that he was getting was above a 7. So you claim everything that you like.
Well, he had 2 8s. He had an 8.83 and an 8.0. He also had 2 throwaway waves, which would have also comboed the field, a 7.77 and a 6.83.
And as you were mentioning, these are qualifying rounds, so it doesn't matter. You can still better those top 2 scores that you got. So this is going to be a key heat for these surfers that are competing for the first time in the event. I'm excited to see what day number 2 brings, Bo.
Yeah, we're going to have lots of excitement here at La Jolla Shores. And these guys, they're ready. And the mental aspect of Christian Bailey right here, known as Otter, up in the Santa Cruz area. I mean, this guy charges mavericks.
Yeah, and not only Mavs. I mean, you have so many waves around the Half Moon Bay and Santa Cruz area that are heavy. And I think the most interesting thing about that Northern California area is that the water's so cold that people always try to compare Mavericks to Pe'ahi and Jaws. And it's like, to me personally, I would want to say that Mavericks is the heaviest one out of all of them just because of the coldness of the water. It's dark. You can't really open your eyes once you're down in the water. So imagine somebody with a spinal cord injury that's going out there on a big day. he's got some cojones. That's what we call him in Spanish. I'm not going to even mention it, but he's got some cojones, boy.
Well, you remember what we call them in Hawaii, alas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Christian
my.
is respected across the sport, around the world, just like Jesse Ballard. Just like, we're going to see Bruno Hansen, the four-time gold medal winner of this division. He'll be in that second heat representing Denmark, and he is an amazing surfer. And he's come to Hawaii for the Access Surf, Hawaii Adapting Surfing Championships that we host now in June at Queens Beach. And a lot of these athletes pretty much on a worldwide tour. Last year, it took them to the wave pool in England. It took them to an event in Spain. Australia has an adapting surfing event. Brazil has one. And, of course, the ISA hosting the World Championships here in La Jolla.
Yeah, and a great thing about it, too, is that this is like a place where you can actually make more connections, and eventually you'll be able to ask someone, hey, can I couch sleep or like sleep on your couch for a little bit, while this event is here in your home country, and that way we can get to know each other a little bit better. That way when you come over to the States, you can stay on my couch too, or you can stay at my house. It's all about knowing the right people at the right time, Bo. And as you said, we're having a larger development when it actually comes to competitions in these separate divisions, and that's going to be something great, especially when we're going into, say, the Pan American Surfing Games and the Olympic Games.
So right now, it looks like the heat is underway. The horn has sounded. And we saw Sebastian in white from Argentina attempt on that first ride.
Argentina has waves that are super similar to this. Mar del Plata, to be specific. And some really good waves when it does turn on. But, I mean, I would have to say 300 days out of the year, it's usually like this. So I would think that Sebastian's pretty accustomed to these kind of conditions.
Here we go. Christian Otter up and riding on his first wave.
Nice.
Carves it to his left side. Notice his handles. He's got handles, so he doesn't actually grab the rails, so he can pull those handles right and left to pivot his board and get him into the right direction.
Well, and he uses power well on that, too. I mean, for how the wave was, he did extremely well, and I think that's going to be a pretty decent score to start this thing off.
Okay, Marcos taking a look there. Does not drop in on that wave. And you notice Marcos, his leash is on his left arm.
Do you know why?
I'll ask you why.
I would think because he just likes the comfort of it being there rather than on his legs. Maybe it's less restricting. I'd really like to talk to him about it later if he has some time. But that actually is a point of difference that I hadn't seen until today. He's the only person in the event that I've seen so far that hasn't worn his leash on his legs.
Well, a lot of boogie boarders, bodyboarders, wear their leash on their arm too.
Yeah.
Here we go. Christian Otter, replay of his first wave. One carving turn. Scores have not registered in yet, so we'll get you updated on that. And again, having trouble on that takeoff on this small shore break here. That was Sebastian in white.
Yeah, and just going back to the actual score of Christian Bailey, I've worked with a lot of people that are on the panel right now, and I can tell you that they might be waiting to see another wave so that way they can actually compare it to Christian's first. I do think it's going to be a pretty high-scoring ride for how the conditions are right now, but, you still have 16 minutes in the heat. They don't necessarily need the situation right now either, so they can take their time. They can be like, you know what, let's just see one more wave. But for how it is, he got into the lip. That's not easy to do.
All right, we're still on standby for scores. Watching here, Marcos not pulling the trigger there, kind of sniffing out a wave. You see Otter over on the left-hand side, just out of screen. There he is, right in center. Sebastian off to the left, representing Argentina. Sebastian, last ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, placed 11th place overall. And here we go. Well, it's definitely not 2 to 3 feet like yesterday, and I was questioning that. It's more in the 1 to 2 foot range.
No, for sure. I mean, and we're talking faces here.
Yeah.
So 1 to 2 feet faces. Then you have the swell direction where it's south-southwest, which is kind of the ideal swell direction for here. West-northwest wind, so it is a little bumpy. You kind of want a south wind here so it'll actually get offshore. High tide is going to be at 12, but look at that low tide boat, almost a negative, and it was just recent, an hour and a half ago, basically.
So it'll be filling in all the way through lunchtime. Here we go, out the back, Christian Otter. Nice clean takeoff, and then finds a closeout section. That's about all he can do. So first scoring wave coming in, and what did Christian get?
A 5.5, and I like it. I think he went up into the lip. It's risky. You're not seeing it too much from these competitors. And what he did not only was difficult, but it was a point of variation that judges haven't really seen throughout the second day of competition so far. And now he's just going to get a backup. Going to be a short one for Christian. But as I said, I think with conditions being so challenging right now, you have to reward what you see at any given moment.
And it's like what Mark Mono Stewart was talking about yesterday when we interviewed him. He said, hey, all of our competitors have to compete in the same conditions. So everybody's on into the same boat.
Yeah, and you need to be able to practice in any type of different condition too, because say you do end up surfing in the Olympic Games in 2024, that might be at Chopu. I mean, I'm just speculating right here, but imagine if you do get to compete at Chopu, say it's not 6 feet, but it's 2 feet, and that's completely different than what you're normally surfing on a daily basis. So you're going from a beach break all the way to Chopes. I mean, it's a huge difference, but then you also can go to Papara, which is a similar beach break to here, and now you're a little bit more comfortable, but I think you should be practicing in anything.
Well, you never know. You know, the para surfing edition has not been officially cemented for 2024 for Paris, but, you know, it could be in Lacanau, you know. The French Surfing Federation could take it, you know, to the southwest of France, you know. There's a host of great summer beach breaks over there.
Biarritz is another great place. I mean, longboard world champions were there last year, and the good thing about Biarritz is that for the prone divisions too, especially assisted ones, there's a deep spot in the middle, so it'll be perfect for those who are assisting. It's not really a super heavy beach break. I like it. I think that idea, you should recommend it to the board.
Well,
You're Bo Hodge.
No.
You're Bo Hodge.
No. I think the French Surfing Federation and Fernando Aguirre of the ISA, they've got all this in charge. Hey, there's Team USA cheering on their silver medal 4-time winner.
I love their team spirit.
Christian, you know, speaking of warming up, right after the parade, straight into the water.
Yeah, no.
During that downtime.
And you could see him. He was activated. He was energized. And I think having the entire surrounding of people here in La Jolla supporting Team USA was huge for them. But most importantly, it's like he has the support of his family and friends here, too. Not only is it the support of the local crowd, but knowing that people are going to be here whether you win or lose, that's something way more important.
All right, these guys sitting pretty much on each other. And right now, they really didn't give a score for Sebastian Ruiz Diaz from Argentina in white on that one wave. So, and Marcos yet with a wave. That's why they don't have priority. You see third priority for red, indicating he's caught his 2 waves. So, but if Sebastian or Marcos don't execute their priority, and here we go. Whoa. Both of them are going to pull the trigger here. And the judges will have to confer on that, and they'll determine who had the right of way. So we could have our first interference call. We could have incidental contact.
Yeah, so there is a judge that is only for priority, and I've worked with him a lot. He's very, very crucial when it actually comes to interferences. So he might not want to call one right here in the opening heat of the second day of competition, but it could. Inside position, but as you see, he went straight into him. So even though white was further outside, I would have to say that was white's wave just because he was actually like on the face of the wave already. I think yellow was going to be a little bit too far inside for that one. So
I totally agree with you. I think yellow hindered the scoring potential of white. Although
it was a closeout.
Yeah.
It was a closeout, so you have to take that into consideration. But if we're going off of the rule book, what does the rule book say? If you're hindering the person's scoring potential, it should be an interference. Good thing there's no priority established between both of them yet, so it would just be a normal interference. It would be half of your second best wave only.
But if it's a priority interference, but priority was not established here with those X's right there, that could throw a curveball. And of course, everybody remembers Kyle Ibelli and Gabriel Medina with their call, not only in Portugal, but again at Pipe.
Yeah, and it's strategic too, but in this case, there's really no necessity for it because it's so early in the competition. And as you're seeing, they already determined priority. So they're going to give priority number 1 to white. He's going to lose it right there. So it's going to be red, then yellow in priority order. But as you can see, they did score the wave only for yellow. They didn't score it for white. So he was further outside. It's going to be his right away on that one.
Okay, here we go. Christian Otter going back on the board. One tag turn to the left and refocuses on the right. And I know Christian, he's a perfectionist.
Dude.
He wants to really challenge himself right now. Here we go. Sebastian Diaz from Argentina. And he'll head out for more. All right. Time remaining in this heat. Just under 10 minutes to go. See the water safety in orange on the shoreline. They'll be in and out of the water. We also have water photographers in orange too. So
Sean Evans being one of them, doing a fantastic job. Yesterday I saw a couple of photos online. And look at the beautiful Argentinian flag. It's one of the most recognizable around the world.
Especially if you're a soccer football fan.
Oh, if you're a Messi fan, you know that flag. And look at Otter. Dude, as I said, there's a point of difference in what he's doing compared to what yellow and white are doing.
Here we go, our first open face opportunity here for yellow, and that was a good maneuver there from Marcos from Spain. As we watch the replay of last ride of Sebastian.
Yeah, I love what Tapia did there. He kind of went for a little El Rolo. And if he would have pulled it, I think it would have scored quite high.
Now here's Christian on an open face opportunity, and it snaps down right on him.
And see how he's bottom turning? He's using those holsters to actually get up into the lip. He's using it to leverage his body a little bit more through that bottom turn. I like the aggressiveness, first of all, but second, it's not only difficult on a regular wave, it's even more difficult with how conditions are right now. So it's going to be close to that 5-5. I think he's going to not necessarily combo the field, but he's going to make it difficult for the other two surfers.
Here he goes. He sets the rail right here. Good bottom turn, tagging the whitewater. And
even got a little spray out the back, too, which I like. And he's been methodical. He's been patient. He's used his priority, so you see his competitive experience in comparison to Tapia and Reese.
What I love about Christian Bailey here in red is his enthusiasm for not only surfing. How about his wheelchair skateboarding?
It's awesome.
In pools.
It's awesome. I think if Steve Caballero's your favorite bowl skater back in the day, Christian Bailey's your favorite one as far as modern skateboarding goes.
I mean, he gets air, he does loops, and what I love about him also is he teaches the kids, the young kids in wheelchairs.
Well, it's all about passing it on, isn't it? You're trying to be a good role model for not only parasurfers and paraskaters, but for everybody. I mean, you see somebody struggling, and you're going to want to help them out. That's what Christian Bailey does.
Yeah, he's a huge role model. Here we go. Marcos, nice clean wave. And look at his board shape design. It reminds me that round nose, more of a boogie board.
Yeah.
You see what he did right when he took off? And you see the fins, how they are more in the center?
They're set up differently,
Yeah.
and they're straighter, too. They don't have that real pivot right at the end where they're kind of all pointing towards the center fin. And that's interesting because what kind of waves is he riding most of the time that he needs to do that?
So he's pretty much has a fiberglass bodyboard. That's his surfboard. It has a lot of similarities to a bodyboard design.
What about the fact that he's also wearing his leash on his arm? Maybe he was a bodyboarder before he actually transitioned into surfing. I wouldn't doubt it, especially in Spain where you have all these slabby waves. And look at him. See how he grabs his rail on the nose? That's something bodyboarders do in comparison to surfers. So I actually do think he has a bodyboarding background.
Yeah, yeah. His style, his technique is all over that.
He went for the Rolo,
Yep,
too.
Yep.
I'm going to have a chat with him later. I'll have a little bit more info on Marcos further down the line. But look at Christian's score.
What is it?
A 4.83 for Christian Otter Bailey. I like it. He's up in the 10-point range already as far as his total goes. He's comfortable in first place, and it's only the first of 5 heats of this round so far.
Yeah, coming up next, 4-time world champion Bruno Hansen out of Denmark. And so we're going to be excited to welcome back. So we got the silver medalist 4-time over with Bailey in red. We'll have Hansen coming up from Denmark, and he'll have some competition with Antonio from Germany, Daniel from South Africa, Kojima from Japan. So approaching the 5-minute warning here. So 20-minute heats. All heats are 20 minutes in length. 25 wave max, and there's our Japanese contingent getting ready for Kojima. There's Massa, right in the center.
Nos quedan 5 minutos restantes. 5 minutos.
Give a little bit of the atmosphere here at La Jolla Shores. Here we go, back to action, up and riding, Marcos. I'm enjoying his style, his technique.
And you know what? He's getting his wave count up, too.
Yeah.
So first heat, get out those nervous jitters, out, get them out of the way, go out there, surf, catch your waves, and get to know the lineup. Like, we haven't really even spoken about how much these athletes from all around the world have actually practiced here at La Jolla Shores. It hasn't been quite large to the point where they're out there every single day or at least twice a day. So it's like, how much have they actually surfed at this spot? We don't know. We need to ask them a little bit more. That's going to be my job, Bo. I'm going to have to interact with our competitors a little bit more. But I can tell you that that's where American surfers could have a little bit larger advantage at this spot.
Here we go, Sebastian Ruiz Diaz from Argentina. And a good drone shot up above showing you. So 2 of our 3 surfers, round nose design, and Christian Otter Bailey with a pointy board. Let's watch Sebastian here.
Yeah, and coming from Argentina, you're surfing all these beach breaks like Mar del Plata. He knows what a sand bottom wave is going to do. He knows the direction that he needs to go in, and he even sees a reform right there at the end where he could possibly bank the white water going left. So redirection is going to be a big key. We saw it in a couple of heats early yesterday, and I think it's going to be a key factor today too.
So we're going to be watching board designs. We're going to be watching technique, and these are things that the judges look for. They're looking obviously for combination of maneuvers, style, and speed, power, and flow.
Yeah, the big 3 to me is the most important one. Speed, power, flow. Everything after that is just a compliment. It's the little sprinkles on the ice cream on your ice cream sundae. So once you have the big 3, everything else is just complimentary. But as you said, it still goes into the criteria. It's not like it's not written down. It is. But just the most important one are the most important ones are the basic ones: speed, power, flow.
Yeah, we got the camper vans down there, and of course, a lot of these adaptive athletes, you know, have to have lots of equipment, not only their boards, but some wheelchairs, some crutches, and so these guys have stacks of equipment.
Yeah, and I just want to get to the camaraderie aspect of this event. I mean, everybody's so friendly. If anybody needs something, regardless if you're on their team or not, they're offering you stuff. Hey, you need wax, you need a leash, we'll help you out. If you need sunscreen, if you need a place to stay.
Yeah.
I've heard of people actually giving them places to stay, too.
Here we go. Marcos. What's his wave count up to now?
Dude, that's his 4th wave. His 5th wave, sorry. Yeah. So 5 waves in 20 minutes, you're averaging a wave every 4 minutes. That's pretty high. Once you're getting to almost 10 waves in a 20-minute heat, that's outstanding. It means that you're in excellent physical condition, which it does seems like all 3 surfers are.
There's your heat leader right now, Christian Bailey. 5.5 of 4.83. He's also got another throwaway of a 4.1.
Yeah, which is still a pretty good score. So even though it's a throwaway, I can still sense that you might even want to better his 5.5. There's a little less than 90 seconds still on the clock, but as you know, Bo, coming from Hawaii, you know that it can go from 0 to 100 in 10 minutes, and then next thing you know, it can also go from 100 to 20 in 10 minutes too. So take advantage of how conditions are regardless.
Yeah, Sebastian scoring a 2.93, so he's made it interesting for the battle for second. Remember, this is a non-elimination round. All surfers in the men's Prone 1 division will have 2 qualifying rounds, and then they'll advance into the quarters, semis, and finals from there on in.
And so far, it's been really the battle for second place. We're not really looking at it that way because you kind of go out with the free surf mentality right now in the sense that you're just trying to surf. You're just trying to add up your scores right now.
Okay, red with priority. And we see red, white riding, and they separate both left and right. And that'll be the final victory lap there for Christian Bailey.
He knows it, too.
Yeah.
Look at his core strength.
Oh, he's solid.
The Dwayne Johnson of surfing is what I'm going to call him.
He's the Rock?
He's the Rock, dude.
Is he from Nanakuli?
He might be.
A lot of people don't know that Dwayne Johnson grew up in Nanakuli.
Yeah, he's a townie.
He's a Samoan heritage from Hawaii who actually had a football scholarship at the University of Miami.
Yeah, he was born in California, grew up most of his life in Hawaii, And I think he actually lives in D.C. now, maybe, or around that area. But like he's been all over the place. So that's what we're gonna call Christian now, the Rock, the Rock of surfing.
He surfed like a rock. I tell you what, there's the end of the heat. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we've got the 4-time gold medalist Bruno Hansen in his debut heat of 2020. You're watching the Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to day number 2 action of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. We've got Brad J. and Roy Tuscany standing by on the beach, getting ready for their rotation coming up. And boy, we're going to have another smashing heat right now. The 4-time world champion, gold medalist, the one and only Bruno Hansen from Denmark. Kojima Yoshiro from Japan will be in the red jersey. Daniel Nell from South Africa in the white jersey. And Antonio Mueller from Germany in the blue jersey.
Stacked heat, this one, Bo.
All right, here we go. In the yellow jersey, this is the 4-time gold medalist, Bruno Hansen from Denmark with a South African accent. Recently lived in Indonesia in a treehouse. I'm not making this up. And now is in Panama constructing, building houses.
On the Pacific side or on the Caribbean side?
Oh, I believe on the Pacific side.
Yeah.
He was telling me, you got to come down. We've just been scoring waves recently.
Santa Catarina,
Oh,
you got
yeah.
Playa Venao. Waves are amazing. And you can really tell by how beach blonde his hair is.
Yeah.
He's been spending a lot of time in the water lately.
And you know how much respect he gets? Fellow South African surfer Sean Thompson was here in 2015 when he won his first gold medal. And he says, this guy is huge, you know? I'm going, Sean, you're huge, you know?
Yeah. Well, it goes to show you the amount of respect and how much how confident he is in this person's abilities, but more importantly, what he's done for the sport, not only in parasurfing in South Africa, but around the globe too. Like, what does this person represent? He's the morals, he's the ideals that you want to be carried throughout generations, and he's one of those inspirational figures that might only come once.
Yeah, I was asking him what are his chances coming out to Hawaii for the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships in June. He's going, what are the dates? I told him the dates in the middle of June. He goes, oh my God, I got to be in Sweden just 2 days after the event because I've got a major sponsor that could really help his career.
Oh.
So he's like, you know, I've got to be on one side of the world, and on the other half side of the world, you know, I'm working on things, and he's amazing. Let's go down beachside and check in with Roy. He's got Christian Otter right now.
Hi guys, here from the beach, I've got from Team USA, Christian Otter Bailey, who just came out of Prone 1, Heat 1. Christian, what were the waves like out there?
Well, the tide's filling in right now. It's pretty inconsistent. There's a lot of different peaks shifting in and out of the lineup, but it was a great time.
Man, you got some waves right out of the gate, which was awesome to see and really getting your score right up. As this is a, kind of new division that's been split now pretty heavily between Prone 1, Prone 2, how do you feel after your first heat?
I feel fantastic. I mean, the split is really advantageous to a lot of us because it creates more of an equal playing field for the rest of the competitors. As far as getting out there, I like to establish a rhythm just off the gate. Kind of always operate under the mantra, you always keep moving. So, yeah, I just pick and choose what waves I could find and had a great time.
Yeah. Hey guys, back to you guys, back in the studio, Bo and Mitchell. Christian just dominated that heat. We're excited to see a really fun day of surfing here today.
All right, thanks a lot, Roy. Congratulations, Christian. And you heard his enthusiasm. Of course, we saw it from his first wave to his last wave.
Yeah, and he did really clarify what we were thinking about separate divisions now. He's like, it was just so much more advantageous for some people towards others. And it's true. It's true. I'm not going to lie. He went out there. He clearly did what he wanted to do. He said, I wanted to be consistent with my scores. He had a throwaway of a 4, which is still a high score for right now. And he just wanted to go out there and actually cement his position in the actual lineup.
And the division, a lot of people who were in the Prone 1 category in the years past here in La Jolla have actually moved up to the kneeling division.
Yeah.
So it's not pretty much Prone 1, Prone 2. And there's a good shot of Christian's board. Of course, he's got some track top there. The handles bolted in. Roush Creation surfboard there.
And I don't know, is that Junior So on the top part? Yeah, Junior So. Seau. He plays for the Chargers, doesn't he?
He used to play for the Chargers. And he was he also used to play for the New England Patriots.
True.
But his bulk of his career was down here in San Diego.
So does that mean that because he created that foundation while he was in San Diego, he's a surfer too?
Oh, yeah. Junior was a surfer.
He?
Oh, yeah. He's got Polynesian background. And, of course, the Junior Seau Foundation helps raise money for, his foundation here locally in San Diego.
We need to get him to one of these events.
Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore. I'll tell you later.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. But Bruno Hansen with a 217 and a 517 and a two-wave combination of a 374. And let's see, Daniel Nell, a 207, our South African surfer in white. There's Bruno and Daniel. And then our German surfer, Antonio Müller, 1.23, and Kojima with just a half a point on his early scores.
Yeah, and I can tell you from experience, I've competed a lot against the Japanese team members, and they are super well organized. If I want to put them up there as far as actual categories go, I would probably say Spain, the U.S., and Japan are the most well organized teams out there.
Here goes our Japanese surfer leaning on that rail, using front hand, backhand.
Oh, love it.
There, that's a good turn, especially on the inside of that wave where the energy was pretty much gone.
And I think 90% of people would have thought to kick out at that moment. He milked it all the way.
All right, Kojima will be heading back out as our drone lifts up.
And got a pretty decent score out of that, a 273. He has the highest wave of the heat so far now. And as you previously mentioned, it's not about actually advancing right now. It's just about getting your top 2 scores built, and that way you can actually build on them in your next heat.
Yeah, so without reprecharge rounds, whereas do or die, especially in the second round, it is, your 2 best scores from your both rounds. So they're going to count your 4 best waves. And then they'll advance either into quarters or semis, depending on the numbers of these rounds.
And look at how beautiful it is here at La Jolla.
Yeah, a little overcast. We're going to have off and on rain showers. And there's our service dogs.
Dude, I'm just like, I need to go pet those dogs right now. Oh, my goodness. Is that Ricochet?
Yeah, that's the official surf dog of the AMP ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
The cool thing about La Jolla is that, 99% of restaurants are super dog friendly.
Awesome. Here we go. Bruno, the 4-time gold medalist. Liking how he's using that rail, liking how he's lifting the board there.
Thinks he's at Ulu's right now. Kind of looked like it with his flow. He's actually just tapping the white water over and over again and getting a little foam climb.
How many barrels do you think he's caught in his life down in Indonesia?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, you have a variety of waves, first of all. And it seems like he does enjoy going left way more. But look at this. Our Japanese surfer, Kojima, nice redirection right there. Gets the other hand in. So he's actually using his rails on both sides. That's one point of variation the judges love. And look at this. This is my favorite maneuver of the entire wave. Boom, kept it in there for longer. Maybe didn't ride out all the way cleanly, but that was still difficult to do.
Here's a replay of Surfer in Blue, our German surfer,
And
Antonio Mueller.
easily one of the best rides he's probably had in his entire life. I mean, you're surfing in rivers most of the time in Germany, and they do go to Portugal. They go to France quite a bit, and Spain. But when you're talking about surfing in the U.S. and California specifically, this is a big event for him. People are always talking about how California is like the mecca of surfing.
Well, here we go. Back to live action. Kojima using his arms to pivot and turn. Using that left arm to get him over there, and then he'll transfer, go back to the handle, use his right arm to turn on the right side. Here we go. Bruno Hansen on the right.
Yeah, and you can tell he's practiced at both Ulus and Kuramas. Look at that. That tap on the white water. Love it. Actually gets the foam climb.
Here we go. There's the Danish flag. Of course, the ISA was in Denmark in 2017 for the ISA World Sup and Pro and Paddleboard Championships. And we got a story about Bruno Hansen. Check this out. We got some technical difficulties with the sound there from Bruno's interview, but this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
What I love about him is, you know, surfing has changed his life, but he's got other
purposes besides surfing in life.
I was trying to find the words for it, you know. But he's a doer. You know, there's doers and there's, you know, guys who sit and complain, you know.
No,
you'll never hear Bruno complain.
He's the true embodiment of what it means to be a soul surfer. He goes out there to always give his truly 100% effort in every single thing that he does. But most importantly, he's just trying to be a good role model for everybody else. But as you can see, his tan was pretty nice. He's been spending a lot of time in the tropics. I'm a little jealous right now. But he's doing super well so far in what his career has been. I mean, he's a 4-time gold medalist. But most importantly, what has he done for the sport?
Oh, yeah, he's elevated the sport. He's, you know, we've got these rock stars in adaptive surfing, and Bruno Hansen is one of them.
And does he even care? He does, like that's his thing. It's his whole motto. It's like, you just give me a jersey. I'm going to go out there and compete with a smile on my face and help others when I can. I swear, if somebody needed help at the end of a ride and he was paddling back out, he would help them right then and there.
Yeah. Like we said, in the first year of the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, we had a fellow South African right there, Sean Thompson, wanted to meet Bruno Hansen, you know? He says, this guy's amazing.
Yeah, and you're talking about one of the pioneers of surfing in general.
Yeah.
And for him to say that about Bruno is huge.
All right, here we go. Hansen up and riding. This will be wave number 5 for Bruno.
Yeah.
Good maneuvers there, redirects. Then on the inside, there's Daniel from South Africa, getting back to his board, riding a twin fin design. And he's got a pad, an elevated pad for his chest.
Let's see how Bruno even looked over. He was maybe even asked him a little bit, you good? You want me to help you? And Daniel's like, nah, I got this. He's turning around now. But in my opinion, I think what we saw of Hansen on that last right, that's probably the cleanest turn we've seen all morning long. Otter had one really good hit on a larger wave, but this one was just a little bit cleaner.
There's Team South Africa. Of course, they were in their nice coats yesterday.
Yeah, I had an actual little meeting with them during the event yesterday, and I was asking them a few questions about how everything's been in South Africa lately as far as the actual surfing federation goes. How's the separation between different cities? You know, Cape Town has their own kind of thing going on, Durban, and then you have the area closer to J-Bay. But I asked them, because when I represented Mexico twice, I always told them, "Dude, you guys have the nicest uniforms I've ever seen out of anybody." And they're like, "Why is that?" It's the Springboks brew.
Yeah.
They told me it represents more than us. We're representing our culture. We're representing our nation, and it all comes down to one. We're representing one full thing.
Well, there you go. 5.0 for Bruno right there on that last wave on the replay. And he has taken his best 2 scores, his last 2 waves. There's our judging panel. And we've got judges from around the world.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that you have stand-up surfers, you have parasurfers judging, you have people that have competed in longboarding before. I mean, not to shout out any names, but Tori Gilkerson, who is a champion both in the WSL and the ISA, judges a lot of these events too. So we got a great panel of judges.
Yeah, Randy's up there, her dad, and Randy was saying Tori just got married down in Australia.
She did. Congratulations to her and Jared.
Yeah. And of course, Tori was part of the judging panel at the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships last year in Beirut.
And she's still super young. I mean, she's a year older than me, tops, I think.
But I think the ISA is trying to diversify to get more female judges in. I know in Hawaii we've got a few female judges coming into the wing, and I know diversity is a main thing. We have diversity all throughout this event, both men and women, where women last year were competing in this division in Prone 1. And Yoshida, she won the women's portion, but she was allowed to compete with the men last year, and she placed 7th overall out of 16 competitors.
So that's high. You're beating half of the field, a little bit more than half of the field, actually. But it's beautiful. You actually want to see people compete against those that they should be competing against.
Here we go. Nice carving turn. Double rail action there for Bruno Hansen. Redirects over to his right side. Length of ride, pushing it here. And liking the combination of maneuvers. Got the speed, got the power. Look at the flow there.
I was about to say that. I think flow on this wave in particular, it was as good as you can get.
Combination of maneuvers all over the board there. Would not be surprised if that touches the excellent range.
I would think so. I would think so, if not high, good. But I would think it's probably going to be at least touching it. Bruno's definitely going to go and cement his spot in the first position, but I love this wave. For how conditions are right now, I think he ripped the bag out of it. And more than anything, the flow on it was just crazy. Look at this. We're talking about combination of major maneuvers right now. Look at how he grabs that handlebar, goes up in the lip, little foam climb, and once he gets to the open face, boom, nice down carve right there. Gets a little paddle in, so that might hinder the score a little bit because he had to gain a little bit of speed. But look at this roundhouse carve. And then he redirects right. Goes into the lip right here, most critical maneuver of the wave in the shallowest part of the wave too, and the score is about to drop in, Bo.
Yeah, it's just going to be the under excellent range, and look at the replay here. And like you said, and I love his hand positions to redirect the board as he comes around here, digging in that right hand, paddling back in.
And just like bodyboarders, depending on the direction of the wave he's going, he's putting his opposite hand on the opposite rail.
Yeah.
So if he needs to go right, his hand's going to be on the left rail. If he's going to go left, his hand's going to be on the right rail. That's smart.
Well, we started out with a bang. Our 4-time silver medalist and Christian Bailey, our 4-time gold medalist Bruno Hansen. Something tells me these guys are going to be in the final yet again this year.
I would think so. Bruno's definitely looking like the favorite so far, but I would love to see Otter actually respond in the second qualifying round. Respond in the way that I'm going to drop a 7 to at least match that 6.67 and then say, hey, we're meeting up eventually, but let me just tell you that I'm coming to win this thing.
So a 6.67 for the last score for Bruno Hansen in yellow, dominating in this heat with his 2-wave total at 11.67. Here we go.
Yeah, competitor in blue, Mueller from Germany, goes up to the lip line. That's a complete maneuver right there. And it was a difficult section, tricky one, maybe not a huge wave as far as size goes, but that was difficult, only needing a 3.83, but more importantly, he's going to probably better that 1.77 as his low score.
I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Amp Surf, for sponsoring the 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Also our presenting sponsors, including the Foundation of Global Sport Development. in the city of San Diego Parks and Rec. Thanks for all your great support. 40 seconds remaining in the second heat of round 1 of men's Prone 1. Total of 5 heats in this round, and then we'll move on into the women's section of Prone 1 with 2 qualifying heats after them. There we go, surfer in white, Daniel Nell, our South African.
There might be some activity outside. Yeah, seems like Kojima might be getting into this one, Bo.
Not quite into that one.
Almost.
Here we go, Bruno for a swan song right here. He's got a right-hander with just 5 seconds to go.
And see how he generated speed right there? Just gave that one quick paddle. This probably ain't going to go up into his top 2, but what a performance from Bruno Hansen in his first heat of this event so far.
Well, the 4-time world champion, ever since we've had this event in 2015 and on, he's been the world champ, the gold medalist, and he's looking for a 5th in a row. So we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, the official results of this heat and on into heat number 3 of men's prone round 1. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores. Stay tuned.
And a big welcome out, 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We've switched things up here in the booth. And now, joined by Roy. Brad and Roy here in the booth. Roy, how you doing, man?
Oh, my God. Excellent start to the day. Just had an amazing acai bowl, and now we're watching some awesome surfing. So I don't really know if you could have a better Thursday. We're on day 2 of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Yeah, we got things going on here. Day 2 in the water. Right now in red, you're looking at Gavin Bellis from Australia. You got Scott Patterson in white from Canada. Ethan Jolosa in there, and Johannes Lang from Germany.
We got a full field here from all different areas. The rider in yellow is from Wales, my friend.
Wales.
Have you seen their flag?
There's the yes, that's a really cool flag, by the way.
Yes, he is definitely going to be out there like the dragon he is on these waves today.
As you can see, that is red. Gavin Bellis going to work on that one, trying to mix things up. The first guy getting some waves. Go ahead.
There it is. There's what I really wanted to make sure that you were going to see.
It's like a coat of arms, isn't it?
I just know if I was going into battle, I'd want to go behind that flag right there, Brad J.
And they're coming out and supporting, too, as well. So they're representing Wales. We also have England, too, as well, competing. So that's why we refer to them as nations, because you also have Hawaii, which is considered a nation and not a country when it comes to surf competitions. Welcome everybody out here. Good to have everyone along on day 2. A little bit of change up. We had some blue sky and some nice weather yesterday. Well, we got a little bit of drizzle, a little bit of rain, and a little bit of an onshore condition. So you really got to pick those waves right, Roy.
Yeah, yesterday when you and I got on the mic for the opening ceremonies, actually the sun broke. So
what was that all about?
Maybe we can have that happen again today. That could be a potential. Brad J and I are known to change the weather.
How did that work like that?
It's magic. It's magic, just like we're seeing out in the ocean today. 4 men in this heat right here. And, today, this is definitely a great start to the day with this men's prone 1. Good morning, everybody. Roy Tuscany here. Brad J on my side. Nice. We are going to be talking to you for the next 2 heats of surfing today.
We're breaking it out. This, of course, your men prone 1, round 1. We have 5 heats in this one. We are on heat number 3 on this, and competitors right now, I'll tell you what, there is so much stoke in the air. When I showed up this morning and I started talking to some of the competitors, everybody's fired up.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to allow the weather to dictate how they feel today.
No.
And, you know, there it is. Surfer in red, Gavin Bells, that is his second wave that he's caught in here, so he'll have a scoring up on the board in this first round for men's prone 1.
Yeah, he's already got a 217. This will be combined with that. The rest of the competitors still kind of looking for their first wave. We'll see how that plays out.
Here's a quick little replay. Paddling in, knows it's a good little left, cuts out in front of the whitewash, and grabs that right into the beach. It's it's working with the conditions today. It's not that the
Can't
conditions. Yeah, you got to do what you're going to do best, and I think that's what we're going to see out of our competitors today.
And you saw how he kind of grabbed that nose and kind of redirects that board to make down the line. And look, he was behind the section, still got in front of the section, so made a little bit of a section that should be a decent wave. I think that's probably going to be better than his first wave was that 217.
One judge gave that a 5.
A judge gave it a 5. Well, I mean, look, when you come from behind the section, still get in front of it and still make a couple turns, like you said, you're riding what you're doing for the conditions. I mean, what the conditions are giving you. And look, and if you've competed in surfing before, you know it's not always going to be perfect. So you got to adjust your game plan. This looks like Johannes Lang from Germany,
just allowing the wave to come to him, getting out in front of the whitewash, and really using his upper body to just kind of spin himself around and say, all right, I got a wave. Now I'm going to go back out and find one that's going to have a little bit more of a face and something that I can put to maneuver or get some ride of wave on.
Well, yeah, and Ethan Geloso from, what'd you say?
Wales, my man. Wales. Don't forget, Red Dragon.
I'm not used to seeing WAL as a country call right there. So Johannes Lang jumps up in the second spot because of that wave. So look, there hadn't been a lot of waves, so you got to take advantage of it. And that's what Lang did from Germany. He got a wave. Wasn't much of a wave, but still, that has him in second spot. That's the final transfer spot.
Yeah, we're looking today to. Here he is. Here is the man with the beautiful hair. Mitchell's down on the beach with our friend Bruno. Bruno just had a great heat, and here's Bruno.
Hansen. Bruno, after a dominating heat, you hear the cheers from your Danish team. What's it feel like competing for the 5th time here in La Jolla?
Oh, it's kind of an honor to be back here, to be honest. Feels like I've never left. It's tough conditions today, but I managed to find a couple of little perlers on the side there, so got lucky. But I can see there's a lot more competition this year, so it's a good driving force to keep going forward, really.
And did that motivate your change in traveling the world? I know you're living in Panama right now. You're originally from Denmark, and you lived in South Africa too. What was that motivation?
Oh, jeez. I think everything in life has been a motivation lately, actually, and I think it's just I just find it really important just to keep fit. Body, mind, and soul, and I think that's what helps out there,
You're one of the biggest role models here. On behalf of myself and the rest of the ISA crew, thank you very much for your inspiration, and we wish you the best of luck.
Great, and thanks for having us all again here, and it's a great event. Thanks.
Brad, back to you.
Oh, nicely done. Thanks, Mitchell. Catching up with Bruno Hansen, Denmark 4-time gold medalist, and talk about stoke right there, Roy.
Seeing him in round 2 and then seeing Christian Otter Bailey in round 1, that is the last 4 years gold and silver. And they're already showing up, and as Bruno mentioned, the field has increased. So both of those guys did not say, okay, the field's bigger now. I'm not going to show how I'm going to puff my chest out a little bit and make sure you remember I've been the gold and the silver medalist. But they did. They came out in heat 1 and 2, both winning their heats respectively and moving along into what most likely will come down to a showdown in the finals between those two and potentially some more of the new guys that Bruno spoke about.
And then you see Ethan Geloso right there.
Yeah, from Wales. Guess what? I met Ethan yesterday, and Ethan lives a half-mile from the mechanical The Wave in England. This kid gets to travel a half-mile every day and get to serve an absolute perfect
That's a good wave. That's a good wave.
That's his home wave. How fun would that be? You have pride on where you talk about where you're from, and all of a sudden you're like, no, my home wave is The Wave.
And you would never think, you could go back to the movie North Shore, like you'd never see somebody coming up, and moving on and competing from a wave pool. But, the technology of wave pools nowadays are absolutely ridiculous.
I've had the luck of getting to go to the BSR Wave Park and also what was Enlin before Kelly Slater Wave bought it out in Austin.
Yeah.
And the Enlin one was this big train system that went right down the middle, popped up this wave, and luckily for me, I've got to surf that like 6 times and had an incredible experience each time there. But then BSR, they have 30 different wave shapes that they can make.
Yeah.
And it's quicker, faster, but I'll tell you what, it is truly almost like surfing in the ocean as the waves are coming at you quick, and they're coming at you very much as waves are breaking in the ocean.
And that's the difference of them now, because when I first ever rode a wave pool, it was Typhoon Lagoon. We had the whole place rented out in Orlando, and we got to surf, and we got to turn it up to the biggest size that wave could produce. But it's just there's something missing from that wave. It's a fat wave. It doesn't really go top to bottom. But when you see what Kelly's done and you see what Waco and you've seen what they've done in the UK, the technologies is through the roof, and it's just getting better and better.
It really is. And that BSR one, you know, I was lucky enough to go there with a crew from Fat Tire Beer, and they brought a bunch of professional skaters and snowboarders there so that they could really showcase how their sport transitions over into surf. And I was lucky enough to get on the trip. And getting to see Curran Caples surf there was almost one of the greatest experiences.
Oh, you were there when Curran was having the session. Okay,
I was there.
I saw some of the edits from that, yeah.
Like 18 feet above the lip, popping 5s and stuff like that, and black 1s. I mean, Curran was just showcasing.
Well, he was named after Tom Curran,
exactly.
So you gotta give Evan Slater, his dad, a little bit of credit there, right?
Yeah, you know, he was definitely named after a legend, and he is not allowing that name to not, you know, voice what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he's one heck of a skateboarder too. Here we go. Looks like Gavin Bell's making a charge at this one, kind of behind the section.
All right, White also getting on, but gets off, and Gavin still gets a couple small little turns in at the end before the whitewash and decides to turn out to go back out for another set. We're closing in on 10 minutes, Brad J. You know, in the last 10 minutes, we've seen almost the whole field catch one, still waiting for Scott Patterson of Canada. Look at his family right there from the Great North cheering him on. But
it's like bathtub water for Canada right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they're even wearing jackets.
You go out there to like some of the spots like Jordan River and some of the places out there, Tofino and stuff, and you look at what the temperatures, I mean, they surf all the way down to, you know, mid-40s, maybe even low 40s at some point. So this being 61 degrees in the water out here, it's probably like a bathtub.
Yes.
So looking at what Ethan Gelosa has done, look, he's had a very slow start from Wales, but then he pocketed a 2.43 and then combined that with a 0.70. Puts him in that second spot. So he's looking to get rid of that 0.70. Johannes Lang from Germany in that third spot, a 1.33. Just has that one wave, but needs to add to it. But plenty of time to do it. And Scott Patterson's still looking for the first blood here.
Yes, he is. Scott, I've surfed with him a lot between Santa Cruz and also Maui. The guy has a bit of a prop on the front of his board that pushes up his chest a little bit, really allowing him to dig in as he goes. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Scott getting on a big one. There goes Ethan again, or is that Evan? I'm sorry. Goes in again. He is just catching waves. As you said, a little slow start, but now really starting to Ethan. Ethan is definitely moving faster as he's going here and catching more waves.
Well, he knows he's just trying to replace that 0.70, so it's not going to take much to do it. And look, a decent – you got to look at a 2.43 and a 2.93. You see those scores in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Those are good scores for a day like today.
It really is. You know, I think it's always good to talk about the perspective of how that day is going to seem based upon the waves. Now, you know, some folks say you can get you can score a 10 on any wave. Maybe, maybe not. I think that it's really about what you're saying here. It's like, let's look at the perspective of the waves and the scores that are being given and using those to justify how that ride is truly looking. And, you know, Gavin had 2 good waves, a 2.93, and so did Ethan with that 2.43. So, look, you know, as we're saying, that 0.7, Ethan's trying to erase and get a higher score from.
Yeah, and I love the way you put that, too. It's the conditions, too, as well. I mean, to get a perfect 10 out here today, I mean, it's not impossible, but you need a lot of conditions to really come together for you to get a wave, to give you enough of a shoulder so you can get some open face maneuvers in.
Yes, and if you are to do that, you know, we could crown you the GOAT probably today.
Especially on a day like today. Hey, you were talking about the adaptations that they do on the boards, and you can see a good point of them right here. When they put lifts on them, they put handles on them, handlebars on them. I was looking at them this morning, so many different combinations on board setups. It's ridiculous.
And see, that really is how, you know, this sport's evolving, is that the sport serves many different disabilities. And disabilities are a lot like snowflakes. Every single one's different. So you can't make something that's going to work for surfer
Universal,
A that's also going to work for surfer B and C. Now, you can make something that's going to work kind of as a base, and then you've got to adapt from those bases. And you're starting to see that, with wave skis especially. Max Ski starting to do that by making boards that are specific. And now other guys, shapers here from the King's crew that's down here, or Mark Nelson Design over in Hawaii, they're really starting to say, okay, hey, this will serve a mass of this population with this, lower or upper extremity, disability, but we're going to have to adapt it a little bit. And that's what you're starting to recognize as you're saying, hey, I'm seeing a lot of different changes. Yeah, because every single one's a little different.
Well, and one of the guys I talked to yesterday was Mark Mono Stewart from Australia, who took the win in his heat yesterday. And he showed me his board and how he has it kind of beveled out for one knee, then raised for his amputated leg, so he can have that work too as well. So it keeps the legs even for the knee. And then we started talking about how he's hollowed it out for his good leg. And that takes it back to his spoon design, which was done by McTavish. And you look at George Greeno and all those guys back in the day, they were making spoons that were almost all fiberglass and no foam in the middle and foam kind of around. And he said that was kind of where they got the idea from, to make it kind of like a spoon, like a George Greeno spoon back in the day.
That same conversation was had this morning by myself as well, talking about that spoon design. And I wish I would have heard all your information, because I would have sounded a lot smarter instead of just shaking my head and agreeing with what I was hearing. There's Scott Patterson grabbing his first wave from Canada. But back to that spoon design, that new Neil division now, the Neil division, which kicked off our event yesterday. Actually, there's one of the Neil division competitors right there, Ty Turner from Canada. But that kneel division, they're really talking about that spoon design, really being able to kneel in that middle of that board where there's almost just nothing there, and then having the foam around them to allow them to stay upright and everything. But that's what a lot of these guys are starting to result back to, is that spoon design. So I wish I would have had your info earlier. I would have sounded so much smarter.
Oh, man, you definitely know what you're talking about. But when it comes down to it, that spoon design from George Greeno back in the day, that was for knee boarding. And when you would try to sit on that board in the lineup waiting for waves, it sinks. It doesn't have the buoyancy. But once it gets up on a plane and it starts moving, it really sits in the waves, and you can really get up on edge solid on it.
Here we go, rider in blue. This is Johannes Lang from Germany, definitely catching right on that peak, getting out in front of that whitewash. Is he going to grab it?
Is he going to get it? He's got to get in front of it.
He is. Yeah. Let's see a big turn back.
Nice.
And then the pearl. Oh, but he hangs on to it. Here's our guy here catching the most waves so far in this heat. This is Gavin Bells of Australia in the red jersey. Gavin just missing that reform. Scott Patterson in the white behind him getting the next wave. Let's see if Scott can get out in front of this. He's going to have to really get on the rail of that board to get it over there.
And he tries to scoop back to keep that nose above. Some nice exchanges from our competitors with 3 minutes and 50-some-odd seconds to go. Gavin Bellis in that top spot from Australia. And he's got his scores in, so it looks like all scores are coming in so far.
And you talked about this earlier, Brad, and Gavin's really speaking about it. Look, each of those scores that he's getting is just slightly better than the last, and I think that's how he's progressing and staying in that front, is he's taking each ride and just trying to improve it just a little bit, because with the conditions, with the weather, with the type of waves and the selection that you have out here, it's really not really about, hey, am I going to get that one glorious wave? No, I'm going to take each wave I can and just improve incremental on each one so that I can continue and stay in that front position.
I love the way you bring that up, because yesterday I was talking with Mitchell about the same thing. When I go, Mitchell, when you competed, what was your strategy? And I told him kind of what my strategy was, where I would just try to get my waves right off the bat, as many as I could, and then just replace them with better waves.
Yeah.
So like you said, increment, come a little bit above each wave, get a little bit better, replace another wave, get a better wave, replace that wave, and keep working until the 20 minutes are over. But Mitchell says he would wait and wait for that good size wave to come in, and then have that be your first wave, and then try to get a backup wave to make it happen. But I mean, there's so many ways to think about it, but I think in conditions like this, you kind of got to do it that way, because you can't tell with the conditions having a little bit of an onshore slop to it, the tide pushing in right now, you can't tell what that wave's going to do.
Yeah, and you know, there's not really been many that have had a face that you can actually get up on and create that maneuver. A lot of them are closeouts. They're a lot of quick, not really forming and just kind of being a whitewash push. Now, the theory that you use when I've competed in the wave ski, and I'm no experienced surfer by any means, but my theory is get as many waves as you can and hope you get two that are good. And, you know, maybe that's why I never really did that well, is because maybe
I never did well either.
But I love my theory, though, because try to catch as many waves as you can. Who doesn't want to do that? And, you know, we're seeing that in here as Gavin Bells has, you know, caught 5 waves in this segment already.
I think the true tale sign for me when I stopped competing was the fact that I think it was 12 contests in a row that I finished 4th out of a heat of 6 where the top 3 advance.
Yeah, you know.
And it was like 12 in a row, like 4th place, 4th place, 4th place. And I finally, I spent a lot of money to get into these contests.
A lot of time, too.
And a lot of time to get blown out in the first heat. That was the end of it.
The good thing is you probably got to surf a really epic spot for 20 minutes with 6 friends, or potentially maybe 2 or 3 friends. Maybe not everyone was your friend in the water.
Yeah, but I mean, surfing Rincon and having 6 people out at Rincon, and you're in the cove, and it can be a really good day. You know, that's worth it.
Yeah, that's worth it. As long as you catch one, you know, as long as you catch one, as long as you don't pearl your board. But look at that little guy. He's trying to stay warm on the beach.
He's shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm cold, man. I'm cold a little bit there. Okay, here we go. Ethan Geloso right here on another wave in that 3rd spot, trying to get rid of that .70. Hey, look at this.
Look at this. Really getting up.
Oh!
And then does a little ninja star move there with the board, flips it around and goes. We have 45 seconds remaining in this heat. This is round 1 of the men's Prone 1 division, heat number 3.
You think that could beat a 2-3-1? I don't know if that's going to be enough for that. Because Ethan is in that spot.
And he doesn't need much, as he has that 2.43. Just really wants to get rid of that. He grabs a 2.33.
Oh, he does it!
Jumps up with 20 seconds. And I'll tell you what.
The buzzer beater.
I told you, man, I talked to this kid yesterday, and he is so amped and always believes like he is like this, you know, surfing is his behemoth. Like, he loves it.
Well, tell you what, that was an exciting end of that. There's Mono Stewart right there. Give us some shakas out there watching all the action go down. Team Australia representing.
Scott Patterson grabbing a wave right at the bell.
Yeah, but I think that was time on that.
Yep, I do as well. As we've moved on to heat number 4, we're going to have 3 competitors here in the men's Prone 1 division. Pierre Pochat, Edwin Ocampo, and Daniel de la Vega out of Mexico.
All right, well, that's a big heat, and they're stacked and racked, ready to do battle. Stay with us. More coming up. It's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Brad J, Roy Tuscany in the booth for you in a kind of a cloudy, little drizzly day here in La Jolla, California. But surfers aren't disappointing today, that's for sure.
You know, they're going to get wet one way or another, especially if they're getting in the ocean. But look at that. The flags from the nations are still out there. And in the water, we've got 3 riders in this heat, and we've got them from France, Costa Rica, and Mexico.
Pierre Pochat, we got Edwin Ocampo in there, and then Daniel de la Vega from Mexico. So 3 competitors in this one. And this is how we started things off. That was the first wave right there for Ocampo, the Costa Rica.
2 minutes into this heat, and we're already seeing, there we go, our first competitor there from France, Pierre Pochat, grabbing that first wave. And then also Edwin from Costa Rica has also grabbed a wave already in the opening couple minutes of this heat.
And we're seeing a little bit more of the wave action too this heat. I mean, you never know what heats you're going to get. If you're going to get a wave-filled heat, you know, not many waves, but it seems like this thing started off giving them 2 waves, and we saw that Pierre from France put up a 2.17. And Edwin Ocampo from Costa Rica put up a 1.5. So 1 wave apiece for them. And then Daniel de la Vega from Mexico looking for his first wave.
You know, I'm going to try to sound like a surfer here,
Let's
Brad
hear it.
J.
Let's hear it. You can do it. I know you can do it.
What time's low tide, bro?
Oh. Well, it's an hour later than yesterday. So that's a good call, because I think what we're looking at right now for tide-wise, I'll give it to you right now. I'll give you the actual breakdown, the tide that you want to know. Here we go.
Fantastic, because I think that will also give us a little, you know, insight into what the day might look like as we're seeing waves now. How are they going to change throughout the day as the tide's moving?
Yeah. Well, what I'm looking at, just before 12 o'clock, you got a 4.59 is what I'm seeing right here. 4.59 high at just before noon. Now, that backs out to a 0.36 at 5:50 tonight. So you're looking at almost 5.5 feet of fluctuation in 6 hours is what we're looking at. So we still got a push going on right now. Still got a push happening for the next, 3 more hours.
Next 3 hours. Okay. And then as we get closer to the end of the day, you know, that's going to be actually the first time that we see round 2 of any of the divisions, because it's going to be men's kneel. And yesterday we started with men's kneel around 1:30. What are we going to see for waves around that 4 o'clock time frame that they'll be in the water?
I feel like with the later higher tide today, because the worst part, I think, is when you get that tide bottoms out and goes low as possible, and you got heats running at that time.
Yep.
And today we won't see that, because the tide's going to drop out at 5:50 completely, and we will be done by like at least an hour before that. So I think the tide's going to just get better as we look at it. And the waves look like they're a little bit better shape as we look at De La Vega trying to answer back right now. That was his first wave.
First wave still got his country's flag right there on the water. We are showing the nation support for each of the competitors that we have in this. The field here is from 21 countries, over 130 individuals that we're seeing. And today in this men's prone 1, we actually have 5 heats. We have nearly 20 competitors in this entire contest. And that's what's been really exciting. As we've seen each of these divisions, the numbers are growing. And even our past champion, Bruno, talked about that.
He said it. Bruno Hansen, 4-time gold medalist, was like, he's really trying to repeat, but he knows it's going to be hard to do that. Daniel de la Vega, here we go. He gets one.
And he gets one. I would have loved to see him get back into that whitewash, as he had made a really great turn.
Well, we got Mitchell who's standing by with a special guest from the last heat. Let's send it downstairs to Mitchell. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Ethan Gelosa from Wales, second place in the last heat. But Ethan, this is a big event for you. You only have 2 representatives from Wales. You're one of them. What's this experience been like in your second World Championship?
It's been stressful, but it's been very exciting. Now I've actually competed. It's been really fun.
Yeah. And your home wave in Wales is actually a man-made wave. So you're not super accustomed to competing or actually even surfing in these types of waves.
Well, my local beach, I surf basically twice a week, but I go to Wave Bristol a lot just to get extra training.
Does it feel different when you're actually competing in these types of waves?
No, not much. It just feels really different because it's smaller conditions, and sometimes I'm used to big waves in the wave garden. So yeah.
Do you have a personal preference out of which do you like more?
The waves, definitely, yeah.
Thanks for your time, Ethan. Wish you the best of luck. Brad?
Thank you, Mitchell. Yeah, and of course, what do you like better? Okay, look, some of the natural waves are the waves that are built, man-made waves. There's some good waves out there, man.
Oh, there's a great little right there that our competitor from France, Pierre Pochat, got on. And this is definitely kind of spooked out as the other two contestants are on the far side right now paddling back out. I wonder what that's going to do. That is really the first time we've seen someone go right in this heat.
That's going to be a big score. That's going to be the biggest score of the heat. I don't see how that does not be the biggest score of the heat right now.
One judge already scoring at a 3.5. Let's see what the other judges are going to come in. And as long as they're near there, that, like you said, there it is, that 3.23, definitely going to put him above, out in front. But here we go. In the white jersey, we have Edwin Ocampo from Costa Rica grabbing a left out in front of the corner, gets in front of the whitewash. Can he stay on it? Get the nose up. But he does duck dive around and comes back out, and we'll be getting another wave before the 12 minutes in this heat are going to come to a close.
That's good, though, but he's going to have 2 waves under his belt, and not big scores have to beat. Look, 0.74 puts him in the top 2.
I wonder if these athletes are listening to our suggestion, which is catch as many waves as possible. As we have such stellar.
I don't know how they would hear us. How would they hear us? We're on the webcast.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they
got like waterproof earbuds.
Yeah, I would. It'd be more fun that way. Here we go.
Did you hear what he said? He told me to take all these waves.
And those guys know they're announcers now. Why aren't they still competing? Oh, it's because we're announcers.
That's why we're announcers.
Yeah, but take our advice. But here we go. The replay right now from this. We're seeing some great waves from our competitors. Daniel De La Vega out of Mexico. This is actually the one that we saw from a different angle, and we really hoping that he was going to get back up on that as it kind of resurfaced a little.
That was his 2.83 that they gave him on that one. So that was near the 3 mark. So all of our competitors doing pretty good here. Look at our standings right now. So a 5.4 for Pierre, top spot. Daniel De La Vega, he's got the 5.06 in second. Edwin Campo, 3.77 in that 3rd spot. De La Vega needs a 2.58 to get to the number 1 spot, and Ocampo just needs a 2.8 to get up in the top 2.
I think what we're really seeing is that a lot of our competitors are very similar in their all abilities, as they're all very good. The thing that we're really finding in the scores today is which one of them gets one of the, as I could say, better waves of the segment, because, we're not really seeing a lot of high-quality waves, and the ones that we are seeing that actually do have a face are few and far between.
Yeah.
And I think that's really how we're seeing, guys, it's wave selection what it comes down to. So maybe Mitchell's advice is better once again.
It might just be. But I tell you what I'm noticing, too, is with that tide push, and you see that little bit of an onshore kind of back off a little bit. It's not greasy out there, but we're starting to see it kind of back off a little bit, and we'll see that little high tide push, because this wave predominantly is a very good wave on that high tide push.
I love La Jolla, actually. I've always had a great time when I've surfed here. I really enjoy just the whole experience that is this area. I love the park that's back there. It really gives you a great feeling of a surf break to come to and to get to surf. And today, we're not seeing the waves that you and I typically like to see when we're surfing here.
But, you got to give it up for La Jolla. You also got to give it up for the San Diego Parks and Rec, because they have so many good spots. And La Jolla, too, you look at what La Jolla has, and then when the swells are good and you want to go surf the reefs, you got all kinds of surf spots to choose from the reefs. And you got Pacific Beach not too far. You got Mission Beach. You got OB. You got so many waves accessible here in the San Diego area. And this just being one of the ones that's one of my most favorite waves. This, of course, in surfing blacks back in the day.
You used a really great word back there, accessible. And I think that really speaks to this event. As this morning, we've talked about the number of hats that he wears, and we actually saw him lose a hat yesterday in the ocean. But this morning, Dana Cummings is out there laying out posters of individuals that have gone through his AMP Surf program so that people can take home some type of poster.
I saw those.
The guy who is the title partner of this event, a member of Team USA, a competitor in the Stand 2 division, and the title partner is out there putting posters to make sure that his messaging, you talk about a leader in a movement of adaptive surfing. Dana Cummings and AMP Surf are doing amazing things beyond being the title partner. He is literally wearing, I think, every hat possible at this event.
Well, and he gave me a hat.
Oh, my God, he did? I got to talk to him, because I would love to have one of those hats so we could match. Because unfortunately, you didn't get the call today. It was pink polo day, and you didn't, I really thought, I was like, all right, should I call Brad J this morning and say, Brad J, it's pink? And I should have.
No, well, you know
our
what?
telepath was off.
But you need to talk to Cummins because you can get yourself a hat. He'll hook you up. I gave him an ISA pen, too.
Ooh, that's a really good trade. That's a solid trade. I don't know what I have in my pockets, but I'll see. Ooh, look at that.
A Rolo?
A little barrel roll at there. You know, if the weather is not going to cooperate today, the music at least can. Can you hear the little party that's going on behind us? We are having fun here at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We are in La Jolla. This is the place to be. So happy to be here. One big thanks to Amp Surf. Amp Surf, of course, the first year was our title sponsor, and the organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs for veterans, adults, and children. They got your back. Amp Surf, we really appreciate all their go-to.
And here we are. Look at that, showing where our waves are.
The last heat in this, just one more heat, and this would finish off prones. Okay. We'll just stay in. Okay. We'll finish this one, do one more, and then you guys will start women prone 1.
All right. Brad J, we are back on a couple little talks here and there as we're trying to figure out the day. You know what's happening here today is we're putting together what Championship Sunday is going to look like.
Championship Sunday. And vying for the gold.
Vying for that gold. Vying for that world title.
In a world where things gone wrong.
Was that you actually who did that?
Nope, I never did it. But,
okay.
I wish I had the money that guy did.
That, you know, someone asked me the other day if my son could have any voice. I have a 7-month-old son.
Pretty early to tell, though, right now.
No, but they asked if I could pick anybody. That was one of the questions that I got in an interview.
Okay.
What a great question, right?
Yeah.
And they said, what voice would you want your son to have? I chose Michael Buffer for him. Remember Michael Buffer?
Dude, let's get ready to rumble.
Are you ready? Like that to me is just like that's the dream announcer voice is when your voice is.
Wouldn't that be annoying if your son would wake up and start talking to you that way? Dad, are you ready for some oatmeal? Like, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, Dad. Thanks.
You know, I don't know. I think maybe I could like it, but if I definitely woke up maybe on the wrong side of the bed and he started with that, I'd just be like, Gunner, not today. But
not today.
Today, actually, we are surfing.
It's getting better, man.
And it is definitely getting better, and that's really what I wanted to talk about. As surfer in yellow here, Daniel De La Vega out of Mexico, really getting out in front of one of the better waves. Let's see him get out in front and get that. Let's see a big turn back here, and he stays out in front of that whitewash. That was definitely one of the bigger waves I've seen today as we've been calling the announcing today.
Well, we got Pierre, who has the best scoring wave so far, the 3.7. That is our biggest one. But he also combined it with a 3.23, so he's got some good scores coming in for him, and that puts him in the top spot. You got Daniel De La Vega in that second spot, but battling in that third spot. Ocampo needs a 3.16. Now they're letting him know there's some sets out back, as you can tell right now.
This is one thing that I've really loved to see at this, where the nations really start to help from the beach. They can give a signal, they can show something that they see and make sure that their teammate gets it. Now, you know, surfing seems to be such an individual sport, but when you bring in not only the world championships and all these 8 different divisions that we're going to be crowning here, but we also crown the team title. So we want to make sure that from a team aspect that they work together to help their teammates elevate them to the highest level, because highest score wins and takes home the world title.
And here we go. Out back, yellow taking this one. Daniel De La Vega from Mexico on one right here, trying to keep this section going. He's going to get the eject button on that. Not much of a shoulder to work with, but we are seeing it get better, and we know with the tide coming up, you know, no matter what, the push is going to be real, and it's going to give it a little bit. And we're seeing higher scoring waves now than we've seen in previous heats.
You know, each score has elevated through each of these heats. Now, we're seeing a total of 5 heats in the men's Prone 1 division, where, you know, a total of almost 20 competitors are here today. What we're seeing here is, like, again, the scores are about the same. The ability of each rider is on par. It's really coming down to what waves are they selecting and how are they best finding that open face to put a maneuver on.
Look at this outside. You see 3 stacks on the horizon right now, and Pierre's going to eye this one down like a baguette here. Is he going to paddle out to that one? Look at this little shoulder trying to, it might be.
Remember what his teammates were saying from the beach? They were pointing, I think, to about right there. Yeah. He decides to pass on it. Really didn't have much more than a closeout out in front of it.
Yeah, you got to be in the right spot at the right time, that's for sure. And some of them will give you, looks like we got some dolphins coming in from outside.
How did you see that? How good is your vision? Is it 2020?
I just saw it quickly. I just saw a couple fins pop up. And we're just going to hope those are dolphins at this point.
Oh, no, those are 100% dolphins.
They're coming into a surf.
Always dolphins.
It's always good luck, too.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Look at that. That really is good luck. That means we're going to have a beautiful day here at La Jolla Shores. There they are. Beautiful thing that we have this drone here that can take us up and over and show us, you know, those gorgeous
little baby
dolphins. Oh, my God. Look at the little.
That's a seal? That's a seal cruising with the dolphins.
Wow.
So it looks like 2 or 3 dolphins and a seal kind of hanging out together.
I think the seal's the coolest. Kind of looks like a penguin almost.
Yeah, he's going, look at it. I can go lower than you guys. I can show you guys what's up.
I would love to see some. Oh, look there is a baby dolphin right there. Wow. That baby dolphin right underneath his mother. What an amazing. It looks like there's, you know.
Like there's another one.
It looks like there's another one.
4, isn't there?
Wow.
Oh, look at that. The seal kind of buzzing them a little bit.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is better than the planet.
This is the kind of stuff you could see. Now, if you've never been to La Jolla, this is your opportunity. Come down. You want to see wildlife and play. And plus, if you go to the reefs out here in La Jolla, they have so many of the big seals that beach themselves out there. And you can see almost hundreds of them all in the cove, La Jolla Cove, kind of hanging out.
You know, your son went to the aquarium today, but he could have just stayed here and watched the live cast.
We already have our aquarium right here, man.
We've got dolphins and seals. We've got it all, but we've also got the rider in red from France, Pierre Pochat, here, catching what is his 4th wave of this heat, and he's actually redirecting it back right and now coming back left again. Pierre from France, he's catching 4 waves in this heat, and you know, as he's paddling back out, we're going to see with less than 2 minutes left if he'll be able to catch another one.
To finish prone, and then you guys will take over. So this has 1:40, then we're going to do the next heat.
All right, in white, Edwin Ocampo, not quite getting on the face of the wave there. Edwin really needs to elevate that 1 lower score so that he can be on the same par as the other 2 competitors.
And it's not much. He's looking to get a 3.16 to get up in the top 2, and we've seen 3s. I mean, we've seen Pierre put up
2 different sets.
2 sets of 3s and high 2s from a lot of our competitors as well. So you know it's doable. You just got to hope it comes in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds.
You know, the support team here from Mexico is on the beach really trying to show their competitor, Edwin, where positioning is probably best to catch that potential wave in the last minute of this heat. Beach support.
Tide push, so everything's in your favor right now.
You know, I think as we've seen in this heat, the waves have started to pick up. And with 1 heat remaining in the men's prone 1 division here, I think we're going to see a larger selection of waves, and hopefully we'll continue to see potentially some of these new faces that Bruno mentioned really starting to showcase how they're going to put a pursuit towards the challenge of Christian and Bruno.
It did seem like Bruno was a little nervous about the competitors because when he was starting to talk about there's a lot more competitors, you could see how he kind of toned it down a little bit, like, okay, because the bullseye's on his back.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're a 4-time gold medalist.
Wait, it's better than that, actually. You are the only champion.
The only champion.
In the history of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships of the men's prone division. No one's name has ever taken that title other than you.
So you're like on that gold cup, name after name after name. Time winding down. Here we go. 1, that is going to do it, and that means that Pierre from France, Pochat from France, will take that #1 spot. And the #2 spot, well, that is going to go to Daniel de la Vega. So there you go. There's your top 2. And look at all the dolphins just hanging out. What is this, a 10 dolphin heat right now? I don't know if this is okay.
This is unbelievable. It is better than the aquarium. We've got a full pod of dolphins out there in the break.
Oh, and you did use pod, didn't you?
I did. I was hoping you were going to notice it. And then you got a seal that's just like, this is like a Disney movie. Like, this is probably Disney actually shooting a movie right now as there's seals and dolphins all having communication.
Do you think the dolphins can hear me? I'm going to try and talk to them.
Was that a goat or a dolphin?
I thought it was a dolphin. Maybe it was a goat. Oh, man.
Actually, I think it's a sheep maybe, too. But
look at that.
Those guys are like playing Top Gun style. That guy, you know, did the inverted. hello and everything.
All right, well, so much wildlife going on. We got more surfers in the water. We're coming back to final heat, men prone 1, round 1 on the way. Stay with us, 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
'20 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Large and in charge out here in La Jolla, California. Next heat in the water. Who are we looking at in this one, Roy?
You know, we've got a surfer from Hawaii, Jesse Del Mar. This is one of Bo Hodges' good friends and a really incredible surfer. Then we got 2 other surfers coming out of Spain and Argentina, Nicolas Gallegos and Alvaro Beño. And here again, another heat of 3 or more, total heats of 5 in the men's prone, where we're seeing 18 competitors in this division alone.
And you're in for just a heat-filled day. After this, we have your women prone 1, round 1, 2 heats in that one. As we look at a replay right here, this is Alvaro from Spain, starting things off. A couple of waves already under the belt, 227 and a 133, and that was Gallegos from Argentina.
Look at that hand drag he just threw in there for some style. A little hand drag for fun. You know, again, look at the scores that we're already seeing. Very similar to the same scores that we saw in the last rounds. Again, the level is all about the same playing field. It's coming down to what waves are we selecting and how are we best using those waves.
Indeed, and like we said, we got that little high tide push now, so that tide is pushing up on a little bit. I think we're going to see a little bit, maybe a little bit more face to work with these guys. That's what we're looking for. But Alvaro a 227, a 283 for Jesse Del Mar, and then a 193 for Nicholas. Their top scores so far in this heat. And once again, big thanks to AMP Surf, holding it down, and providing adaptive surfing therapy programs for veterans, adults, and children. And we're glad to have them as our sponsor out here as we look to Nicholas Gallegos from Argentina.
Finding a little nug there that never really did much more than pop him up and let him get a quick second of surfing. But that is what it's going to take today, I think, is like finding that wave, taking him. There's Jesse Del Mar right there from Hawaii.
Well, let's check in. We got Mitchell standing by with Pierre from France. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Pierre Pouchard from Team France. Second time here. You were here at the inaugural event, and now you're at the record-breaking one here, Pierre. It's a historic event for you. You're a former European champ, you're a French champion, but you're trying to be a world champion. What's it going to take?
It's going to take a little bit of luck to catch the right waves, a little bit of stamina as well, because to get out, sometimes when there are like so many waves coming, sometimes you waste a little bit of energy to get to the lineup. But then again, it's a question of choosing the right waves, because everybody competes in the same conditions, and so yeah, a little bit of luck, because I've seen some really good surfers not doing so good early in the morning, and I was kind of worried. But yeah, I tried to find the
The keepers.
The keepers, yeah.
Yeah, and you were speaking of stamina. You were down here all day yesterday.
Yeah.
You're one of the few members of your team that's actually down here on the beach all day.
Yeah.
So you're not only competing, but you're supporting too. What's that like for you?
Well, I think it helps tremendously to be support your fellow members. Right? It helps you, it carries you, and I think I wouldn't be anywhere else. I just want to make sure that they have as much support as possible.
Merci for your time, Pierre, and bonne chance in the event.
Thank you.
Brad.
It's a great event.
Oh yeah,
I
Mitchell,
would like
nicely done.
to thank the ISA, the city of San Diego, everybody, the volunteers, everybody's doing a great job, and if it wasn't for them, we would not be here. So thank you all.
Well, why don't we bring
thank you
Pierre
so
in the
much.
booth? It sounds like he could take our job there. He just nailed all the partners of the organization for us. So, Pierre, thanks to you right there. Not only are you surfing well, but maybe you got a future career in announcing as well. Here we go, surfer in white right here.
Trying to make it into this next little section on a right-hander, which we haven't seen a lot of them. And look, and really taking this one as far as possible. That's Nicholas right there from Argentina.
You know, again, yesterday we were talking about how ride of wave really wasn't, scoring well. It was more about maneuvers on wave. Today, I think it's really about how you get up on the wave and if you can actually create a maneuver, because the waves are few and far between. But guys like Nicholas Gallegos, let's see what that wave's going to actually score. He is currently trying to better a .87 to move him up on the board, and hopefully we'll be able to see what that looks like and get a better judge. Did that length of ride actually come into consideration today with the number of wave selections that we're seeing?
It comes into the judge's hands on this one, that's for sure.
And yes, it did. Look at that. That last wave scored a 2.53 from Nicholas, allowing him to move up into second place in this. But I'm saying something here. Jesse Del Mar, 2.83 on his opening wave. Jesse just quite hasn't found that second wave. And when he does, we're going to see probably a higher score and really seeing him elevate up the scoreboard. And there he is, the guy in red. There it is, Nicholas Gallegos, all the way up, jumped with a 2.53, literally showing that maybe ride of wave is going to come into little consideration today because of the fact that we just don't have that many waves.
And there's Jesse Del Mar, you can see in red from Hawaii, 2.83, as you see him kind of paddling as far over as he can to try and see if he can line something up over here.
Yeah, he's got the Hawaiian flags way over here showing him, saying, Jesse, come over here. This is where the waves are, my friend. Yeah, red is way away from the other two competitors.
It'd be nice to have someone do that for you when you're in the water all the time.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
They can point you, oh, go over there, go over there. Here comes the set. Get over on that side. Like that. That'd be nice.
You know, it's kind of like when you guys park your Lincoln Navigator at your home break, Navarix, and it really allows you to show you line up. You're always on point with that Navigator.
And you know what? Let's talk about that, too. Not about my Navigator, but let's talk about lining it up off something on the beach. I mean, if you're a surfer and you've been a surfer for, many years, you realize that, you're out at places with currents. You're out where you move a little bit. You try and find a spot and make that your spot, your vantage, your viewpoint, if you will, to be able to determine where you need to sit.
Yeah,
so I always do that when I paddle out.
You know, as a novice surfer that I am, the one thing I know that I can always stay true with is something that is physically on shore. And when I line myself up with that, I usually find that I continually will get good waves when I use that technique. What a thought, huh?
You know what? It works. And it's like, I think when I was younger, I didn't use it, and I didn't realize how to get more waves. And, as you surf more conditions and you surf with more, conditions with crowds, you have to learn how to be in the right place at the right time.
Just like it looks like, Nicholas was just barely in the wrong place at the wrong time as he was up on that wave looking to try to better that 1.93.
Boy, it is starting to come down rain-wise really hard. You can see it.
Look at this wave. Haven't seen a wave of this size all morning.
He's got to duck dive that. Alvaro getting away from that one.
As the rain picks up, so do the waves. And what does that mean for the last 10 minutes of this heat? I'm thinking we're going to see a couple bigger waves in that thing, and let's see what that scoring is going to do, because we've seen what the ability is on the waves that we've gotten, and let's see what that waves are going to do if they start picking up.
Well, once again, that tide push right now is definitely helping it out. And I feel like when you get a little bit of rain, sometimes that can calm that little onshore flow down a little bit. It can kind of back those winds off just a touch and get the surface a little cleaner. And obviously what these guys are looking for is some clean shoulders to get in front of them.
Yep.
Alvaro Bayona from Spain, top spot, 3.30, 2.27. Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina needs a 3.05 to take the #1 spot. And Jesse Del Mar, boy, he is not out of it by far. He just needs a 1.63, and he's in the top 2.
Yes, exactly. And Jesse's been out on the outer part of our competition site. You can see water safety out there, making sure everything is good. Jesse's now paddling back out to try to get and better that and add to that 2.83 opening wave that he got. You know, it's really going to be, you know, not that hard for Jesse, where the level he surfs at and the score that he already posted, to put down another one to really get him in the competition.
If you're Jesse and you're out there right now, you got 8 minutes and 40 seconds. You know all you need is one. Do you wait for that one and just sit and don't go on anything until it's good?
I don't know. Let's see what happens right here on Nicolas Gallegos, as he has just caught another wave. Nothing really formed there for him, as the waves are starting to get closer together and really not have that much opportunity for an open face. Man, an open-faced turkey sandwich would be good right now.
That sounds good.
Right, with a little bit of gravy, mashed potatoes.
I think these guys just want a regular open face, but you and I, we want an open-faced sandwich is what we're looking at.
Yeah. That's what, you know, and when it's cold like that, anything warm is good. Jesse's now back in position. Jesse's still looking to get his second wave in this heat to post a score, and we're going to see what that looks like, because look at the waves. We're really starting to see some pickup.
But also look at Jesse is in priority number 2, yeah, Jesse's in priority number 2 right now. So if you're Jesse, you want to keep Nicholas off those waves. So what he's doing here, you see how Jesse's staying with white? Since Nicholas is not in priority 1 or 2, Jesse needs to keep him out of a wave and save that wave for himself.
Yes. Where is competitor in yellow is my next question.
That is a good point.
Oh, there he is. Nope, that's water support over there on the left.
Yeah.
We're getting a pan of the competition site. He is from Spain.
Is that him over here? Yeah.
There he is. That's why these flags are so helpful. You can see where competitors are when they're lined up with their country's flags. And once again, it's pouring rain outside, and there's still members of their team out there rooting everyone on.
Yeah, they have not left the beach. Not at all. And Alvaro sitting out there by the lonesome, a 3.30 and a 2.27, 5.57 for Alvaro with 6 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Nicholas in that second spot, but Jesse Del Mar, he's not far out. Just needs a 1.63, and he's got time to do it, but he's going to need the cooperation of a wave.
And here we go, surfer in yellow, Alvaro Bayano going now. This will be another wave score of him, and he actually, look at that, off the peak, stays going, reforms, doesn't really stay consistent.
And I doubt that that's going to beat his 2.27, but maybe that could be very close to it.
You did get that extra maneuver before the wave.
You did get a maneuver.
You know, and we're really hoping, you know, that these waves pick up for the last 6 minutes, because the competitors are there. It's the waves they're deciding not to show up right now. All right, here's that little replay. There it is, Brad J. Call that move. Look at him. He did the Superman there.
And it looked like he was trying to line it up to just get like a little floater off that little closeout section.
You know, that's what we're seeing in these, is that these are, oh, here we go. Is anyone going to be on the face of this one? No, and there was nothing really there.
Jesse's
but the
on
whitewash,
the
Jesse's just going to grab some of the whitewash.
Maybe a rebuild? A little rebuild
there?
there?
Rebuild. Oh, my God, look at this. Jesse, stay up on this. He's going to take this one directly to the beach. Nope, gets off.
Okay, I think that beats a 1.63.
I definitely think that beats a 1.63. We're going to see.
Oh, my goodness. With 5 minutes, that might just bump Nicholas down to that third spot.
Waiting for the score to come in for the jersey in red of Jesse Del Mar, catching his second wave of this heat. You know, we still have.
Oh, he's done it. Look at that. Up to the second place.
You called that. You said it was going to be above a 1.67, and it was. It was a 2.13.
You just do it. Look at how long that section is he got. He didn't get a lot on it, but a little turn off that.
Yeah, and enough to take it, you know, length of ride. You know, it was something that we weren't seeing yesterday, and I think we're starting to see it as you know, wave selection is minimal. But the one thing that's not is that these waves can be ridden longer if you find the one that's going to the whole beach.
Now for Nicholas, now you need to get back into the action here and get that back. So if you're Nicholas and White here.
See, Nicholas is trying our approach, which is catch as many waves as possible.
Yep.
And once again, our approach is showing it might not always work.
Well, I always feel like you got to replace them. Once if it's a two-wave format and you have your two waves, why are you going on a wave that's going to be similar to the one you already have? You need to just, nope, it's got to be a better wave. Then you replace that, then you replace another one, and you keep going from there.
That is a great way to look at it. My strategy as well. Here we go, surfer in yellow, Alvaro Bayano.
Oh, look at that little section, too.
He would have stayed right. He was in that right spot.
Yeah.
He was just about 2 paddles short. But 4 minutes remaining, and, you know, the scores, I would say, are quite close. And it can really change as the matter of one wave being caught by one of our 3 competitors here.
So Nicholas needing a 2-4-4 now. A 2-4-4, and then he'll move up into that top 2 position.
You know, 2.75 for Jesse, who's only caught 2 waves, but he's caught 2 waves that were better than most. And from
Make 'em count.
Make them count. And, you know, if Jesse catches one more, the consistency of his riding and the consistency of the scores that he's posting today will most likely move him up into that top position. So it's really up to Jesse to find that one last wave in this last 3.5 minutes to have him. There's his flag showing him where to line up. Let's see if that's going to help.
So Galagos right now is in priority number 1 in white, and he's in third in search of a 2-4-4. Now, he's already put up a 2-5-3, so you know Galagos can definitely put the score up. He's going to need the wave to work with here with 3 minutes ticking away here. And this one with Galagos in third, Del Mar in second, Bayona in the number 1 spot.
All right, 3 minutes remaining in this heat. And this is going to close out the men's Prone 1 division. We're going to be moving on to next women's Prone 1, where we have 2 qualifying heats for that division. And during that, we're going to see another field, and as Christian Otter-Bailey said in the earlier speech, how these field separations have really leveled the playing field. We've spoken about it on many levels, as most of the scores are around the same. It's really coming down to the waves. Here we go. Look at this. Nicholas Galagos getting the wave of the heat, fully finding the face. Big old hand drag cutback. Brad J, this could be some disruption in the scores.
And even redirects it back around. That's going to be a big score. And look,
yes.
If you're looking at what he needs to do, the 2-4-4, yeah, that'll get him in the top 2, but he could actually challenge Alvaro for that number 1 spot now.
You know, as these scores come in, I think we're going to see a jump here in the scoring. That was definitely a fantastic wave caught by the Argentinian. Here he is. He has caught a total of 5 waves, his highest being 2.53. As soon as that score comes in, let's see what that does to the scoring on the round.
Oh, this is going to be interesting here with 1:50 to go here.
All right, the yellow surfer in yellow really looking to the beach, looking out, saying, okay, I've got 1:45. I've got to find that one wave that's going to get me and keep me above. Alvaro Bano leading currently at a 5.57, but still waiting for the last wave of Nicholas Galagos from Argentina to come in. Pair that with a 2.53, and let's see where he's going to end up on there. There it is. You called it, Brad J, a 4.33.
I knew it could challenge that top spot, and he did it right there. So Galagos moves to the number 1 position. Bayona will go down to number 2. Del Mar will be bumped to third, and Del Mar needs a 2.75 to get up there. But Alvaro's not having it. He's like, I don't want second. I want the top spot.
And he is trying for everything to make this wave become real. We've got a minute left here. We're seeing a great battle. But, hey, I want to point out something. Our technique is actually working in this.
It is.
Nicholas Galagos, with a total of 6 waves in this heat, is actually leading with 2 scores of 4.33 and 2.53, giving him nearly a 7 for this. The guy from Argentina is using the announcer strategy.
Roy, I'll tell you, though, I mean, you don't want to get frustrated ever in a heat. And Galagos right there, who looked like he was not even going to be in the top 2, stayed with us, stayed focused. And Argentina should be proud, because you never want to give up, because all it takes is one wave, man.
And he really found that one wave in this segment. Now, 20 seconds remaining. You know, Alvaro's still out there. Jesse's still out there. You know, with the scores being so close, here comes Jesse, 15 seconds, sees this little bump coming in. Is it really going to form? I don't think so. I think time may not be on Jesse's side. I think time is going to give this to Nicholas Galagos. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is the heat. Brad J, we are passing over the mics back to Mitchell and Bo, and starting a new division. What a great opening round for men's Prone 1.
You just really got to give it up for Nicholas Galagos staying with it from Argentina all the way through, and then he ends up taking that number 1 spot. So congratulations to him. Well, and that's going to move things on here. We are going to move to the women prone 1 round 1. We're going to turn things over to Bo and Mitchell. It's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to a wet, rainy day number 2 of the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and we're going to bring you all the exciting action. We're going to move from men's prone 1 division into women's prone 1 division. And here we go. In the yellow, that's Isabella from Uruguay.
Yeah, and looking like conditions are cleaning up. Oh, I like it. Personally, I think it's going to make things way more accessible for our surfers. And second of all, you have cleaner faces. So it's just going to allow for better surfing.
Yeah, that onshore wind has been dropped off by the rain. Here we go. Our surfer in white is going to be Tracy McKay from South Africa. Tracy leaning for that left side, redirects, and then digs in a rail and goes down. Also on the water, representing Team USA, that'll be Sarah Bentoncourt. And here she goes.
Yeah, up and riding, and Sarah was fired up. I saw her grab her jersey probably 25 minutes before her heat actually started. So she had her jersey on when the heat before her was actually about to start. So she's fired up. It seems like she has the correct desire and motivation. She was warming up quite a bit. And I think this is a good event for her because it's on her home soil. So let's see if she can really back all, that body language up with a good result here in the first heat.
Yeah, Sarah was the silver medalist last time we had the ISA Worlds here in 2018. Of course, Ann Yoshida winning both 2017, 2018, representing Hawaii coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, Hawaii has a really good representation of surfers in several different divisions. I was speaking to one of their members, and they were saying that out of 16 total surfers that they can have on a team, they have 12. So they're 3/4 of the way there. As far as total points goes and team points, that'll be good strategically, but also as you have different divisions now, it's just so much better because everybody's having fair play.
There you go. You see the lineup in yellow, Isabella from Uruguay, in yellow, Sarah from the United States in red, and Tracy from South Africa in white. Again, 2 rounds of qualifying for the women in the prone division. Top 4 will make the final. Here we go. A couple of replays. Let's watch Sarah on their first ride.
Yeah, Sarah, nice bottom turn there, but she couldn't complete the hit on the lip line. And then Isabella, I'm going to go full Latino right here. Deceno from Uruguay. Just real beautiful connection right there with the wall. Gets on the face of the wave. And she's a young girl. She's a young competitor going up against people that are probably at least twice her age, I would think, and Tracy McKay right here from South Africa, who, by the way, yesterday during the opening ceremony, she was as positive as she could possibly be. She was lighting up the stage with her smile. You saw her during the Sands of the World ceremony. She was just happy.
Oh my God! South Africa brought sands from 3 different beaches. They were so proud of their sands of the ceremony stage.
Dude, I remember one year when I first knew that Denmark and Sweden were going to compete in World Championship events, and I'm like, wait, do you guys even have sand? Are you guys going to bring rocks, or what are you going to do? Like, I started laughing, and they're like, no, we have some beaches on lakes every now and then. And it's like, I'm like, okay, then bring that. But wouldn't it be funny to throw some rocks in the sands of the nation parade?
Oh, we've had rocks come from different countries.
Yeah?
I think at the World Longboard or the World Surfing Games at the ISA. And a lot of times the ISA will donate the Sands of the World Aquarium encasement to VIPs and dignitaries in other host cities. So it is quite remarkable to see all the different grades in the sand layers.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
No,
I'm Bo Hodge. This is Mitch Salazar. Welcome to day number 2. It's a little bit chilly. I got 4 layers.
It is cold.
Look at you, rocking a single layer.
Well, I'm probably like 100 pounds heavier than you, first of all. And second, dude, I got to rock my shirt. It's looking good, and I feel like that we really want to show our native pride. You know, I got to show the brown color right here, Bo. I know you got all the red stuff coming from Hawaii lately. You guys have had some really nice weather. I'm a little jealous, but you know what?
What's that?
It's rainy, and it's getting offshore now. I'm stoked.
It's cleaning up. I mean, you know, that first heat of the day, Christian Bailey, closeouts, but he was still taking advantage of the opportunity out here. And like you're saying, we're seeing a little bit more open face, and the crumbliness is kind of still there at times. And Sarah has now moved into first place with her last wave of a 2.33.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this division is that there's less surfers, so it'll allow a lot more easier opportunities as far as wave catching. Priority isn't really going to be an issue, so if you're kind of a newbie with that, you can really just lay back and catch any wave you want, or at least kind of back off of the waves that your other competitors are paddling for. And most importantly, everybody's spread out now. As you can see on screen, all 3 surfers are not in the same place. Earlier rounds or earlier heats today, we saw that a lot, Bo.
Yeah, we saw even a potential interference in our second heat of the day.
Mm-hmm. And fortunately, it did not get called. There was a warning. The beach announcer did give them a very hard warning on behalf of the priority judge, but good thing it didn't go through, and it's a learning lesson for that competitor too.
Okay, Sarah with a 2.33 and a 1.57. Isabella with a 2.67 one-wave score. Only needs a fraction of a point better than to move back into the lead. And Tracy McKay on her opening ride, a solid score of a 2.33. Here we go, Sarah up and riding wave 3.
Yeah, and decent-sized set wave. Look at that bottom turn, goes up into the lip. This is a really good read from Sarah so far. Beautiful surfing, and it shows you how knowledgeable she is about being in the ocean by herself.
That's going to be definitely the highest score in this heat. I love the combination of maneuvers there, the drive, the speed that she generated, even in the whitewater, to score those points.
Yeah, and you want to encourage good surfing more than anything on the harder set waves too, because look at that. It was not an easy takeoff. She took off under the lip, but look at that lip line hit right there. And she reaccommodates her body after that first turn too. She gets her body back onto the further part of her board, so it accommodates, and she gains speed off of that too. Beautiful surfing there from Sarah.
You know, Mitch, you were talking about how Tracy had so much fun during the opening ceremonies. Let's relive what we saw yesterday here on day number 1 of the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AmpSurf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Para Surfing World Championship, and a lot of the para surfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national para surfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the para surfing movement belongs to all of you, and the para surfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's what we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship officially open.
What an amazing time, the opening ceremonies, and we'll have a closing ceremonies. And the cool thing about the closing ceremonies is the award ceremony.
Yeah, and you're able to see the camaraderie after everybody's competed too. So you see the before and after of this event, and it's really beautiful to see. In the case of countries that have maybe 1 or 2 members, such as Colombia. I mean, I think Freddie Serrano might be the only representative of Colombia.
Israel.
Israel with Klein. It's outstanding for countries with certain economical issues that, you know, they can't bring a full team, but at least 1 or 2 people actually make the move. And behind the scenes, they're actually making a ton of moves to actually get here by themselves. So it'll translate into motivation for everybody else in the future, too, which is a really bright thing.
Yeah, Sarah scoring a 6.67 on that last scoring wave. A remarkable wave that's put her into the lead. I know I was just walking up and down the beach walk here. I was running into Ethan and Jeff from Team USA, and how Jeff Munson's saying, hey, we're going to have a wave ski event at Huntington this summer coming up at the end of June. And then we're going down to the World Wave Ski down in Peru after that.
That'll be fun.
So the community already networking and vying for, you know, other events besides parasurfing events. You know, the competitors who compete in the wave ski also compete, you know, because they're equal on a normal person on the wave ski at the World Wave Ski Championships.
Yeah, and you're promoting people competing in several different categories too at the same time. It's like you don't necessarily just have to be prone if you want to. If you want to be, you know, competing in wave ski at the like in the same event but in separate divisions, go ahead and do it. I mean, first of all, you're encouraging people to have better health, and second, it's like you're spending way more time in the water too.
All right, let's watch a replay of Sarah here.
So this is her last one. A 6.67 was her previous one. This is probably going to replace her low score, which is in the 2 range. But more importantly, she's staying active. Still lots of time, around 8 minutes to go. So she's comfortably out in the lead right now, just trying to better 2.33. And no priority so far established in these last 7 and 45.
Sarah going back out. Sarah, a silver medalist in the last ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Runner-up to Ann Yoshida. In that final, it was Ann first, Sarah second. Suzanne Edwards from England third, and Morgan Oliveira from France in fourth.
You know what's one rad thing about surfing worldwide is that certain countries, you wouldn't think that certain part of their coastlines would really produce surfers or maybe even talented surfers. And we had a competitor yesterday for the U.S., actually, Christy. She's a cross-country star in the Paralympics. She's training here in San Diego. She competed yesterday in the surfing, but she's actually from Maine originally. And then in Australia, you have people from Tasmania, you have people from Canberra, which is inland, so they go to the coastline to practice. In Japan, you have certain places where accessibility to waves is much more difficult. We have people from China competing now, from South Korea, which is beautiful. Even a couple of Russian competitors, too. Not in this event, but I've known of a few.
Yeah, in the ISA Worlds and the World Surfing Games. There's the Uruguayan flag.
I think, a fun fact, I think Uruguay has their first elected president who is a surfer.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. The guy actually rips. I've seen a few clips of him.
Well, so. President Barack Obama was a body surfer at Sandy Beach.
I would have loved to have seen him compete at Pipeline with Cunningham.
Well, I tell you what, here's a story about Barack. When he was campaigning for his first term, the Secret Service allowed him to go body surfing at the time. And before he was elected president, his family was out at Magic Island on the South Shore. No one even bothered him. Once he got elected president, the Secret Service increased, and he goes, hey, I want to go body surfing. You go, President, I got good news and bad news. You're in Hawaii. That's the good news. You can't go body surfing anymore. But the lifeguards, the City and County lifeguards, I used to be a Sandy Beach lifeguard down at Sandy Beach, and they actually gave him some paraphernalia. They gave him a hat, they gave him a shirt, and they said, "We trust you. After your 8 years, you can come back and go body surfing." He needs to come back and go body surfing.
He reps. I've seen a few clips of him too. He surfs pretty good, and especially when it comes to heavier waves, I think he actually prefers it. That's how Mark Cunningham is too.
Yeah.
I mean, like
MC.
Yeah, he was one of his influencers actually. By the way.
Totally. Everybody influenced by Mark Cunningham. And of course, Mark's still going strong, still body surfing. Saw him at Makapu just about a week ago. And we're back on screen. Some of our cameras are having technical difficulties. You saw Brad out there wiping the lens of one of the cameras out on the outside. So our ASP staff of Action Sports Productions battling through the weather. It looks like some of the rain has pulled back a little bit. But they're doing good.
Yeah, and it seems like with that rain, it also comes that those drains are just going all the way out into the ocean. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at those little waves. I think we might have an artificial wave that might be creating itself right there on the shoreline too, like at Waimea Bay.
Oh yeah, when they released the river mouth, and also Jerry Lopez says you can ride the Deschutes River reverse like that.
What?
Yeah.
And I've seen videos of Alex Gray and all of them surfing in Wisconsin, and even in the Great Lakes.
Yep. Well, here we go. Sarah on wave number 5.
Staying active in this one. Oh, nice hit right there. Just couldn't re-engage well enough to actually get back onto the open face. But personally, I think that would have been the biggest score of this heat so far compared to that 6.67. Really nice bottom turn, drew it out, and actually engaged with the lip super hard. Look at this, Bo. She gets into the face of the wave. Look at how she redirects right there. Gets a little foam climb, and look at this. Boom! Engaged well, but when she was coming down, that little whitewater didn't have enough strength to push her back into the face of the wave.
You know what I see in her technique? A lot of Christian Bailey influence right there.
Yeah. Otter's been working with her for sure.
Here we go. Tracy with priority on the outside. And can't get into this wave.
Yeah, you really can't stop paddling until you're actually on the wave here in La Jolla. It's kind of gutless at the beginning, and then once you're actually on the face of the wave, it's all good.
All right, the waning minutes here in this heat. Tracy finding the connection on the inside, redirects, and rides it all the way out. She's looking back at the tower. On the tower, not only they have the priority, but they have the time up there too.
They do, and that's crucial because if you can't hear them, at least you can see what's going on. And Tracy, probably going to be something that's going to go into her top 2 for sure. Got the lip line floater at the end. And I love the way she used her handles there to redirect herself going right at the end. So going to be a keeper, I would think, for McKay going into these last 2 minutes and 30. But look at Desano. After she caught her 2 really big scores, she's been kind of quiet after that.
Yeah, and only separated between second and third by 0.04. 4.74 to 4.70. So this wave for Tracy, has it come in?
I believe it has not yet. I think that's her 4th wave, and we might still be waiting on it.
Needing a 2.38, so just a fraction, a 100th of a point better than her best wave. So just under 2 minutes to go. Tracy looking back, that's Sarah looking back in red.
And you can tell she knows how to compete. She's the one that's sitting furthest outside. She's the one that's actually capitalizing on the set waves. And she knows that every time she establishes priority, even if somebody else is paddling for it, and she has, oh my God, where did my train of thought go? Unconditional right away. She can go on anything that she absolutely wants to go on.
You see our competitor on the inside, that's Isabella. And we'd like to thank our media partners here at the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Our media partners including Surfline, Waves, Virus, Grave Dad Zero, BCM Surf Patrol, and the Surf News. And you can follow us on social media right here at our website at isasurf.org. Lots of great pictures and videos and clips. And check out the team rosters. You can go out and find out individual stories about our competitors. And, of course, you can follow us on social media at our Facebook, International Surfing Association, our Instagram and Twitter handle at ISA Surfing, and hashtag some of the pictures maybe you're seeing here. You look up ISA Worlds or Inspired Surfers.
35 seconds. Sarah coming up with a pretty good heat total so far, 9.5. DeSeno in second place. And look at Sarah back on the board again. And with 20 seconds, I mean, she had her wave count up pretty high. That's her 6th wave so far. Looking good, looking comfortable. And she's doing Team USA proud right now.
Yeah, there's Ann Yoshida getting into the competition zone. Her heat coming up in just about 20 seconds. And Sarah, a very successful heat. Team USA's got to be proud of her.
Yeah, especially considering that it's a trying time as far as conditions go. Like, it's getting cleaner, but that doesn't mean that with the rain, it doesn't impair your vision a little and your hearing too.
Getting some assistance there, and that rounds out that heat. Heat 1, round 1 of the women's prone division. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, our second and final heat of this round. You're watching 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Team USA will take us out. Look at them.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and we are into heat number 2, round number 1 of the women's prone division. A 2-lady heat right here. And Mitch, last year we had 10 women in this competition, and this is the one area that we've had a decline in participation. Only 5 women entered this year, so unfortunately all the other divisions have advanced in participation, but this one has taken a little bit of decline. And oh my God, is that breakfast? Do I see pancakes? We'll take 3 stacks.
Of how many?
Of whatever they got.
How many per stack?
I want to put 1 in each of my pockets right now.
This would be like, I'm going to be honest, this would be like my second breakfast if we actually do get the pancakes.
I saw you at the hotel breakfast.
Dude, it was good too. I'm not going to lie.
All right.
But those pancakes do look good. Everybody doing a super good job. But getting back to your point about competitors and as far as numbers go, yeah, it did decline, but it also spread out because there's more divisions.
Yeah, there's more divisions. Overall, we've set a record with 122. Here we go, the defending 2-time gold medal champion from Hawaii. This is Ann Yoshida.
Yeah, and Yoshida just going all the way through on that one. I like the energy. She knows she has people assisting her in the water, so she can really go for anything. Even if she wants to go for an air, she'll go for it too.
I got to correct myself. That's Dr. Ann Yoshida.
Dr.
She has a
Ann
PhD.
Yoshida. What's her PhD in?
Well, in physical therapy. She helps us at Access Surf with assessments of the patients. of how to lift, how to put an individual on a
Oh,
surfboard.
beautiful.
We're looking for
Awesome.
comfort and ease. Maybe we have elevated pads very thin. Maybe we have them very thick, about 6 inches. And we're going to take you into Houston.
We have a problem.
Houston, we don't have a problem. There's the boys at the ASP van. That's ground control to Major Tom. We're Major Tom. That's ground control.
So for people who don't know who these men are in there, I'm just gonna name two of our production members. Mike Morrissey is in there, and for those who don't know who Mike Morrissey is, when magazines were a big thing back in the day, he was in every single one, whether it was a Volcom ad or an Excel ad. So Mike Morrissey, you're a legend, whether it goes to Southern California or beyond, but he's also a pioneer when it comes to aerial surfing. So he's one of the people that's in the production truck. So these guys they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they practice what they preach. They're also pretty good on the golf course, too.
I haven't played golf with them, but
all right.
Maybe I'll have to get my A game up.
All right. Let's head over to the Amp Surf table. We got plenty of Amp Surf gear. We got towels. We got hats. And we got beanies.
Couple beanies, nice hats. These are the ones that I want to see. Those Hawaiian shirts.
Oh, rocking the Hawaiian shirt.
I can see myself in one of those later.
All right. There's the Amp Surf hoodie.
It's nice.
I bet they're going to sell a lot out today for those. Another stack. She's on Instagram.
Maybe she's following you, Bo.
Yeah.
But she's focused, though. It seems like she might be watching us, and she might be watching herself online. Who
Well,
knows?
I think if she was, she would have known she's watching herself. Let's go back to Ann Yoshida. What'd she get on her first ride?
2.0 for Yoshida, a 2.0 for Denise Akeda, which is, you know, a difficult comparison because their waves were different as far as size go. Yoshida's a little bit longer, but Cicada had a little bit more punch, so split in hairs right there are the judges on those two opening scores. But just going back to how somebody like Dr. Ann Yoshida influences not only the community in parasurfing, but in surfing in general. I mean, she can help people with disabilities and people like, say, a John Florence who lives 40 minutes across the island on how to get his knee better, how to get his physical shape a little bit better too.
You see some of our water patrol and fighting the current out there.
Yeah, no, it's difficult, and she can ask for help if she wants to, but she's a warrior. And
well, in this division, there's no assistance allowed.
Oh, there's no assistance allowed
That's
yet?
coming up in the Prone 2.
Okay.
So by the classification, and Ann is leading the charge and helping assisting with the ISA in the classification, and Prone 1 have to be self-sufficient prone paddlers, and they have the upper body core strength to do that. Prone 2 are more of your quadriplegics who have not the full ability of their chest and their arms for motion.
So it would be much more difficult for them to actually make it back out, especially considering that the tide's still coming up, so the push is a little larger too.
Yeah, and we're seeing Denise here. She's on the shoreline.
Checking her fins, maybe hit the sand there. It is shallow right there when you're about to get to the beach.
Yeah. And also, 2 years ago, elected into the Duke Kahanamoku Watermen's Hall of Fame as an adaptive surfer.
She's doing everything. She's doing everything.
Yeah. Let's take it back to what we had 2 days ago here at La Jolla Shores. We had the Amp Surf Surf Clinic done by a lot of our great volunteers. Check this out.
My name is Dana Cummings. I'm the founder and president of Amp Surf. So today we got about 13 participants out here. So these are all people living with various disabilities, anything from quadriplegia to traumatic brain injuries, vets with PTSD and stuff like that. So the main objective of Amp Surf and doing these clinics is to let people know that they can do anything they set their minds to, is adapt and overcome and give them the focus on their abilities. that healing power of the ocean, when you get out there and just feel that rush of riding that wave, you can't help but feel good. Just feel great. And so someone that's living with different types of disabilities, PTSD or a physical disability, something like that, feeling that rush and that power of the wave just really picks them up, makes them feel good about life, and it just makes them want to live and live strong. So the rest of this week is just going to be epic. We've got about 140 athletes from around the world. It's just going to be an epic session to see these guys all compete and see who gets crowned world champion.
And what great things Amp Surf does. Is that Freddie?
It is Freddie Serrano. He's coming up.
I saw Freddie on the beach walk throwing a football on a skateboard.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that promo, and I seriously almost came to tears.
Well, hey, you want to get involved with Amp Surf? Go right ahead, Go onto their website. We've got great information right there, and you can be a volunteer. You want to inspire people, ampsurf.org. You can contact them. And, of course, if you're buying things on Amazon, they are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And if you go to Amazon Smiles, Amazon will donate 0.5% of every sale that you donate over to Amp Surf.
Yeah, and I don't really get to talking about myself too much because it's super unnecessary, and I don't really like it. But I was a cancer survivor when I was a kid, and there's a lot of people that have been through that I know that have competed and surfed. Richie Levitt being one of them, former championship tour surfer. He survived skin cancer, and regardless of what your disability, between actual parentheses would be, or what you've been through, we're all here to help each other out, and that's the beautiful thing about the clinic that we saw 2 days ago. It's people that are even competing in this event. We're helping out to people that are new. And you're looking at somebody like Freddie Serrano, and it's hard not to get inspired by him. I mean, dude, he is a public figure in his country right now, and surfing's not a big thing, and he is trying to make it a big thing down there.
Well, the therapy of the ocean, and we all experience it as surfers. You may have a down day and not a good day at work or school or something like that, and go out in the ocean and you have a good surf session, and you're going, oh, man, I feel recharged there. There's Freddie, and of course, he made an impact, and Stance supports him, one of our fine sponsors. And look at him. He's determined.
Well, first of all, I like his haircut. I think it's really sick. And I was speaking to him yesterday, and he has like a mini doc on YouTube, I believe. It's super motivating. And I was speaking to him, and he says, I do super well in school. I'm about to go to high school. I'm about to enter high school. But my dream is to be a vet, and I want to work with animals and design prosthetics.
Wow.
So he wants to help others. He wants to help animals, and he wants to do something that he's passionate about because he knows that through his disability, he can motivate and help others, especially considering that, he's experienced these things that they felt too.
Well, we see Denise still having some trouble on the inside. You can see Team Brazil communicating with her, and Ann Yoshida has finally made it back out. And we have a dead high, each of our surfers with a 2.0 in this heat.
Are we going to have to actually sign her up as Dr. Ann Yoshida now? Like, you earned that title, right? I mean, it's 10 years in school, and I feel like you would want to be represented that way when you actually do get called up for your heat. Dr. Ann Yoshida in white. Dr. Ann Yoshida in white. Please come up and pick your jersey.
Well, here we go. Ann's going to turn around on this one. She'll duck dive and a bigger set on the outside. There's Parata down on the lower left of the screen.
Dude, he's passionate.
Oh, yeah.
He charges, too. He's showing me some photos yesterday of him surfing at VLAN and Sunset.
Yeah, that's his backyard right there.
Dude, and honestly, Brazil, I don't think we've even mentioned them too much besides the competitors from yesterday, but they are a force of reckoning. I mean, in the last 10 years, whether it's parasurfing, stand-up surfing, actually competing in paddleboard races, like, they can do everything, and they're super competitive and passionate about what they do, But if they still see you struggling, they wouldn't even doubt for a second to give you the shirt that it is on their own back too.
So I think Denise is maybe a little bit intimidated.
Possibly, depending on what part of Brazil she actually is from. Could be the first time she actually put a wetsuit on. From the middle to the northern part of Brazil, it really doesn't get cold any time of the year. But if you're from the south, Santa Catarina to be specific, Florianopolis, that whole area, it gets cold down there. So it might be the first time she's actually used a suit. And here comes another one of our competitors from Brazil in the next heat. And I love his board design. Look at that. Look
Well, that's
at
Davi.
that.
Davi Teixeira.
And look at his haircut, too.
Oh, yeah, he's rocking
looking
it.
Slick.
He's a former world champ, winning in the second year. I think it was 2016. And he's turned into one of adapting surfing global rock stars. Stretching, getting ready.
Big part of your warm-up right there is actually getting that lower part of your back, that lumbar area, actually warmed up. That's where all your core strength comes from. So if you don't have that warmed up, and look at it, even doing little jumping jack to get everything well coordinated too.
Yeah, Davi, second place to Jesse Bilar in the inaugural 2015, won the world title, gold medal 2016, as we watch Ann Yoshida coming in on her second ride. Davi has finished second 3 times out of the 4 ISA Para World Surfing Championships, and only finished once first time. So it's between him, Jesse, Barney, Freddie. Freddie's the defending gold medal champion. So we've got a very stacked heat coming up in the Prone 2 division.
Well, the one thing that Davi has over everybody else is that the inaugural event, you could say he was easily the underdog in that final.
Oh, yeah.
And he beat the person who was probably the most recognized surfer in this division in Jesse Bilar. So not only is Davi, in my opinion, kind of the favorite because of that, but it also means that now that he's ended up in second, he for sure has less pressure than everybody else.
Yeah. All right. Not only does he have one coach, he has 2 coaches. See, the other 2 guys in red, one will be a pusher to push him onto the wave, and the other one will be a catcher to swim him back out to the lineup.
So that's the one with the fins.
Right.
That one will actually be out there pushing him, and the other person doesn't really need fins because they'll be standing up on the sand.
And I was talking to Ann this morning, and she also said she was training over at Bellows on the east side of Oahu, where it's onshore, choppy, crumbly wave, which very similar is right here.
And it seems like Denise coming back on the beach already. She might have just caught on that 2.0 right now. And that's going to be it for her. It's still lots of time, though, so Dr. Ann Yoshida going to get back out there. She's still got 5:30 to go, but it seems like Cicada really just knew that she just wanted to get out there, represent her country. She's got her flag going. And you can see the motivating words from her teammates encouraging her that she's done a job well done out there in challenging conditions here in La Jolla.
Okay, 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So basically, this is an Ann Yoshida heat because it's a 2-person heat, and she can gain some more ground because top 4 will make on into the final.
And as of right now, it's Sarah and Isabella who are currently in the final so far. So it could be a little tiebreak right here. If Cicada had another score, she could possibly match up against Isabella de Seno and maybe even have a tiebreak heat.
Well, the women are going to have another qualifying round number 2 before they go into their final. So they'll surf at the most 3 times here at La Jolla at the AmSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
How do you feel about the fact that not only are they competing twice, but they also have the ability to maybe have what many people call a shocker heat in their first one and then come back and possibly take everything out? You know, it's like you could still have a terrible heat in your first one, have a great one in your second one, and you qualify for the final, but that doesn't guarantee the victory or the gold medal either in the final.
Yeah, you're totally right. Ann's going to turn around on this one. Take a whitewater takeoff. And not able to connect on that wave.
Almost got in the face. Look at her, though. She duck dove. She's patient. She's methodical. And even if you're from the South Shore, west side, or the windward side of Oahu, Waves are heavy there. I've competed on the South Shore, and I've competed on the North Shore, and I can tell you, regardless if it's summertime or wintertime, there's power to the Pacific Ocean. So she's comfortable in these conditions, first of all, because it's a beach break. You're not dealing with the reef under you, Bo, which is big, first of all. Second, dude, she's got nothing to lose right here. There's people around her. Anything happens, she's comfortable with herself.
All right, there's Team USA getting psyched up for the men's Prone 2 division coming up.
Dealing with, playing with, you're going to be on the 7-7. Oh, I can catch that all day. So, I mean, you'll be able to...
Jose Martinez there in the sand. Of course, we're going to have Jesse Pilar, also a former gold medalist in this division. They're analyzing, they're watching the break, they're talking about the waves and the takeoff zone. Now, Jim Russell here is on the left with the blue fins. He's leading the volunteers in the water safety. You're going to see a lot more orange shirts coming up in the Prone 2 division because of the severity of their injury or birth defect that they have. They're going to be extra hands and extra safety in the Prone 2, both men and women.
Yeah, and a lot of these volunteers or people that are assisting with our competitors in these divisions that actually need it, most of them have been certified during the Big Wave Risk Assessment Group. I've done a brag course myself, and I can tell you it is not easy. You earn every cent of what you're paying to actually get that certification. And second of all, these people are watermen, Bo. They've been living in and out of the water for decades, for years. And there's a lot of young guys, too, which I love because they're getting nurtured and encouraged by somebody like Jim Russell to do this in the long run.
Here we go, Ann Yoshida. This will be wave, what, number 3 or 4?
This will be 3 for Dr. Yoshida. Looking good, though. Look at her. She looks back to her corner on the beach. She's like, should I go back out and get one more? They're probably chee-hooing her to go and get at least one more with 1:30 to go.
And was saying, I hate wearing a wetsuit. I said, well, you don't have to wear it, but I recommend it.
I saw Mono yesterday just putting a wetsuit on with how experienced he is not needing one where he's from on the east side of Australia. And then you see somebody like Pirata who's been living in Hawaii for, 4 or 5 years now, and he's like, dude, I'm freezing, but I'd rather just wear my wetsuit top than actually put a full suit on.
Yeah. Okay, just a minute remaining here in heat number 2, round number 1 of the women's Prone 1 division. Coming up next, heat 1, round 1 of the men's Prone 2 division. That'll be the assisted prone division.
There's the Colombian flag, Freddy Serrano coming up. It is a stacked heat. It's going to be easily, it could easily be the final right now, but I think they're going to have to earn their spot to get into that final, which we'll see on Sunday, I believe, Bo.
Yeah, we're going to have qualifying round 1 and 2 for the men's Prone 2 division. Then they'll have semifinals and the final, but just round 1 will be served today. And Yoshida goes back out with a minute to go and still finds another wave to catch. You see the assist and the chairs, the water chairs, the transfer chairs we call them, transferring them from the beach into the water. And these transfer chairs are submersible and they can go underwater and all. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick break right here. When we come back, we're going to bring back Brad and Roy for the call of the men's Prone 2 division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And it's the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live.
What a blessing we get.
Live from a very wet La Jolla right now as the rain continues to fall, but great competitive spirit going on in the water right now. We are into your Men Prone 2 round 1, 4 qualifying heats in this one. And we're off and running right now. Who are we looking at in this heat right now?
You know, we've got some really amazing surfers in this. From Colombia, we've got Freddie Merriman. We've got Brazil's Davi Teixeira. We've got Buster from Hawaii. And we've got from Portugal, Nuno. This is potentially, as we've seen multiple times here, what would typically look like a champion's field. Now, there is the young man that a lot of people have their eyes on. The guy from Colombia, Freddie Merriman. Freddie, a absolute beast of a celebrity. And look, for no reason why, check him as he comes into this wave. Little push from his assist, and Freddie's dipping back in, cutting. Big old 360.
Yes.
Look at that. As we said,
spins it.
Very much talked about, and you can see why. He's taking any wave and turning it into his wave.
But talk about, of course, prone 2. You see other guys in the water with the athletes. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so here in prone 2, the individual has a catcher and a pusher, making sure that they stay safe in the water. And what this really comes down to is the idea of if that surfer was in an impact zone, would they be able to get out on their own? In this case, these individual surfers most likely could not. So that means that they provide them with an assistant pusher and an assistant catcher. So it's a team of 3 that work in the water together to get it. And look at this guy, no stranger to the competition, out of Hawaii, Buster Kawasaki. What a fun name to say, and what a fun man to watch out in the ocean.
I was talking to him just a little while ago before he went out. He was so pumped.
Davi Teixeira right here as well.
He's a legend, isn't he?
He's a great surfer as well. You know, again, this is one of those heats that typically has been a championship, level heat.
Oh,
does the
dab claim.
Here he goes on a replay. This is that wave that we saw earlier from Freddie. Waits for it to reform, and after he drops in, decides to throw a little bit of Hollywood up there on the wave.
Spins the 3, doesn't get that second rotation back around, but I tell you what, that's what you want to do here to try and score those big points.
Yes, that is 100% true. Buster, longtime competitor, many-time champion in a lot of different adaptive competitions around the world. Freddie really on the up and up, and Davi Teixeira from Brazil has always been in these competitions. Then we've also got Nuno from Portugal, who we're still waiting to see a wave from. Davi scoring a 5 on that wave. As we saw, not only did he have length of ride, but he also had a lot of maneuvers while he was up there surfing.
So Davi, the top spot right there, and people trying to stay nice, warm, and toasty. Freddie Merriman from Colombia in that second spot in blue. Buster Kawasaki from Hawaii in the white in third. Nuno Vitorino holding down that last spot right there.
We're starting to see more waves, but that doesn't mean that we're seeing better waves quite yet. But here he is from Brazil, Davi up there, not really getting up in that pocket. You really got to find that specific shoulder on these waves today to get some, traction going.
Well, also you got a high tide push now, so the tide is definitely pushing up on it. So maybe you get it, the waves are maybe a little fat, not so top to bottom. You can see the competitors in white swimming the pusher and the catcher, right?
Yep, exactly. So each team here is going to wear 3 jerseys. The competitor, the guy pushing, and the guy catching. That really defines them as a team so you can understand who is competing and who is also assisting in the division. There they are, Team USA and Team Hawaii hanging out there. And even, look, there he is.
Yeah.
Blonde hair, Mr. 4-time gold medalist here, Bruno Hansen. Josh Bogle as well from Team Hawaii, and Mike Pingatore there from Team USA, all cheering on the competitors. As this is a unity that we're looking at here.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing. You're seeing all the countries or the nations getting together and all hanging out together and having a good time.
You nailed it, Brad J.
So Davi, the number 1 spot, he nailed it with a 5.00. That's what he did. A 183 he backed that up with, giving him a 683 number 1 spot. Kawasaki, a 317, 147. Buster in that number 2 spot in white. That's your top 2. They would transfer on if they remain in that top 2. But Freddie Merrimont and Nuno Vitorino from Portugal, they're battling it out, trying to get to those last 2 transfer spots. But Buster, before he went out in the water, I saw some of his team was talking to him and saying, what do you want me to do? You want me to point you this way and do this? And Buster's like, just point me to where the waves are.
Yeah.
Just point where I need to be.
You know, I think that's kind of been his traditional approach to all these competitions. Buster always gets waves. Members of Team USA there cheering other competitors on. There's the well-dressed South Africans.
Let's listen in. It's kind of cool.
How many languages do you think are being spoken right now?
My goodness. 15 maybe?
Right?
But the one thing everybody knows.
The other thing everybody knows is stay dry inside the competitor's tent.
Yeah. Well, it's a long day too. You have a lot of heats that you have to get through. You're out there rooting on your fellow country people too as well. So you gotta stay warm. You gotta stay comfortable because it could come up to your time too as well.
You know, we're still in Heat 1, Round 1 of Prone Men's Division 2. Out in the water. Usually this is a finals right here with the 4 competitors that we see. Still waiting for Nuno to grab a wave from Portugal. And still waiting. Oh, here comes Freddie. What is Freddie going to do on this wave?
Look at this.
Last time, big old 360. Big old stop there.
Off the bottom.
Coming down.
He's setting it up.
And another push from that wave. Freddie going to cut in, find that little open face.
Oh, look at this little shoulder, a little double up for him, and he's going to spin it around. Oh, it doesn't quite get the rotation. Kind of goes a 180 on that one, and then that's going to do it.
Now, I think this is really going to set how we're going to see scoring. This was obviously a longer ridden wave than we've seen than most competitors are getting today. Now, yesterday we did not see the judges scoring where length of ride took into consideration. But now with the less number of good waves, how do you think this might play in as we're waiting for Freddie's score here?
Yeah, that's the tough break because, I mean, he did make 2 sections on that wave. Look at Davi here.
Oh, I would have loved to see him continue on that one right there. Came up over the top, went there, and almost came back down the face of the wave.
Listening back in the athlete tent right now. Meditation going on. Staying warm. And look at this one right now. Buster.
There he is. And what did you say his teammates told him?
Just you point me where to go.
And I'll find the waves, and he is staying true
Buster.
to his statement.
Can he get back into this section? Look at Buster just making this one all the way through, making S-carves all the way through. There he goes, Buster Kawasaki.
Buster with a full ride there. You know, Bo, one of the other announcers here, big supporter of Team Hawaii. I wonder if Bo gave him any points right there, because I would always take some Hodge knowledge.
Wow.
Ooh, good one there.
That could be actually a part of the show.
That could be a whole
it's
segment.
It's time for Hodge Knowledge.
Hodge Knowledge comes back to you and allows you to understand. And when he's on the beach, it's Bro Hodge.
Bro Hodge, indeed. Well, you can see Buster getting back on, but that was a long section for Buster. He made that all the way through. You can see him kind of just going back and forth, getting some little S-turns in there.
Yeah,
working
here
it back and forth.
On the replay, really getting a great takeoff from his assisted pusher right there. Buster staying right there in the pocket, waiting for it, and look at this. As it reforms, sees his guy that's supposed to catch him. Buster says, no, I'm going to continue going, and you're going to earn my pickup today.
Yeah.
Buster taking that one almost all the way to the beach and really showing how this has helped. So Buster, look at that,
That's
all the way
awesome.
up with a 4.03.
That's awesome. The catcher's like, wait, I'm supposed to get you right now.
Yes.
No.
You know, that last wave from Freddie, too, that we saw, 3.6. And again, he did have 2 maneuvers, but it was length of ride on that one. So Buster Kawasaki in first place after that amazing 4.03 ride that he took it past his assistant, past his pusher,
but
and said,
by
I'm going
far.
to continue surfing.
Well, Roy, he did that by a very far, too.
Yes,
he
he
went
did.
way past him. So Buster busting his way all the way to the #1 spot, 403 at 317. That gives him a 720. David, the #2 spot, a 50 and a 183 for him. And the #2, Freddie Mermont from Colombia, a 360 and a 317. A couple of threes there for Freddie.
He's been trying that 360, and he got it in his score. It's now time for him to put it out in the
Oh,
ocean.
he did put it in the score.
Look at that, huh? Little math. I got a math degree as well, you know. There's one of our surfers from Team Hawaii right here. Amazing story. I met that girl. She had never been in the ocean in her entire life. A crew of my foundation surfers went over to Maui, met her on the beach, and we got her surfing for the first time ever in her life.
She got voted best attitude on the beach.
It is,
too.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
Yeah, Ava. We met her back at over just south of Lahaina, over in Maui, just on the beach.
I live there.
I've
like
got
that
this
area.
video clip of her throwing her fist in the air after catching her first wave with this gentleman by the name of Bruce Boyle, one of our
Where was
watermen.
she? In Lahaina surfing?
Yeah, just south of Lahaina, Laniapoko.
Yep,
one of those famous, pretty good little spots. All right, Davi catching a lot of waves here. Look at this one. This is going to score well.
Oh, that would have scored well.
That would have scored really well right there. Coming out a little bit sooner than anticipated, but we still have 8 minutes to go in this heat. Great
Look at that.
start.
Off the bottom. Nice rail work there. And then he sets back up for this section, tries to get a little off the top.
Yep.
Not able to bring that back in there. But, too, you got to look at that, too, Roy. You got a tidal change here. Now this tide is pushing. It's pushing towards about noon, so a couple hours. And this will be a maxed out high tide, just about 5 feet.
Yep.
Look at these sets on the out back right now. Hard to get the shoulders on them. Because when you get that onshore wind, it makes the waves kind of crumble all the way across, and that's what you're seeing out here on some of the sets. So you just want to be in that position to try and pick up a nice little corner to get a couple good turns in there, maybe a lip or a couple cutbacks, and make it happen. But I see a couple bumps coming in, so.
You know, looking way out there, you're definitely seeing some more motion in the ocean, as they like to say. And the great news here is, as you're saying, that tide is starting to push. We're seeing a little bit more of the wave for competitors to get up on. And we're still waiting for Freddie to put one of those 360s that he's been showcasing and try to land throughout this heat number 1, round 1 in the men's prone 2 division.
And you can see, once again, if you're just joining us, you see there's a lot of people in the water. In the prone 2 that we're doing, men prone 2, the surfers have a pusher that helps push them into waves, and then they have a catcher on the inside that helps retrieve them after they get to the end of the waves. And that's why you see 3 different jerseys representing each color.
And then you also see the orange jerseys from Water Safety as well. So as you were mentioning, there are a lot of people in the water right now. And Freddie is going out there deep looking for what could be his wave of his heat. The other thing that you'll start to see, too, as you mentioned, there's 3 jerseys. I think what really makes the teams the best is when the guy who's catching can make sure that they line up roughly where they think the surfer's going to end so they can get them right back out into the break.
You got to read it. Yeah, you definitely got to read it. But with the higher tide, the catchers are sitting in a little bit deeper water than they would be on a lower tide. So they, you know, like you saw what happened with Buster going past his catcher, and they got to try and swim and catch up to him because it's a little deeper on the inside now.
And, you know, here we go. Freddie dropping into this bigger wave. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Way out in front of that whitewash, finding one of the better waves of this set right now. Going up, grabs his board, spins out. But again, one of the bigger waves. Now let's see if that size is going to come into factor at all, and also going right. Majority of the guys have been going left today.
Well, it's also about his scores. 317, that's the one he's looking to replace. Does that one, if you're a judge now, you got to look at what Freddie did on that wave, comparing what he did on the 317, and then you got to know, is it better than a 317? And then you look at Davi on this one. He's got a little section to work with. He's off the bottom right here. Here's Davi. Nice turn right there. He's back on the inside.
Are we going to see a dab? Are we going to see a dab?
I mean, we've already saw a double dab out of him. Will we see another one? He's got something planned here.
Davi really showcasing water safety to him immediately. This is what's so great about this program here is the water safety guys are so on point, instantly back on his board, and his guys getting him back out into the break. Now, Davi already has 5 waves, and that was definitely the one that caught our eye the most. Let's see what it does with the judges' scores.
I think that could definitely beat his 4.93. You might see a 6 out of that one.
I'm going to go with a 5.83.
5.83. I'm thinking low 6s for Davi on that. That was one of the most stellar waves that we've seen. Let's take another look here. Talk to me about this one.
You know, look at this. He sees that open face and really comes up to the very top of the wave and then comes back down, gets out in that whitewash, and then there he does. His guaranteed amount of smile and stoke always comes out of him, and he shows it as he takes this one all the way once again past his catcher. He says, come to me, and we'll go back out. All right, here we go. Freddie up on this. This is that replay. What do you see here?
Well, I like what he was trying to do. He saw the section. He knew he had a little chance to try and get in front of that section. The only thing I didn't like is trying the 3 at the end where that wave gets a little too fat right there. I think if he's going to want to get that 360 in, he's going to have to do it off the bat, off the drop in, or at least on the first turn.
Yeah, or wait for a wave to reform and do it in that reform zone as well.
You need that gutter.
Yeah.
You need that gutter to turn your board back around in the 180 degrees from going backwards to facing forward. So you really need that push, and when the wave gets mushy on the inside, you don't get that push to finish the maneuver off.
Yeah, the one thing you don't need is a bunch of white water behind you pushing you around and making your board go any way it doesn't want to.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to take a little bit of work, but you know what? 3 minutes, 20 seconds. I think if I was him at this point.
Here we go, Buster. Now, the theory he's been using is show me the waves, I'll ride them. Oh,
that had a shoulder
missed.
too.
Yep, the rail of the board definitely took a little bit more than the track.
He's riding a quad, as you can see right there.
But again, Buster's scores here, all 3 scores. Now, remember, it's not the top 2. It is the top in this division. It's going to be the top 8 are going to move over into the into the semifinals. So these are really good scores for this opening heat. Let's see how they kind of place throughout the next heats.
And the rain continuing to fall. What a stark contrast from yesterday when we had cloudy conditions, and all of a sudden we start the Parade of Nations, and it just blew skies out. Roy and I asked for it. We got it. It was delivered. Sunny day yesterday. It
was gorgeous.
All day long. Absolutely gorgeous day.
And, you know, today is a tale of 2 here because it is a bit on the wet side. The nice part is the people in the ocean are getting the same experience as the people on the beach. They're both wet.
Exactly. And don't you love it when a non-surfing person will tell you, how could you surf in the rain? Come on, you've heard this from people who don't surf, right?
I think surfing in the rain is the greatest creation. It's like sliced bread. It's like you want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right there in front of you. The bread's there. You often go. It's the same thing in the ocean. Raining on you, you just love it that much more.
So if you're not a surfer and you find yourself asking surfers, how do you surf in the rain? Stop asking that question. We're already wet. We're out in the water. We're having a good time. It doesn't matter if it's raining when you're surfing.
You know, someone the other day about the amazing surf clinic they put on, they said, you know, the only bad thing, it was raining. And I said, you know, they got wet in the ocean too. I don't think anyone got my joke, but.
I got it.
Yeah, I know.
I get it.
Yeah. Freddie needs a 3.6 here. Oh, my God. Freddie needs a 3.6. He'll tie, and he'll probably throw a 360. So let's see if that culmination can be empowered together.
Well, look, if he pulls a 360 and gets the rotation all the way around and continues with that wave, I think it'd be probably the highest scoring wave we've seen. Look, David checks in with that 8.
Wow.
8. That's a big one.
Almost comboing the field, too. You know, Freddie just 1.03 away from being comboed out there. But what a wave. And we really saw it, too.
Wow.
You know, it grabbed our eye when we were watching. And, you know,
I said low 8.
Yeah, you did. You did. I gave him nothing more than a 5.83. So I think.
You're so mean.
I'm so mean. It looks like the Russians are here judging again.
God.
40 seconds. Are we going to see another wave?
The Russian judge gave a 4.
And, oh, my God, no one likes him. All right, here we go. We've got 30 seconds. It's really just going to come down to will there be a wave in this next set of time?
I just would love to see Freddie get the 3 here.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what happens, I'd love to see Freddie get the 3.
There is a wave coming. There is 8:15.
Yeah, you got to push him in. You got
to. And just see what happens. All right, Freddie's going to go for it. We've got it on the buzzer. He's going to get it off in time. Nope.
No. Doesn't do it. And
David.
Look at that.
Oh. I think David wanted to make a statement.
Yeah.
Because he definitely did.
Wow. We got Jose Martinez coming up, Jesse Billauer on the way. More coming up for you, Jermaine Pronto. Stay with us. More action. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And welcome back, everybody. 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships in the water. Who do we got, Roy?
That's my guy, Victor Pullman from the nation of Hawaii. Now, I know a guy by the name of Hobart Dickinson, and he is an amazing guy who loves getting people out in the water. He is a God's man in the water, and I've seen what he has done with folks like Victor and getting them out there, and now Victor being a member of Team Hawaii here competing in the World Para Surfing Championships. This simple act of kindness by one man has propelled a guy like Victor to be all the way over here in La Jolla, competing potentially for a world title and helping his nation of Hawaii try to capture the team title.
Well, look at Victor striking first out here. 3.67 is what he's got. That's a one-wave score that he's put that up. When you're starting solid just under a 4, good way to start with a just absolute oodles of time in this heat.
Now, before we started this heat, Brad, you said something to me as I was talking about, the different disciplines that we were going to see here, and I told you how much fun Prone 2 is to watch between the assist, the catch, and the surfer, how they all have to work together as a team, and they're really going out there and catching waves that, if I have seen today, I would say David Teixeira just put down the best overall heat of any competitor.
Yeah, I would have to say that too. I mean, we have not, first of all, the 8 that we just saw, that's definitely on a day like today. We talked about a perfect 10 today. That's as close to a perfect 10 that I think we'll see.
Yeah.
Will we see more? I don't know. Look at the set out back, though.
Set coming out the back. We've got 3 guys in the water, one of them being Jose Martinez from Team USA, who is no stranger to this competition and also catching really big waves.
You got Pullman in. Well, it looks like Matthew Vanderhoot from Costa Rica might be in line for it too as well. Here's Jose Martinez.
Jose just like fully stoked on there, actually getting a little bit, would have loved to see him continue on that and get to cut back a little bit on that wave, but overall a great first wave. 16 minutes in, here's our guy from Costa Rica, Matthew Vanderhoot. Matthew getting going here, really kind of slow forming wave that decided not today.
It's a wave choice thing now as that tide keeps creeping up on it. So we call those sometimes fat conditions when it gets kind of flooded and you don't get a lot of face height with it. So now we're seeing that kind of happen. So you really got to pick them right. As we see something building on the outside, looks like Victor Pullman might be in position for this.
Would love to see Victor set up really good for this wave, as Victor in his first wave really showed what he's capable of. Put him on a wave like this.
All right, well, let's check in. We got Bo standing by in the mix. Bo, take it away, my friend.
All right, thanks a lot, Brad. We're down here with a rock star, Mick Jagger. No, it's David Teixeira. But he is a rock star in the adaptive surfing world. And David, a former gold medalist, a former world champion. You've competed here and won silver medals and gold medals. What makes surfing so important in your life?
Surfing is important in my life because it's a connection of God, and I love stay at the water surfing. It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite sport.
I know it's your favorite sport. Talk about that 8-point ride and the maneuvers you did.
That was a big wave, right? And a good size. Two rollers and was good.
Well, you had some competition out there. Buster from Hawaii and also Freddie, the defending gold medal. How was the vibe in the water amongst you guys?
Freddie is my friend. I think he has my years old too. I think 14, and it's a good vibe surf with him. He's a good people, good person.
You want to say something in Portuguese back home in Brazil?
Fala galera, pai, Carol, todo mundo que me assistiu aí. Vamos embora para mais uma. Partiu, medalha de ouro desse ano, hein?
Former world champion David Teixeira, only 14, but he surfs like he's on the CT. Back up to you guys.
Oh, indeed. Thank you there, bro. Nicely done from that kid right there, putting up an 8.0, our highest scoring wave of the day right there going to David.
And I also think our highest stoke level as well, as he just had an amazing interview with Bro Hodges there. And we had, you know, what a great heat that was to open this up. Freddie was also in that heat, and so was Buster. I mean, Bo could have picked anybody on the beach and got an amazing, because all three of those guys, like, they're all fired up to be there.
You said it was like a final right there, right?
Yeah, it was. And now we've got, you know, folks like Victor and Jose and Matthew in the water now, who all have caught one wave, still waiting to catch that second. 13 minutes remaining in this heat. And let's see what these guys are able to pull off in the remaining time.
Well, there is a lot of time there. And Jose Martinez, a 6.33 to 2.93, number one spot. Victor Pullman, well, he's got one wave under his belt. That's a 3.67, looking to add something to that. And Matthew Vanderhoot, just one wave for him, a 1.0. But here we go. Matthew on this one.
The unfortunate pearl.
Nose goes under on that. So you got the pusher and the helper going to help him out there. But Jose Martinez in the number one spot. Victor Pullman in the number two spot. And Vanderhoot.
All right, Vanderhoot, although pearling that board, is still out there getting his assist back out in there. Now, what we're really seeing here is what it's coming down to, wave selection. Because with these, you know, surfers, they've really got to rely on that communication with that pusher saying, let's go. And they've got to also be able at the last second to also pull out and say, no, we're not going. And you've got to trust. It's a really big trust thing, because like in the surfer's mind, like me and you know this, every wave's a great wave. Why didn't you push me? But it's really up to that you guy in the back and the trust between them to say, all right, I'm putting you on a good wave, and I know you're going to put me on a good wave.
So are you saying, okay, well, hold on for that. Let's see Jose Martinez on this one. Jose Martinez working a little section here. Look at this, maybe a little cover up. No. Oh, gets it up on rail. That had almost a little tiny hollow section to it. But now you're saying, so I just wanted so I can clarify, the pusher and the athlete, whose call is it to go for the wave? Can the athlete say, I want this one coming in? Or does the pusher say, no, this is the one I'm putting you in on?
I think it really comes down to, you know, almost that like twin mentality, you know, when they say like twins have a sense between each other. I think you've really got to build that trust between the pusher and the surfer to know that the pusher is going to put you on good waves, and when that opportunity arises, you're going to surf that wave really good. But I think at the end of the day, at the last second, if the pusher pulls you off and says, no, we didn't go, you've got to go and say, I trust your judgment.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, it just also depends the wave knowledge of your pusher. Is your pusher like, you know, someone who's been in the water for a very long time, which obviously most of them are. But maybe there is that trusting, like you're saying. Like, that's why, is it the athlete's responsibility to pick the pusher?
I think it really is, you know, and I think it comes down to how do you communicate with that said pusher.
Yeah.
You know, a guy we work with a lot is a guy by the name of Bruce Boyle, an amazing surfer back in New Jersey. And Bruce is really into this kind of, you know, assisted surfing, where he loves to be that person to push, as he always feels he finds great waves. And I've seen him win some world titles with, you know, other adaptive surfers. And I think it really does come down to who do you pick, and making sure that you're picking someone that has the knowledge to put you into a good wave.
That is funny, because I remember just teaching my kids how to surf, and that's how I started them out, is pushing them into waves.
You know, they say a lot of times these traumatic injuries in life is a rebirth, and it shows even as you go into sports, a lot of times that the way you learn to sport again is very similar to the way you taught someone at a young age.
Oh, good comparison. Look at Vanderhoot right here. Matthew getting a good long wave. He needed this, only has that one. Look at that, trying to get that little floater right on the inside.
I think he went over his catcher, actually. They're stoked, though. They're fired up.
Yeah.
He knows he just caught his second wave in here. He's now going to have a scoring heat.
You saw the smile on his face, too.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, wait, that's not even his catcher.
That's not even his catcher.
That's what's so great about this event.
I'll help you.
I'll help you, man. I'm your friend.
You just gave me, you put fins in my back right now, but that's okay.
It's great. It's like a permanent tattoo where I'll always remember this moment.
Couple of stitches will fix that. Let me get you back out in the lineup. We're good to go.
Yeah, it's like hockey player mentality out there.
Jose Martinez, top spot, 10-1-6, a 6.33. 4.83, Victor Pullman from Hawaii, a 3.77, 3.67 for him. That gives him a 7.44.
You know, these crumbles here are surely sometimes turning into real waves. Here we go in the white. Victor
Pullman
stays up on it out in front of that whitewash. You hear the Hawaiians cheering him
double
on.
up. Look at the
He's going to
double up.
come back. This is going to be a great wave from Victor Pullman.
Whoa.
Victor taking this. Look at that face of determination. Victor taking this one fully past his pusher. He's getting one more turn on this.
Look at this.
This right here is a fantastic wave from Victor. I'm going to surely see that's going to up his 3.77 and 3.67, Brad J.
Milking that like a cow right there. Nicely done. Look at how far he takes it. And he redirects it. Look, so he takes off left. Here's a good look at it right here. And you think, is it over? Then you notice a double up. Wave knowledge. He sees it. So then he cuts and goes to the right. He goes, okay, look, I got a little bit of a cover up here, or a little wave to work with. Doubles up again and gives him another little section. So wave knowledge, staying with it and not trying to pull out right away.
You know, there's no doubt that this division of the ISA, the adaptive division, however, is at the same par of wave knowledge in ocean knowledge, because what Victor just did there is not just luck. That didn't just happen where it showed up. His pusher put him on a great first wave. He saw the opportunity for the second wave that came in the double up, and then took it, and then actually
had a third double up in there.
Took a third double up, so a triple up, and took that one past everything. Victor has got to be stoked. He just scored a 6.33. This Prone 2 division is surely showing up in these heats with some pretty impressive rides and great wave selection.
Yeah, and that is wave knowledge no matter what. You cannot be someone who's only surfed a year and be able to read that wave like that. Here's Jose Martinez on one. He's on a runner right now. He's going to get in front of this one. Look at the speed.
Yes.
Jose Martinez, he's going to get around the section.
He's going to get around the section.
Oh,
Let's
look
see
at
it.
this. Oh, hand in the water, cuts it back. He lets it build on the inside again. Look at this wave. This
He's
could be
even claiming it, and he's still riding it. He's going to get it back into that face. Oh, my God. As we continually say, this Prone 2 division is just showcasing this sport of parasurfing.
Jose Martinez taking that thing all the way to Scripps Pier on that one. What the heck? That is got to be – okay, so we saw Davi with an 8 earlier. I think we might see something around the 9 club now.
And you know what? We're still waiting for the score on Victor Pullman's last wave that got us all fired up. And then Jose shows up and keeps our level at this absolute stoke pin meter.
Shut the front door. Things are going big time out here right now. Guys are really reaching down deep and getting good waves.
I wish Brad J. Jr. was here right now for a really hot term that we could add into what we're seeing in front of us.
No.
You know, a Nazare Whomper doesn't accrued here, or a Slabosaurus. Like, none of those are quite working. What we're seeing here is just absolute.
Look at him. Look at him. He's still pumped in the water.
You know what we're seeing? We're seeing hot laundry.
We are seeing hot laundry fresh out of the dryer on this one.
This is just the tuff that makes your soul warm up. You are fired up like a little baby going to sleep.
He's not even out there yet. Talk to me about this wave.
Look at him. We talked about Jose Martinez and how he represents Team USA. He gets way out in front. When you don't think he has the speed, he gains more speed and gets out into the open face. Look at that hand drag. He stares at the wave and says, yes, I just shrouded you. And now I'm coming in for a little bit more, way past his entire team. Does a claim in there, and now says, wait, is there one more open face? I'm going to go for it. And then eventually gets spun off. And he is just, oh, man, he is fired up.
And just look at the size of this wave building up for him. You can see him eyeing the section, sees it, and then drops back down into that section. So then he looks, and I love this, right? He sees he's too far in front of the section, drop the arm in, stall it back, bring it back around. Booyah, Grandma. That's how you do it right there.
How about that look back? There's our guy, Brad J. Jr. just came in here. Power sourcing this wave.
And might have had a chance for another hit if he wasn't claiming out there.
Yes. All right, so that last wave that got us fired up in the first place, Victor Pullman, 4.63.
4.63, okay.
I'm still waiting to see what this Jose Martinez is, and it's perfect timing. Your son, the master of voice, actually just came in here. We'll hopefully get a hot word that we can yell over the mics as soon as we see that score from Jose Martinez.
We'll find out about that, but right now we're looking at Matthew Vanderhoot, Costa Rica, keeping busy out there, 4.10 into 3.3. Little section on the inside, trying to float that and drop back in. But 4 minutes and 21 seconds to go. Jose Martinez waiting for a score.
What do you think?
I'm going 9.
You're going 9.
Yeah. 8.5 or 9. I got to think so. I mean, I'm trying to compare it to Davi's 8 that he got.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do that.
I think it's longer than Davi's wave.
Definitely longer.
Oh, it's just it's what the judges say. That's why I've never been
what
a judge.
do you think Turtle from North Shore would have scored it?
Oh, Turtle would have given it a 9.5.
Okay, Turtle gives it a 9.5. We'll see what Brad J gives it when he says here.
Chandler don't let me surf his board. That's one thing he don't. Are we going to throw North Shore quotes in there now? Jeez.
We can quote everything.
I
today.
need to see the score because I am like freaking out on this one.
I know. I'm really waiting. You know, he already had that 6.33, and that did not get us that jazzed up.
No.
But that wave he just threw down got us really jazzed up.
I feel like the judges right now are really making sure that they attach a numerical value correctly compared to the other waves that we have seen scored. They have the abacus out. They have everything out right now. And they're
if we
working
had this
on
computer out and working, we would be able to see how they're inputting their scores. But this
3
rain, oh, there it is, in 8.33.
Biggest wave score, single wave score of the day, Jose Martinez.
And that world famous combo out has happened as Jose Martinez has comboed out the field. Victor will need a double score here to elevate himself to the level that Jose is at.
Jose might as well just go in right now. You got this, man.
Yeah, you're gonna need a perfect 10
It's
here.
like, let's push Jose into another wave.
You can hear Team USA in the competitors' tent not allowing this rain at all to deter their amount of stoke as they continually cheer on this absolute domination.
He's yelling, why'd you push me into that one? He's like, dude, I pushed you into one that got you an 8.33. Don't complain. 8.33, 6.33, big fat scores. Jose Martinez top spot for USA. Victor Pullman, the Hawaiian, 8.4. That's a 4.63 and a 3.77. And then Vanderhoot, he's not going away.
He's not.
He's like, look, I'm still in this thing. A 4.31, similar to his first wave score, he would need to get back into second.
All right, Matthew Vandervoort not quite going. Still got 2 minutes, so it now really comes down to wave selection. Although both of the guys in the white and the yellow are going to need 2 stellar waves to compete with what Jose Martinez has thrown down. I wonder if Jose's going back out. He is. Want to know why? He's a competitor.
Yeah. Where if that was me in that situation, I'd be on the beach, cup of coffee. I am done. I took care of business, but
I'd probably look for a hot tub.
His stoke is so like, I'm not done.
That look back on that wave, when he looked at it and that wave was just like, I own you. Here he goes again. Look at this. Yeah. Jose, let's throw another big number on the board.
Throw him into a right here. Look, drags his arm. Oh, gets into the section.
Oh.
Fights it through again. Still stays on the
Still
board.
Stays on. I'm sorry, folks. You cannot take Jose Martinez off a wave right now. The waves are his. He owns them currently, and he's proving that in heat number 2
at
here.
This. It's not even a wave, and he's crushing it. Out of control.
What did I tell you about Prone 2?
Prone 2, this is my all-time favorite right now. Seeing what these guys have brought into it. And
here we go, Victor.
And Jose was paddling back out. Dude, there's 45 seconds. You've got a million waves. You're crushing it. He's like, I'm going to go back out. Like, what a surfer, man. What a surfer. Well, here we go. Time ticking away. Jose Martinez, you got to wonder, did he beat his 6.33 with that last wave?
I really don't think he did, but he had a heck of a time doing it. And you know what? The amount that he is showing here, here he is. Like we said, Victor not, Matthew there, not quite getting to the full extent on that wave.
But look, they liked it, and they bumped Matthew Vanderhoot. The judges liked it, put him up in that second spot. So Victor Pullman, who's got a couple good waves, is in that third spot now.
He really is. Matthew did uncombo himself, so if he does catch a wave in the last 6 seconds, he does have the opportunity to surpass Jose, but I just don't see it happening.
You got to push him in.
Here we go. Victor Pullman, he gets – this is awesome. Before the buzzer, so we're going to see this ride all the way through. Victor,
nice.
Lovely, beautiful driving Miss Daisy type of turn right there.
Just drawn out right there.
Little reform, back up, stay up, get some nice little face spray, and he's still going way in. He took this one to the beach.
Oh, well, what is he looking to do here?
I think we're going to see a little jump in score, in my opinion. He's going to combo. That's definitely better than that 3.77, but look at how stoked Jesse Martinez is.
You better get out of the way.
Jose Martinez.
You better get out of his way because he is fired up, man. Well, we got Jesse Billauer coming up in the next heat. We got more on the way. Hey, don't go anywhere. It's your man, Prone 2, round 1, continuing. Going to send things over. Bo and Mitchell going to take over. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. You know.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in heat number 3, round number 1 of the men's prone division. Former world champion gold medalist Jesse Billauer will be representing Team USA in red. Cedric Montgomery from France will be in white. And Spike Kane from England, from Liverpool, via Oceanside.
I love it. Liverpool. They have a really good football club. I'm a big fan of European soccer, and it's cool that he's living in Oceanside now. This is basically his home break. Oceanside's what, 40 miles from here at the most?
Yeah. He travels in his adaptive van and he gets around. He also spends some time up in Seattle. All right, here we go. Former world champion Jesse Billauer.
Yeah, and this is a guy that basically created this sport. You know, we wouldn't be here today without what Jesse Billauer has done for surfing, for parasurfing, really. He's the only person that I know of in this event that was a professional surfer before he actually started competing in parasurfing. And he competed and really surfed in an era of professional surfing that was dominated by surfers from the United States of America. I mean, you're talking about Rob Machado, Shane Backdorian, Ross Williams. So he was in the momentum generation. And then, unfortunately, he had his accident. But he didn't limit himself to surfing professionally just by standing up. He started with parasurfing, and look at what he's created, Bo.
Oh, he's created Life Rolls On. He's created one of the most amazing organizations, not only taking kids surfing, but skateboarding and other types of camps, right?
It's outstanding just in the sense that he's been able to do that through Life Rolls On. But also, how many people has he inspired and motivated to keep pursuing a dream of probably even professional surfing as a parasurfer, too?
Yeah.
Like, especially with brands like AmpSurf, they might be looking for riders to endorse.
And he can say he's the very first person ever to win this division back in 2015 as a world champion. And he achieved a life goal that he wanted as a teenager.
It's huge because as a former QS surfer myself, I can tell you that giving up that dream it's not easy, but to find motivation to keep succeeding in life, especially when it comes to being a role model for everybody else, Jesse's done super well for himself. He's also been a core member of the United States of America surf team for a long time, and competing against other people like Freddie Marimon. I know he's a little salty about losing to Freddie last year, but in any given way, he was the person that created an actual or paved the way for somebody like Freddie to beat him.
Yeah. And look at the great teamwork that he has assembled. I mean, his team, Jesse's team, travels the world where Jeffrey wants to go surf. And let me tell you, Jesse goes to Fiji, goes to Cloudbreak. I mean, he goes to Sunset Beach. I mean, his disability doesn't stop him from going and traveling and surfing anywhere he wants to go.
Yeah, well, he doesn't see it as a disability. He sees it as something that's going to challenge him in a different way than it did before.
Here we go, changing direction. Spike Kane coming in here through the inside. Spike will be competing both in the prone assisted and also
the wave ski
in the wave ski division.
Well, he's already got a 3 on the board. Jesse's got that 517, and Cedric, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Montagne.
Okay, we'll go with Montagne.
Montagne. I think, you know, I do speak a bit of French. It's not the best, but it is a beautiful country that's not only rich in waves and surf culture, but the food and the beverages over there are just absolutely outstanding.
Well, of course, the ISA was there last year at Beirut for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships, and had an honor to call that event, and I got to agree with you.
Yeah, the wine, first of all, the coffee there is just probably the best I've ever had in my life, and there's something about a croissant in the morning, Bo. Like,
not just a croissant, a chocolate chip croissant.
Oh, don't even get me started about imagining it.
Okay. Let's get back to serious things. How many pancakes did you eat during the break?
Okay, that was a fake laugh. I had like 5 or 6. They were good though. They were good. There were 3 for me and 3 for you.
I thought you were going double digits there.
You didn't. You didn't show up. I was saving 3 for you, and you never showed up.
Hey, I ate 4.
You ate 4? I don't feel that bad.
Yeah.
I don't feel that bad. They were small.
Here we go. Cedric redirecting here, bouncing off the white water. Scores still on standby for second wave of yellow, red, and now white.
Yeah, and the cool thing about European surfers now is that they've been promoting not only parasurfing a lot more, they've been promoting stand-up surfing, a lot of paddle championships in Europe now. Actually, I think Denmark, Sweden, and one other country in that same Scandinavian region, dude, they're like the forerunners of sup surfing right now and sup racing.
All right, our attention to Liverpool's own Spike Kane. And Spike's got his son and grandson on the beach.
Oh,
all the way from England to watch him compete here at the ISA Amp Surf World Parasurfing Championships.
And look at the outstanding job that his caddies and our volunteers are doing here to assist him in getting back on his board and safely getting him back on his board in order to actually surf.
I myself was a pusher for Spike Kane at the
Really?
Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships about 4 years ago.
Where did that take place? At Queens?
Queens.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a good spot to have an
And
event.
let me tell you, he's barking out orders. Get me out there faster.
Really?
Come on, what are you doing back there?
Dude, especially
kick.
when you have 20 minutes, he's probably wanting to catch as many waves as he can.
And I said, enough of this. I'm calling Kenny Rust and Aloha Surf Lifesaver. We're getting jet skis out here. But it's a workout. I've been one of these pushers and catchers out here, and we do it at Access Surf as Amp Surf, and Life Rolls On, and all the Stoked for Life communities that take all of our veterans and our disabled out in the water into the surf zone. And see, Jesse's already saying, okay, I see something, and he communicates. I believe his name is also Jesse too. And so they'll communicate, and Jesse likes to see the lineup. I know how he works. He's methodical. He's always planning out. He was asking me in the check-in tent, what did David do on that 8? I want to know. I mean, he's already staring up his competition, not even in his heat, but he wanted to know. And I said, combination of maneuvers. You know, that's how David got that score. He goes, okay, now I know what to do.
Yeah, and it shows how competitive he is, not only when it comes to the people that is in his heat, but also everybody in his division. And as you can see, everybody under that competitors area tent right now, because it is pouring big time right here in La Jolla. But I will say this, I have enjoyed the rain so far today because it has kept conditions far cleaner than they were yesterday afternoon.
Okay, see our competitors out on the outside. Jesse Villar, the 2015 world champion gold medalist with first priority, and looks like Spike Kane is just taking the lead, but we're still waiting for that second wave for Jesse to register.
Yeah, it seems like it might not be that big of a score, probably going to be the 126 that he needs, but just going back to how this is a team effort right here in this category. I mean, you have people as experienced as Jesse, who was a professional surfer before he injured himself. And then you have people like Spike Kane, who is a third-generation surfer in his own family, and now he has his son and his grandson here on the beach supporting him. So what's your motivation here, and what's it like to compete and have those people surrounding you on your own team too?
Well, we'll mention, as we watch right now here, Jesse fading back onto this wave, redirecting. And it was, I think, 3 years ago, Jesse Ballard was surfing at the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing over at Oceanside, and he caught a 6-foot wave and shot the pier. Went from the north side to the south side.
Oh, and it was from the north side too,
Yes.
so it was a right going into the
Yes.
pier. Whew.
And I said, there you go, a perfect 10. The judges gave him a 9.73, and Jesse was even going, what do I have to do?
What do I have to do to get the 10?
I'm in a wheelchair. Some of you guys, regular surfers, can't shoot the pier.
Nah, 100%.
No, but
I agree
that's
with
the
that.
determination and the drive that he has.
He's a perfectionist. He's a perfectionist, and luckily he doesn't have a Shane Dorian or a Pat O'Connell in his corner, because he would be barking at them right now if they actually were right here, pushing him in or assisting him in the water.
Well, there's Angel preparing. Angel and Ander from Spain will be in that next heat, heat number 4. Eduardo also getting loosened up.
And I was in El Salvador last November for the Subsurfing Championships and the Paddleboard Championships. And let me tell you that Spain was, not only did they end up in second place, I believe, overall as a team, they got a lot of individual medals, they had a lot of finalists, but their organization as a team was methodical, and it was spectacular to see.
Well, it starts from Belar. He was kind of like the godfather of SUP in Spain, and he goes around the world. He competes in the Molokai to Oahu every single year. And he's been, telling me, I've been teaching all these young teenagers. Now those teenagers have been coming of age, and now they exploded at the ISA Worlds last year.
And it's crazy to think that some places in the Mediterranean Sea, you don't have waves, but regardless if you're a supper, if you're a surfer or a parasurfer, you can still practice at any given time, whether it's actually paddling, like to gain core strength and your and shoulder strength, but it also means that if the weather's adequate, you can do basically any one of those 3 sports previously mentioned.
Yeah, our computer scoring is down, so we're waiting not only for Jesse's score, but a couple of waves there for Spike, and I know at least one more score for Cedric right there on screen. So we apologize for our scoring. A lot of rain coming down. We are outdoors, and we're running a lot of Wi-Fi and wires and things like that. So our scoring is being hindered a little bit right now, so we apologize for that, but we'll get you updated. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. And as we see Spike Kane, we like to send a shout out to little Charlie Kane, his grandson.
How old is he?
He's, let's see, I think he's 2.
2.
Yeah, maybe 1.5.
5. 5 months?
Charlie's 5 months. All right, then I ran into a different kid that was 2 because he had bigger legs. Okay, all right, Charlie, 5 months old. You rock the world, boo.
How old is Spike? In his 40s, you would think?
Spike? Oh, no way.
I'm just overhyping him.
Spike's been surfing since the 40s.
No, that would be crazy.
Here we go, Cedric, up and riding. Our French competitor making his way on the inside, adjusting his weight, looking down the line, looking for opportunity here. And there's his catcher on the inside, getting out of his way.
Just a beautiful read there from Cedric on that one. It was a long ride. He was able to redirect a couple of times. And look at this. Great participation by his pusher on that occasion. He knew that it wasn't a strong wave from the get-go, so he had to push him in a little bit harder. And Cedric just read this wave perfectly, got onto the open face a couple times. And look at his catcher right here, Bo. He's paddling over, and look at him go underwater. He knows that he's going to end up around where he is.
And he redirects.
And as soon as he goes underwater, he knows that he's got to catch him and put him up back on his board. Beautiful teamwork right there. And you can even see the support from other people that are actually catching or pushing there are other competitors in this actual heat.
Yeah, that was Jesse Ballar's catcher on the inside. Here we go on the outside. Jesse on wave 3, and we got that second wave score for Jess.
Dude, 5.6.
Solid score.
It's the best of the heat.
I mean, he's very consistent. A 5.17, a 5.6. Of course, his third wave not able to connect all the way inside, so he'll go back out and look for wave number 4.
Yeah, and more than anything, you're already hitting the double digits as far as your actual heat total goes. So when it comes to actually qualifying for the final, you're in a good place so far. Now you still have 5 minutes 40 to go. Might as well try to at least better one of those scores in your top 2. But second of all, it's like second heat, there's really no pressure because everybody has to play catch up towards me.
Well, I tell you, the gold medal winner this year in this division of the Pro 2 is going to earn it because we're seeing outstanding performances from David Teixeira, from Jose Martinez, from Victor Pullman. Even our defending gold medalist, Freddie Merriman, finished 3rd in Heat 1 of this round. And every gold medal winner this past in this division has been a different person every year. Jesse Ballar in 2015, David Teixeira in 2016, Barney Miller from Australia in 2017, and Freddie Merriman in 2018 as we watch Spike Kane up and riding.
Dude, he's just majestic if you really are being serious about him starting to surf in the 40s. Like, it's crazy to think.
Just teasing
I
you.
know. But somebody that's already a grandfather and he's competing in this division against somebody like Jesse, against Freddie, who's barely 15 years old. Like, how outstanding is that? It's somebody that has been competing in this for, or at least practicing surfing for 40 years. So it's beautiful to see new generations come up against old ones.
Oh, yeah. And Spike is, a coordinator in organizing the parasurfing at the English Wave Pool. And here we go,
That's
Jesse
rad.
Ballar up and riding.
Yeah, Jesse, nice read. Oh, little redirect there. He's got the double up. Oh, nice read. Gets the love tap at the end. And I think this is probably going to go either up or good or close to the excellent. Going to be a really good wave there for Jesse.
And he surfs right to his catcher. How precise was that?
Oh, you can tell he's been doing it for, a couple of years, maybe 20.
Well, his dad, George, is on the beach. And, of course, Jesse, a proud parents of twins. They're 2 years old. Now I'm getting all the kids mixed up. Jesse's boys are 2. He's got twin boys.
It's great to see, especially when he knows that down the line he's going to be teaching them. He's probably going to be assisting them when they're in the water. And look at that. Beautiful read. It's a double up right here in this midsection. It goes kind of fat, but look at how he redirects. Beautiful work in his core movement right there from Jesse Ballar. Gets the love tap at the end on that finishing section and goes right to his assist on the shoreline. That's easily going to be the best wave of this heat.
Okay, we're on standby for scores as our surfers. Looks like Cedric surfed off on his wave. Whitewater catches him up. His pusher swimming back to him, trying to get him back out into the lineup. There we go. 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and a 6.5 for Jesse Ballar.
Yeah, strong surfing there from Jesse. Definitely going to put him in a much more solid place heading into these last 2 minutes and 30. And good thing that he still has time. He can even better the 5.6 if he gets out before this heat ends, which, just to clarify, a wave will count if they actually catch it and they're on the face of the wave when the horn actually sounds. So since they're not actually standing up, if they get pushed into the wave in time before the horn actually sounds, or even if it's on the horn, that wave will count. So 2 minutes to go, still got enough time. Spike looking comfortable too. He's got a 4.83. Can easily better that 3.43 that he has as a backup. And Cedric's the one here that really needs to get one wave that has a little bit more open face. Has a 3.17, which is not a bad wave to have as your backup, but you definitely want to keep your score in this first round to at least try to improve on in your second surfing heat.
Yeah, just checking out Jesse Ballar's Instagram page, over 16,000 followers. I mean, he's been hanging out with Dave Matthews, Jason Mraz, Young the Giant. He had a fundraiser in February back in Malibu. I mean, he's always a promoter and always innovative. I mean, he's even posting pictures when Kobe died. He's a rock star in this sport.
He is. and not only in parasurfing, you ask a surfer who Jesse Belauer is, they are going to know.
Yeah.
And he's somebody that has made such a strong impact on the sport of surfing, and we can only really thank him a ton for what he's done, not only for the surfing community, but to actually spread the word out on what surfing is and how this can impact a social culture in certain countries around the world, too. I mean, Waves for Water has been a strong cause that he supported over the years with John Rose, too. And obviously, Life Rolls On. He's gone to, I want to say, at least 20 countries worldwide.
And it's great. You know, his organization, you know, works together with Amp Surf, you know, and the Crisscross, and even Stoked for Life and Chaka's organization over in Oceanside. I mean, there's room for all types of these organizations to survive.
Yeah, I mean, we have Wounded Warrior Project, too, which I'm pretty sure he's a big supporter of. Danny Nichols in Huntington Beach has been having a project of his own, too.
All right, Jesse Belauer, the former world champion. He'll do a roll here. And then Spike Kane. I still call him Connie because he spells it. Connie in Hawaiian, if you don't know, is a man.
Yeah.
Okay. Wahine, the woman. So Connie. So if you go to a bathroom in Hawaii, you're not going to see men or women. You're going to see Connie and Wahine up on the display mount. But and Spike likes it when I call him Spike Connie.
Do it. If he agrees with you, just have him legally change his name to maybe put a little apostrophe after the A and be like, it has to be Kane. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He goes, my board's over there, mate. He's got the biggest smile.
He might even be more famous than Paul McCartney in Liverpool.
I tell you what, he could be. Paul had his day, right?
He did.
Yeah.
It's Spike Kane's day now.
All right. There's Team Belauer, and it looks like this heat has wrapped up. So we're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have our final heat of this round, heat number 4. Stay tuned. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back, and I want to say happy birthday to Quinn Waitley. Today's her 25th birthday. She's coming up in the next heat. Don't tell everybody I said that. Actually, her dad told me that. He said, spoil the blank out of her. I said, we will. She's coming up in the next heat. She's another rock star in the adaptive surf world. Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And we are getting ready for the final heat of the Men's Pro 2, Round 1, Heat number 4. And who do we have here?
Claudio Morales from Chile, Ángel Curiel from España, Eduardo Mayer from Brazil, and Ander Goniaga from España. So 2 Spanish surfers, 1 Chilean, and a Brazilian surfer in the water, Bo.
Okay, here we go. There's our man in red, Eduardo from Brazil. Of course, he's teammate with Davi Teixeira. As we're seeing up in white, Claudio Morales up and riding. Redirects on the inside. Now again, these athletes classified in the Prone 2 because they can't pedal themselves back out into the lineup. So thus they have pushers and catchers, and they have a team also wearing the same jersey. We're seeing streaking by us. That's Eduardo.
Yeah, Lalo, as they say. That's what they call Eduardo in Latin America. It's a shorter version, Lalo. So Eduardo getting a pretty good ride to start things off. And this is a fun heat, not only because you have a good diversity of surfers, but because there's also 2 surfers from the same nation in the same heat.
Yeah.
It makes it fun to see how many people will assist or actually catch or push the same person in a heat.
Okay, here we go. Here's the teamwork from Eduardo.
Look at Eduardo Mar. Really nice read right there. It's a double up. I love how he pushed down on that section. He knew it was going to go flat. Unfortunately, just couldn't get right back into the power source of that wave. And it was unfortunate because that was a nice little double up on the inside, but still, it's a good score to start things off. It's a 3.0, and he still has plenty of time to go.
Okay, here we go. We're going to see our first looks of Anders. Look at him screaming already. He wants more. Oh, he just couldn't connect.
Yeah, in Spain, even though it's not the largest of countries when it comes to actual geography, there's a lot of cultural diversity within the country. I mean, you have the Basque part, which is my surname, Salazar, actually comes from that part, the northern Basque country, which is basically on the border with France. Then you have Catalan, which is to the eastern side over by the Mediterranean. You have the southern side, which is way closer to Portugal. And really the central section close to Madrid, you know, which they speak of a diversity of languages, which really is a mixture of French, Spanish. You have a little bit of Arabic in there too. So
Basque has their own language too.
They do, yeah. Over with Zarautz and the Euskadi is what I was thinking about. That's really what the Basque country is. It's Euskadi.
And don't forget about the Gran Canaries. That's the real surf haven of Spain.
Oh, yeah. And they have some outstanding waves in the Canary Islands, some really good surfers, too. And the weather is so much more different than being on the mainland. The Canary Islands, to me, is the Hawaii of Europe. Like, because they are part of Spain, but they actually are like a little bit separate when it comes to the actual diversity of waves and weather-wise.
Sorry here, I'm juggling in, starting to rain inside here. Aloha, I'm Bo Hodge. This is Mitch Salazar. Welcome to the broadcast here, day number 2 of the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. It's pouring cats and dogs outside.
It is, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, Bo.
And your sheet of paper's all wet.
and our other 2 commentators, Brad and Roy. It has been a rainy day, but we've already gone through so many things in life. We can handle a little bit of rain.
Sure, what's a little bit of rain? Here we go. That's our surfer in blue. That is Angel. That's his second wave because his first ride was just graded at a half point.
Yeah, Angel, which literally means angel. And he is from Team Spain, which first of all is an incredibly diverse country as far as culture goes, but when you actually see them as a team on the beach, they're incredibly supportive of everyone, regardless of what area of the country they've actually come from. And as you see, really nice read there, actually gets back into the power source and somehow makes it back onto the open face. So good read. It's going to be a decent score, and I actually think it might be the best of the heat so far.
Okay, we're going to be on standby. Right now we've got so far a combination of scores for our surfer in red, Eduardo. He's got a 3 and a 183. He's in the lead, and he's up and riding. Fading onto this wave, and there he is in the center.
And look at how smart and experienced he is, Eduardo, when it comes to actually not knowing where you are in the lineup. You can tell that he knows, and he's been through situations like this plenty of times before.
We're looking at Claudio here. He's actually wearing a life jacket. Jesse Bilar will also wear one. Flotation. For some of these competitors in the Prone 2 division, you know, they don't have upper trunk mobility, so they can't duck dive, and some of them can duck dive. Most of them can, but they don't have that ability to twist up and get that breath of air. So when they wipe out, sometimes what's keeping them afloat is the life jacket, and then they're awaiting assistance from the Water Patrol or their pusher-catcher to help rotate them over to help them breathe.
Yeah, and the majority of their life jackets aren't inflatable vests yet. I think that'll come into play later on once they realize that it's so much more easier, especially when it comes to heavy surf. Say you have an event at Sunset Beach.
Yeah.
You want to have an impact vest at least, and I think an actual inflatable vest is going to be a part to your success there. Second of all, you're going to get to the point where all of these surfers are so well adept into what their actual equipment is doing that they're going to have courses on it. They're going to have ways to actually teach other generations and other surfers from countries worldwide how to do it too.
Angel scoring a solid wave.
Yeah, that was good. It really came from that one carve in the midsection. Beautiful surfing there. And even though it took him a little bit of time to actually get back onto the face of the wave, judges realized that that was a difficult maneuver to do given that section and given the conditions that we have right now too.
I just got to thank Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, for all the work that he's been doing getting surfing into the Olympic countdown and coming up in Tokyo later this summer in July and August, fulfilling Duka Hanamoku's dream of making surfing an official sport. Now, right now in Tokyo, surfing is an exhibition sport with 5 sports included. Tomas Bach, the president of the ISA, and other past Olympics always let in 2 sports, and once they got in, they were in for life. Tomas Bach threw out that and I want to go after the youth. I want the youth generation. And it's great that Japan is bringing in surfing along with skateboarding, rock climbing, baseball, softball, and karate on this go-around, but all 5 sports have to reapply for Paris in 2024. But it was the Nagano Games that brought in snowboarding. So Japan is known for their Olympics bringing in snowboarding, which revolutionized the Winter Games, and now could be bringing in surfing, which could revolutionize the youth and the surf movement, along with skateboarding coming into the Olympics.
Yeah, and to your point, it would be a revolutionary event, not only for surfing, but for action sports too.
Hey, I know that guy. That's Sandy. How do I know Sandy? He helps us out at Access Surf, and he's always wearing his Spam pants.
I love Spam Musubis.
All right, there's Team Wakely as Quinn's getting ready. Getting pitcher poses. All right, here we go. We have a rider.
Ander.
Up and down. Love the flames on the board. It reminds me of Ben Ipa's old Stingers.
Yeah, and I love his last name too, Goenaga.
What does that mean?
It's a derivative of actually an Arabic name. Goenaga would mean somebody that's actually like going forward in life. As I don't know how well you know your history, Bo, but I know the history quite well of my dad's side of the family. In the northern part of Spain, the majority of people there are descendants of the Moors. So the Moors were people that actually came from the Middle East, and then they settled in that European part, or that western part of Europe. And essentially, that's when all the British people came down, and they started kind of mixing up a little bit more, just like Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
And what I like about this is that it shows you the cultural diversity that there is in Spain. And what that created was cultural diversity in the Americas when Spaniards conquered Latin America, too.
So true. Central America and South America.
No, Mexico, too.
Yeah.
I mean, before it was called Mexico, it was called La Nueva España, which means the new Spain.
All right, getting our history lesson here at the Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. 8 minutes remaining on Hill, hanging on to that good scoring lead. He's dropped that first wave under a point with a 2.8, excuse me.
Yeah, that 6.33 is going to go a long way. And we see on screen Claudio Morales from Chile. Some really good waves down there in Chile. Some excellent surfers. Ramon Navarro being one of the greater exponents of the sport of surfing in that southern country.
Here we go. Team Whately heading out, and that's Quinn's dad. He's always front and center. Quinn's a rock star. She's got like 4 or 5 sisters, and they spoil her to death.
That's cool.
And today's her birthday.
That's rad. 25, you said?
25. She looks like she's still 15.
Dude, she does. And look at this, our Chilean surfer. Oh, he's stoked. He's pumped on that one, too. He gave the little claim right there. And one subject we haven't even spoken about as far as equipment goes are helmets. And
yeah, you're seeing quite a few helmets in this division because, you know, a lot of these guys have less mobility, so they need more protection.
And the more protection, the merrier. I mean, egos aside, you want to be as protected as possible.
All right.
You want to be as smart as possible,
There's
too.
the man of the day, day one. Wasn't he surfing out of his pants yesterday?
Well, dude, he has the highest heat total of the event so far. And not only that, I'm going to say he's going to go on to win the gold medal at this event. He looked so well yesterday afternoon.
Don't jinx him now. Don't jinx him. We're only in day 2. He still has 3 more days of competition.
He does. He does. But from what I saw and what we've been talking about, he could go to a couple QS events, at least make a couple of rounds. In my opinion, I think if the waves are this size, he could easily win a QS event too.
Okay. Well, Julian Wilson just won a QS event.
Merriweather.
Merriweather. And they're finishing up over in Manly, the first Challenger Series of the year. Here we go. Surfer in red, up and riding Eduardo. Fading into this wave. Team Brazil cheering him on. I love Team Brazil, the defending gold medal champion team. They've come with a very strong team this year.
Yeah, and that was a good wave from Eduardo. And look at everybody in the competitors area. They're keeping warm. Argentina right there in front. Brazil in the background. Chile has a representative right there. And it's really good to see the camaraderie even in the athletes area. There might be a little bit of trash talking, but it'll be friendly one.
Yeah.
And I think when you have a lot of countries that are super close by too, like say Peru and Chile, which we're actually missing the Peruvian team. But like Argentina and Uruguay, they're neighbors down south, and they'll give a little jab every now and then. But when they come out of the water, they're buddies. You know, they're the biggest friends.
5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. I think the Seagulls want some pancakes. How do we know that? The pancake tent's right next to ours.
Isn't that unfortunate?
Oh, that's great planning. I got to thank Alex and Harry for that.
They're probably going to give us like another 20 pancakes throughout the day, and I'm going to leave this place weighing like 10 pounds more than what it came with.
Well, I tell you what, hats off, mahalo going out to our title sponsor, Amp Surf, for this year's 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Dana Cummings and his whole crew and his organization have been doing a great promotion here of sponsoring and being the title sponsor of this great organization. And 18 years and growing. Dana, you've done a great job. You're only going to improve that. We'd also like to thank our presenting sponsors, including the Foundation for Global Sport Development, the City of San Diego, and the Parks and Rec. They've been doing a fabulous job here, hosting us here at La Jolla Shores. All right, up and riding. Here we go. One of our 2 Spaniards, Ander. Leading into this ride, trying to find the exit point. And man, it is pouring out. You can even see the raindrops hitting the water.
It is, but he does not look at one bit flustered, and I love it. It looks outstanding out there, personally. I love surfing when it's raining. It just makes everything so much more peaceful. It seems like you're really in contact with nature right now, and as somebody who's coming from, you know, Europe, it's a big travel for you, so you're going to be stoked on whatever you can get when you're competing out there in the water. So I would think that Anders going to be pretty stoked with his participation so far. And look at this ride. He's smiling all the way through. Look at the way he's grabbing his rail going left. Really smart way to balance out his weight. He's distributing it well. Just not the push that he was looking for there on the end section, but still probably going to go into his top 2 scores.
Okay, is he rocking the Rob Machado wetsuit, or is that the JJ wetsuit?
It does seem that way. Whoa, JJF?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. So he's not. He must be rocking the Rob Machado.
And Rob Machado's out too.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy, you had to break bad news to me in one day.
And in like 10 seconds too. At least they still have Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, that's right.
So you guys need at least another representative on the championship tour.
Well, Eli just made the final with
with Mason
over in
Rangaroa.
Tahiti. Yeah, congratulations to Eli. Eli had a chance to be the WSL Hawaii regional champion last year. He needed to make one more heat out.
And he's been a representative of Hawaii in the ISA events, too.
The ISA juniors, yes. Wouldn't be surprised if he's part of the assaultment of maybe, Brett Simpson putting together Team USA.
Dude, when it comes to that, too, I think that the Hawaiian Islands have a great representation over all water sports. Zane from the island of Maui.
Schweitzer.
Zane Schweitzer.
Connor Baxter.
Connor Baxter. Oh, my. Dude, he is an animal when it comes to racing.
There's this guy. He lives in Paia. I forget it. Oh, Kai Lenny.
Kai Lenny.
You see what Kai did at Nazare.
Billy Kemper, and I wish Billy a speedy recovery. He did get injured in Portugal. In Morocco, actually, yes. You're right. It was after Portugal.
Yeah.
But Maui, Oahu, Big Island has some extremely talented surfers. Speaking of somebody who could easily be competing in the Parasurfing Championships, he decides not to, is Ulu Boy Napeahi.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Big shout out to Ulu.
Ulu competed in Ecuador at the ISA World Juniors. And for Ulu, who was a shark attack victim over on the Hilo side of the Big Island, it was his first trip out of neighbor islands when he went to Ecuador that year.
He's a killer, and I wish Ulu nothing but the best. He is somebody with such a large heart, just like everybody else competing here. And I think him and Mike Coots have been excellent representatives for the Hawaiian Islands when it comes to this sport.
Yeah, and Mike, a former medalist here for Team Hawaii. Trying to get into that wave. That was Claudio.
Claudio Morales. Get a coaching right there, but
he knew he had his opportunity. And look at the designs of the handles and the track top, and even the upward fins that they use to help keep their legs onto the board.
Yeah, well, and you're doing that too to be as comfortable as possible when you're actually on the wave. So one thing is catching it, the other thing is actually being on the wave and being able to maneuver correctly. So you need a board and equipment that will actually get both things done. When you're standing up, it's a little bit more different. Sometimes you don't need to be as comfortable when you're actually paddling, but it needs to be responsive when you're actually on the wave.
Well, there's the sound of the horn, and Eduardo's caught the last wave. He's got a shot at moving into the lead if he gets a 6.24 or better. But that's going to round out our men's Prone 2 division. Coming up next, women's Prone 2 division. We've got the birthday boy, a girl, Quinn, coming up in that next heat. We're going to bring back Brad and Roy for the call there. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AmpSurf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Parasurfing World Championship, and a lot of the parasurfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national parasurfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the parasurfing movement belongs to all of you, and the parasurfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's why we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championship officially open.
And we are back to the action and back to the waves. 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships underway. Brad and Roy with the call out here, changing things up, and now it's your Women Prone 2, round 1, 3 qualifying heats in this one, right?
We got 3 qualifying heats in right out of the gate. We're out here going. We're about 3.5 minutes into this first heat, and we see the white jersey from England, Natasha Davies, catching one of those great waves to start off. And, you know, she's the first to catch a wave in this heat. And as you loved men's Prone 2, are you ready for another great example of high-quality surfing from the women's side of this division?
Yeah, if you didn't like men's Prone 2, then you better check your pulse, man.
I mean, we got genuinely super stoked in here.
You know what? And the stoke is contagious because they got the stoke out there. We're bringing the stoke in here. And we want to welcome everyone joining us throughout the world, watching us out here today. Your 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. As we looking at red right there.
Here we go, birthday girl herself. This is her 25 years old today. Quinn
25?
Team USA. Look at this. Is this a never-ending conveyor belt style wave? She was on that thing forever.
You got to set up a Coleman stove and barbecued on that thing. As we're looking at in white, that is Natasha Davies getting at it right there. So some of the waves we've missed.
And the surfer from South Africa throwing down a 4.5, hoping to see that replay. This is once again showing, as you've been excited for men's Prone 2, it's showing right up here in women's Prone 2 as well.
Makalima, Waitley, and Davies in this one. South Africa versus USA versus England. So 3 of them representing Women Prone 2 division round 1, heat number 1 of 3 heats. And a big thank you to AmpSurf, holding it down as our sponsor. An organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs, not only for adults and children, but for veterans as well. So veterans, adults, and children can all take advantage of what AmpSurf has to offer, and we appreciate their partnership 100%.
You know, right now we're seeing a birthday girl in the water who just kind of got a Nazaré mini whomper on her head.
Little Nazaré mini whomp, sure.
But once again, I think that goes back to what we were talking about when the men were competing. Whose choice is it for the wave? And you saw right there, the pusher pulled her off that wave. And I think that's really that communication. He probably said, hey, I think we got one. And then at the last second said, no, we're going to pull back and not go into this one as we've got 14 minutes left in this heat. There's going to be better waves. Let's make sure we get you into those better waves.
And if you've ever done any pushing, I know I've raised 3 kids and taught them all how to surf. And, you know, the whole pushing part was a big part of it. And you really want to push them into the right ways. You don't want to push them into closeouts or something that's a big gutter break. You want them to have an opportunity to get a section. That's what the pusher's main job is here, is to put them into a good wave.
You know, maybe there's a good joke here. How many people can you fit under one umbrella? Well, if they're from England, you can fit 5.
Yeah, but they don't even need an umbrella. They're used to it.
You know,
they're used to the conditions.
They are definitely used to it. All surfers out there are getting wet regardless because they're in the ocean today. And, you know, these 3 ladies are the first heat of 3 total heats. We've got 9 competitors in here. And, you know, talking to Christian Otter-Bailey earlier on the beach, we talked about how this new reclassification, and we've really seen it. We've really seen that the guys that should be in Prone 1 and the gals, and also the guys and the gals that should be in Prone 2, they all look on the same ability, and they all look like we're seeing very similar scores, except for the ones that get that high scoring wave, like Davy Teixeira and the last one, have really thrown out, or Jose Martinez, have really shown where, their classification has allowed them to, rise above the competition because of the waves that they got.
Oh, 100% agree there. Makalima sitting with a 7-9, a 4-5, and a 3-4. Quinn Waitley, a 3-8-3, looking for a backup on that for USA. And then Natasha Davies from England, a 2-1-7 and a 1-0. And we go back to Quinn, the birthday girl.
The wave just didn't really want to give her much more than that. It looks like Quinn is going to, Look, there once again, it's not even her pusher. It's one of the water people getting her safely, getting the board flipped back over. We're going to get Quinn back on it. Here comes her catcher, and they're going to get her back out into the lineup, ready to catch more waves.
And you can see we have all the orange jerseys, of course, and what we're talking about. These are the water safety patrol, so they're there for all the athletes to make sure they get in and out of that water safely. And then the athletes team up with a pusher that pushes them into the wave, and a catcher that catches them. And sometimes we see him just blow past the catcher and keep going down the section.
We saw that with Buster back in prone men's division 2 there. Went way past the catcher. Here we go, the young lady from South Africa. What a great wave she's catching right here, going back and forth, going out of the camera angle. And let's see, I wonder where...
Can't contain her.
Where'd she go?
But she was... Well, I tell you what, and one of the hardest jobs you got to think is being a cameraman in these kind of conditions too, because it's been absolutely just puking down rain since we've been here.
And
today.
They continually give us this shot. You know, the real true testament today is not us talking. We're in this beautiful tent. We've got production in a trailer. It's those that are braving the elements to make sure that the world can see this event. And once again, there we go again. That pusher said, no, this is not your wave. We're going to go get a better one, Quinn. It's your birthday too, so we can't get you dumped.
Yeah,
bad waves.
You got to give you a good birthday wave.
Yeah.
A big thank you to our gold partners, Manitou Fund, Stance, Challenges, Athletes Foundation as well. Community partners and their supporters, Dukes La Jolla. I want to thank them as well.
You know, as we mentioned, we are in this nice tent. We've got palm trees behind us. We've got our backdrop.
So tropo.
We're so tropical here. You know, we really are. But for us, we've been really excited today. You know, today has been a great thing. But one thing that came up during this was while a production guy, Evan, from our team was in the competitors tent talking to a competitor all the way from South Africa, JP, who we saw compete in the men's pro.
I know where you're going with this.
He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Amp Surf.
Yeah.
Amp Surf heard about his accident. They provided the funds, flew him to San Diego, got him in love with the sport of surfing, and now he's competing for not only a world title for himself, but also trying to lift up the country of South Africa to the ranks of, you know, that. So once again, the number of hats that Dana Cummings is wearing is continually growing through the atmosphere.
And that is why it is such a great honor for us here at the ISA to have Amp Surf on board as a partner with us out here this year, for sure, for what they do.
And you said it exactly, partner.
Yeah.
That's really what Amp Surf is. They're not just here putting a sponsor logo on something.
You know, anyone can do that.
Dana Cummings is out there loading up posters for people to take home. And there she is, Tasha Davies out of England. Really great
There's
little
Quinn.
thing. Look at this. It's just like the ladies are catching wave after wave on a conveyor belt out there.
And you can see when they go down, when you can see with a pusher and then the water safety patrol go right to them, tend to all their needs, and make sure they're okay. Get them upright, get them back on the board safely.
Yes, exactly. Safety is definitely the top priority here. It goes above the surfing. Without safety, we wouldn't have our amazing results of these continued success at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships without injury. And it's because of this.
And if you're just joining us for the first time, 131 athletes competing out here, representing 22 teams, 22 nations being represented. We look at some of the replays here.
Look at Quinn, birthday girl, just saying, hey, I'll just catch waves all day on my birthday. Here's another one from her. You know, she has caught a total of 3 waves so far, and Natasha Davies catching 4, while Makalima from South Africa has caught a total of 3. All of them around the same score. Again, it is not ability, it is wave selection today, because we're seeing all world-class athletes.
And you see so many different board designs too, and it may, you know, here we are in the Women Prone 2 Round 1 category right now, but different boards. Like you look at what what Makalima is riding, it is similar to like a sub compared to what the other competitors are riding.
Yeah, you know, she is definitely on what's more of a flotation,
Yeah.
where she is able to catch longer rides but not maneuver as much. Now, we've seen Quinn's board. She's got a non-traditional front to it and allowing her to be really maneuverable on the waves. It's also her birthday, so you never know what she'll be able to pull out as well.
Got to think some good luck there on the birthday, too, as well as we're in the middle of things here on day number 2 for all the action. Make sure that you keep up to what's going on here at your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
You know, another big shout out is
he wearing Spam shorts?
He is wearing Spam shorts.
What the
and
heck?
That just made me hungry. And the beautiful thing is we've got Dukes.
Sandy wearing Spam shorts right there.
Duke's providing us lunch today.
Think Dukes is going to cook up some Spam for us?
Ooh, that would be a Spam subi.
That's a Hawaiian treat right there.
I think it's a delicacy, actually.
Yeah, maybe a little poi along with that.
Oh, there's nothing more bland than poi.
Maybe a plate lunch.
A plate lunch would be nice. Here comes a wave, though, out to Makalima. It looks like it's starting to think about doing something about 2 out behind her. Let's see if this is one that her pusher's going to say, hey, this is our wave. We're going to extend our lead as we already have a 4-5 and a 3-4. There's Natasha Davies catching another wave. I would love to know her wave count by the end of this heat because it's going to exceed 10.
Look at her still going. And then notice one thing, the big smile, ear to ear right there. All the way to the beach.
All the way to the beach. Now, you know, you've talked about the modifications. Look at hers. So she's got a foam plate there on her board, which helps keeps her chest up and also her head out. And also a little bit of a ramp there, so it's a little bit gradual. 2 different hooks that she can grab onto, and then one in the front of the board. So no matter what position she is on, she's always got a secure way to keep her body contacted to that board. And you can see water safety getting her back out on the board with her just dying to get out to more waves.
And I like that being able to do those grabs, to be able to hold that and steer the board. When you're in a prone position, you're not standing. And when you're standing, you have your legs to work and drive off the bottom and drive off the top. So you need that little extra, and having those handles can get you those cutbacks you need and kind of get you some big bottom turns and really what the judges are looking for, get those big scores.
You know, I think the other thing that we're seeing here, too, is people are just having fun, Brady J.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we're having a problem there. Here's the birthday girl, Quinn.
What do you see here, my friend?
Well, they're going to put her in on this one. Let's see what this does. Does it have a little double-up format? She can let the whitewater push her down the section. Hey, look at this. She's getting a little something. How much can this one go? Kind of digs that nose down, and she goes down, and our water patrol is right there.
Now, you see her, she's running a 2-fin segment, or 2-fin setup, and we saw earlier Buster Kawasaki was running a 4. Brett, what do we see? What happens when you're running a 2, say 4, 3? What does that fin combination do to these boards?
Well, with a twin fin or with a quad fin to a 4-fin setup, you have more of that freestyle. You can work the board rail to rail a little bit faster and a little bit easier, and you can get those turns. And also with the twin fin, you can spin it around. So if you want to try and spin a 360 out of it, twin fin's going to be more helpful on that. Now, when you have the tri-fin, the 3 fins with the driving fin in the back, that's going to give you more down-the-line drive, and that's going to help you make sections. But in a day like this where you don't have much sections to work with, I think the twin fin and the quad is a real good choice for these kind of conditions today.
Now, we just saw Makalima come in on that bigger board. What type of fin setup are you imagining she's running on that board?
Man, I would almost think that's probably a tri-fin setup. I rarely see SUPs in that style or that big of a board being other than that. But, I mean, you got them. I mean, I have a couple of fat quads in my quiver. They're like an 8.0 quad. That's a big board, but it's a quad.
Here we go, Natasha Davies catching what? Another wave, as I said. And her look at that.
Look at the section.
That was awesome. Did you see the pusher there? Is signaling her to continue to go left as that started to open up. There again, that teamwork, the 3-member team here. It's not just the surfer.
And look on the quad, too.
Yep,
see that?
on the quad there.
I think it's just more maneuverable. The one thing about when you have a driving trailer fin, when you have one fin in the very back, you can drive, and that fin acts as a rudder to keep the speed going. But when you have sections that are short, like we were talking about, that aren't very long, and you want to get any sort of maneuver in, having that twin, having that quad, gets you to snap it back to the top, gets those cutbacks in, get rail-to-rail surfing going on.
You know, one thing that we're seeing out here as well is that combination between the pusher and the catcher. And we've talked a lot about the pusher, and we started to touch a little bit on the catcher, but we just saw it with Natasha Davies. As the catcher saw that she was going to go by him, not only did he anticipate that, but he also was saying, hey, go left, go left, go left. And you got to see this extension in her ride.
Nice, giving directions on that.
Let's see if it's going to work here for Birthday Girl, or is she just going off of the beach. I think this lady right here is catching a massive amount of birthday waves, and it's showing in her score as well. Once again, scores are super close, and it's really going to come down, okay, who can catch the best wave in the last 2.5 minutes to help propel them up to a higher ranking in this heat.
And that was a nice little turn, too. She got a little turn off the whitewater, let the whitewater push her back into the section.
See what I'm talking about right there? Did you see that?
Go down the line, down the line.
Down the line.
So good exchanges from all of our competitors so far, taking a look at things right now.
And really 4 different boards that are 3 different style boards we're seeing as well in this. You know, as you talked earlier in the show, we talked about, hey, you noticed that there was a lot of boards that all had adaptations. Once again, we're seeing it here in Women's Prone 2, where each competitor kind of has their own specific style and setup.
And how cool is that? Like, you can determine what you want.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I think I need a handle off to the left a little bit, maybe about a foot from the nose or something like that. You could determine what feels comfortable to you. How do you want your custom setup to be?
Well, let's see what Natasha Davies has here as they have set her up right on the peak. She's in that pocket. A quick little turn over to the left is going to get her in that reform. And now she is approaching her 10th wave, I think, of this heat.
Look,
right to that catcher. Now that is teamwork. Doesn't even have to move more than a slight foot to get her back on her board.
And see how he pointed right when she was going left to let her know, hey, look, you can wrap this back around and move towards the right on this wave. And she took advantage of that for sure. So a 3.37 and a 3.33 with 1 minute and 10 seconds ticking right now.
Makalima out of South Africa currently winning right now. With a minute left, it's really going to come down to here she goes. Is she going to up her score? Is she going to get on this? That big, look at that thing just playing on this wave. She's going to try to stay. Could not stay in that reform, Brad.
Yeah, and that's a traditional stump. It looks
Did
like
she not even have a fin, or
no,
she running two?
It's there. It looks like a tri-fin. Yeah,
yep,
it's a
she's running a 3-fin.
Yep, that's what I thought too. Like I said, you don't rarely see those that big of a board being a twin fin or a quad.
Yeah. You really need that back fin to push you down the wave when you've got that much volume dispersing water.
But look, good choice in boards. You're sitting with an 8-3, you got a 4-5 and a 3-8, and here comes birthday girl Quinn Waitley right here at the buzzer. 2.87 she's trying to get. Don't dig it there. No. Ugh. And they go right to her. Just, you look at the response time for our water safety.
I mean, it's less than 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. What a great heat there. All 3 ladies showcasing, all catching over 5 waves and all getting around similar scores. Once again, it's coming down to wave selection today.
It is, and now we are just about at that peak high tide too. So this is about the biggest the tide gets, just around that 5-foot mark. So it also brings the waves a little closer into, makes it more of a surf arena, I call it. All right, well, that's how it's looking right here. We're going to get down to business and get it ready to go. Women Prone 2, round 1, next heat on the way. Stay with us. Great day out here, 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. That's how we do it.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And welcome to 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. In effect right now, women prone 2, round 1, heat number 2 in the water. 3 heats in this one. And who are we looking at, Roy, in this one?
You know, we've got 3 countries represented here from Brazil, from Australia, and Argentina. Monique Olivia, Sam Bloom, and Georgina Melatina. Now, right out of the gate, it looks like we've already seen a couple actions out there. Monique in the red, already scoring 1 wave here today, and Monique is up on top.
Be interesting to see what the board choices here and the fin selections are for our 3 athletes in the water. Day number 2. Here we go. That's yellow up and riding right there.
Yellow right there is from the great nation of Argentina. That is Georgiana Melatina. And if she's not going to showcase her fun on her face, she's definitely going to show it in her hair, as she is super excited to be out there supporting. Look at that. Got the Argentina colors in those little buns on her hair.
And also, I think the face paint is the Argentina flag on her face as well.
She is full nation excited.
So there's no way to not know what nation she is from. Representing Argentina, Georgina Melatini from Argentina, a 0.9. Monique Oliveira from Brazil, a 2.67 to start off the party in red. And Sam Bloom from Australia in white, a 0.67 on this one, with 16 minutes and 35 seconds ticking away. Big thanks out to Amp Surf, first year as our partner. Stoked to have them on board. They provide adaptive surfing therapy for veterans, adults, and children. Thank you, Amp Surf, for being part of your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And with 16 minutes, Monique holding on to that number 1 spot right now. And here's a look at the replay here of Georgina. You can see her putting the pressure on that nose, trying to get back into that section. And then you look at the wave right here for Monique. This is the wave that put her on top.
And, you know, right now we're really just trying to showcase that 1 wave can change everything. Look at Sam Bloom. Came in originally with a 0.67, and then, how about a 6.83? So definitely showing that, you know, high scores are to come, and that it really is, again, as I said all day, is that we've been talking about high-level wave selection.
Well, let's check in. We got Mitchell standing by with the winner of our last heat. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Nalu from South Africa, winner of the last heat. Nalu, what's this experience been like for you? It's your first time in the United States, and it's your first time competing here.
Yes, it is my first time to be here. This is my first time to be on a world championships, and then I am so happy, and I am so proud of myself. I am so proud of my team also.
And you're from Cape Town. What's the difference been like as far as the team vibe goes within South Africa? Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am enjoying it.
Yeah?
I love this.
You want to say something back to everybody in Cape Town right now?
I would love to say hi to Cape Town, and say hi to my family, hi to my friends, my colleagues, and then hi to my team. To SA, yeah.
Thank you for your time, Nalu. Congratulations. See you competing in the ladder rounds. And we're gonna go to birthday girl, Quinn Waitley. Quinn, you're a quadruplet. It's your 25th birthday. Congratulations. How do you feel competing here?
You know, so fun, even with the weather. I wish the waves were a little bit better, but I'm still glad I got out there and surfed. It's the best day. Nothing's better than surfing on your birthday. So just stoked to be here, ready for tomorrow, hoping for better waves, but either way,
still fun. So stoked to be here.
What's the sensation like competing not only for Team USA, but with the support of your family? Your mother was telling me that this is a team event for y'all as a family. It's more of a support movement.
Like I literally couldn't surf without them. So the fact that they're all here, like it's mine and my sister's birthday. So the fact that we're all here together celebrating, and the fact that I get to surf with my dad, it's just nothing's better than that. So this is like a team sport, it's a family sport, so nothing's better than a day at the beach with your family, so, and your friends. So life can't get any better, really. So
I love the positive attitude. We have two warriors here, Nalu and Quinn. Dude, Brad, they're the most inspirational figures that I've ever met in my life. Back to you.
Mitchell, that was absolutely amazing. I'm pretty teared up here in the booth right now, just to see that kind of stoke and to see how happy she is to be out here on her birthday. And nothing's better than surfing on your birthday, man. That's
Wait,
really
hold on.
cool.
She added one to that. Nothing surfing on your birthday with your family.
Oh, God.
Her dad out in the ocean with
My
her.
goodness.
As you said, as we were off mic and Mitchell was controlling Mike, that was an amazing interaction that Mitchell got to capture right there between not only two competitors, not only a birthday girl, but really that is the spirit of this entire.
Especially like you think about, oh, look at this one right here. Sam Bloom taking off behind the section. It's got a little builder. She's going to let her build up and not be able to get back in there. But that was a good start to a good wave. But what she also, what she's saying is like all the adversities that she's dealt with in her life that just fail in comparison to the amazing fun that she's having out here with her family, with her dad, with her sisters on her birthday for Team USA.
And she's got 4 amazing sisters who Bo tells me spoil her rotten. So I hope today, after such a great surfing performance on her birthday, surfing with the family in the ocean, she's going to get everything she wants on this birthday because you know what? She got Brad J.
I'm crying.
Right in the heart.
Yeah.
And that's what this is all about. This is more than surfing.
Yeah.
This is above surfing. Look at that. That is a smile that nothing can ever replicate.
Oh, man, I am seriously crying up in the booth just to the amazement I'm getting to watch her and just seeing the stoke so alive and the support of her team, the support of her family.
I think the sun's going to come out because of what Quinn just did in the ocean.
My goodness, man. That'll tug at your heartstrings, I'll tell you what. If it doesn't, then you got ice water in those veins. Here we go, dropping it right now. Georgina Melitini from Argentina, flying the flag in a big way. Melitini has the flag on her hair ties, has the flag, 2 flags on her face, just representing Argentina. And 10 minutes and 50 seconds to go right now. Sam Bloom holding that number 1 spot down, a 6.83 to 1.67. Monique Oliveira, Brazil, 2.67 and 1.7. And Georgina with that 1.90 and a 0.9. And priority going to Sam Bloom in white right now with 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go here. Here we go. That's Sam in on this one. It's kind of a little rebuild. Probably want to turn right on this. Oh, she's going to take it right down to that left. Look at this little wall. Oh! Airdrop back in.
Sam Bloom is having an absolute amazing time out here. Look at her. So let's talk about her board setup. She's got one handle in the front, and I think she's running just 2 fins, but she's also running 2 inverted fins on the top of the board, which help keep her legs in a position that does not want to have them flail off the side of the board. Also, probably giving her a little bit of pressure that she can purport to each rail from her moving there. But see how her legs are pinned on that board because she's got 2 inverted fins that are keeping her legs together. Watch this last second drop. Oh man, I wish she would have stayed on top of that one.
That was really close to pulling it, and that's one of the tough things about it. You got to try and pull that nose up. But when you're that far forward, it's hard to bring that nose up when you airdrop back down into that little section.
All right. It looks like her and her team. Look at that, the dual duck dive right there.
What a great day. Despite the rain, it doesn't matter. This rain doesn't affect any of the competitors, man. The Stoke of Soul. Look at the smiles. Everybody having an absolute amazing time here in La Jolla.
You know, now that the rain has subsided a bit, the fans have started to show up, and I bet by the afternoon we'll have beaches of little segregations of each nation cheering on their fellow teammates, as we've seen that whenever the rain's not out, the flags and the fans are.
Yeah, that's what's kind of stopped it today. You don't see the big groups that we saw because we've had so much rain. Nice cutty out of Sam. Sam lighting up the crowd with that one, already in the #1 spot. This is going to be another big score. Still taking this to the section. Look, it's going to rebuild a little bit on the inside. What can't you do? Then another little mini section for Sam Bloom.
All right, the surfer in red, Monique Oliveira out of Brazil, once again trying to stay on, hanging on to those handles and taking this one all the way into the catcher on the beach. Still waiting to see what Sam Bloom's going to get on that last ride. She has really showcased both sides of the scores today.
I got to think that that's going to be a big score. Like, I would think very near her other score of the 6.83. So she's going to put some combo stuff against the rest of them. Because Sam Bloom with a 6.83 and a 1.8, that say bye-bye to that 1.8 because that thing's going away.
Yes, totally. We're going to see if Sam Bloom has comboed the field. But still, there's still plenty of time. Almost 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Monique Oliveira and Georgina are still out there. Georgina in the yellow, looking to catch her next wave. Look at this. That is full extension on that wave, taking it all the way down the face, and just so excited to be out here at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
You see her just pulling that head back to try and just keep that nose above water. And then this was the section for Bloom right there. Nice cutback. Lets that thing set back up. And then it gives another little section here right at the end, a little mini floater, cuts it back, and takes it to the beach.
Out there in the water, looking for that next wave. Around 7 minutes remaining. Look at that. There, as we said, as soon as that rain came out, also came out the teammates from all the supporting countries. Roberto Pinto yesterday, that guy was on fire in the final heat of the men's stand two.
Big shout out to Dukes of La Jolla, of course, been feeding the competitors and feeding us and doing a great job. Couldn't do it without him. Thank you so much, Dukes.
All the competitors, all the staff, all the people here. Dukes does not go at all shy on making sure everyone has a full belly at the end of the day.
Well, and Dukes ties themselves in with the ISA. Dukes, of course, was part when we were out there in the ISA Juniors in Huntington Beach in November. We were just kind of riding right over that. Georgina Malatini. So still waiting for the Sam Bloom score to come in.
Still waiting on that one. She's had a total of 4 waves prior to that one. Her big one, her second wave, that 6.83. The next one we're really waiting to see is what does that last wave, which definitely caught the camera's eye as he focused right in on it.
Yeah.
Let's see what the judges are focusing in on for some scores.
I just got to think, no doubt about it, it takes out the 1.8. There's no way that doesn't go away.
You know, I'm thinking around a 5.
Is that what you're thinking?
5.
Well, she had the 6.83. You'd probably have to compare that wave to that first one that she had, that she got the 6.83 on.
And we're actually still waiting for the 4th wave from Monique Oliveira. That's the one that she really took down the face of the wave, fully extended on the front of her board. And, you know, we're waiting on 2. There it is, in 8.5. Wow. I was so wrong.
Oh, wow. That's a big score right there. Now, is that our biggest? Wait, 8.55 was the biggest, I think, of the day so far, right?
Yeah, from Davi. Davi throwing down that big one earlier.
It's prone 2, man.
It's prone 2. I told you from the get-go.
Prone 2 throwing down.
Prone 2 is fun to watch.
Yeah, such good camaraderie with all of them, too, as well. And just seeing them all just have a great time. Big old smiles out there. Sam Bloom should be smiling. 8.5 and a 6.83. That means Monique would need a combo effort of 15.33 to get up in that #1 spot.
There's still 5 minutes left, and Sam, look at her. She's right out there with her pusher,
She's
ready.
in a good spot.
And I think the wave, not this one, but the one behind it, might shape up for another awesome experience for Sam on this wave from Australia.
Well,
yep, they're moving over. Let's see if they're going to go in for this one.
Well,
getting into position.
Monique has the priority here. Look at
does.
this section for Monique.
Monique having a great time right here. She's staring right at her catcher, following his instructions. Look at that. Again, it is a full 3-member team, which gets the surfers to be successful. She just took this one directly to the flag.
Yeah. I like to see that. And then Georgina answering back, getting one
Look
going
at
here.
this. This is going to reform. She's going to keep this going. She is on a great wave right here. Stay on top of that board. Don't allow it to go under. Whitewash propelling her forward. Length of ride is definitely, she's coming back now.
Back? Are you kidding me?
Look at this. She is once again showcasing why Prone 2 is such the most fun division to watch.
Wow, that's going to be her best wave of the day.
Easily.
She had a 1.9 and a 0.9, but she took that thing all the way in. That's a good wave, and that's going to help her cause because she only needs a 3.87 to get back in the number 2 spot, and she's going to get it there. I mean, look, I'll walk the plank on that one. She's going to get better than a 3.87. Now look at Sam Bloom on another one here. Sam Bloom driving down the line into the inside section here.
I don't know if anybody's having more fun than Sam Bloom. I thought Jose Martinez was having the most fun. I thought David Teixeira was having the most fun. Sam Bloom is having the most fun today.
And look at how the tri-fin has been working for her, too, to put up those big scores. Got that driving fin in the back, and then, like you said, the reverse fins on top.
And here they go, putting her back up on that board. And as you see, it doesn't matter how much time's left on this clock. They are consistently going out as they're always trying to catch more waves. Each competitor has a minimum of 2 waves caught. Monique has 4 waves, and Sam Bloom has caught a total of 7 waves, with 2 of them scoring above 6.8.
Yeah, I mean, look, an 8.5 and a 6.83. You'd probably say those are 2 scores in the top 5 big scores of the day. Both those scores.
I think out of the last 2 days.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Know? And as
we had better conditions yesterday too.
We did. But today, I'm definitely seeing surfers getting creative, finding those open spaces and saying, okay, if this is my 0.1 to 2 seconds time to really have the ability to show my maneuvers, they're actually showcasing them at the highest level. We saw that, from Freddie trying a 3, from Davy just having a great one. Jose's look back on that wave. We've seen it all today, and we haven't even actually talked about Christian Otter-Bailey or, Bruno Hansen in the Prone 1 division, who started off the day, who just really set a precedent. We're having a heck of a day of surfing. The rain might try to harpen it, but they cannot steal away from this stone.
Look at Melatini's score, checks in with a 5.03. So 5.03, 1.9. She's going to go the number 2 spot. She gets out of that 3rd spot. She's going to bump Monique down, and she is still in a combo effort to try and catch Sam Bloom, who's just been on a tear here today with an 8.5 and a 6.83.
We are still awaiting scores from Monique and Sam after their last 2 waves. Monique might jump up as she is very close to Georgiana. Again, that 2nd and 3rd position are trading back and forth. But again, Georgiana putting up that 5.03 is really saying, hey, that's the type of waves that I can surf. But Sam Bloom, that 3 fin, that board, inverted fins, it's definitely the setup working for her.
Oh, definitely the right board choice. And you don't know that until you get out there and see what it does. You can make as many opinions to yourself on what board's going to work the best, but that seems to be the ticket for Sam Bloom with an 8.5 and a 6.83 with 55 seconds to go.
Look at this. Sam Bloom's throwout wave is a 5.5. They just posted that from her last wave, and her last wave is a throwout at a 5.5.
There's some competitors who would like to have that throwout wave right there.
Yes, very much so.
So Monique with a 3.10 and a 2.93, needing a 3.84 to recapture that 2nd place back.
Here goes Sam Bloom again, and the pusher said no at the last second. I think that was a really great call. All right, here we go. In yellow, nope, waiting again. We got 20 seconds here. How are we going to conclude this final heat here in round 1 of the Prone 2 women's division?
If you're the pusher right there, you want to get back to yellow and get her into something here with 10 seconds to go. Anything that's got something that she can ride, just because what she just needs to get rid of a 1.9. I think you got to send her. You got to send her.
Got to send her. And the smile is at least a 5. And we're going to keep going here.
Oh, look at her.
Stay up. Look at her climb to the front of that board.
Come on.
No, you are not stopping me, Wave. I'm going to find every opportunity to ride you. Just the effort alone is worth the 1.9 and above there.
And being able to scoot back up on that nose to make into that section. Good stuff out of all 3 of our competitors. What a great heat that was.
You've talked about it all day, and we continue to have shine. It has been nothing but absolute positivity from this group of ladies in Women Prone 2.
Well, as our competitors make their way back, we have the final heat on the way for you for your Women Prone 2 round 1. 3 qualifying heats. We've seen 2 so far. but some amazing surfing out of all the competitors. A big, huge thank you to Amp Surf, our new partners out here. We thank you for everything you do. Organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs for veterans, adults, and children. And a big thank you to the San Diego Parks and Rec for holding it down too as well, and inviting us back here every year for your Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Well, we got more coming up. Please stay with us. Women Prone 2, Round 1, third and final heat on the way. Your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And a wet and wild day out here, day number 2 of your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Under the gray skies and wet beaches of La Jolla, California, day number 2 in the water. And we're talking about your women's Prone 2, round 1, heat number 3. And who are we looking at in this one?
You know, we've got Ava Heller out of Hawaii, and I've got a great story to share about her. Sandra Vendrell out of Spain, and Catel Roper out of France. 3 nations all serving here, 3 ladies, and I don't expect we're going to see anything less than what we've seen in the first 2 heat from this women's Prone 2 division, other than stellar performances, high scores, and really fun excitement out of me and you, Brad J.
Indeed. It doesn't take much to get us excited.
You know, Ava is an amazing story. Way back in 2012, we were in Maui, my foundation, and we met her at a very young age. She had actually never been out in the ocean at that time. A guy I've brought up a couple times in this speech, a guy by the name of Bruce Boyle, brought Ava out into the ocean for her first time, and ever since then, she's been completely hooked on the sport of surfing. And now to see her competing for Team Hawaii here at the World Championships really shows you that one random act of kindness, where you go out of your way just to try to see if you can help someone else, can spawn into something as beautiful as seeing her now compete for a world title.
He is Roy Tuscany. I am Brad J. Roy, of course, the CEO and founder of High Fives Foundation.
There it is, red jersey right there. There's the girl I'm talking about, Ava Heller. Ava is riding that way past her pusher. Nope, I'm going to keep going and keep surfing. That is what she does. Actually, past her catcher. But look at that. She's going with a different little setup. Now, we've seen kind of flexible handles. Those look like more plastic hard handles on the front of her board.
They definitely do. And we got Sander right now dropping in on this one.
Now look at the amount of angulation that they have on the front of that piece of foam for her, really keeping her up above the wave, and really being able probably to transfer from rail to rail by having that higher foam block in the front.
Yeah, and especially in surfing, that's what you need to do when you're teaching people to surf. You got to get their chest up off that board.
Look at that quick little.
Oh, wow.
How about that? Ava Heller getting quickly put into this wave. She's going for it, and it's staying. It's going to keep building, but she gets spun by her catcher, and they're getting her back out in there saying, hey, maybe that was a little too quick for you to get going.
Well, that was interesting to see the catcher be able to pull her out of that wave, turn her back around, and get her back outside.
You know, again, it goes back to that teamwork. Team of 3 working together between the pusher, the catcher, and the athlete to make sure that they're having the best experience. Now, we're going to go live to the beach. We're going to hear what the Hawaiians are saying as they cheer on their fellow teammate from the nation of Hawaii.
Jackracks, I call them jackracks.
And here comes, you can hear the chants right there. Come on!
And I also, unfortunately,
Whistles.
think I'm hearing some more rain coming into this area, Brad J.
Yep, the rain continuing to fall out here. But it doesn't dampen the spirits of our surfers, that's for sure, because they're coming out, bringing their A games out here. 3.67 and 2.37 for Ava Heller from Hawaii. That's a 6.04 total for her at #1 spot. Sandra Vendrell from Spain, a 4.53. She's done it with a 2.5 and a 2.03. And Catel Roper from France, a 1.17. And here's Sandra on this one. You can see, as Roy was talking about, that foam block, keeping her chest up off that board, enabling her to just sit farther forward on that board to keep that fall line and to make those sections.
And look at that, again, on the beach talking about, okay, here's what we're seeing, here's how we're positioning a lot of our others. So getting out there with information from your coach and your team is really helping. Now, in the white jersey here from France, Catel Roper really staying on this. Look at this, using that ability to pull herself forward to continue to push her down the wave.
And look, even moving that left hand forward to depress down on the nose to make the section, makes another turn in here towards the bottom all the way to the beach. And you know what's great about that is seeing her be able to pull her body forward to put more pressure on that nose to get back into those sections.
And here we go. Ava Heller is on, pushed out in front of a great wave here. Wave catching up to her. The whitewash is encompassing her. It's going to reform. Let's see what it does, if it's going to give her a little bottom term action.
Looks like it might.
She's excited. She's definitely fired up. A high five to that catcher right there.
Can you get Can you get points for that?
You know, I would give her extra points, but that's if this was high fives. This is Amp Surf presents, though. So she gets extra points because she is amped up as she came into the beach.
Nice segue, my man.
Right, pretty good, huh?
Nicely done there. Well, 12 minutes remaining. Catel Roper, top spot, 5.0, 1.17. And then you got Ava Heller at #2. Still waiting for a couple scores, but a 3.67 and a 2.37. And then Sandra Vendrell in that #3 spot. And then we just see a little bit of change, some scores coming in. So 4.07 for Ava Heller and a 3.67. Couple of mid-range solid scores.
You know, I really like how they scored Catel's last run, giving her a 5 there. Not only did she ride that wave a long time, but she had to change her position on that board multiple times to continue to push down. Here we go in the yellow. It's like you were just handed that nice perfect wave, and that stoke on her face is fully amped as Sandra Vendrell out of Spain is definitely taking one for a joy ride here.
She's like, I can't believe how far I'm getting this one all the way through.
She's like, hey, you're going to have to swim a long way to get to me.
She's going to come all the way into the beach. We're going to have to deliver a plate lunch from Duke's. She's made it so far in.
Look at that. You know, she had a 2.5 and a 2.03. It's going to be great to see what the judges reward her with that one.
You know the 2.03. Say sayonara.
See you later.
Yeah, that thing's gone.
Oh, look at that instantly. A 3.57 added to her score. And now look how close these three ladies are. We've got a 6.07 in third with a 7.74 out in top. Between that and the last 10 minutes, we're going to continue to see heavy action in this round 1, heat 3 of the women's Prone 2 division.
We are definitely seeing some heavy action with just almost to the halfway point right now in this one. And Ava Heller, she's been on top, solid, 4.07, 3.67. Catel in the #2 spot, a 5. She's got the highest scored wave in this heat, but she needs to replace that 1.17 to put her up back into that #1 spot. And Sandra Vendrell, she's battling as well, 3.57 and 2.50.
All right, we're closing in on that 10-minute mark, halfway through here. we're seeing nothing but fantastic surfing. We wouldn't express anything less, as we've seen nothing but top-notch surfing from the first 2 heats, and now in this final heat of the Women's Prone 2, really seeing Ava Heller shine. She's been on the most waves out of anybody. Actually, nope, I correct that. Sandra has been on the most waves than anybody, but all of them with a minimum of 3 waves caught in the first 10 minutes. So off we go. We're going to see what the last 10 minutes look like as Ava and her pusher are setting up for that next wave.
Well, we're just this is pretty much the halfway point of the day. This is our 14th heat of the day that we've seen. We still have 13 more heats to throw down here for the rest of the day. So we're about that mid range right now, and you're looking at time-wise, and that high tide is definitely maxed out now, and now we should see that thing start pulling. So got to remember about the tide. It's going to pull approximately about a foot an hour out, all the way to the low tide at about 6 o'clock.
Because we're going to see about a 5.5-foot change between low and high tide, and we've got about a 5-hour span. So we're going to drastically actually be able to see it probably about a foot an hour, which you will visibly be able to see as that line of water, which is pretty close to where all our tents are and everything, is really going to push out, and how that's going to transform what we're calling the surf arena, which is not really going to be there as the high tide is going to low tide.
Yeah, you got to say, I think by the time we end with the rest of the 13 heats we have, we'll see that tide move another 3 feet out. And that could change things too. It could change things for the better, but usually you like the higher tide out here at La Jolla.
Yes, that is a fact.
And with 8 minutes to go, Ava Heller from Hawaii, number 1. From France, Cattell in that second spot in white. Sandra Vendrell from Spain, number 3. Vendrell needing a 2.61 to get up in the top 2. And Roper needing a 2.74 to take over that top spot. Remember, she's got the 5. No one else has 5.
Look at this, pushing her off on that little shoulder. I don't really know, but look at this. If she can cut back, get back. If we could have saw that reform, we would have saw her come in for a little bit farther, but I just don't think that was the best wave. With her already with a 4.7 and a 3.67, that wave was not going to replace one of those.
And she's got, I mean, I'm sure she knows Roper does have a 5, so you know that, okay, she's got a really good wave to work with. If she adds another one to that, that could spell the end of the number 1 spot for Heller and bump her down.
Yeah, exactly. You know, wave selection, we've spoken about it throughout the broadcast today, as really coming down to where all these surfers who are at the highest world-class ability, here we go, Cattell Roper, as we said, working off of 5, trying to get rid of that 1.7. Look at her crawl up to the front of that board saying, I want to get to the front of this board, and I think she's pretty exhausted after that.
Well, I think she used that to her advantage on the 5.0, being able to pull her weight back to the front and like 3 different times, and she made like 3 sections on that wave.
Yeah, we got to see her continue her ride because of her ability to know that the more force that she put on the front of the board would increase her speed and allowing her to get to the open sections of those 3 different waves.
And some of the competitors, some of the surfers aren't able to do that. They don't have the arm strength to be able to do it, and some of them in Prone 2 aren't able to do that. But if you are, you got to use any strength you have to your advantage to take over in the heat. So that is Sandra Vendrell, once again looking for a 2.61. She definitely can do that. She got a really good high-scoring wave. And look at her setup right there. We were talking about the foam blocks. There's a good shot of it right there. That front one really keeps that back up and the chest up.
I like that she matches her helmet to her block color as well. You know, really making sure that you stay color coordinated. It's important.
Steez is important.
Very important.
Steez and style is important. You got to have
two different things too.
They are 2 different things.
2 different things.
6 minutes to go right now.
And we're seeing the Bo shake. Bo out there trying to grab some report from the beach, and I just don't think the rain is going to allow that to happen. But don't worry, Bo will be back on here shortly, and he'll be adding in his knowledge, and we'll be having Mitchell come on here and adding his color. Don't you worry, they will be back, and they'll be kicking off the men's stand 1 division. Now, stand division, there are now 3 divisions within that stand with all different, interpretations.
Well, they're going to be handling men's stand 1, round 1. So we're going to go to the stand rounds after this one, and that will be what we'll send Bo and Mitchell. Will start with that one. There'll be 2 heats of that one. Then we'll be followed by the women's stand 1 after that. And we just move on down. We finish with your men kneel round 2 with 4 qualifying heats today.
You know, men's kneel round 1, we got to see kick off our event yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And, you know, those guys, we talked to a lot of them, and Bo spoke to it yesterday about length of ride did not really go to their overall score. So talking to a lot of the competitors in the men's kneel, many of them are switching to short boards today because they know that the more maneuvers they perform are going to help score better. Ava Haler already saying, hey, catcher, grab me. I don't want to go any farther than this. I need to get another wave.
See, that's pretty smart. Ava knowing that that wave wasn't going to produce anything more than what she was getting off it. So she signals to the catcher, hey, look, stop me, grab me, get me back out there because I know I can do something better than that. And that's the drive of a champion who's got the lead right now.
You know, you see that leash setup that she's running. Now, most of the time, leashes are off the back foot. But with the ability to be on that prone position, you really don't want it on the back of your feet. You really want to have it in the central part in case the board ever gets done. So a gentleman by the name of Eric Walls over on the Maui North Shore has really developed how to put together, corrective strapping so that your leash is not pulling at your feet, it's actually pulling at your center core. So you'll see a lot of these prone to actually putting their leash connected to the center, and it's all from that guy Eric Walls over in Maui.
See, and necessity is what it comes down to. It's like what's going to make it better, make it more functional, and you got to think outside the box. And that leash setup, I think, makes a big difference for our competitors.
It really does. A lot of times, you know, your feet are going left and right off the boards. We've seen different types of inverted fins. We've seen padding to really keep your feet there. The last thing that you want is a leash pulling your feet in multiple directions from there. By having it centralized in your core, you can really allow the body to control where that board's going to go.
Well, Ropero was bumped down into that number 3 spot, and she's been the one kind of working the sections and moving forward and keeping the drive going with that tide. So just look at it. You can see how she forces it back down. The board was trying to pull out of it, and she's like, no, you don't. I'm taking this one to the beach because I'm trying to get back up to the top 2 position. I mean, I'm thinking that's what she's thinking.
I think you're right. I think that's 100% correct. You know, looking at that, that'll probably better one of her 117 or 103, I can only imagine, and really close the gap that we're going to see again. Ava Heller catching a total of 6 waves, but again, her shot high marks of 4.7 is really going to have to continue to add with the next score that she puts out front. Now, we're closing in 2.5 minutes, Brad J. You know, now they're really down to, okay, I've got to catch one wave. Here we go in the yellow jersey, Sandra Vendrell out of Spain.
And she is in second place right now, looking for a little rebuild, a little double up, if you will. Is she going to get the cooperation of the wave? Yes, she does. So she's going to take this thing all the way to the beach. This is probably going to do it for her. Stays with it. Our water safety behind her, clapping.
I can't believe that guy in the water is wearing a beanie.
Got to stay warm.
Yeah, I guess. Seems like it's going to suck down a lot of water, though.
Well, it's because he's wearing a shorty. That's why.
Yeah.
If he wasn't wearing a spring suit, maybe he wouldn't have the beanie on.
Yeah, exactly. I get it. He wants to show off those calves, though.
I'm thinking a 4.3 would be what I'd be in right now.
I'd just not be in the water. I like where I am right here in the announcer booth.
Toasty. Hanging with you, man.
Yes.
A minute 36. Here we go. Ava Heller, top spot, 407, a 367. She's got the lead with a 7.74 total. Sandra Vendrell moves up to the number 2 spot. She's got a 3.57 and 2.77. And Catel Repair from France needing to get rid of a wave score of a 1.17. She needs a 2.07. And look at that little section right there.
Yes, and we're still actually awaiting her last score from the last time she took one to the beach.
I think she's going to do it.
I think as well. I think we're going to see her moving up. Still waiting for the judges on her 4th wave, and now we're waiting on her 5th wave score. And I think she's saying, hey, I had a lot of fun out there. What are we doing here? Let's just hang out.
And you can see how she keeps the legs together. You can see that Velcro, that attachment that holds those legs together so they don't spread out, right?
Here we go, beach wheelchair safety again. What was that, less than 5 seconds again? Yeah. I mean, the timing of this safety water crew in the beach transport has really showed how that there's always someone there to help and making sure that the time in between help and actually happening is less than 5 seconds.
So this is the tough situation when you have to battle through waves and you're trying to get to the outside as the pusher to get your athlete in the correct position, but yet you get a couple sets on the head and you still got to pull them through. You don't want them to get dismounted. You want to be able to put them into another wave.
All right, Ava Heller, there it is. I don't know, but, you know, as the time was running down, she didn't really have much options, although Wow.
Oh, look at this.
What did we not notice all of a sudden, sir?
Yeah, well, Catel Repère from France moves all the way to the #1 spot. She goes from 3rd to 1st, just like that, with a couple of waves, a 5-0 and a 3-9.
And that it concludes our first round of the women's prone 2. We are now welcoming back our friends Mitchell and Bo back into the booth, and it ends up being France, Hawaii, Spain, white, red, yellow.
Wow, that was some good stuff right there all the way through. Good to see the competitors out there making things happen in a big way. Well, like you said, we're going to turn things over. Next up, we're going to move into men's stand 1, round 1. 2 qualifying heats to go, and we're going to send things over to Bo Mitchell with that one. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More to come. Stay with us, huh?
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are in round 1 of the men's stand 1 division, 2 heats in this division. Let's get underway. We've got Jonathan Borda from Brazil in red, Nara Sugiyara from Japan in white, Anthony Smith from South Africa in yellow, a former world champ, and Ivan, how would you say that? Muguerza from Spain. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and here we go. This guy's got an arm sling. That's Iban.
Yeah, the Spaniard. And this is going to be a good division. It's the one where we're seeing more core strength and more upper body strength. So these guys definitely should be able to surf. Whoa.
Yeah, a lot of these are upper limb disabilities, whether amputee or birth defect or accident that happened to them. So their lower extremities are rocking, and we just saw a good wave there. Surf by Nara.
Brad J's getting his food, and I think he's all stoked on what we got from Duke's today. The Kahlua pork, it's legit.
But did he eat more pancakes than you?
He kind of laughed himself away, so maybe.
So I think he did. I think he did.
Maybe. But this is definitely a stacked heat. Like, we already saw Jonathan's wave, and that was a legit hit up into the lip. Nara can definitely surf, and one thing that we tend to see a lot from Japanese surfers is that their technique, especially in beach breaks, is almost perfect.
So here we go. Priority sitting. Right now, no priority on our screen as we have split peak situations. Ooh. We watch yellow just kick out. Anthony.
And Nara with a quick one right there. Going back to the importance of actually being on the power source of the wave. If you don't have speed when you're going into the wave, Bo, you're just not going to be able to make that connecting section to the inside, which is really where you're going to be able to connect with the lip. But look at that. Boom. Straight up into the lip. Beautiful bottom turn. And scores haven't dropped yet for Jonathan's first wave, which we're seeing on screen. But to me, that's got to be at least in the good range, just for the one maneuver. I mean, quality over quantity all day long. And then Ibon Muguerza from Spain, pretty decent hit too on his backhand. But look at this, our Brazilians are up again.
Here he goes on the backhand. Already starting slicing and dicing on that opening wave, making the connection. One turn there, then the kick out. But Anthony Smith, the 2018-2016 gold medalist in this division, and here he goes. Like his style, he's been mixing up whether a mini tank in the early years, now he's going to more of a shorter board.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, for these kind of waves, you definitely want something that'll float you, but you want something that'll get up into the lip quickly. And that's what you're seeing from Jonathan so far. But Anthony had a really nice wrap on his backhand. And as you said, he's a two-time champion at this event, so he has competitive experience.
Not only a two-time medalist, let's say a four-time medalist. He has 2 golds and 2 silvers. He was runner-up to the world title in the inaugural 2015 behind Mark Mono Stewart, who has now graduated himself into the knee division. And when Anthony won his first gold medal, he beat out Mike Kuntz from Kauai, who earned the silver that year. And Anthony lost to Adi Klang, who's now back into the Neil division. So the 2 times that Anthony did not win this stand division, it was because of Neil surfers. And now they've divided up the Neil surfers into their own division.
Yeah, and which is good. You're seeing things be played out in a more fair fashion. First of all, the comparisons aren't there as to what's more difficult anymore. Now you can really be super clear about that. And when it comes to actually being a power surfer in this regard, since you're using your bottom limbs so much more than your upper limbs now, it's going to be much more comparable to who's doing a more difficult maneuver, especially when it's coming to your bottom turn standing up.
Well, let's get everybody updated on the scores, and Jonathan's just registered a beautiful score.
617, and he backed it up with that second one, a 417 already. But look at Ibon, a 3.33. Anthony has a 3.43 for that one nice wrap. And Naro's the wild card in this heat. He has a longer board. He has a board that is nothing similar to what all other 3 competitors are riding. So what's he going to be able to do as far as actual heat strategy goes? Is he going to wait for a set wave and maybe try to do a nice roundhouse on that board? Or is he going to go for length of ride, which isn't going to score as high, though?
Okay, so we got that down. 13 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We'd like to thank our title sponsor, Amp Surf, for the overall sponsorship and our title sponsorship here at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Our presenting sponsors also including the Foundation of Global Support and Development and the City of San Diego and the Parks and Recs. Thanks for your participating as being presenting sponsors. 13 minutes remaining. We are in Heat 1, Round 1 of the men's stand division. Total of 8 surfers in this round.
Yeah, and a lot of the men and women that are in this division really have competed at a higher level of qualification as far as the actual qualifying series goes, maybe pro juniors. And as you see in the competitors area, look at how packed it is. Everybody's just supporting each other, and it really has been a very action-packed, but more than anything, emotion-packed first 2 days of competition, Bo.
Okay. Just getting some information from our other fellow teammates. They're messaging here into the announcer's booth. And look, Team Argentina focused in. There's Josh from Team Hawaii. He's coming up at the end of the day, I believe in the final heat of the day. It's, yesterday morning when it was nice and sunny, that tent was empty. Everybody was out on the beach.
Yeah.
Now it's covered from the rain.
Well, a lot of these teams, too, don't come from places where the sun will come out too much. I know one of the team members, the delegates from Wales, was actually saying that he was sunburnt yesterday because he hadn't seen the sun in 5 months.
No,
so
5 months.
5 months. Can you imagine that, Bo?
No.
How long have you lived in Hawaii for? Since you were 10. So you're basically a Hawaiian. You're a Kanaka. I'm gonna go out and say you're a Kanaka.
Still a Malahini.
It's tomato right there. That's a debate for another day.
But I'm still a Howley.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, you're way more Kanaka than a lot of people I know.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that. But getting back to,
I would say I was Akamai.
A little hapa. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a hapa. Imagine not seeing the sun for 5 months.
Oh,
being somebody from the island of Hawaii, you're just looking at, dude, it's rainy, it's windy, it's cold, and then you get over here and you're like, it's freezing, You were talking about yesterday, 60-degree water, you never get that over there. There's
Yeah.
people that are coming from Wales, from England, from Sweden, where water temps are in the mid-40s.
So this is warm.
This is super warm for them. South Africa even, Anthony Smith, even if you're from Durban, you still got to be thinking that the coldest you're wearing a 3-2. So this might be the most he's worn a wetsuit in a while.
Here we go. Nara up and riding. Nara riding more of a tanker-sized board, a long board. Getting up to the nose, going back. Maybe more of a mini tank.
Yeah, it's a fun board. You know, it's something that'll get him into waves. He's probably going to try to get his wave count up. But if he is going to get compared to these other surfers, he has to be doing something similar to what they're doing in order to get decent scores.
Well, if he's doing more traditional longboarding maneuvers, hanging 5, hanging 10, cross-stepping, drop knee turns, the judges will reward him for the style and for that expertise of that division. But here we go, the man of the hour right now, Jonathan. Tags it right one more time into the whitewater section.
Dude, he destroyed that thing. 3 maneuvers, but the first 2 were just quality.
2-time silver medalist, 2-time gold medalist, Anthony up and riding. Trying to stay onto this wave, and he realizes it's a losing battle, so he'll bow out.
And Borba for sure going to better that 417. I think this might actually even be his best wave so far. And still lots of time. It's a competitive heat right now. Iban has that 3.33. Definitely want to get rid of that 1.83 by the end of this heat. But Anthony going to get another backup on the board. But Borba is just going to be out in front for a while, I think, for the remainder of this heat from what I've seen.
Well, again, in this division, they'll surf round 1 today. Round 2, maybe tomorrow or Saturday. And then top 4 will make the final.
Yeah, and going back to the subject of Brazil being the real superpower of surfing in the last 10 years, it's really because you're based out of 3 areas in the majority of the country when it comes to concentration of surfers. It's Rio de Janeiro, it is Sao Paulo, which is Ubatuba, Maresias, and then you have Guarujá, too, where Mineiro is from, Adriano de Souza. And then you have the southern part of Brazil, which is Florianópolis and Santa Catarina. So those were like the 3 major parts. And now the north is kind of coming up, where Italo's from.
Oh, yeah.
Gold medalist last year in Japan. He's from Bahia Formosa in the northern part of Brazil. And a lot of people from there hadn't really stood out before because it's not as exposed. So a lot of them have to move to those 3 major places I mentioned.
How's Italo? Qualified not once, but twice for the Tokyo Olympic Games by winning the gold medal at the ISA World Games and world #1 on the WSL CT rankings.
Yeah, and he'll go to El Salvador with a lot of focus. Not meaning that he doesn't want to win there, especially if the waves are super good, which they most likely will be. But he's got a target on his back. Everybody's chasing him right now.
Well, it was exciting to see him win his world championship at Aokai over the Banzai Pipeline. He incorporated Shane Dorian's coaching to win at Pipe, and Shane a multi-finalist at the Pipe Masters. And every time Ichiro went down, he had a quiver of 6 boards as backup. And right before the final during the free surf, he broke his favorite board right before that exciting final with Julian Wilson.
With Gabe. Julian Wilson was the year before. You've done, the Pipe Masters for the last 20, 30 years maybe, so you've got a lot of finals to remember. But, you know, just look at how Brazil is so concentrated and focused. Like, they're having fun, but at the same time they know that they're here to win. They're here to compete. Like, they've taken time off of work to come here, first of all. A lot of people are still in school. They're getting educated, so it's not easy to travel that amount of distance and not put at least some effort into it, you know? And I respect it. And I think a lot of people misunderstand Brazilians when it comes to that, and even passionate countries such as Argentina and Uruguay. So I don't blame them for being as passionate as they are, but they definitely know when to turn it on and when to turn it off.
Well, it's just amazing. We have a record number of athletes and countries here in the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. 133 athletes from 22 countries, breaking 2018's record. And gender equality, more women's divisions, and the expansion of the women coming here to La Jolla this year is amazing.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. You're just pushing surfing in a direction where you want to see not only gender equality, but you also want to see equality among divisions, whether it's male or female, too.
All right, Nara getting back on his board, 5:46 remaining. And it's exciting that the ISA has lobbied for the sports inclusion in the Paralympics and most recently applied for inclusion in Santiago coming up in Argentina in 2023 for the Pan Am Games.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial to get or at least this division of surfing into Chile in 2023. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think it's eventually going to go into the Paralympics. I think it will be within this decade, and I think it's going to have a huge debut too. I think stand-up, maybe not stand-up surfing, but I think stand-up paddling as far as racing goes, it's also going to get included eventually in this decade. And we have 1 foot in the door. Surfing's in there. It's the one that's the base of all of them, and it's just going to make things really good for the surfing community worldwide.
And you know, Fernando Aguirre, president of the International Surfing Association, is wanting his dream all disciplines of surfing. He wants to see longboarding. He wants to see masters. He wants to see bodyboarding into the Olympics. He wants to see maybe even the juniors in there, as we have shortboard already in, and of course the para surfing, and as you said, stand-up, sup, and maybe prone paddleboarding too.
Yeah, and why not even throw body surfing in there?
Oh.
It's where everything started from. I think there's a lot of people that practice body surfing on a consistent and regular basis, and it's where everything is stemmed from before. And you don't have to travel with any equipment, so it makes things so much more easier when you're traveling worldwide, too.
Well, you do need a pair of fins.
But, I mean, that can fit in a backpack, though. You
Yeah.
don't have to bring a board bag.
Yeah.
You can fit it in your suitcase, so it's more accessible in that sense.
All right, Jonathan, another top Brazilian dominating
Yeah.
here. Round one, Heat 1. So many times we've seen the Brazilians, and the reason why they're in round 1 and Heat 1 is they're the top seed in the red jersey.
Yeah, and a pair of sixes is a really good way to start off your campaign in this event, especially for how conditions are. He's killing it right now.
Brazil winning the first team championship in 2016. 2017 Team USA is the defending gold medal champion, winning the team back in 2018. So Brazil trying to get back on top, and they won the team silver medal in 2018.
Yeah, and South Africa, a big field of competitors in this event too. They've haven't been champions at this event, but they've been champions in the surfing in the Open. And I think they've come close in the juniors as well. So they might be a force to be reckoned with if they get in a little momentum, if they actually, get more finalists. That's the key to everything, having consistency in every single category that you have surfers in. So I know Spain has a lot of competitors. They've got one of the more complete teams too. So it's a toss-up.
And we'll get more of a points breakdown, especially when we head into the weekend on Saturday.
Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be crucial. You're going to be seeing a lot more strategic gameplay on those 2 last days.
All right, 2.5 minutes remaining. Jonathan dominating in this heat, a 6.5 and a 6.17.
And Anthony with a pair of threes, really trying to better at 3.23. If you're getting anything in the 6 range, you're pretty stoked. If you're getting a pair of 5s even, anything that'll go into double digits is pretty good. You really want to avoid having one of those heats where you're putting yourself in a position that your heat total is a 5, even if you do have a 5 already, because it just means that you're adding more pressure to yourself to actually perform better in the second heat you're surfing.
All right, in the men's stand division, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or impairment equivalent is into this division. And so we're seeing where some of our Neil surfers who had won this division in the past have separated and gone into their own division. So more parity. Here we go, Iban up and riding.
Nice. That was a really beautiful get up for Iban right there. Really solid surfing on his rail too. For sure going to better that 1.83. And with the minute 20 closing the heat like this is going to be huge for his confidence going into round number 2. And lastly, dude, the guy's surfing trying to get up with one arm too. Look at Anthony getting up too.
Well, Anthony's got the flair, especially right there, throwing it straight vertical on the whitewater and turning it back around.
Well, he probably surfed with Jordy Smith a lot too, so maybe he's got a little bit of Jordy's flair going on with him.
I don't know. He's more of a Greg Emsley. He's got the big foot
Oh,
back
the
there.
Emsley.
East London, going East London on you. Yeah, I know Ems for many years, and in fact, he is one of the youth developers
in South Africa.
In South Africa.
For sure. South Africa has talent for days. Dale Staples
is
somebody that I've competed against many times. Beric de Vries.
Well, we saw David Van Zyl.
David Van Zyl
won the
HIC.
Well, it used to be the HIC. It's now the
it's the Vans Pro. True.
Yeah, and a breakout performance. And, of course, Jordy Smith winning the World Cup a couple of years back, and Martin Potter, a former South African, winning. And there's the final seconds.
So that's going to be, like, basically they're going to count it as the same ride, even though he did go back to a prone position.
Totally.
So it's just going to be continuation of ride. Probably not going to go into Yvonne's top 2, but for Jonathan Borba, whoa, Bo. He just made a statement right there.
Well, Jonathan was a silver medalist last year. He wants gold this year, doesn't he?
Baby need a new pair of shoes, boy.
So we had the gold and silver medalist in that heat, and we're going to see them yet again. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, Heat 2 of Round 1 of the men's stand division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and we're bringing you the broadcast along with Brad J. and Roy Tuscany. They'll be coming up in future heats. And let's introduce our surfers here in heat number 2. Mitch, I give you the floor.
Mike Vaz from Brazil in red, Harrison Doi from Hawaii in white, Camilo Abdullah from Portugal in yellow, and Joseba Mercader from Spain is in blue.
Here we go, off on the first wave. This will be Mike Vaz from Brazil. Good carving turn back into the pocket, liking the upper body, lower body switch turns.
Whoa.
There he goes, using his finesse right here, all on this wave. And look, open face opportunities all up and down this wave.
Hold the phone? Where did that thing come from? I was like, okay, kick out. I was thinking like the whole time, how is this thing
I thought
keeping...
after the second turn, that wave was going to just close out or just peter out. He turned a 3 into a 9.
Dude, that was a 2. I mean, after
look,
the
he's coming
first
in
card,
already.
and look at his smile. Look at his smile. He's like, oh, walk in the park. He's like,
He goes,
no,
"Yeah,
I'm
give
good.
me your board. You've won the heat already.
Take it easy.
You don't need to go back out. No. Of course he's going back out.
Dude, that looked like he was. And look at the score already. What? 9.83? Whoa.
Okay, let's go down with Brad and check in with Anthony.
And standing by with Anthony Smythe from South Africa, second in-night heat. I mean, challenging conditions. What did you do to get out there in that top 2?
I think I was patient. I would like to be number 1. Jonathan got a good one up front, and I saw that the judges were really scoring maneuvers. So I was just trying to find any wave, even if it was smaller, which had a little bit of wall on it that I can just at least get one maneuver in. And that's where the 6s and 7s lie, you know. It didn't come my way, but I think the last 2 waves I got helped a bit.
Now let's talk about your board. Now you saw the conditions were a little different, so you had to make some changes to get the right board for the conditions. What happened on the board situation?
You know, I just gave this a test run. This is a board that I basically made last year for this wave. So it's got a bit of more volume and a little bit more rocker out the tail, so it fits into corners nicely. And I really knew it was the wrong board for here. But it's the best board I've got for here, you know, for today. I think tomorrow I might have a look at going down to Bird's surf shed and see if I can find something really wide. But if the surf improves, this will be the right board.
Well, you're talking about the right guy to go to. Bird's going to probably have something over there for you, for sure. Well, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the week out here.
Cheers, guys. See you soon.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Brad. Congratulations, Anthony. And oh my God, we missed a wave. We missed a wave from Mike Voss, didn't we?
Yeah.
Let's update everybody on the scores. And that is not a typo, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the highest total of the event, a 9.83 and an 8.33 as his backup.
Okay.
Pretty sure this is the 9.83. Yeah, so this is the one that's basically, it's a 10. You know, a 9.83 is basically a 10, except one out of the 3 judges that will average it out, it was either a 9.8 or a 9.9. But look at this. Flow, he had speed, and he was carrying it throughout the entirety of the wave. Even got the Cloas re-entry. Beautiful surfing there from Mike Voss from Brazil. And this was his opener, the 8.33. Nice foam climb. Nice redirection with the hit right there. And look at the way he generates speed. He gives that little like 1-2 step on the bottom. And when he goes up in bottom turns, he releases every time he engages with the lip. He's not only the best surfer I've seen in this division so far, he's the best surfer I've seen in the entire event.
Yeah, and just when we thought we saw everything yesterday with Ricardo, now Mike Voss puts us to town. You know,
seriously,
I apologize, Mike. I gave you a 9 on that wave. I underscored you.
I don't even know what to say. When we were watching it live, I was like, why is this guy not kicking out? That's what I was thinking to myself. Next thing you know is standing up. So his rate on the wave was just to perfection.
That was an amazing ride, an amazing 2-wave total, and no other surfers yet catch a wave yet until right now.
Joseba, that was a quick one for him, his opener.
And Vossi is up again. Look at him. Smiling on every turn. He's got the mojo right now. He's got momentum.
Dude, I'm going to call his style springy. Yeah. Every time he goes to the bottom and he bottom turns, it's so easy for him to, when he actually hits the lip, he engages with it, and he kind of slides his fins a little.
All right, we got the girls stand division. We got Team USA and Team Hawaii cheering in there.
Liv Stone and Faith Lennox right there. Faith from Oahu too, Bo?
Maui.
Maui
no Ko'oi.
That's where I grew up when I was younger. I went to Kakalui Elementary.
Yeah, she's a Hokipa girl.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good surfers around that area.
Totally.
Tanner Hendrickson.
Yep.
Albie Layer. Well, I mean, Albie's more from
Kai Barger.
Paiusite. Oh, Barger, don't even get me started with him. Former world champion in the junior division.
Yeah. Kai, even, I think it was, maybe 3 years ago, there was a shark attack victim, and Kai was out there free surfing with them over in Kahului Harbor and helped bring him in.
Yeah, and, it's an issue that a lot of people don't address as much, and it's like, it's part of nature. People have gone through situations like that before, and I think a lot of us really have had encounters with them before, regardless if it's a nice one or a bad one. And we just need to face the facts, but we're in their natural environment.
True. Aloha, my name is Bo Hodge. This is Mitch Salazar. Welcome to the day number 2 broadcast here on the webcast of the International Surfing Association's presentation of the 2020 AMP Surf World Para Surfing Championships. Still Friday, Saturday, Sunday round out, and we're seeing the best surfing so far of the contest by this man in red, Mike Voss from Brazil.
Absolutely, and I would love to get a little talk with him after the heat, see what was the strategy, first of all, going into the event. Second, what was the strategy going into the heat, because it stopped raining for a little bit, rain started back on, so it's not like super clean, but that might actually benefit him, because coming from Brazil, conditions are like this 80% of the time.
Are you sure he didn't get this contest mixed up with the Manly Surf Contest?
Seriously.
The 10,000 down in Manly?
He's looking like Miguel Pupo out there right now. He kind of has that style.
He reminds me more of a Derek Ho, that bouncy, springy style of surfing.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
Okay, Harrison Doi.
Whoa.
Here's a young boy. He's 30 years old from Oahu, living in Kapahulu. Harrison, part of the Team Hawaii. Harrison picked up surfing late in life. He was about 19 or 20, and someone left a boogie board at his house, and he said, one day, I'm going to go out and ride this thing. So he went out and he tried to stand on it, and they were going, dude, you can't stand on the boogie board. You got to get a real surfboard. So he graduated to surfing, and now he's just been hooked for the last 10 years.
Well, and it seems like he can surf, too, because he got a 3 off of one maneuver.
Yeah.
I mean, wave didn't really offer much. He did one really nice wrap. Say he gets a wave that actually offers up more than one section, he's got potential to get a 9 or a 10 possibly.
Well, of course, his home breaks over there at Diamond Head. There are cliffs and lighthouse over there, mansions. And, of course, he just recently told me he took a trip over to a place over in Kauai. He surfed a spot called Secrets. There's a spot called Secrets everywhere in the world. But he was saying this is over near Hanalei, and he was showing me pictures. Amazing, amazing left-hand waves.
Is he going to take you one of these days?
Well, maybe I have to follow him.
No, but when you come from that part of town, especially in Honolulu, you're looking at some spectacular surfers that if you're surfing with them on a consistent basis, the only way to go is up.
Yeah.
Because your talent is being pushed at such a high level that you're surfing with the Monizes. Every time somebody from the North Shore comes down, say a Joel Centello, it's getting pushed even more. You're growing up with kids like Seth Moniz, Kalani David, kids from Maui coming over, Imai Kalani DeVault when they're younger. And now you're seeing generations like Eli Hanneman. What is there that you can't learn from all these guys around you? So Harrison should look into that a little bit more. Which events can I actually do that maybe not be parasurfing? Which events can I do just regular surfing? Compete against them. Even if you're losing, not to say that he will, but even if you are losing, you're going to learn so much more from those losses and competing against those kind of surfers than you are against in 1,000 other events.
Oh, here we go, Mike Voss. I want to see him on this backhand. Snap, straight vert. And this guy never surfs without a smile.
Dude, he should just come in and grab a cup of coffee already. And that score's already in just for the one-hit wonder, a 6.5.
A 6.5?
Dude, he is just going to town right now.
Well, there's some of our spectators enjoying themselves here at La Jolla Shores. That is Danny Burt. Danny, what happened? You're not on the Team USA anymore. Former world champ.
She just cruising right now.
Yeah.
Support squad. And, it's cool being a competitor and knowing when to kind of, take your time and enjoy yourself rather than being on the contest grind all the time, Bo. It can play with your mind, whether in a favorable way or a negative way. And sometimes you just really need to step back and be like, you know what? Somebody else can take my spot, especially if you're a champion.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what am I going to do? Win another one? Is it going to taste the same?
All right. Joseba up and riding.
Nice style. I love it. Kind of got that Bobby Martinez look where he's got the knock knee forward.
He's got that hunchback.
Yeah, well, he's kind of leaning forward and he's got his legs a little, closer together.
Here, Team Chile working on their style, working on their technique, maneuvers on that backhand.
And as you can tell, they are prepared too. Look at the coach on the other side. She's even got a whistle on her. So maybe that's a form of communication that they will be using during our next competitor's heat. But it seems like they're really well prepared when it comes to actually competing as a team.
And using upper body to divert weight distribution with the lower body.
Yeah, and you need to know how to really use your weight. If your disability is on the upper part of your body, you need to know how to use your lower body super well, and that's what Mike Vaz does super well. Did you see his bottom turn? His pronunciation of the bottom turn was perfect. He went straight up vertical, got a 6.5 for one hit. So say he has 2 of those, what are you going to do? Give him a 12? You can't. You got to give him a 10.
All right, more spectators there.
Throwing the shakas.
The universal sign of surfing.
If you're a surfer and you don't know how to throw on, shame on you.
Yes.
I like it when Uncle Mike and Mace kind of throw like low profile ones, like down low.
Well, you know you made it big when you made the Channel 2 news at the end of the news clip with the outgoing shakas.
We need to get Mason on tour.
Oh, yeah. All right, there's Josh, Team Hawaii, cheering on Harrison. Harrison currently in second place. Josh coming up in the last heat of the day.
And look at him. He's enjoying his time.
Yeah, he loves the talking heads.
Yeah. I love how the Hawaiian flag right now has the pineapple on top, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's so rad. It always reminds me of, like, driving past Dole Farms all the time.
Well, just about 5 minutes remaining. Welcome to day number 2 of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. 131 athletes, 22 teams. We've got 41 women. And that's a brand new record previously from 2018 of 37. So some of the divisions have expanded, and we saw in the women's pro that it actually decelerated there. So, but it's good that getting gender equity for both men and women in this contest.
In the event, and did you see it on screen? We had 2 female coaches on behalf of Team Chile too. So that's something big that we haven't even really spoken about. There's gender equality when it's coming to actually performing coaches that will be accelerating programs as far as their actual team sports go. We're seeing it a lot in the NFL. Major League Baseball already has a lot of female coaches. We haven't seen an actual head coach or manager, but we've seen a lot of assistant coaches. NBA has a lot of them now too. So the push is in that direction. We're not only trying to see people in front of the camera, but behind the camera too. Like, who are these people that are actually developing these athletes into being not only athletes, professional end level athletes?
Yeah, we're already seeing that in the WSL, where money equality for both men and women.
Yep. Same thing here. More divisions, not only for men, more divisions for women too.
Team Argentina. Rocking the flag makeup too.
Speaking of Argentina, our friend Mateo Rojas said hello to you yesterday.
All right.
He's like, oh, dude, Bo's such a nice person. He's doing such a good job. And I'm like, Mateo, stop degrading yourself. You do an excellent job, too.
Not only that, his commentating, he's also commentating professional and international events around the world, and also his production company.
Yep, Gravedad Cero.
Yeah.
Harrison with another one trying to better that 3-4, Bo, his low score. He's got time to do it, has 3 minutes, and with the support of his team on the beach, I think he will get at least one more opportunity.
And here's Mike. He's finding these open wave possibilities there. It shuts down on him on the first turn. But I like his drive in the whitewater. He doesn't just give up. He's still carving and turving.
No, and it seems like that board's looking really good. Might as well put it on ice right now. He's coming in. He knows he's got everybody else comboed.
He had everybody comboed right after we came back on the air.
In like 2 minutes.
Yes.
It's crazy. I really want to know what he's riding, first of all, as far as his equipment goes, and how comfortable does he feel in these conditions, because based off of where he's going to be from Brazil, conditions can be super similar or far different. If he's from Maresias, that's a heavier wave. Nothing like this in La Jolla Shores. If he's from Florianopolis. Yeah, similar, little colder, smaller beach breaks, and you got to earn your money there.
Oh, there. Coach doesn't have to tell him anything. He knows everything.
He's like, shoots. You killed it.
And that smile. Got to love that smile.
He's like, he's stoked. All I can say is beleza, which means good. When you see a Brazilian surfer or a Portuguese surfer, just tell them beleza. And if they respond to you in the same manner.
All right, here we go. There's Sean Brody, team captain, team coach. Not captain, but team coach for Team USA as they're getting ready for the women's stand coming up next.
A little rivalry going on, Bo.
Yeah, you know.
USA.
Team USA, the defending gold medalist, Brazil, won in 2017, 2016. And there's Darian Hayes. She'll be coming up in that second heat for Team Hawaii.
I feel like they're 1 and 2 right now, maybe in the rankings. But they got competition. Defending that gold medal is not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, they got Liv Stone coming up in the next heat.
Love it. And then we also have a surfer from Hawaii.
Yeah, Faith.
Yeah, Faith's coming up. I don't know how many female surfers there are in the actual standing divisions, but they're going to need a few if they're going to be able to compete points-wise as a team.
Okay, Jose now coming in on the inside section. Harrison right on the outside.
Joseba just, dude, his style is so rad. He has that kind of like hunched over style. I'm a little like that too, just because I'm taller, yeah. So it's hard for me to actually like maybe be a little straight sometimes. But he has that knock-kneed style, which I like. Kind of Rob Machotsky.
Okay, Mr. Doy, up and riding, Harrison Doy. All right. Sean and Josh there.
How's the brotherhood?
All right, there's the final seconds in the countdown. What a dominating performance. Do you speak any Portuguese?
Eu falo pouquinho.
Okay. You have the honor with Mr. Vass there. I want to hear this. This guy was truly amazing. The best surfer we've seen so far. Best two-wave total of an 18.16. We're going to take a quick break here. We come back, we'll bring back Brad and Roy for the commentating of the women's stand division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And a big good afternoon, everybody joining us on the World Wide Web. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Roy Tuscany, Brad J with the call here. And we are now into your women's stand 1, round 1. 2 heats. Who are we looking at this time, Roy?
You know, we've got 3 competitors in this heat from USA, Hawaii, and Argentina. Liv, Faith, and Zoe. All 3 of them are really going to show us how women's stand 1 is really taking a new approach to this. You know, Bethany Hamlin doesn't consider herself an adaptive surfer, but I'll tell you what, she has inspired this entire group of, you know, stand 1 is the individuals that have an upper limb, you know, something that has caused an upper limb to not be fully formed or has had an amputation. But regardless, they have an upper limb, you know, congenital or muscular deficiency. And, you know, they've taken a lot of inspiration from someone like Bethany, who unfortunately lost her arm to a shark attack, but still showing that, you know, anything is possible. And these ladies are going to show it to us right now in this heat.
Well, definitely. You look at what Bethany obviously gone through, but still being able to compete on a high level like she's been able to do with one arm. So it just shows you how talented she is. And you know what? These are talented ladies out in the mix, and we're catching up to some of the waves we've seen so far.
Here's Faith Lennox in white out of Hawaii. I got to surf with her in December. That was a replay of one of her earlier waves that she caught. And here is the girl herself right here from the USA, Liv Stone, in the red jersey. All those replays showing how many waves we're going to be catching. We're only 16.5 minutes into this event, and all the ladies have already caught waves.
Looks like Zoe taking a look at that one. And see, that looks like a nice little section. See that kind of left formed in there?
You know, there's a great shoulder that's being formed. We've seen it in the earlier heats where guys and gals that have gotten up onto that shoulder have not only taken it to the beach, but they've also gotten sometimes up to 3 rebirths of waves.
Yeah, and now the tide actually kind of leveling out and backing off right now. So that's going to make a little bit of a difference, too. It's going to not make it quite so fat, and you're going to see a little bit more face height for there to work with as that tide backs up. But you just don't want it too low. That's the key.
And look at this one that's coming in out the back right now. One of the bigger waves. Not sure if any of the competitors are going to get on. I think they're all going to have to duck dive under or go up and over the wave. Now, it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of motion. All right, we've got Mitchell right now.
Let's send it downstairs to Mitchell standing by. Mitchell.
Go. Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Mike Voss. Highest heat total of the event so far, more than 18 points. He had a 9.83, close to perfection. Doesn't speak that much English. I'm going to ask him a little bit of questions in Portuguese. First thing is going to be about how conditions are close to his house in Sao Paulo. Mike, parabéns. Primeiramente, como te sientes com as condições aqui como em Sao Paulo?
Obrigado. As ondinhas estão bem pequenas, mas a gente está preparado para isso. A gente sempre está treinando nessas condições também. E condições melhores também, mas está de bom tamanho o campeonato. Adorei competir aqui. É meu primeiro ano e pretendo competir muito mais. Estou muito contente.
So conditions are very similar to his house in Sao Paulo. It's difficult out there. His board feels super good, but it's his first time competing here. So regardless of how he is, he's going to go out there and give us his 100%. Now one question will be his final one. What kind of equipment is he riding? Because it looks spicy. Tu equipo, ¿qué equipamiento usaste dentro de la competencia ahorita? Porque se veía muy bien.
Minha prancha 510 tem 19. Meu pai que é fabricante, fabricou a prancha para vários atletas, Adriano de Souza e vários outros. Então é uma prancha especial para essas ondinhas pequenas mesmo.
He has a 510 that's working specifically well in these small conditions right now. It's an epoxy. It's a board that is shaped by the same shaper for Adriano de Souza, and it's looking really good, guys. Mike Voss, 38 years old, highest heat total of the event so far, and he's the favorite to win the gold medal in this category.
Well, thank you so much, Mitchell. And, yeah, to see the way that he surfs, yeah, you think that he is definitely a threat to win when it comes down to it.
You know, Mitchell called that earlier saying he is going to get that gold medal in this. And you know what? After his performance right there in that heat, almost scoring 2 10s on those waves, it's very possible.
That was like 6 hits on one wave, and how small these conditions are and not offering big shoulders and big corners for you. You got to do what you can do, and he definitely made the most of it. So Faith Lennox on top right now, 4.27 total. She's got a 2.5 and a 1.7. Liv Stone, a 1.5 and a 0.8, looking to get rid of that 0.8. And Zoe Giannini from Argentina with 1 wave so far. That's a 1.0 is what we're looking at. Thanks for everyone joining us out here, talking about a lot of good things coming up. We got 131 surfers out here representing, and that's a pretty cool thing. That's a big number. Previous biggest was 120, so 11 more than that. So that's good stuff. 22 teams representing out there. And as you heard Bo talk about it earlier, 41 women, new record. The previous was 37 women in 2018. So a few more women getting involved. I like seeing that.
All right, you know what? We're going to talk about Liv here. Liv, a member of Team USA in the red jersey here. Liv scoring 2 waves so far, but it's not just about today, as we have put together a compilation of Liv and who she is as a surfer, and I'd love to be able to showcase that to our viewers.
Let's bring you up close and personal to right here, Liv Stone. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just disappeared and it was just me in the ocean, and I can never get enough of it. After the first wave, everything just started progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new, and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on really just showcases adaptive athletes that we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
And talking about that vibe that she talks about, Liv Stone, I mean, wow. How much of a surf vibe have we seen out here, Roy?
You know, she touches right on it in that piece. She talks about community. Surfing really is a community. It's a family. It's an ohana. And, you know, we've seen it not just in this division, not in any of them, other than we've seen it in all of the divisions. We're community, family. It's not about who's better or who's doing more. It's about how we're all doing this together and how we're rising each other up. And, you know, to have a piece like that from such a young, influential female like Liv Stone to talk about that, it really speaks to what we're trying to get across here at this ISA event.
100%. Hit the nail on the head on that one. With 10 minutes to go here, Faith Lennox on top, 4.27.
She decides not to go on that wave. Probably a good one. You know, she didn't have priority either, and it probably wasn't the best. But here comes Zoe out of Argentina in the yellow jersey, just fighting for every ounce to stand up. And, you know, not quite getting what she was hoping for, but again, not giving up at any means at any approach of that wave.
And I feel like that wave had a little bit more oomph to it. She was going to have no problem getting up on that one, but it really kind of petered out right there at the end of that wave. So there wasn't much for her to try and get into on that. Well, you just got to hope that Mother Nature plays into their hopes and gives some good sets out here.
You know, I think the other thing that you and I are realizing right now is after doing a couple back-to-back heats in the assisted prone division, prone 2, the water seems pretty calm right now as we've got 3 surfers and 2 photographers out there compared to what we were seeing earlier in heats.
It was a party out there.
Full party.
How many people were out in the water?
Well, right now we've got Faith Lennox with 2 scores totaling 4.27 at the top of this in that white jersey. Liv and Zoe obviously both have 2 as well. All of them are, you know, waiting for that wave to really be able to showcase how they surf and the type of surfing that they like to show in front of those judges. And we're going to see these scores elevate. We've got 9 minutes remaining in this heat, and this is heat 1 of 2 total heats in this division.
So 8 minutes and 55 seconds. Here we go. Looks like we might have an opportunity for someone to get a wave here. Looks like Liv Stone looking at it. Kind of a closeout. She's going to go over that one and look for another wave.
You know, Zoe's going to duck dive underneath that one, and they're all going to get out there now. And I think they're all kind of chatting with each other saying, hey, I think we've got some waves coming on the horizon.
It does seem like they are talking to each other out there, which is which is something you don't normally see in a surf contest where the competitors that are competing against each other are talking to each other.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing, unity. We're really seeing to make sure that they lift each other up. And, at the end of the day, I don't care, I bet is the mentality of who finishes on first. Yes, they care, but I bet they're all also super excited for their fellow competitors if they don't end up in the one spot.
That's a real good point, because if you don't make it, you're like, you know what, I'm cheering it on everyone else. I didn't advance, but I want to see my fellow competitors go on and do good things.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that throughout this division. Between these two, we have a total of 6, athletes in these 2 heats. So in this women's stand 1, we're really seeing, unity amongst them. They're all there supporting each other and hoping to elevate each of surfing to a higher level.
So Faith Lennox is in the lead, looking to replace a 177, but she's got a 2.5 and a 177. So this thing's wide open right now. Liv Stone just sitting on a 1.5, and she's capable of big things. She's got a .80 that she's trying to get rid of, and we got a non-competitor in the lineup right now.
We've got a sea otter poaching waves.
He's coming over to say, hey, what's going on, you guys? Can I help out? You guys got any fish?
All right, here we go. In the red jersey, Liv Stone, just not quite enough. That wave really didn't have what she was looking for.
No. Look, it didn't break until that spot right there.
And I wouldn't even really call that breaking.
Yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, you get impatient. When you're in a contest and time winding down, and here you are at 6 minutes and 50-some-odd seconds, and there hasn't been a lot of waves, you start to get a little impatient and start looking for anything you can get.
Well, here comes a wave right here out the back. I'm not sure if anybody's in the right position or if anybody's really going to be able to capitalize on that one. So it looks like we're going to have to wait for another set in to see these ladies. Oh, wait. On the very far side. Zoe out of Argentina. By the time she got up, that wave said, no, I'm no longer yours.
Yeah, she just needs a little more something to work with. Just a little bigger of a wave just to give her that little oomph to push her into that. So Hawaii versus USA versus Argentina in this one. Faith Lennox, Liv Stone, Zoe Giannini, all going head-to-head on this one.
All right, it looks like Liv's going to paddle a little bit farther out. She did realize that one wave that we spoke about that set a little farther out, if you were in the right position, would have had a better, chance at this type of waves that we're seeing in this set. Now I see, look at this, as we talked about, they're all talking, and now they're all kind of coming together in that same spot out there as well.
They're all like telling Zoe, come on out here with us. We're waiting for some sets. Let's get one together.
Yeah, hey, you guys like party waves? Because we do.
But when you're in a contest, and look, you've already seen, almost 10 or 15 minutes tick off the clock, and you still haven't seen any waves bigger than a 2.5.
Yeah.
You're impatient by this point.
You're impatient. And look, like right here, I think we're seeing Liv Stone going for a wave that typically she would not go after. I don't even think it's going to form, but here's one out the back. They are in better position. Let's see if any of the ladies decide. Actually, the one behind it even looks more fun to take on.
Looks like we see yellow Zoe making a paddle for this one.
All right, Faith Lennox in white getting up. White jersey, Faith is up.
Oh, look, a little rebuild here on the inside and able to keep that thing going all the way to the inside. There you go.
Yes, look at that. A great little wave there from our friend from Hawaii. And then not to be upped, here comes Liv Stone, our friend from the U.S.
And just gets a little bit on that right side edge and goes down on that. So she's definitely getting impatient, wanted to get something going here. So welcome everybody joining us out here, 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
All right, we're still waiting for some scores to come in, but Faith Lennox sits on top now with that 4.27, followed by Liv Stone and Zoe of Argentina. As we said, all three of these ladies are definitely talking to each other in the water. They're all having a good time. I think this is more like a surf session for them that unfortunately has a timer on it.
See, that's the cool thing about it is when you can make it a surf session. Look at how she grabs the rail and pulls that rail up to push that board down the line. Gets that little rebuild right here. Gives her a little more to work with.
Yeah, it extended her ride 5 seconds and another 50 feet and allowed for her to get off the board comfortably and get ready to go catch another wave before this heat over. With less than 4 minutes remaining in this heat, it's really going to come down to, does someone have one of those pivotal waves that their score is just outscoring everybody else that's going to jump them from the top?
Well, we've seen the scores, so they can come.
You know, we saw that in the women's prone 2, where the competitor from France went from 3rd to 1st with that wave she caught with 20 seconds left. So it can happen.
3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Liv Stone sitting at a 2.27 and a 1.50, 3.83 for her. Would put her in the number 1 spot. Zoe Giannini in that 3rd spot from Argentina. She's just looking for a 2.77 to get up in the number 2. And Faith Lennox is like, just going to do my thing. I'm going to get my waves, and I'm going to stay on top.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left, they're all coming out there to try to grab that one wave that we were just talking about, that wave that's going to propel them much higher than any of the other scores that they've already posted to really allow them to jump up. All right, here we go. Liv Stone in the red. Let's see what she has here, Brad.
Second priority, digs the nose under. Ooh, that's a tough one right there, because I got to think that could have been a decent wave for her.
Yeah, she was already set up heading down the line on the left. That was a great left, but unfortunately just kind of put a little too much. All right, don't get in the way here of white. Here she comes. Faith Lennox, already with 2 great scores in this heat, has a great spot. Let's see if she can come back on it. Not so much. That was going to kind of form right there, but at the same time, it really didn't have the energy that she was looking behind that wave.
You can see the paddle technique of Faith Lennox to get out there, get back in there. Sharply dressed, red, white, and blue representing out here today.
Mike Pingatore, always one to make sure that he shows his spirit, chanting USA.
Where do you get a jacket like that, Roy?
I would say tipsyelves.com probably, and I don't know if they're a sponsor if not, but I guarantee that is probably the manufacturer of that fine-looking sport coat.
I just don't know where you find stuff like that. The tie, too, is impeccable.
Yes, he is definitely showing his true colors.
His red, white, and blue true colors.
Yes, yes.
Bada boom. 2 shows nightly. Join me. All right, so 1 minute, 38 seconds to go. Faith Lennox on top, Liv Stone in 2nd, and Giannini in that 3rd spot. Look at this, a little bump here on the horizon.
I see some waves.
Priority going to Zoe right now, too, in yellow.
Yeah, but look at this one that's kind of forming on the outside that Faith Lennox is getting. I think Faith is going to have a great wave here. And no, I mean Liv Stone, she's kneeling, she's standing, and now she's surfing. She is in the standing division, but took a little bit from the kneel division to start there. Liv having a great little ride there, and Team USA is fired up for Liv Stone. And it looks like, my guess, Faith Lennox has just thrown down as well. Oh, look at this wave from, even with a phenomenal crash at the end, too. The team from Hawaii is quite fired up. There's our own Bo Hodge celebrating alongside his nation.
So Bo in the mix celebrating with everyone. That was a good wave right there. Love to see that again. It's 29 seconds to go. Here we go, 3.60 to 2.5. Faith Lennox on top. I think she's going to stay there. Score comes in for Liv Stone. She stays in the 2nd spot, needing a 2.94 to get out of that one. And Zoe Giannini, the number 3 spot of 4.44, which she would need. But time winding down here. 9 seconds to go.
All right, 5.
That's it.
4, 3, 2, 1. We're still waiting to see what Faith's going to get on that last one. I'm excited to see what the judges will give her.
Well, there you go. That's going to wrap this one up. Faith Lennox on top of that. And take a look. Here's the wave right here. Look at that section. That is one. Look, competitor in red right there. Liv celebrating.
Fired up for her. Not at all, disheartened at all. Just fully stoked and sharing that. We talked about it whole, and I love seeing at the very end. They showed exactly what we spoke about.
Just how they look, and she's rooting on all of her competitors throughout that whole thing. It wasn't like, I want to win, I want to beat you. I just want to come out there and compete and have some fun surfing with my friends. And she showed you right there.
How about that? Faith Lennox, a 6.83 with that final wave right there. Just came in before the buzzer and carrying her to almost scoring a total of 11 points here today. Look at this. Everybody fired up.
They had that one planned. Liv was ready for that one. Well, there you go. That's going to do it for that heat right there. Women's stand 1, round 1. Heat number 2 is on the way. Congratulations to our competitors in that heat. More surfing on the way. Stay with us. We'll be back with more right here at your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support Amp Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And welcome to 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We are back to the surfing action right now. Women stand 1, round 1, 2 qualifying heats. This is heat number 2. And it looks like we just got 2 in this one, Roy.
You know, we have 2, 1 from Chile, 1 from Hawaii. You know, that last heat was pretty cool. 3 friends all in the ocean together. And as we saw throughout the whole 20-minute heat, all of them were more stoked on each other than I think they were on their own surfing.
That's the part of this that makes it such a treat to be able to do events like this, is to see that kind of camaraderie. Catalina Castro from Chile, you talked about Darian Haynes from Hawaii. That is how it's looking for this one in this matchup right here. Our final one for your women stand 1, round 1.
You know, Catalina Castro, what a fun name to say right there, huh?
Especially California, Catalina.
You know, Darian Haynes from Hawaii, we've got a little inside knowledge from our guy. He's currently on the beach, so that means his name is Bro Hodge. But he's got a little bit of message about Darian. What has she accomplished?
Well, what Bro Hodge said, that Darian was the first and only woman to win a world championship medal in 2015. And no woman would even win another one until the introduction of the women's division in 2017. So that was a very big deal right there. She traveled all over the world 2019. She competed in 10 international contests, and she made the final in all of them, but only 1. Now, she splits her time between Oceanside and Oahu. Not too bad to be between those 2.
Yeah, those seem like some pretty decent places that you get to call home for your first and second. I'll take that any day.
Yeah, 4 World Championships medals can be seen. She's done that. They're at the California Surf Museum in the Adaptive Surf Exhibition. So that's a little something on Darian right there.
You know, the California Surf Museum is so cool, and it is such a great place to visit. During Chaka's event from Stoke for Life back in September, a group of myself and some others all got to go check it out, as they had a full segment of that museum dedicated to adaptive surfing. Spike Kane, along with some others, really went beyond any type of, ask and curated not just the history, but almost the entire timeline of how adaptive surfing came to what it is today, and we're really getting to showcase that now here at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA.
That's pretty darn cool, because that's just showing, that's educating people on the adaptive programs and the adaptive surfing going on, because some people just don't know the history behind it, and that's something that it's not easy to find. So why not having it in the Surfing History Museum? That's key.
You know, I think the other cool thing that happens there is it is the California Surfing Museum. It's not the California Paralympic. It's not the California Able Body. It is surfing. And it's speaking to what we spoke about this whole time we've been here, is that surfing is a community. And when a place that has the notoriety of the California Surf Museum dedicates an entire wing of that museum to the history and timeline of adaptive surfing, they're really saying, hey, we know we are all one.
Yeah, and that's a good way to look at it too. And I've always been that way with, I don't care what item you ride in the ocean. I don't care if you ride one of those handguns. I don't care if you ride a boogie board, if you body surf, if you longboard, if you sup. Whatever the case may be, is if you're surfing, you're surfing. And that's riding waves, no matter what. And we all can relate with that because that's something that we all do.
You know, it's that freedom, it's that planing on that open surface. It's the way that the human body propels itself across the wave. And like you said, let's not at all add any more hatred to this world and just accept that if you like to ride waves, we like to ride waves with you.
Indeed. Here
but
we
just
go.
be respectful.
Catalina trying to get into that next section, kind of mushes out on her. And I've always said that too as well. I mean, you don't want to hate on boogie boarders. You don't want to hate on someone who is a body surfer or whatever. You want to respect all ocean riding all the way through, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, speaking about Darian's successes over the years, all the way from capturing the first ever medal here to now being, you know, highlighted in this division right here, I guarantee that she, too, has found that the more that you're welcome, the more that you succeed.
Yeah. Do you remember what it was like your first wave?
Oh my God, I do. I was in 2011. It was at the dog patch down in why am I blanking right now on where the dog patch is? Down in San Onofre.
Okay.
And
yes, I know that. I mean, I know Dog Beach out here in Ocean Beach too.
So down in Sano, first wave. No guidance on a ginormous infinity wave ski, one of the biggest boards. I mean, I'm talking like oil tanker size. And I didn't know that, you know, you're supposed to at all look at the face. I just went straight down the front of it. But the second that you start to plane, that all of a sudden where you have caught the wave and the wave is propelling you, it's a sensation greater than anything. And it's why this sport is not really a sport. It's a lifestyle.
Oh, 100% it is a lifestyle. As we're looking at some of the replays here. This is a good replay. Takes it all the way here, redirects it back around. Good stuff. And I remember for me it was, I started standing up on a boogie board when I think I was about 12 years old.
Okay.
Because my parents would not buy me a surfboard. They're like, nope, we're not buying you a surfboard. You're not going to do it. You're just going to throw it in the closet along with that tennis racket and that bowling ball. And I love surfing. And
yeah, it was a lifestyle.
Yeah, and I started standing up on the boogie board, and I'd ride that boogie board all the way straight into the beach. And I was like, and I was a stringy little small kid at that point, and that's what turned it to me. But I decided, you know what, I want to try surfing. As we see Darian Haynes on this one right here, going to try and just hop to get back into it. And it wasn't until someone let me borrow an 8.8. I was at a point called El Capitan Point, which is up in Santa Barbara County. And I was at that, and I paddled into probably about a waist-high wave on an 8.6 or an 8.8. I forget the size of it. And I stood up, and I rode it about 100 yards. And the whole time on this right point, because I'm a regular foot, I was jumping up and down, screaming at the top of my lungs.
Yeah.
Like, because I had never experienced planing for that long a time on water on a wave that I paddle into on my own. And as you see Catalina here.
You know, the thing that I'm seeing on our scoring live update is that for every wave Catalina catches, Darian goes and catches another. You know, we're not even halfway through this, and they are going wave for wave, and they're etching the score a little bit each time. So not only they're getting a high wave count, they're also increasing the overall score that they're putting up. But for every wave they do, hey, there's my son. There is Gunnar Owen Alexander.
I was waiting for you to notice.
With his mama right there, Elena Nichols of Team USA. She's trying to teach Gunnar how to do a shocker right now. That is my little dude. He's a little over 7 months, and he loves being at the beach.
Now, does he do the thing where he grabs the sand and puts the sand in his mouth yet?
You know, I think Mom.
My kids all did that.
My mom is pretty germ, you know, on the high caution right now. So I think keeping him on her lap is on the top of her priority.
Not letting that baby go.
No, but look at him. He is the happiest baby. He loves where he is, hanging out with the birthday girl right there.
Pretty darn cool right there, for sure. That's your boy right there.
Yes, what a
Wait till you start
blessing.
exchanging some waves with that little dude.
Oh,
okay, that's going to happen.
Yes. I mean, I got to meet Brad J. Jr. this morning, and you guys have definitely shared some waves together, and what a bond it probably has created between the two of you.
And I pushed him into waves at a young age. I mean, look, my son was diagnosed with leukemia at 7 years old and beat it in 3 years with spinal taps and all the stuff that he went through. But I just remember as just such a young kid, before he even had the cancer diagnosis, just pushing him into wave after wave. In fact, one time I pushed him into a wave, he purled, right? the board shot out and hit me in the eye.
Oh, fantastic.
As a pusher.
Yeah.
Just like, and I think that was at that moment, I'm all, you know what? I'm done pushing you into waves. You paddle on your own into waves. And that was the end of that right there. Nice little story there. Here we go. Looks like Darian Haynes getting on this one. Going to stand up, put that foot on the nose, and kind of drop into that next section. She gets a little bit here. She's just trying to work it all the way to the end. Maybe hope for another little double up. Bouncing it.
She has that, she continually is kind of like spring, like almost like, hey, I'm going to keep stepping on you, board, while I'm going to ask to get everything out of you.
That's a Huntington hop right there.
Okay, I was hoping that you had a fun name for that, as I've learned so many great names from you and your son. The Huntington hop is what we're seeing. And with that Huntington hop, did you see what she just did? She hopped from second into first place.
I see what you just did.
Oh, you see how our dynamic is
hop,
phenomenal.
Hop. And that's still rail to rail. She's not even hopping till right in this little zone. She's just like, okay, hop, get going. We've called it, I think I've referred to it as the Pismo hop for Pismo Beach. We've called it the Huntington hop.
I like the Huntington hop because of the alliteration.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're in La Jolla, so we could just call it the La Jolla hop out here.
And no one knows actually how to spell La Jolla, so you could probably pull off the alliteration there as well. But
there you go.
With her being from Hawaii, we could almost call that the Hawaiian hop.
Oh, the Hawaiian hop.
And she hopped from the islands to the mainland to compete.
Oh, you are hopping all over the place with the hops.
You know, it is fully hop-tastic.
You're so hopped out. You're with Bro Hodge at the breweries, getting all those hops in.
You know, Hoppy Hodge could be another name that we could add.
Hoppy? Did you just throw Hoppy Hodge?
You know, we're going to have a great collection of names for the most amazing announcer in the surf world, which we're talking about Bo Hodge by the end of the weekend.
Bo Hodge has been such a legend in surf announcing for so many years from Hawaii. He comes here to California, and he's all about – when he's off, he's all about the breweries.
Yes, he went on a 3 microbrew stop last night. Now here comes Catalina. I saw him too. Catalina gets up there. Look how close we are in scores. I mean, we're talking identical second scores that they posted, 2.07s, and then we're talking less than 0.15 away from the other score. So they are basically surfing on par with each other.
I know, and you look at, and you're saying like on par, like one catches a wave, the other catches a wave. One catches a wave, the other catches a wave.
There it goes again. Catalina just posted another. We're about to see another post being after Darian. So it's going back and forth, back and forth.
Kind of like the rain today.
Yep.
Right? Well, day number 2. Welcome everybody out joining us with 6 minutes and 20 seconds here. 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Oh, look at this. A little building something on the outside.
You can see the competitors are recognizing it. Darian is heading that way.
I think they're going to be too far inside.
Look at this. We have not seen a wave of this size yet today.
And you look at next to Catalina where that left is forming right there. Look at that left section go through there.
If you could have got on that left shoulder, that would have been an amazing ride for the day. But Darian is still paddling out. I think she sees that maybe there's going to be another wave forming of that magnitude. And here it comes again. It's not quite in the same capacity, but 5.5 minutes coming up on in this
Eternity.
heat. And we've got at least, with the number of waves they've caught, they've got 3 or 4 more under their belt to capture.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an eternity left when it comes down to that amount of time. Some people who, you know, if you're not a surfer or not a competitive surfer, you may look at a clock, go 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Well, that's sure not a lot of time to get away, but actually that is a lot of time to get away.
It really is, especially, you know, as this tide's going out, it's really shrinking the arena of where you're able to surf. And from that, you know, that really allows in a, you know, a 5-minute time frame, you technically, if you time it just right, most likely will end up with 3 waves.
A big thank you to Amp Surf, our partner who's out here, first year as our sponsor out here. And not just a sponsor, but they are in it to win it for sure. Organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy. They do programs for veterans, adults, and children. Look up Amp Surf. We're glad to have them as a part of our family here in ISA.
Here we go. Are we going to see the Hawaiian hop here from Darian Hayes? She is up. She is in front of the whitewash. No time to see if the hop was going to be a part of that section.
A little too nose heavy. I think that front foot was a little too far forward. It kind of pushed too far down on that nose.
Man, kudos to her. She is not wearing a wetsuit.
Wait a minute.
I just noticed that. It just hit me that every competitor, no one has not been in a wetsuit. She is in small shorts in her jersey.
That is absolutely crazy. I did not know that.
Yes.
And that water, look, it's not warm. 61 degrees is what I saw on the temp.
And also the weather today, it's not like we've got the sunshine to keep the soul warm.
No, yesterday was one of those days where everything came together with the weather, small little waves, and fun way to start day number 1 off. And today, had to earn it a little bit more today.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for another shot of Darian so that you too can see what we have missed for the last 17 minutes in this heat. She is not wearing a wetsuit.
I just can't believe that you're saying this, and I don't see that how this could be possible.
Well, hopefully, I think we're going to get a pan here, and we're going to slowly start to bring Darian into frame. And when you see, you'll notice that that is skin that is exposed.
And yeah, it's 61 degrees. I think I've.
There you go.
So maybe what, a shorty or something on looks like a shorty.
Still, her arms are fully exposed. Her legs are fully exposed.
Exactly.
She is tough. And so that little thing that, Bo sent over on us, I think he missed one thing in there. She is really tough.
That should have been at the very bottom of that. She is tough, by the way, a lot tougher than us.
And the way you can tell is she is not wearing a full wetsuit. Like, look at the guys paddling out for the next division. Next up, we're going to see men's V1. And they're both in full wetsuits with helmets on.
And they're like, look at the car going, what? How are you only wearing a spring suit out there? I think it's one of those Farmer John, the tank top ones, the short legs, tank top.
Yeah. Still, it seems like you're missing a good portion of the body.
The older I get, the colder I get.
Oh, God.
Tell you what.
Brad, you are just spitting wisdom out here.
I'm telling you what. I used to be one of those people that would trunk any conditions. Like, I'm all right. I just didn't want to wear the wetsuit. But nowadays, no.
All right, here we go. Catalina Castero not quite grabbing that one. We're closing in on 2 minutes. Now it really comes down to, am I going to try to grab 2 waves, or am I really going to focus on the one best wave that I'm going to find in the last 2 minutes?
From Catalina at this point, from Castro, and I need a 224, 158. I don't see much on the horizon. I mean, I think I'd probably end up going on this as well. Look, a little double up. She can get down into that next section. She's
actually going to get a little spot here, and great form. Absolute great form, but that wave just never formed at all for her.
Oh, it's trying. It's trying to give her something. It was listening to you saying, wait, what? I got something for her.
Here we go. Darian Haynes, she can only extend her lead here by increasing that 2.07, and we're hoping to see another Hawaiian hop. She's going to pass on this one, but it looks like she might be grabbing the one right behind it. She's in the position, and she is going.
All right, she's going to get up to the knees, now to the feet. And it's just tough to try and get that plane going.
Yeah, with 1 minute left here, these two competitors, only 2 of them out in the ocean for this entire 20 minutes, they definitely put a wave count up. As we see the rider in red.
Oh, my gosh.
Wait, Catalina just moved up. So Darian now with a minute left needs to grab another wave. But Catalina Castro is trying the Roy and Brad J approach to Hawaiian competition, which is she has netted an entire 10 waves in this segment, where quantity over quality has shown up because there really hasn't been that many quality waves to serve.
What is it? You can have 26? Is that the number?
You can have up to 25 waves.
25. Okay, well, we're going to be short of that. There's a little replay that we just witnessed there of Catalina trying to get into that next section. And there you go. 20 seconds ticking away here.
20 seconds. It's really going to come down to, are we going to see Darian going to catch another wave?
Here we go. 10 seconds. Up and riding, digging the nose. No.
All right. Is she going to get one? And we are up and through this. That was an exciting women's stand 1. We saw 5 competitors, and we really saw, a lot of waves being caught out there, Brad J.
What was our total again? Total waves.
Total waves 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 15. We've got a total of 16 waves between those ladies caught in that 20-minute segment. Basically a wave a minute.
Yeah, about a wave a minute right there for our competitors. Well, big round of applause for them. They're doing their thing. All right, well, we're going to then send things back over to Bo and Mitchell, and we're going to be right back with more action here. We got plenty more heats to go. Welcome all. Good to have you on board. It's the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More to come after this.
In 2020, surfing will infuse the Olympics with high-performance action and youthful energy to a level never seen before in the Summer Games. As the governing authority of surfing recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association has their sights set on Tokyo 2020, ready to showcase surfing to the world on the greatest stage in sports. Surfing's Olympic dream started over a century ago as the legendary Duke Kahanamoku, the Hawaiian father of modern-day surfing, won an Olympic gold medal in swimming at the 1912 Stockholm Games. Standing atop the podium, the Duke expressed a dream that his beloved surfing could one day become an Olympic sport. As the world governing body for surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association made pursuing the Duke's dream part of its mission, spreading the joy of surfing around the globe and putting the sport on the world's greatest sporting stage.
The ISA offers 54 years of consistently successful world championships where you can only enter if your national federation enters you. You're not surfing representing yourself, you're surfing representing your country. You wear the colors of your country, you don't do it for money, you do it for honor. And that is really what has given the ISA the platform to become what it is.
In August 2016, more than a century after the Duke's dream was born, the ISA made the dream come true, successfully lobbying to include surfing in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Since 1964, the ISA has been working tirelessly to create a better world through surfing by crowning world champions in all surfing disciplines and developing the sport globally on a grassroots level. The ISA awards scholarships to more than 300 young boys and girls in need, creates the proper development pathway through instructor certification courses, makes the sport more accessible to surfers with physical challenges, and spreads the sport to all continents of the globe through their 103 member nations and counting. Surfing has the power to make a positive impact in the lives of all, and the ISA will continue to use this sport to change the world one surfer at a time through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bill Hodge along with Ms. Salazar, and welcome. We're into the V1, the visually impaired one division of the men's first heat. And let's introduce our surfers. Josh Loya from Santa Cruz will represent Team USA in red, Kirk Watson from Australia in white, Henry Martinez from Costa Rica in yellow, and Alvaro Perez from Uruguay in blue.
Yeah, and not to be confused with Josh Loya. Joshua Loya is also from Santa Cruz, but Josh Loya is a world-famous big wave surfer. And when I saw the roster, I was like, wait, Josh Loya's in this event?
Well, this Josh Loya, who we'll talk about in red, but first off, let's see who surfing here in the white. This is Kirk Watson from Australia, and there's Josh Loya. He'll turn 40 this year. Now, these surfers in the V1 are totally blind, all right? So they have a coach out there who kind of doesn't push them into the wave, but gives them instructions. You go, paddle, paddle. This is going to be a right, and then right before the coach can say, stand now, go right, and all of a sudden, he's on his own.
To me, this is the most just outstanding division there is in the entire event, because I don't care if you have 8 limbs, 2, 1, not being able to see and being able to like actually be comfortable in the ocean is absolutely outstanding, Bo Hodge. That even to people like myself that can see, whenever I see a 2-foot wave, I'm still kind of scared every now and then. And you're talking about somebody who can't see a thing at all, and they're comfortable out there. It's beautiful.
So you're talking depth perception. There's zero depth perception for these guys.
Yeah,
right now.
it's like, dude, what am I basing my performance off of? Hearing other people coach me into something that I don't even know how it works because I can't see it? So we're talking about legends in the making right now. This is beautiful to watch. It's amazing. And this is easily the most inspirational out of all of the divisions at this event.
Well, our defending gold medal champion is not back this year, Matt Forstrom from Australia. But we will see Francine, our Spanish surfer, Aitor, coming up in the next heat. He won the first gold medal. This has been a medal division since 2017. So this is the 3rd edition of the visually impaired. And now we have separated to fully no vision to partial vision. We have a V2 division also.
And it's great. It's great seeing everybody be judged accordingly to how they should be judged. This is a division that could easily have been combined because of the number of competitors, but it's so much better when you're seeing people compete against, others that have the same visual impairment as themselves. Like, it just wouldn't be fair in the sense that one person can actually see a little bit, and those who can't see at all are really just basing things off of what they're hearing. So in this case, we have somebody who I know you have a little bit of a guide on what Joshua Loya does in his spare time, but it does seem like he is quite active.
Oh my God, quite active is an understatement. He is a martial arts expert, 5 black belts, and ranks himself in 7 different styles. He's been surfing for about 3 years, and there's Josh Loya attempting on that last wave, and there is Henry Martinez in the yellow jersey. But back to Josh, his coach, Pat Weber, gave me this, and Pat coaches him through the San Diego Surfing Academy. And his first contest in surfing was in 2017 at Stoked for Life's U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing down in Oceanside, where he placed 3rd place and actually won prize money. He defeated the current USA Surfing Visually Impaired champion at that event, and he has gone on to compete in surfing events in Hawaii and around the world.
Dude, he's probably made more money competing than I have in the 6-year career that I actually had as a professional competitive surfer. And second of all, what are the different classifications when it comes to martial arts? Because if it's BJJ, that's one thing, because at least it's grappling. But if they're martial arts when it comes to actually striking and being completely visually impaired, that's absurd. I don't know how he can do it.
You want to hear more?
Go ahead, Bo. I'm listening.
He holds the world record for time and distance traveled on an ocean wave by a surfer with no eyesight at Queens and Waikiki. For 16 seconds, he traveled and surfed a wave for 200 yards.
Dude, he's legit. I'm going to get his autograph.
All right.
When this division is done.
You want me to keep going?
Go ahead.
Josh and his coach, Pat Weber, were invited by Kelly Slater to the Surf Ranch in May of 2018. And it's all documented. You can catch all this. So he's ridden the Surf Ranch, and we haven't.
I know. I'm jealous. Joshua, I need your autograph. I need you to introduce me to Kelly, get me into the Surf Ranch.
And he trains jiu-jitsu with Joel Tudor over at Solana Beach.
It's a pretty good instructor in jiu-jitsu.
How about Henry here? He's got style, he's got balance, he's got length of ride, he's got maneuvers here, and
whoa. I'm calling excellent on that, Bo. I think it's going to go upper excellent.
okay, well, he's already got a 1 and a 0.9. But how about Kirk Watson? A pair of 5s and a throwaway 4.
Yeah, he's comfortably in first place, but I think Henry's going to get a score right here.
Now you see the style right there. He's turning the board, and he's riding such a smaller board where our other visually impaired surfers are riding more tanker or longboards.
And that was cool, too, because he was actually able to maneuver quite a bit. Our other 3 surfers haven't really been able to do that so far, so I do think that's going to really apply to the actual criteria that our 5 judges have. Just going back to Martinez, though, length of ride, and as you saw with this style, it means that he's coachable. He's listening to you.
All right, here's from Santa Cruz, Josh Loya, the Jedi, his nickname. And his red board matching his red top-ranked jersey right there. So Josh getting back on the board. Is that his second or third wave?
It is his second, I believe, and look at the score for Martinez. 717. Going not going quite excellent, but it was in the upper good. So judges really appreciated the drop, the difficulty of it, and the length of ride too.
So he can easily take first place with what?
He's basically looking at a 3 right now because Watson has a couple of 5. So, but either way, he gets another 7, and people are going to be chasing him now. But I think Watson's probably going to improve. He did. He got a 5, 6, 7. And now Loya gets the 3 at 3. It's Alvaro Perez now from Uruguay that's needing a score. But see how Martinez stayed in the same position, in that kind of squatting position for a while? He was listening to his coach yell at him the entire time while he was riding the wave. Stay still, stay in the same position. It's like if you're able to do that while just listening, it means that you're super coachable, meaning that future events you're going to get better and better with each heat too.
Well, 7:20 remaining in heat number 1, round number 1 of the V1 visually impaired division. We will have coming up later a V2 round, but first off, we got the V1 round 2 heats here. We'll move into V2 round 1 with 3 qualifying heats there, and then at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we'll move into round 2, our first round 2, and not only a single shaka, a double shaka from Josh Loya, and even going to his right.
Dude, I'm calling it. It's going to be close to a 10. It's going to be close to a 10.
He's telling the judge, he's claiming that one.
Dude, he threw a double shaka claim. He threw the Tai Chi claim, kind of Bruce Lee style, and then he went full-on G mode at the end. I love it, Bo. Look at this.
First he gets his bearings, then he gets his balance, then he gets the style.
Well, it goes 2 thumbs up, then goes double shaka, and look at him. He's done something that neither of the other 3 competitors have done. He's actually on the face of the wave.
Yeah, he's actually going right.
He changed directions. That is so hard to do, and Joshua Loya easily going to get the best wave of the heat so far.
Oh, my God. And steps off the board.
Dude, his knowledge of the ocean is absolutely outstanding. His perception of where he's at is just remarkable.
Okay, let me know when that score drops.
I'm waiting for it. I think they're debating whether they want to drop the 10 or not.
Okay, so we did see a 983 from Michael Voss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Separate division, so criteria does change, but you still have to go with your meat and potatoes, speed, power, flow. But what separated him from the other 3 competitors in this heat, at least, is that he actually changed directions right there. So I like it. I think it's got to go at least in the 9s. If you don't like it as a 10, then throw a high 9.
Okay, here we go. Henry Martinez digging in the nose, going down, so not able to get up on that wave.
But how inspirational is this, Bo? Like,
oh, my God.
Dude, if you're on the beach, okay, there's a score, 8-5. Maybe I was a little too far-fetched. they're saving themselves for the finals, but still, dude, it was high.
Okay, so we're looking north. Now we're looking south. I think the direction of those squalls was coming south to north, right?
Yeah, it was.
So
They're
all the
past
worst
us.
weather has passed us, and now we're starting to see some sunlight.
Which is great. I know a lot of people were waiting to get warm again, so they probably do need the sun. I'm one of them. Bo, you've been wearing shorts since this morning.
Yeah, but I've been seeing everybody in long pants just soaked. There we go, Martinez. And Henry right there from Costa Rica.
Yeah, from Guanacaste.
Where's Guanacaste?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's in the northern part of Costa Rica.
Jaco's more in the central, right?
Jaco is closer to San Jose.
Okay.
So that's why it's one of the more known spots. Guanacaste, I believe, is that where Tony Roberts lives? Might be.
And then, of course, Pavones down in the south, right?
Pavones is almost at the border with Panama. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's where Nomar McGonigal, Leilani, Sean, and Jamie live. Leon Glatzer from there, too. And, boy, let me tell you, is he a surfer?
All right, Josh Loya back up again. I think this is his ritual right there. I think that gives him balance and flow.
He's going to combo the field right now.
All right, at 8.5. He goes from third to first with that 8.5.
Yeah. Then has the 3.83 as the backup right now.
And when we were on our break, I don't know if you know this, but maybe it was 2 breaks ago, he was jogging the beach with his coaches.
Yeah, I saw that down on the south end. I know. I was
From
like,
the
dude,
south to the north end.
Yeah, you're going to get tired, and obviously not.
Well, 5-time black belt. He's not going to get tired.
No, and let me tell you, I've been a martial artist I've been boxing since I was 14. I've been practicing kickboxing and martial arts since I was 16, 17 years old. I'm not a black belt yet, probably far from it, but I can tell you to earn your ranks, dude, that's a process. It's a long time, and if this guy's a black belt in 5 different martial arts styles, woo, he spent a lot of time on the mats.
Yeah.
Like
And of
I'm
course,
saying days.
jiu-jitsu, so he's on hand contact.
Yeah. Yeah, so core is super strong. Your grips are super strong. It's something that helps you a lot with surfing. That's why a lot of surfers who are martial artists, especially grapplers, their grips are super good.
All right, 2 minutes remaining. We're on standby for last wave for Josh Loya, possibly and more likely going to drop that 3.83.
I would think so. And with 2 minutes to go, everybody except Alvaro right now has a pretty good score. Kirk has the 2.5s. I mean, he was in first basically all heat, and now Martinez with the last 4.77 that he got jumped up to the number 2 spot, and Loya, we're still waiting to see if he's going to better that 3.83 or not.
All right, 140 counting down. Scores are coming in right now. We hear Axel from Mexico talking on the loudspeaker. It's great information we're getting from him from Puerto Escondido.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, he's originally from Mexico City, been living in Los Cabos for a long time, spends quite a bit of time in Puerto Escondido in the summer, and he's covered a lot of big events. I've worked with him in Los Cabos when we used to have the QS down there. APS actually used to do the production for that, so Jay and all the boys used to head down to Los Cabos for that event. Todos Santos, he's been there for the Big Wave Tour event as well. And him working with Rick Erkenev, who's been the beach announcer for this event for a few years, they're really making it easy for everybody that's actually listening on the beach as far as scores and situations go.
All right, 40 seconds remaining. Any indications on that last wave?
Not so far. Just the 8.5 still for Loya. They might be deciding on to where they want to throw that score. It seems like it might be kind of a mid-range score, good, but not all the way close to the 8.5.
All right, and here we go. Henry Martinez.
Oh, Alvaro too.
Oh. Oh, you wait a minute. There's a board behind me. And Loya out behind him. And look at Loya.
Dude.
Balance is a major factor in the V1
Whoa.
category.
Dude, and we're also talking about somebody who has 5 different black belts in martial arts. Whoa! Incoming.
Hope
Watson
he didn't get hit in
and
the head.
Perez.
Oh, he got hit in the shoulder. He said he's okay. Kirk could not see him.
Yeah.
And obviously Alvaro couldn't see him either.
Well, and Perez's coach couldn't communicate in time because he didn't see him because he was turned around too.
Well, we're going to wrap it up, and we'll give you that score once we find it. When we come back, we'll have heat number 2 of the V1 men's division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. And there's Josh Lowe. And, of course, eclipsing, wave number 3, which was at 8.5, that remarkable, excellent scoring wave.
Dude, he is ripping right now. It's been him and Mike Voss today that have really been the standouts for me. And, Josh, you were mentioning that he's not only an awesome representative of the United States of America, but as a surfer and as the embodiment of a martial artist, he is everything that you want to be. Cool, calm, collected, and super respectful.
Okay, same division, different surfers. That's the lineup for the last heat. That was heat 1. We're on to heat number 2. And we'll tell you in this heat, we have Elias Ricardo Del from Brazil. He'll be in the red. He's right there. We got Thomas da Silva from France. He'll be in the white jersey. In the yellow jersey, Pablo Martinez from Argentina. And our gold medalist from 2017 from Spain,
Aitor Francesena.
Francesena. So Aitor winning the first visually impaired event back in 2017 here at the ISA. He also made the final in 2018, but coming in 4th place in the last edition just a year and a half ago.
And look at how relaxed they are in the water right now. Like, this is spiritual healing for these athletes that are out there. And I believe, as a coach too, like, you're probably just enjoying every moment as much as they are. I mean, it's beautiful. Like, the power of helping somebody else is so impactful on one's life, Bo.
Pablo's on the shortboard. All right, there's Team Maui.
Maui no Kaoi.
How happy is he with his daughter Faith doing so well?
When I swear he told him great job. He told her, sorry, great job probably like 20 times in 3 minutes. I was like, dude, you want to adopt me too? Like, it'll maybe tell me good job every now and then as well. But no, seriously, this is what it's all about. I mean, I'm too young to be a parent. I haven't gotten there yet, but I would know, you would know, Bo. I think being a parent, you just want to see your children succeed way more than you do.
Yeah. My daughter turns 24 tomorrow. She's graduated college from the University of Hawaii and has already moved to New Zealand and experiencing the world.
She's grown up.
Yeah.
She's grown up. You're going to have to start traveling more with your wife.
Yeah, well, my wife's down there celebrating her 24th down in South Island of New Zealand, and they're having a good time.
did you ever feel like you needed to hold back a little bit as far as like letting her grow up? Like, because we're seeing that in this event right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
well, here's the lineup for heat number 2. Of course, you got to let your children grow up and have wings, and because they're individuals.
yeah,
you know?
because we saw it with Quinn. Her dad wasn't allowed to actually go out there with her because I think there's inside the rule book you can't paddle out, or it might not be that you can't paddle out with her, but maybe there's a little bit of favoritism as far as the team goes. So you kind of want to let another coach paddle out with her. But imagine, I was talking to Quinn's mom, how do you put trust into others into taking care of your own child? Like, how was that for you?
Well, you got to let them be individuals. It's their life.
I don't want to get to that point in my life.
Would you want your mother and father sitting right next to you right here, telling you what to say and not to say?
Well, not that. I would love them to be here with me. I wouldn't want them to tell me how to do things, for sure. But I think when there's that proximity as far as your family goes, there's nothing better than having them close. So.
Well, look at our co-commentator Roy and Elena. Look how happy they are with their brand new baby boy.
100% true. I got a while to go. I'm getting ahead of myself.
There's no rush.
Yeah.
There's no rush. All right. From the last heat, that was surfer in white. That was Kirk Watson from Australia. And Josh Loya just dominating. And he had to come from 3rd place with that 8.5 to go all the way into the lead. And how about Henry Martinez?
Dude, he surfed well, too. Alvaro had the one wave at the end where he got out of the combination situation, too. Kirk Watson, I mean, unbelievable heat. He just had a spectacular beginning, and then everybody else caught up to him.
Okay, so in yellow here to the left, that was Pablo Martinez from Argentina. He's on a shortboard. You know, shortboard that you and I would ride.
He's the only one out of these 4 competitors that is doing it,
so, a little bit like what Kirk Watson was doing, you know, on a shorter board, more maneuverability. So I'm excited to watch how Pablo attacks the surf here.
And it raises a question for the judges. Is what he is doing more difficult than the other 3 athletes?
Oh, yeah, because that board is harder to stand on.
And it's harder. It's easier to move, but it's also harder to control once it gets moving.
Ground control to drone. We have takeoff. Now that the storm has passed, gone up to the north, we're seeing the point here at La Jolla.
Yeah, and I hadn't spent that much time here before. I've spent time in San Diego in the actual city, but not in La Jolla. Look at that left in the background. I'm already mind surfing that. I'm a goofy footer, Bo. I'm sorry. But, oof, there's some waves around here. There's some high-quality surfers, too. Skip McCullough, Jake Halstead, Rylan Rubens. That's just to name a few. Lele Osuna grew up here as well. And we all remember the bet he had with Gabe Medina at Insanities that one time. But this is an area that's not only super nice when it comes to actual housing, restaurants, but wave quality around here is amazing too.
Wind and Sea, right?
Wind and Sea, Big Rock. Those are the only 2 I'm going to name because I don't want our locals to not allow me to surf here.
And then Blacks is in the other direction.
Blacks is a little bit north. It's closer to UC.
So you're staying there with all those tennis courts and swimming pools? Is that your hotel?
Dude, yeah, right. I would be down to play some tennis, though.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe get on the court a little bit, go back into the koozie.
Now we're getting up into Torrey Pines, aren't we?
We are. So the golf course is a little bit down that road.
Okay.
There's quite a few activities to do besides actual golfing at the country club as well. You have driving range, which is obviously still considered golfing. You have a lot of tennis courts. I believe there's batting cages.
What's this area, all the buildings?
I think that's downtown La Jolla.
Okay.
And then you're heading more into the city right there.
Okay.
But as you can see, once you hit the coastline, all those cliffs, not a lot of them are populated up until you start getting to Del Mar and Solana Beach, and then Encinitas up further north.
Where is Sunset Cliffs?
Sunset Cliffs is a little bit further north.
Further north.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, well, didn't you go brewery hopping last night?
Are there breweries in San Diego?
Oh, dude. This is like the capital of the world for breweries.
There's about 350 of them here.
805.
Yep.
805
Firestone?
Here. Firestone Brewery, Firestone Walker, Ballast Point. Is
Yeah,
another
had
good
dinner
one.
at Ballast Point last night.
Ballast Point's good.
Well, you know, me and Jay can tell you a story. And I'm not talking about Brad Jay. I'm talking about Jay Johnson.
Our producer.
Our producer. And happy birthday, Quinn. Team USA celebrating. There's the birthday girl, 25. And I knew she had sisters because she's always posting these pictures. I didn't realize they were
Quadruplets.
Quadruplets.
Yeah.
So the dad was telling me, I don't have a 25-year-old. I have a 100-year-old. I have 4 25-year-olds.
No, you know what's the crazy thing? He had 7 daughters.
I know. And you know why he has gray hair? He has 7 daughters. Here we go. Pablo Martinez on the shortboard. He's kind of fading backside here on the right.
Nice.
But
Change
good
directions.
balance. Good
yeah.
balance. Like the knees. Here we go. Elias. All right, so that was our first wave. Ridden so far in this heat.
To me, it would be just as difficult to surf in this division as to coach somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're coaching somebody and they're entrusting you with their life and their safety, that's a lot of responsibility right there, first of all. Second, I think when you're trying to teach somebody what you learned over the course of a long time and you're trying to set it into a span of a year, maybe 2 years, it's a big task too. So get on to the coaches as well. It's a team effort basically in this division, and Pablo really doing a good job there, catching his first wave in this heat. So even though the coach is setting you up to catch it, you still have to paddle for it. You have to have that experience of knowing how certain drops feel compared to others too.
All right, 17 minutes remaining in this heat. We got a late start in this heat. Here we go. Surfer in red, Elias. Ricardo Dell up and riding. And down the line in blue, Aitor.
Ooh. Nice ride there from Ricardo. I love those drone shots. They really allow you to see how the sandbars are set up right now here at the shores. And I think we had
got an outgoing tide too.
Yeah, we've
peaked at noon.
It's going to be a pretty low tide later, but
and the conditions, look how the conditions have changed.
It's clean, yeah. It's cleaner now than it was earlier, and the rain stopped, which is crucial when it comes to warmer weather as well. But I want to see the replay of Francis Senna on that one. We didn't see his entire ride, but from what I saw, I liked what I was looking at.
All right, there's our South African surfer getting ready for the V2 division. Coming up next. Yep. Take it down to the beach, Team Costa Rica.
Ticos, that's what they call people from Costa Rica.
Yeah.
They call Puerto Ricans Boricuas.
Do they?
Yeah. So Tico is Costa Rican and Boricua is Puerto Rican.
Well, I actually met the mayor of Jaco.
Oh, really?
Carlos Munoz.
Oh.
He's the most famous person in Jaco.
I was like,
everyone told me, especially when he had his bushy hair, his 70s hair.
We were calling him Black Dynamite.
Black Dynamite. I love that. All right, here we go. Let's watch the replay last of Elias. And then down the lane is blue.
Yeah, and Francis Senna, couple wiggles already. I love it. But Ricardo Deal, pretty nice opening ride for him as well. And look at Aitor. He got into that. He stroked into it, and that's something we have not seen in either of the two heats. Somebody actually use their rails and push off of them. So where are the judges going to go with this ride? I'm interested. That was pretty hard to do, to generate speed, even if he's like in front of the whitewater the entire time and not on the actual face of the wave. But it's something different.
Yeah, and Aitor, the gold medal winner of this division when it was first introduced here at the ISA Worlds back in 2017. And he, again, is riding a shortboard, as is Pablo in yellow.
And we're still waiting for scores from all four surfers, so nothing yet. They might be looking at something to compare. And it's dropping in right now. So 267 for yellow. That was Martinez. Thomas De Silva from France has a couple ones. Dude, and Aitor Francesena dropping the hammer, a 7.33 and a 7.9.
Well, he had maneuvers right there, you know, and for being totally blind and being on a shortboard balance.
And it's a combo of maneuvers,
yes,
too.
it's a combination of maneuvers, and that's why you're showing how he won that gold medal back in 2017.
Dude, he's the real deal right there. Spain, you got a contender right now in Francesena.
And here he goes. There's the coach telling him, you got it.
Whoa, hold the phone.
What a cutback. He had drive on that back foot and stomped it.
Josh Loya, I'm sorry.
We love you.
Yeah, but whoa, dude.
Well, Josh was in this event in 2018, and he finished 7th place. And you're seeing why Aitor has been a 2-time medalist, a copper in 2018, a gold in 2017. And here we go with Thomas.
Ooh, Da Silva. Nice. Nice redirect right there, Bo.
Yeah, I like that.
Got a little click off of the whitewater. Point of difference. To be honest, these 2 heats have been pretty stacked. Like, they're pretty evenly matched.
All right, there's his coach coming back in, helping him back out in the lineup. And it's a good thing we don't have, I mean, earlier this morning, we remember seeing Ann earlier this morning battling all the current. I talked to her. I said, how was it out there? She says, it was so tough. It was so hard. There's the birthday balloons for the birthday girl.
Yeah, Dr. Yoshida. She tore it up, didn't she? And look
Yeah.
at that score. Francesena.
A 9.
Well-deserved. I know people that have been surfing for 30 years that can't even do that. So, Aitor, that was a well-deserved score, my friend. Felicidades. Congratulations in Spanish.
There's one happy girl from Maui.
Oh,
Faith.
dude, she was ripping, too.
Yeah.
We were both out of the booth for those 2 heats. How was the support down there from Team Hawaii and Team USA together?
Did you see me in that crowd?
I did.
Yeah.
I
Did you hear
did.
me cheering?
No.
Okay. I was.
But you were stoked, though.
Oh, yeah.
I saw you with the smile.
Yeah.
I saw you with the smile, and you just got to share the stoke.
Happy to see her growth. I remember she's only been surfing for a while, but she's getting better and better, and like to see her elevate herself down to a shortboard, and that'll eventually.
Oh, it'll
come.
happen. It'll happen, especially with progression of shortboards.
Here we go on a
Dude.
shortboard. That's Red Elias.
What's in the water, like right now? Because all 8 surfers that have competed in this division are crushing it.
Yeah,
they're crushing it.
Yeah.
Dude, Ricardo Deal right there just got a keeper score, and situation just changed because Martinez dropped a high 1, but Deal easily going to go back in the number 2 spot again. This is rad. Dude, this has been my favorite division so far.
You've said that about every division.
I know, but it's true. Like, every division is my favorite one. I can't say something bad about any division. They're just so motivating. Like, when I see one of these guys stand up, it makes me want to go surf.
Now, the next time you go surf after this event, how stoked are you going to be on surfing after
Dude.
watching all these individuals in different categories, different divisions?
And it makes me want to help out more. Like, it makes me want to volunteer at these events.
I do that monthly at Access Surf in Hawaii. Every first Saturday of the month at White Plains Beach, we take anybody and everybody with a disability free of charge. And then every 3rd Wednesday of the month over in Hawaii, we have Wounded Warriors. And we take them out, too.
And that's beautiful.
Yeah. And let me tell you, the stoke and the smile and the aloha that you get from them is just more than I can ask for.
It's
like Darian Hayes a couple of heats ago.
Yeah.
She was a participant maybe 7 years ago, and now she's elevated into an athlete, and she was the very first woman ever to medal at the ISA World Championships in adaptive surfing.
Well, and a big way to look at things too is that we're all one, you know. And I remember a huge example for this is, you know, I remember when Lily G, Evan Gauselman, hit his head at pipeline, and the first person to get to him, and in all honesty, if he wouldn't have gotten to him, he probably would have drowned, was Andre Botha. And Andre is a world-class bodyboarder.
World champion.
World champion bodyboarder and an excellent waterman.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have Evan where he is today.
How about Uluboy Napiahi?
Ulu.
He was there for Dusty Payne.
And, dude, I know. It's been crazy.
Here we go. Pablo Martinez currently in second place. We're still waiting for that waveform Elias in red, correct?
Yeah, because so far he's caught the 2 waves, and we're waiting for the second one. The 4-5 was the first wave literally at the beginning of the heat. So Francis Senna is comfortably in first. Martinez is doing good in second, but I think Deal is probably going to move up into the number 2 spot again. There's still plenty of time, though, and every surfer's wave count is at least to 2 waves per person. So this is something good. The more waves they can catch in 20 minutes, the better, the more experience they're getting.
All right, third wave, and look at the redirection that Elias has here. And then the wave just kind of peters out. It just kind of ran away from him.
But he pushed off of his rails, though. There was a bottom turn involved. That was hard. It's a point of difference. And you can see that he's more comfortable on his backhand than he is on his forehand. That's kind of his go-to.
So the classification here for the V1, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with a IBSA classification level B1, which is mainly total blindness. Okay, and the V2, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification of a level B2 and B3, that's partial obscured vision, I believe.
So anything that isn't completely blind will be in visual impairment 2, correct?
And that's what we're going to see coming up in our next round.
And those are 3 heats. So we have more competitors in that division, which is good.
So more have qualified in that division. And then we're going to have our second round series of surfers coming up in the kneeling division.
And they already competed yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, so different conditions too. It was a little choppier yesterday afternoon. It's pretty clean right now, and tide bottomed out a little earlier yesterday. So they're going to get a little bit of a fuller tide right now.
All right, you see Team Brazil with the flag there. Coaching Elias. And there it is, the 3.6.
Yeah, good score. Similar to his 4.5, and that's just his second. So we're still waiting on the third one that's owed to him too, where he actually pushed off of the rails, bottom turn on his backhand, and now it's up to Martinez and Da Silva to possibly catch another one, which is most likely going to happen. 6 minutes to go, lots of time. But look at how calm Francis Senna is. This drone shot really allows us to see how spread out they are from each other, which is not by much. But look at Francis Senna and his coach in blue. Totally relaxed, pointing directly to the horizon as to where Martinez is paddling north. Deal is a little bit more relaxed too, but Da Silva and Martinez are in the tough positions right now because their low score is pretty low.
Okay, white has first priority. That's Da Silva. Blue second priority. Francis Senna. Martinez in yellow with third priority, and Ricardo Del in red with fourth priority. Again, many thanks out to our title sponsor, AmpSurf. Dana Cummings has been a president and founder of this event, not this event, but this organization. Our title sponsor is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and he has built this under a 4-tier system of promoting, inspiring, educating, and rehabilitating people with disabilities with their families through adaptive surf therapy and through outdoor activities. And he's got 4 regional areas in the United States, and Southern California is just one of them. And 1 in every 5 Americans struggle with a lifelong disability. Nearly 2 million men and women who have served in the Iraq and Afghan conflicts and the wars out there are coming home with a disability, whether it's PTSD or an amputee or a physical disability. And Dana's there. There was a situation where I believe our South African Vitri suffered an injury, and Dana reached out and found him in South Africa and invited him to the United States.
And he paid for everything.
He paid for everything and introduced surfing to him.
Dude, he's a legend.
Yeah.
I met him yesterday for the first time. He's built too.
Oh, he used to be a bodybuilder.
Dude, you're an animal.
He
You're in better
was
shape than me.
Solid. He was telling me he was up close to 300 pounds.
Which is
280.
crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Because he's not super tall, but he is built like a bull, dude.
And on his back right calf, he's got a Amp Surf tattoo.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. No, but it's amazing what he's able to do through his organization, what he's able to promote, and people that are inspired, whether it is actually through surfing or other outdoor activities. And it's not just based out here out of California. You said there's 5 different locations across the United States.
Across the United States.
So make sure to go to ampsurf.org. It's a really good way to communicate with others that could possibly be in the same situation as you are. And why wouldn't you want to help people learn how to surf and possibly do other things too, right, Bo?
Yep, and there's Pablo Martinez, just under 3 minutes to go. And we can't forget our other great sponsors, our presenting sponsors here at the ISA Worlds for parasurfing. We've got the Foundation of Global Sport and Development, and of course the City of San Diego Parks and Rec. Thank you for your support.
I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to try to get Dana to do an event in Mexico.
There you go.
I'm going to try.
You know, knowing Dana, he likes challenges.
And it's close by.
Now, now event, you need entry and exit. You need accessibility. You got to find that for him.
Yeah, and as long as there's a place where there's infrastructure that will allow the event, that it's accessible as far as actually having an airport, which will allow people to get there. And then why wouldn't you want to go to Mexico? Food's good, people are nice, weather's warm, waves are good. And I think being able to promote that in an area that maybe isn't as known for parasurfing, but then you're able to actually promote it in one of Latin America's largest countries, it'll spread quickly, Bo. It'll go to Argentina, then it'll come all the way up to Peru, it'll go to Chile, Ecuador, Costa Rica eventually.
Well, there's already a big organization called Amp Surf over in Brazil.
Oh, there is?
Yes, yes. Very similar to Amp Surf.
And I bet you if we got Joshua Loya down to Brazil and we could start a jiu-jitsu world championship that is visually impaired, he would easily compete in that too.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. Thomas De Silva for France. Good maneuverability right there.
Yes, sir.
On that fun board.
Got the bank off the whitewater too. At least had an attempt. Nice bottom turn.
Look at that. 50 seconds out. He's out. He wants another wave.
It seems like his conditioning is definitely not an issue. Only trying to better a 2.73. Easily going to do that. Is it going to be enough to overtake Deal, though? He needs a 6.77. It's coming close to Aitor's 7.9. Are the judges going to be able to go there? I don't know. But either way, I believe that they will still have another opportunity to surf in this division, too.
Okay, down to the last 20 seconds here. The second heat of round one. All 8 of these surfers in this division will be surfing a second round, and top 4 make final.
And still keep your top 2 scores, correct?
Yeah, you keep your top 2 scores from round 1, top 2 scores for round 2, and then the top 4 surfers with the top 2 rounds will advance on into the final. Well, we're going to wrap up this division. We're going to bring on the V2 round 1 men's qualifying heats coming up next. You're watching exciting live surfing action from the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Well, a big hello, good day to everyone. The skies are clearing up out here in La Jolla, and things are looking good.
Brady J, we did it again, man. You put us on the waves, and all of a sudden the sun comes out. I'm going to take the black jacket off because once you and I get on these microphones, you know what we bring? We bring sunshine.
You know, and I'll tell you what, and yesterday this is kind of how it went down. We saw just cloudy conditions and gray bird, and all of a sudden it got nice. You look at the visibility in the water from our overhead drone shots. Absolutely amazing footage. Big ups to all the crew out here doing an amazing job bringing you the sights and the sounds from your 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. All right, who do we got in the water now? What's going on, Roy?
You know, we've got 2 surfers from South Africa, and we've got 1 from the USA. Now, what had saw happening yesterday is every time that there was 2 surfers from the same country, they ended up 1-2 in their heat. Will that continue today in day 2 of the ISA? But, you know, I think Shane Lopes is going to have something to say here in the men's visually impaired 2. This is round 1, 3 qualifying heats. We've got a total of 9 athletes here today. Here we go in the yellow jersey out of South Africa. Sabelio is up. He already has got 2 waves under his belt now, and he started his day with a 4.67. Let's see what we got here. In the red, though, who do we got here?
Well, in the red, that is none other than Shane Lopez right there from the USA in red right now, showing you that he's getting to work early, snagging 2 waves there. And you saw Sabella Najima getting himself 1 wave under his belt to start things off. But when we talk about this is the visually impaired round 2, what is that all about, and what does that mean to the division that these surfers have?
You know, as we talked about here, they went in the past year and really started to reclassify. And by doing that, their hopes was to re-engage the fields, to make sure that the playing fields were on a fair level. So when they did this, and we've seen this already happen, we really saw it go well in men's 1 and 2 prone, where the difference is the assist and the not assist, and making sure that the right people are in that division. So now when we're talking from this from a PV1 and a PVI2, you know, the classification really comes down to that visually impairment 1 is any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification level B1. Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification level B2 or B3, that is who we're seeing right now. And because of that, it really allows the playing field to be level to make sure that the right classifications of the disabilities are putting people in those heats.
Boom.
That was a long, did you? I don't think I breathed in that whole thing,
Jeez,
Brad
Roy.
J.
Oxygen for Roy here in the booth, please. All right, so now but you see 2 yellow jerseys. Yep. We see 2 white jerseys, and we see 2 red jerseys. What's going on with that?
You know, unlike the prone 2, where we had a pusher and a catcher, we now have a guide and a surfer. So the guide is positioning them. So where we saw them actually physically putting them in the wave, this is where they are speaking to them to get them in the position to ride the wave from what is ideally what they would think is the best takeoff point. So again, that trust level has to be built between the surfer and what we're calling the guide here in this men's visually impaired 2, round 1, heat 1.
I've had the pleasure of working some Paralympic games where I've announced some visually impaired on alpine skiing before, and to see what those competitors can do being visually impaired, it absolutely blows my mind every single day I see it.
You know, our close friend Danielle Umstead, she competed actually on Dancing with the Stars, is a part of the U.S. Paralympic team. She unfortunately just broke her leg, but competes in the visually impaired.
Her husband is the
Rob. So she unfortunately just broke her leg. But how scary is that? Not only crashing, but now not knowing, because you can't see how that crash is actually happening. And that's what we're seeing here too, as you know, they have their guide, but at the same time, like, they are visually to the point of catching the wave, but what happens after that is you know,
it's by feel too.
It's by feel.
Yeah, well, you know, your spotter is going to say, okay, go left on this one, and then once you stand up and you feel the left, you got to kind of do the feeling with that. and find where's the fall line of that wave to keep in that section, correct?
Yes, correct. And, you know, it really goes to, this is all about communication. And as you can see right here, the you know, surfer in red getting a great start there. Now, earlier today, I wonder how this competition would have been held for this group, as the conditions were definitely not probably that well for audio communication. Heavy rain, heavy wind, but look at that great wave that Shane Lopes got put into by his guide.
Shane Loeb, Shano looking good right there. He's going to turn around and go back out. Once your spotter tells you to go left, you're on your own because you're already past them. You can't even hear what they're saying by that point, right?
Yeah, it's not like there's trailing behind you or you have a microphone in your ear. All the information is, you know, watching the waves earlier from that guide, seeing how the waves are going to move so that when you get out there, you can provide him or her the best amount of information, because as you said it, once you go and say go left, it's then up to you.
Yeah, so that's really all they can do is just help you on the direction of the wave. So they're looking and saying, oh, this section looks like it's got more of a right to it. This one's got more of a left to it. Go left.
Yeah.
But then you can't really say, okay, go left now, make that section. Okay, you can't really do that because they've already separated themselves by that point.
Yep. But here we go. We get actually, you know, we had a drone shot, but look at Shane Lopes dragging that hand, getting a little feel, staying right up on his board and staying right in the good part of that wave, propelling himself. You know, he took that one to the beach.
You see how he uses that right arm to just make him feel like where he's out of the wave. See, he can just feel it. He knows what's going on. He puts that hand back in there, feel the white water, then put it back in, and it kind of gives him a reference points with the water is what I feel.
You know, I think he gets an idea of where that whitewash is, where is that wave kind of pushing from. But, you know, look at the clarity of the water compared to what we saw earlier. That is what's blowing me away. I mean, we did get to see some dolphins in a little seal, but to start our day, but to see where the water's gotten to, I don't think we would have thought this about an hour ago.
No, it has definitely cleaned things up for in a perfect time for the visually impaired to take to the water. 3 heats here, and you're visually impaired 2. We got 3 heats, and then today we'll follow that with our final competition today, your men's kneel round 2. That'll be 4 qualifying heats on that one, but we got 3 to do here in your visually impaired 2 category, as they're all in for the high fives and making things happen here.
Yeah, and you know things are getting good. Look, the production trailer, the door just opened to it. It means the boys are getting roasty in there, and that we're getting a nice amount of sunshine overhead. Here we go, Nations again, showing how much they love it.
Let's listen in.
Hawaii, Japan, and Costa Rica. Check in if you haven't done so. Aaron Poik, Shigeru Fukisaki, and Roy Calderon. Next heat coming up.
¿Quiénes somos? Tigos. ¿De dónde somos? Costa Rica. ¿Cómo somos? Pura vida. ¿Cómo nos dicen?
There he is again. He's got to be my favorite right there. That yelp that he does is absolutely amazing right there.
And what is your favorite surfer's name?
What's his name?
All right, we're going to find out for you because this amazing app, check this out. We can go to the team. Once we click on the team here on the isasurf.org app,
I'm going to go.
we'll be able to pull up our names here and we'll be able to figure out who this is.
And then boom. And I want the.
They're talking to him right now. Costa Rica surf team right there.
Vengo de Guanacaste, papá, tierra del folclor, donde los ríos son de leche, las piedras son cuajadas, donde las mujeres paren hombres, no cochinada. Uy, 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 bagura.
I don't.
Brad J, you asked and you definitely received right there, my friend. All right, here we're going.
That's
Pulling up teams.
the Costa Rican there.
I think it's, my guess is.
I
don't know. I mean, yeah, right there.
I think it's Edwin.
Oh, it's your guy, Edwin.
Alex Stoll right there, Edwin.
He is fired up. You know, there's a couple competitors actually from the Costa Rican team in this division right here. We're going to see Roy Calderon. I feel like it's probably my brother right there. So we'll be seeing him in here, and hopefully Edwin will give some more of those pelican-like chants.
I don't know. It almost seems like a dog when you step on its tail sound, you know?
I could see that as well. Yes, I think that's a good reference right there.
But it is definitely infectious, and we definitely love to see. Definitely love to hear it because he's been firing up his team the whole entire time.
Now, look, we talked about this yesterday, or I talked about this happening yesterday, is where when a country had 2 in a heat of 3, they finished 1-2. Shane Lopes is saying, not today. I'm going to make sure that I stay out in front. Shane in the red jersey, currently leading with a 5.84. But here we go in the white jersey, Jared Sachs out of South Africa. Look at him falling right into that pocket. It's going to get a reform, but he's not going to quite get it. But I like that color board right there.
That's the purple right there, huh? And you see that South African logo on there, Jared Sachs.
You know, Jared's got a 1.53 and a 1. I'm not sure if that's going to get any higher than that. But the thing is, his guide right there is fired up on how he just surfed the wave, and that's all that matters here.
I got to think that beats the 1 that he has, so that might replace the 1 that Jared Sachs has as his second scored wave, so his lowest one he's trying to get rid of. And then you got Sabelo Njema from South Africa, who's only got 1 wave, but that's the highest scoring wave of the heat, the 4.67.
You know, just that wave alone almost has him, you know, ahead of Shane Lopes too, as you just mentioned. So it's not going to really, you know, take much for Sabelo to move up there. And we're still waiting for Jared's third wave here. And, you know, as these guys, as we've talked about, the reclassification has really brought ability together. Here we go in the yellow jersey, not quite finding enough push there to get up on the wave. But again, it's wave selection all day, Brad J.
Yeah, and now that, you know, they're taking the water and the fact that the waves are a little bit better to work with, I think this is the best part about it is they have a little bit more to work with. It is a little cleaner out there.
Yeah.
The tides cooperated a little bit. The weather has come out. So you got, and for visually impaired, some of them have somewhat vision a little bit, and so having it clear and not cloudy gives them a little bit more.
Here we go, Shane Lopes on the red. Last little bit of water snake came up from underneath there and grabbed the board. You got to watch out for those.
Here's another look at the angle for white, and that was Jared Sachs.
That's that one we were waiting to score.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're so right. 3.5. Now coupling that with a 1.5, Jared Sachs has a little over 5. But again, the rider in yellow has a 4.67 for his opening score. It just needs another wave, and then we're really going to start seeing their names mix up on this leaderboard.
So scoring a little bit different for the judges when it comes down to this, correct?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think the judges can see a little bit more too. You know, today, the earlier conditions, the only people who had a harder job than the judges, I think, were the cameramen. And here's Shane Lopes again getting up on a wave. Shane catching it. What an amazing angle we're getting here from this drone. Really getting to see how he's staying right in the pocket.
Just cuts through that kelp right there and press the eject button. So Shane Lopes doing a big thing right there, getting another good wave. 217 looking to replace. That could do it right there because the scoring's different. Like, it seems like length of wave is much more important in visually impaired.
Yeah, I really think that is. You know, you mentioned it. You know, once the guide says your wave's here, you're taking off, you're going left, it's really up to them to do things like we saw Shane doing, you know, dragging his hand and stuff like that to see how, like, the wave was feeling behind him and how he potentially could decide where he wants to go, left or right. Look at there, Team USA all fired up. They got a simple apple, and they're so excited right here. There is our guy, Jose Martinez, still the shot of the day, the look back hanging onto the handle and just getting so stoked and squirrely from that wave earlier.
And you can see them they're all enjoying the sun. Look, T-shirts now. We had people wearing puffy jackets trying to stay warm out here when the rain was coming down, but now we got blue sky, and things are looking good for our competitors with 4 minutes and 30-some-odd seconds to go. Shane Lopes, top spot, a 3.67 and a 2.97. Jared Sachs in second, looking for 3.15 to take over the number 1 spot.
All right, guy in white, not really finding that. That was Jared Sachs right there.
Sabelo's still looking for a second wave here.
Still looking, and I think we're going to see him get it because he's setting himself right up as this wave's coming in. His guide's telling him to go. And let's see what we've got from the surfer from South Africa. Missed, but watch this. Nope. I thought he was going to refire on the next. His coach is saying, come on back out here. We got more waves to get. We got 4 minutes, and you've got such a great first score that, you know, we're going to put something together.
Yeah, and that's some pressure on the spotter. Here we go. Jared Sachs in on this one in the white, and not much going with that wave. So Jared Sachs going to keep the 3.5, as his top score, and he's
All
going to
right,
stay in
here
that
we
second
go.
spot.
Shane Lopes quick up to his feet right there. Look how stoked his guide is out in the back.
nose.
Shane is following this wave all the way, and he's standing up. And look, he's starting to feel for that wave again. Again, length of ride here is something that has not been a problem for him, and we can definitely see, as we mentioned,
It's a proper board.
What's that tide doing right now?
Tide's going out, so I think we're getting a little bit more face to work with our competitors. So you can see the spotter right there celebrating Lopes' wave. Yeah, length of wave, very, very important. As you said, though, you look at Sabello right now, really needing that other waves. Looks like Sabello making a paddle for this one right now. Let's see if Sabello can get into this.
I just don't think that wave's quite got the push, and look how shallow that it would have been right there for him. Again, we've got nearly 3 minutes remaining in this heat, and with his first score of 4.67, it's really just what wave can you get yourself up on, because just basically getting to his feet is going to get him one.
Yeah.
And from there, you know, that really will play with the score of how he rides that wave, because he's truthfully not far off of, you know, at all second, and truthfully not that far off of first.
Well, yeah, Sabello, 0.36 into second place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just stand up one time, and you've done that.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to find that wave. They're definitely going to find it. 2.5 minutes to go.
And now you got Shane Lopes looking at this one. He's got to get up quick. He's going to make the late drop. Nicely done. Hands in the air like you just don't care.
Picks his board right up because he's going to go out because he's thirsty for more. That is Shane's 7th wave of this heat right now.
Shane is going to work. Nice late drop on that one for him.
You know, there's nothing more fun than a good late drop when you do it right and you just accelerate like
Oh.
you've never. It's like you've got the foot gas pedal stuck on a 67 Mustang.
Look at this for Sabello.
All right, here we go.
I mean, even if it's whitewater, you got to get this thing.
Yep,
You
surfer in yellow.
Don't
Here we
pearl.
go.
Whatever you do, don't pearl. Jump up. There you go.
Just get up, my friend. Stay up.
I think that does it right there. Should put him into the second place because it's a 0.36. That's all he's trying to get. Needed a second wave. Already had the 4.67.
We missed that 4.67. I would have loved to seen that, especially since it's the highest score of this wave.
Look at
Here
that
we
jump.
go.
Late drop. And then
Oh, he knows it was
What?
good too.
I got this. And there you go. A replay of White on this one, jumping up. Trying to stay in that section of the whitewater to keep it going. Look, that's a late drive. That thing was crumbling on his head and was still able to get up in time.
You know, I think that has got to get him that little advantage that he needed to push from third to second. What a blessing to have that beautiful opening wave there from the surfer in yellow. Closing in under a minute now.
Takes a lot of pressure off you, I feel like. When you get a high-scoring wave in your heat off the bat, that just really takes pressure off.
You can kind of like kick back and play the fawns.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Who do you think's catching a wave? It is the one. It is the guy from South Africa. It's Jared Sachs in that white jersey. Jared knowing that a little bit here will help him continue to push up.
That's exactly what you need to do. Now we go back up top. Look at it with the rail grab.
Shane Lopes on his like 109th wave of this heat. Shane Lopes is just, and he can't even stop him. All right, here we go in yellow. Sabiel is coming in, staying going, and he's moving across that wave right there. We're still waiting for his second wave, and now we'll be waiting for his third wave to see. I know we're going to see some shuffling here in this leaderboard.
Well, time winds out on that.
There it is. Look at that. 1.8.
Oh.
Right at the very end and transforms it.
And look at that. High five. He just told him, his spotter has just told him what he did, and he's got to be happy about that, feeling so good. That's what I tell you. Take that pressure off your back. You get that first good wave. Got some good points there. That's how you do it.
All right, as the Heat 1 sends in Shane Lopes, probably a little tired. The man caught a total of 8 waves in that heat. And next up, we're going to be seeing Heat 2, a Hawaiian, a Japanese, and then one of our Costa Ricans, Roy Calderon. I love that first name. And hopefully you'll hear some of that pelican chant from the beach.
Nice. Well, that is coming up. Stay with us. We got more surfing action happening. Another heat on the way. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And welcome out 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships here live from La Jolla, California. And Brad J, Roy Tuscany in the booth, and heat number 2 in the water for your men's visually impaired 2, round 1.
Yeah, you know, we just saw a really great first round where we saw a really high wave score from one surfer who ended up getting a total of 3. But then going to the Brad J and Roy competition approach was our man Shane Lopes, who went with, I'm going to catch 9 waves, because I ended up counting again. He had one more sky. I'm going to catch 9 scoring
9 waves in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes a wave.
That is just phenomenal.
Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica, and Aaron Paul from Hawaii in this one, 3 in this one.
You know, right here we've got this, you know, again, 3 members in this, but also you're going to see 3 guides out in the water. So it'll look like 6 surfers, but really, where did that move come from?
Yeah, that was a good one, too. We saw Aaron Paul just get a good little turn off that one.
Oh, weird. He's Hawaiian.
Yeah, not a big surprise there.
Not a big surprise there at all. We got Hawaiian, we've got a Japanese, and we've got a member of the Costa Rican surf team here in this heat right now.
Yeah, all 3 of them out in the water together, plus the guides with them are pointing them in the right direction. That's why you see 2 reds. That's why you see 2 yellows and 2 whites.
That wave just stopped him. It was like he went into concrete almost.
And that was a nice little section that he drops into.
Here we go. From white, from Japan. Fujisaki right there. And now in the yellow bib on this replay is our guy, Costa Rican. Look, can you hear the chant from the beach?
Ow! Ow! I don't think I can do it as good as him.
I don't know. That countryman of his is fully a fan. And there's that move that we talked about. Like, where did that come from? We're seeing a lot of great explosion actually out of this one. Here we go. Surfer in red from Hawaii.
Yeah, nice little turn there. Banks it off the whitewater, works it to the inside. There you go. That's red. That's Aaron Paulk. He's at it again.
That's that Hawaiian hop that we were speaking of right there.
And you can see his spotter sitting out there with him, giving him the fist. Like, good job. Yes. Like, happy about that one. 3.77. Shigeru Fujisaki, the #1 spot with a 1.17 and a 2.60.
Another service dog. You know, you can't have an event without service dogs because these guys are just the true cheerleaders. They know when you're up, they know when you're down, and they know exactly how to make you feel happy all the time. Christian Otter-Bailey. There's your guy, Christian Otter-Bailey, right there.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, good to see him out here, too, representing. And as we look out back, looking for some sets out here, it looks like we might see a little something. You can see red paddling for something. 15 minutes, so about 5 minutes ticked away on this. And Roy Calderon's going to bump to the #1 spot, so his 1.67 and his 3 is going to give him enough to get up there. But now Shigeru is not too far back, 1.68.
Why haven't we seen a score yet from Aaron Paulk? Because we've seen Aaron catch a couple waves.
We have not seen the Aaron Paulk score yet, but you got to think that that's coming soon here.
Yes, because we definitely have seen him catch 2 really good waves, actually.
I almost feel like when his scores do populate, he's going to #1.
I think that's why when I saw him in the 3rd spot, I was a little confused.
Like, wait a minute, zeros all the way across? Not yet. And look, he's at it again.
Here he goes again.
On the backhand here. And nice turn right there. So a good little turn. Hey, let's send things back downstairs. Third member of our team, Mitchell, standing by. Take it away,
we're about
Mitchell.
to start, so.
Oh, I'm in Pismo.
All right, I'm here with Shane Lopes from the last heat, representing the United States of America. Shane, you've only been surfing for 2 years, and this is your first World Championship event. How was your experience competing in your first event here in La Jolla?
It was amazing. Like, there's really nothing like this. It's such a community of, like, just a family of surfers over here. Everybody's super supportive. I can't say enough, like, about the vibes. Everybody's just really positive. It doesn't even really feel like a competition. Everyone's just out here having fun.
And you run a nonprofit in the Central Coast of California. You want to talk to us about that?
Sure. So on top of volunteering for AMP Surf as a surf instructor, I do another small pilot program on the side called Limitless Surfers, and that just brings ocean therapy to kids with autism in the area. We'll take them out on a weekly basis. We've seen huge improvements on their behavior at home for a long period of time, so we're just trying to keep that available to the parents and the locals around here. AMP Surf, who helped put on this ISA event, the title sponsor, they are just absolutely incredible. They put on the clinic right before this competition, and it went super well. There's so many like amazing people that came out here. Can't say enough about like either of these organizations. We just had like the best time at this this competition.
And I want to get one last question out of you. How have you felt that your visual impairment has matched up with everybody else here at the competition as far as disability goes?
Dude, I mean, everybody here, like ISA likes to emphasize, like we're focusing on our abilities out here, and just trying to do the best we can. So everybody's just, it doesn't really phase people the way they think it does. I believe, like it's normal life for them. Like we're just kind of getting through it and focusing on what we can do.
Staying positive, aren't you?
Positive for sure.
Thank you for your time, Shane. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Brad, back to you.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, and Lopes, I basically say what he said meant it all. It doesn't even feel like a contest.
No. You know, we saw it really well in that stand one women's, where that first heat, the 3 girls, you know, Faith, and I'm forgetting the others 2 names off the top of my head, but they were all cheering for each other.
That was one of the coolest heats that we've seen from that, because we saw them all supporting each other. And that's what it really is about. And that's what Lopes was saying right there, too, as well. Well, Aaron Paulk has done it now. Paulk's scores has come in.
So now there they start to show up.
Yeah, so he has moved up to that #1 spot. So 273 and a 313. That's going to give him that #1 spot right there. There's your heat that's coming up after this one. 3 heats in this visually impaired 2 category.
Faith, Liv, and Zoe. I don't know how I forgot that, but that's what I was trying to come up with. Faith, Liv, and Zoe. They cheered on each other more than they cheered for themselves.
Little La Jolla hop.
And look at that. Stayed right up there.
Aaron Paulk right there with a 313, 273, and he is definitely getting a lot of waves as we see yellow. Roy Calderon and his spotter paddling out right there. They have second priority, so white has priority right here.
But gives it to yellow. Roy Calderon from Costa Rica not grabbing that wave. But are we going to start seeing a little more consistency of these waves coming in? Because we definitely have the surfers. Here
look
we
at
go.
this. It's a section now.
Fujisaki from Japan here.
He's on a good one.
Oh.
Digs an edge and goes down. A good start to that wave. Unfortunately, goes down, but that should still be a decent score. He's just trying to replace a 117.
Yeah, you know, and that's, as we've talked about, the classifications has really gotten abilities on the same level here, and it allows for these quick changes in the podium standings. You know, we saw in the last one where we saw third to first, we saw second back to third, we saw it bouncing up it again. And I think, look right now, we're talking less than 2 points separating third from one. And when the scores are varying from ones all the way up to fours, it's really easy to grab the right wave and be able to boost your score to a higher level and a higher position on the podium ranking.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's just, you think about it, how hard it must be just to try and put yourself in that right position. Whether your spotter tells you to go right or left, you still have to be in the right position. Your board has to be facing down the line in the right direction as well. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. The spotter can only help you so much in this situation.
No, 100%. You know, I think one thing that we're also seeing here as well is, you know, these connections that the guides and these surfers have are definitely something that I don't think many people in this world have. So this trust level and also the amount of surfing that we've seen in just this heat has kind of blown me away.
I know it's been a good start to this one for sure, and there's another heat after this one, same division. Then today we'll finish things off with your men's kneel round 2. Our first round 2 action we will see. That'll be after we finish one more after this one, and we'll end with 4 qualifying heats for the kneel category. Round 2 coming up, so some round 2 action, man.
The kneel division, my boy Ty Turner out of Canada. Really looking forward to see Ty. He's sitting in 8th place right now, and Ty is so fired up as he's taking out his shortboard. He had his longboard yesterday, and we're really going to see Ty. I think he's going to get the waves that he wasn't expecting, and I think that's going to get him extra fired up.
Indeed, little set coming in right now. Let's see who is in position for this one.
All right, here we are back at the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surf Championships. There is the surfer out of Hawaii right there. That is Aaron Pock. Aaron is leading this heat right now. Aaron, just like Shane Lopes did in the last one, just stacking waves. We got 8 minutes remaining, and Aaron's already got 4 waves already under his belt. Back to that, you know, every wave's every 2 minutes.
And you can see how they stick close together so you can communicate. So if you're the spotter and you see something that's looking promising, you want to let them know. 131 surfers out here competing in the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. 131 athletes, 22 teams, and 41 women. 41 women, that's a new record. It was 37 in 2018, so good to see records being broken.
You know, I love that we're seeing more equality across the sport, too, you know, bridging the gap between the number of competitors between the male and the female. I think the best thing that we could ever see happen is when those numbers get equal. And as this sport grows,
100%.
it also then gives us the better chances of getting it into the Paralympics. And that's what we need is continual growth. So if each year we're breaking records, that means we're continually going towards that overall goal of having 30 countries of inclusion. And we've got 21 this year. 21 up from last year, and we're up in the competitor division as well.
And you got to think, without the recent, you know, epidemic going on, you think maybe we would have more. It might creep closer to that 30 this year. So you got to think by next year. I got to feel that the 30 number is going to be reached. And I think if you're the Olympics and the Paralympics, you want parasurfing in the Paralympics, in the Parapan Games as well, no matter what.
And if you need 2 announcers, Brad J and Roy Tuscany are ready to serve you in those. And if you just want to give us one, we'll take Prone 2.
We'll take Prone 2.
We love the Prone 2. We love all the divisions, but I'll tell you what, there was something special in the water today during the Prone 2 division, and I think we're going to see it this afternoon, too, in the men's kneel, because they're the first ones that are going to see round 2, you know, looks at this field.
Maybe those gnarly scores that we saw, too, in that division, right?
It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. I'm just excited the sun's out, but, you know, the thing that's going to happen is the last 4 heats are actually going to be done by Bo. And, you know, what's going to happen there is, unfortunately, the sun effect that we have might go out. You know, but, you know, there's also Mitchell. And we've seen Mitchell lately just dropping the best conversations on the beach.
Well, yeah. I mean, Bo and Mitchell have been doing some amazing interviews in between the heats too as well. Appreciate all their hard work, and they'll, like you were saying, they're going to wrap things up with the 4 qualifying heats remaining for round 2 for your men's kneel as we go back out to the water right now with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That is red. That's Aaron Park. He's been catching a million waves out here. And he's riding a pretty short board, it looks like, too.
Yeah, and he is just out there surfing.
Yeah, he's able to get into position. So 5 minutes to go. Aaron Park, #1 spot, a couple of threes in there. 3.77 and 3 and some change, a 3.13. Roy Calderon, a 4.40. He did it with a 2.6 and a 1.8. Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan, 3.93, 2.60 and a 1.33. So it is quite reachable right now.
Yeah, that second and third are going to change pretty instantaneously as their high scores match each other. So let's see what we have right here from Roy from Costa Rica. He is definitely going to move up the leaderboard with that one right there. We're going to see how that's going to improve on his 1.8.
Should get rid of the 1.8, I would think. I don't think it's enough to knock that, to get the 4.3 that he was looking for the #1 spot.
Oh, I don't think that at all. But
Yeah.
I think we're going to see him put a little distance between him and the rider from Japan.
And that's the key. Just grow the gap, right?
Yep,
there
exactly.
You go. So 4 minutes, 25 seconds ticking away here. Big thanks out to, of course, Amp Surf. First year on board with us, and we're so stoked to have them along. They provide adaptive surfing therapy. They do it for programs for veterans, adults, and children. And they're out here, a big part of your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
The big thing here is that, the WASC has spurred the movement all around the globe with national championships not only being held, today in the world, but we're also seeing national championships in France, England, Argentina, Australia, Chile, Brazil, the U.S., Hawaii, and South Africa. So on top of the world championships, we're also seeing individual countries hosting their own adaptive divisions. The Hawaii Adaptive. It's growing. The Hawaii Adaptive Surf is happening in June. This July will be the England. Then following there, you got Chaka's event, the U.S. Open of Adaptive that happens in September. There are constantly more and more of these popping up because the sport continually is showing not only athletic performance, but the healing powers that this water has for the mental side of things.
Oh, man, you said it right there because we'll see if we got some sets here. I've always said that surfing is the best therapy for you. I mean, all things could be going wrong. Your bills are due. Your dog bit the mailman. There's all kinds of things that could be going on in your life. But when you paddle out in the water, it's a clean slate.
It really is.
Everything goes away.
And it's like one turn.
Yeah.
It's all you need. You catch one wave, one turn. And that sensation, that feeling inside your body really allows you to say, all right, yep, this is awesome.
And here we go. Roy Calderon up on that. Just a quick up and down for Roy. And look for Aaron Park on another wave for him.
Yes, and that last wave, you were very right on that, Brad. His high score prior was 1.8 and the last one 1.83. So yes, he did jump a little.
Yeah, not much,
but not much, and not the 4.3 that we were hoping. That he needed to get all the way to dethrone off Aaron off the top right now.
Well, we were talking about it being a Paralympic sport. Well, the International Paralympic Committee recognition. See, the ISA has been recognized as the first step towards Olympic inclusion for Paris. Paris 2024 is off the table, but they're striving for LA 2028, and they've applied for inclusion for Parapan Games in Santiago, Chile in 2023.
Yes. So, it's all about increasing numbers. And if you look at data, and data doesn't lie, which is great, is that the data at this event has shown that the growth has been consistent year to year. So as the sport continues to grow, you can use this as the standard to say, okay, as a global movement, what does the growth look like? Well, we're showing this year we have record numbers in women participation, total number of countries, total number of athletes, and total number of athletes and officials. So it's showing from a data side of things, yes, it continues to grow.
And if that number continues to go up, it's almost a done deal that it will get in. And I feel like there's a very, very good chance for 2023 Parapan Am Games in Santiago, for sure.
Yes, and there is Fujisaki right there in the white, grabbing another wave in the white bib. Really needs to up that second score, as him and Roy from Costa Rica have identical high scores. It's really how can he up that second score?
And that's what you're trying to do with under a minute to go. Is there any more action out the back for our competitors? Looks like Roy Calderon's looking at something here. He's seen a little something he might possibly like. Looks like maybe a right off this one. I would definitely send him to the right. Yeah, he's going to go right here. There we go. And just digs that nose right to the sand, and that'll do it there.
All right, 20 seconds left. Here we go. Fujisaki getting up, staying up, and moving as the wave moves was him. Let's see if he's going to get any farther. He's just going to take this one into the beach. And I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron Polk of Hawaii catches one more wave just for, putting the icing on the cake on this heat.
4, 3, 2, and 1. Boom. That is going to do it. And unofficially, Bach the #1 spot, Roy Calderon in that #2 spot, and Shigeru Fujisaki, who is still waiting for another wave score to come in for him in that third. I think we just got double shakas right there. Well, good stuff right there. Well, we got another heat coming up here. That's right, in your men's visually impaired, #2, round 1, third and final heat coming up for you. Thanks for being part of an amazing day out here. More heats to come and more surfing action on the way. Don't go anywhere because you'd be blowing it if you did. It's the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And you can see the competitors, of course, being surrounded there on the beach.
Yes, they are. They're celebrating the guy from Hawaii, the red jersey of Aaron Polk, who just came out of the water, winning that last heat. He came out there, catching a massive amount of waves. Here we go, showing some Hawaiian love, doing a chant as making sure that they continually use, whoops, that is the wrong passcode for this iPod. I was using my personal one. And here we go, cheer from Hawaii at La Jolla Shores. Way to go, Hawaiian, taking down the heat. Aaron Polk in the red jersey.
And a good solid win on that one. Now we go back out to the water and get things going again. Red up and riding on this one.
All right, rider from France, Australia, and Spain here. Gwendal Frette in the red jersey. Matthew Formstrand from Australia in the white, and Efren Mompen from Spain here.
So once again, international field, of course. There's a look at him, right? Efren Mompen right there from Spain. Matthew Formstrand from Australia. And Gwendal Frette from France.
We've got 3 surfers in this heat, which are going to round out the total field of 9 in the men's V1-2.
Well, here we go. That's going to be yellow right at it. That's Elfren getting to work here from Spain on that one.
You know, as I've been a little slow to respond here, as I'm trying to read up online to better understand the visual impaired divisions here. As you know, there's V1 and then there's V2, and just really trying to understand how much visibility each of these competitors have. It's a very big rabbit hole that you start to go down trying to understand it exactly. But at the end of the day, it really comes to the amount that they're able to see and the amount of blurriness that goes around it and the darkness around there as well.
And it's one of the toughest division when it comes to para is when you start talking about visually impaired. It's really hard to measure that on what you can actually see because you're setting a classification, but you can't see through their eyes.
Yeah.
So you can't tell exactly. Yes, you can test the best way you can, but some might be more sensitive to light, less sensitive to light, so you never know. Let's check in. Third member of the team, we got Mitchell standing by, winner of the last heat. Let's send it downstairs to Mitchell. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Aaron Polk from the island of Maui on Maui Naka'oi from the Hawaiian Islands. It's your first competition ever at 38 years old. You're getting a heat win too, Aaron. What's the feeling like representing the Hawaiian Islands where world champions such as John Florence, Billy Kemper from Maui have competed? What's this like for you?
Oh man, it's just such an honor to represent Hawaii Nation and have so much support and so much aloha from everybody here and ISA and Amp Surf and everybody, and the team has been amazing, and it's just such a surreal moment just to be in a competition. I watch religiously the WSL and all the guys there and all the girls, and such an honor to compete, man. You know, it's just it's a pleasure.
Did the feeling change for you when it went from watching competitions to actually participating in one?
You know, it kind of, I love to just get out in the water and share aloha and share waves, you know, so that's in with me in every moment, and especially in the water, and it's cool to be with everybody from so many nations in the water and share that vibe and that stoke. But yeah, you know, there's also that competitive edge that's in there that gets through there, and especially with surfing with a visual disability, you kind of have to scratch for waves, and sometimes it's not so easy. So to share the lineup with 3 people is amazing too, anywhere you go. But yeah, it's such an honor to be here.
It doesn't seem like it's an impairment for you, my friend. And Bo Hodge and I have a request for you. We want the best chihu you can get on live action right now. Okay, let's hear it.
All right. Thanks, brother. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Aaron. We appreciate it. Brad, back to you.
Yeah, Mitchell. Mitchell's just having fun down there now. He pulled on the heartstrings earlier.
Yes, he did. He made us cry in the booth, and now he is making us laugh in the booth. There you go.
What a great member of our team. What a fun group, guys. Thanks so much for welcoming in here and being a part of this announcing team. And, you know, we just heard that, you know, Mitchell getting that. What was that chant that they just did there?
Hey, I was going to ask you. I didn't know.
All right.
Efren was looking to try and get into one. Could he get into this thing? No, not able to drop back.
I would have
into
loved to see him get on that shoulder and just see how far that shoulder was going to push him. Hey, you know what here? If the wave's not going to work, you can push your way into.
There you go. You can see Matthew Formstrong from Australia paddling really hard to keep that one going.
I really like his color choice on this. Very vibrant out there in the water. You know, between the orange, the yellow, the neon light green, and the blue.
He's basically do anything he puts his mind to. Had a chance to catch up with his sister who he travels with and he goes to events with, and she is here with him traveling from Australia, and says, like, you can't tell him anything. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's going to do it on his own. You don't need to help him. He's just a one positive guy, and he knows that he doesn't have a disability in his eyes at all.
You know what is so cool is I think that conversation which I've had with similar folks as well, but it's almost like you continually have that conversation here. There's no way that you can allow a barrier of anything to hold you back when you're going to go out into the ocean, surf waves with a disability. What type of things are you going to allow to get in your way when you're saying, I'm going to take on Mother Nature?
Yeah.
There's no one stronger than Mama Ocean.
Yeah, and if you have made the pilgrimage to surf, no matter what you may be going through in your life, and you can do what you do, then you can pretty much do anything. Look at the current conditions right now. That's your swell height. Not too big, 1 to 2 feet, 1.1 at 16 seconds out of the south-southwest. Got a little bit of light wind. There's your tides right there, your low tide, 5:50 p.m. and 11:52. That's your high tide. We were talking about that today. And just about 5 feet of fluctuation from noon till just about 6 p.m. tonight. So there's your deal. Water temp 60. I'd say it feels a little more like 59, but
yes.
But this time of year, the ocean temperatures right here in La Jolla being 60 and 61 degrees, that's the same thing where I'm at right now in Santa Barbara County and Ventura County. Our temperatures are 61 also, so you can come all the way down the coast here 3 or 4 hours, and it's the same temp right now.
You know, that's what I love coming down here in September is that water, like everyone's like, why are you going surfing in SoCal in September? The water's warm.
Yeah.
It's always warm at the end there. But, yeah, right now you're not really seeing much fluctuation in the water temperatures from San Diego all the way up to, where you call home.
Summertime, yes, there's a big change because, it can get to the 70s, 70 degrees down here, and even mid-70s down here, no problem at all.
Yeah.
And up in the Santa Barbara County, Ventura County area, you'd be lucky to see 70, maybe some high 60s we get. And then if you travel all the way up to Point Conception towards Halama, it doesn't really get past 55 even in the summertime.
Yeah, we're continuing. Here we go again. Look at
nice
this.
Turn. Matthew off the bottom with vengeance.
Wow. I was not expecting that at all. That right there, Matthew Formstrone, he's currently in the lead. I think we're going to see a little bit of a jump as he just put together a great little two-turn combo there.
How about that Steezy wetsuit he's rolling with, too? I got the green on one arm, the orange on the other, the green going down the side of the legs, and blue, the body of the suit blue. That is one good-looking suit. I got myself an orange one that I've been wearing as of recent.
Just to make sure people see you?
People call me the human highlighter is what I've been called. Watch the turn here. Boom!
Wow.
Just, so aggressive off the bottom.
And then going to the Hawaiian hop that we've famously renamed for the 9th time today.
Well, he's Australian, so that's the Aussie hop.
No. That's just the kangaroo. That's all that is.
That's the kangaroo.
That's all that is right there. That is just the kangaroo. That is the kangaroo surf.
Shut the front door, the back door, and the side on that one.
Yes, totally, my friend.
Nicely done. Now we look to, looks like Red, Rendo Forte from France. Taking a paddle over there, maybe taking a look at it in that second spot. A 3.8, a 2.53, but needs a 5.07 for the number one spot. Efren Mompian from Spain holding a 2 and a 1.5 in yellow. He really needs to get to work. Needs something like a 4.33 to get in that top two. Look at Chile just partying down there, dancing around.
They're having a good time. That is a for sure outcome.
And I think they just once the weather changed for everyone, everybody came out of the athlete tent, everybody came down to the beach, brought the flags, and hanging out and having a good time. But you can see those dark clouds. It's not over yet. It's supposed to get some more rain in here tonight is what we're supposed to be looking at.
And then, following this is the last round of the men's visually impaired 2 division. We're going to be jumping into the first round 2 of any of the disciplines. We're going to be seeing the men's kneel division, which has a total of 14 competitors right there. So we're going to have 4 heats, 3 heats of 4, 2 heats of 4, and 2 heats of 3. They are mixing things up from yesterday, moving some folks around, but it's a lot of a lot of heavy hitters that are ending up in a lot of these heats, and they're going to be all very competitive. The top 8 after that, combining their 2 best scores from yesterday's wave and today, is really going to define who's going to move on to represent in Heat 1 and Heat 2 of the semifinals kneels, which will be happening tomorrow.
So excited to see some round 2 action finally.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start out the competition and you get into it and you start seeing all this stuff, when you get to round 2, now okay. Now the double elimination thing is done. It's time to focus on round 2. Who's advancing? Who's going home at that point?
Yes, exactly. And you really start to see, every second counting. Now, a lot of these guys here know that this is their first heat in the water. And so when that 20-minute bill is coming to a close, I don't think they're in that mindset of, hey, I've got to get this. I don't have any other opportunities.
Yeah.
But tomorrow and in today's afternoon heats, that's the last 20 minutes to some of these guys. And when that happens, it's really got to be in the mindset of, okay, every second counts. And here we go, surfer in yellow, Efren Mompi going way kind of out of the competition zone from where others are surfing, looking for a wave over here, flipping over real quick, but did get up in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough to take the 1-5 out. Maybe it does. It wasn't not going to give him enough to get up in number 2. He needs a 4.33. He's going to need a better wave than that to try and to get that done. And he's got the time to do it. He's got plenty of time with just under 8 minutes to go out here. Once again, big thanks to Amp Surf, their first year on board with us. We appreciate all their hard work. They provide adaptive surfing therapy. They do it for children, adults, and veterans, programs for them. A big thank you also the City of San Diego Parks and Rec. I'll tell you what, if you haven't been down to La Jolla or if you haven't been to San Diego, it's an absolutely beautiful place to come and visit. Lots to do here.
There's one of the surfers coming up in the next heat. That is Elias Valencina from Chile. Does a kind of seated kneel position on his board. I competed against him in Hawaii. He is a true competitor, but the one thing that is so true about him, I've never seen anybody smile more as they paddle. Just paddling into waves happy. Not even smiling once he's up on the wave. The guy is already smiling, paddling into the waves.
That'll get into your head when you're competing against someone like that.
Yeah, like my mom.
Why are you smiling?
Yeah, I keep smiling. It makes people wonder what you're up to.
Like he's got something going on. Why does he keep smiling? There's a good look at the beach right there with all of our competitors, family, and friends hanging out as we look at Efren in this one. And Efren knows he's got to get to work. He's trying to get a 4.33.
He's really just got to improve on both scores, just incremental. Both incremental increases on both of those is going to help him move up. Here we go, Matthew Fromstrand, who's had no problem at all finding those little nuggets today and making sure that he executes a good, quick up and down turn.
Yeah, I like that board he's riding. That thing looks really fun. And now we look to Gwendal right there from France. Looking at that, that's a no-go. That's closing out. So he is in second. So it's looking right now. Well, Gwendal needs a 5.07 to take over the top spot. You got Efren in third. He needs a 4.33 just to get in that top 2. And 6 minutes left on the clock. Time is winding down.
Approaching that 6-minute mark, we've got 3 competitors out in the water that all have scores that can be incrementally improved. And from that, we're going to see them transform in this, positioning. The thing that I think that we're going to really come down to here is just, are we going to get a wave, bro?
Yeah.
Are we going to get a wave?
Well, and this, we start talking about tide now. This is where tide starts to be a factor. Now it's pulling. It's starting to drain. We'll see a couple little rips here and there. But really, really hard just to get what you need. And it's a frustrating thing. I can remember contests where getting a really good wave off the bat and then going, I got this. I just need one more, and then not getting another one. And here we go. Up on this one. He gets up. There's Frette from France. He's on one on the backhand here. A little turn off the white water. Jumps off right there, but that's going to help him out. He's staying in that number 2 spot. And trying to get rid of a 2.53. Not sure. Maybe that's close.
There we are. There's members of the Chilean team. They're ready to cheer on Elias. Elias will be in that first heat of the men's kneel round 2. Here we go. Not really going to find much out of that. I think they're seeming that they might be running out of water here. Where's Gwen?
Well, he's running. Is he going for a board change here?
Where's Gwendal going? Let's. Oh, ouch.
Oh, it looks like he's going for a board change. Here he is. He's going to grab this board.
Yep. In doing it all correctly, he's not. He's going for a shorter board.
Well, that's a good choice. So there's his spotter going to go back out with him. Was probably wondering what what he was doing right now.
And this is amazing, this vantage point that we're getting from the drone. But here we are still surfing Efren on this wave here. Wow.
He sat down and he got up, sat down on the board, and was able to get back up again.
Yes.
I think my knees would explode trying to do that. As we look at Efren in that 3rd spot, Frette has changed his board in red, so he's elected for a smaller fish style board. And 3 minutes and 40 seconds ticking away in this one. Big thanks out to our gold partners, Magnitude Fund, Stance, Challenges, Athletes Foundation.
Here we go. Look at these waves coming in the back, Brad. Oh.
might be too far outside.
I think it's too far outside, but hopefully this is what we're going to see in the men's kneel. We're going to start seeing these waves picking up. We get a little bit more faced with the low tide, and from that, hopefully we'll get a little more pump in the ocean, and from that, a little bit more expression.
And look, you can see a left off that one. You see a right kind of coming together. So well, the conditions are cleaner, but now you start seeing the rips. The rips start pulling a little bit. They start hitting those sandbars. The sandbars are in great shape right now.
They really are. And look at those clouds. We've got a bunch of different variations of clouds that are overhead right now.
Will those be cirrus clouds?
No, they're white clouds.
Or is that stratus?
They're just white clouds. that's the high-end terminology when it comes to the clouds that we're seeing overhead of the venue right now.
Efren's got something hanging off his board that I've been noticing. I don't know if that's a sticker on that thing or if it's delambing or what is going on with that.
I think it's that ISA competitor sticker that they put on a majority of the competitors' boards. For a second, I thought maybe his board was backwards when I looked really quick and saw the fin there. But yeah, that is definitely a sticker. Yeah. As you can see it flapping in the wind. I don't know why his guide's not saying anything to him. Maybe it's a bad joke.
Yeah. Just going to leave that alone right there. So Efren still just trying to get rid of that 1.5, but 4.3 is what he would need. Look at this one.
Look at this one. He's going to go left, and he's right in that pocket.
Can he get up there? Yeah.
Yes, he can.
A little rebound smack off the whitewater from Matthew Formstrom from Australia.
Staying down low, too, and enjoying the ride.
Boy, his sister is right. She says he is one serious guy when it comes to doing
what he does. All right, here we go. Efren's got, look at this. You know, we constantly have talked about wave count. And, you know, with 2 minutes remaining, Efren has a total of 8 waves under his belt.
8 waves?
8 waves, Efren. That was his 8th wave of the event right there.
And so, look, that helps him out, 227 and a 2. Now he needs a 406. So that's lowered the number that he needs. But I'll tell you, I don't know. To find a 406, he definitely, with a minute 20, needs some cooperation with Mother Nature.
Yeah, Mama Ocean's going to have to pitch him
Come
a
on,
pearl.
Mama Ocean.
Give him a pearl.
Help him out.
Give him a pearl.
Give him something. Looking back now, 1 minute, 8 seconds. Formstrom in the top spot.
All right, surfer in red right here.
Forte.
He went in and swapped out the board, and I think he forgot that he swapped out to a short board. But he's still got a minute. He's really going to need to up his best wave and really show that this board switch is going to help propel him over a score of 5.
I see why you would go with that choice, because he was on a bigger board. He went, almost looked like that board's a good solid foot shorter than the one he was riding. But you got some adjustment to get to. But Efren right now, this is an important wave. Look, it's going to try and give him a little more section. Look at this little mini section for him. Efren, whoa, with a body varial flip out of it. Hand in the air. That's a claim right there. Efren,
what's that, his 9th wave now?
Yeah. How many waves can that guy get? Well, we're going to run out of time. Here we go. Looks like 9 seconds, maybe 7. 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time.
You know, Efren definitely caught a lot of waves. I'll tell you that, the surfer in yellow right there. But it was Matt Formstrom from Australia who really put together 2 quick little combos on the wave to propel himself there. Brad J., what a day. What a day.
What a day. It just keeps getting better and better. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a lot of fun in that heat. And you can see him there. He is coming in right there. Formstrom with a great, great showing out there with that neon green in orange wetsuit. Well, we're going to stack and rack. We got more competitors on the way. Now we're going to go to our first time. We're going to see round 2 action. That's right. Your men's kneel, round 2 action. We'll turn things over to Bo and Mitchell. They're going to step in and take it all the way to the end. More action. Don't go anywhere, man. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, my friends.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live in La Jolla Shores in La Jolla, California. We're down to our final round of day number 2 competition. It's round number 2 of the Neal division. 4 exciting heats. We saw these guys surf yesterday, and we're going to see them surf one more time. Top 8 elevate themselves into the semifinals, and then that semifinals coming up later on. So a couple of wipeout boards coming there through the surf zone right there. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. Welcome to final rounds here in day 2, Thursday, the 12th of March.
And this is an important round, as you were mentioning. Top 8 will actually be advancing into the semifinals of this Neal category in the men's division. So who's it going to be out of these first 2, or out of these possible 4 competitors in the first heat of this round?
So we see a first score for Martin Martinez in white. We're watching red. That's Alter Alvarez from Chile. 2 surfers out of Chile. Elias also in this heat. And Elias comes and competes at Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships, and he goes out and competes around the world. Glad to see him very involved in adapting surfing not only in Chile but elsewhere.
And I believe he is from Arica in the northern part of Chile, where the most famous wave of Chile is El Gringo, which is a heavy wave. And if he's practicing there, imagine what he can't do when he's down here at La Jolla Shores, which we're just speaking moderately is a much more humble wave than El Gringo.
Luciano, also from Argentina in this heat, he'll be in blue. So top 8 combination. We have a total of, let's see here, 6 and 8, so 14 surfers. So 6 will be eliminated out of this round, and the top 8 will be elevated into the semifinals.
Yeah, and quick note on Martin Martinez. He's from my hometown of Mazatlan in Mexico. Really cool kid. You know, he was surfing before. Even he lost one of his legs, and from the knee downwards. And Martin is really just a cool person that's there at the local spot every single morning early on.
Good turning maneuverability there from Martin.
His nickname Shutama.
What does that mean?
I absolutely have no idea. I don't think anybody does. People just give nicknames to others in Mexico that don't really mean anything. They just sound cool. But nah, he's super rad kid. Very talented, a footballer too. So he was on the Mexican national team for soccer as well.
Now Elias, he sits on his boards. He paddles with his hands, uses his hands to turn.
Yeah.
But his determination has been put himself in the Neal division.
Yeah, and he kind of wears the Richie Collins gloves too. He likes them to paddle easier as well. And one thing that I really like about Elias is that he could be in other divisions in this competition as well. You know, he could possibly be in the wave ski division if he really liked, but the one thing that he likes about this kneeling division is that he can do it by himself. He doesn't want other people helping him out, which really means that he's independent, you know, and he's doing an awesome job so far. This is the second round of competition in this event, and as far as Chile is concerned, he's doing an awesome job.
Well, he sure is, and you can see the support there on the beach from Team Chile.
You been to Chile before?
No, never been to Chile. Been down to Peru for the ISA World Sup and Pro and Paddleboards at Miraflores.
I've been there, but
and I can actually say I walked from Macaja to Ala Moana in about 15 minutes.
Dude, that's far. That's far.
No, but there's surf breaks.
Oh,
there at Miraflores.
I thought you were just like joking that that's the distance you had to walk in Peru.
No. There's beach breaks there at Miraflores.
Called Macaja?
Macaja, a point break named Macaja.
Really?
And then down the way, there's Ala Moana Bowls.
Ah,
and it takes you about 15 minutes to walk from Macaja to Ala Moana Bowls.
I didn't know that. I've only been to Punta Hermosa, which is like 40 minutes south of Lima.
Right.
Miraflores is in Lima. It's right on the coastline,
right
though.
on the coast.
But that's really cool.
And they have the famed Waikiki Beach Club,
Yeah.
which is modern after the old Outrigger Canoe Club.
And they have the big cross there on the hill as well.
Right.
It's a really nice place. But just like Peru, Chile has an immense coastline. And the funny thing about those two countries is that it really is where the desert meets like the actual ocean. Like it's all sand up until you actually hit the ocean.
Wow. Well, here we go. Martin up and riding.
Yeah, and Martin Martinez, as I had mentioned, he's a kid that puts in the time. You know, he's there early every morning. I remember when I still lived in Mazatlan, he would be there 6:30 at the most. And as you see Coach Memo Mendez, also known as Macaco, he's been a participant in this event in the open categories many times in the 80s. And now he's coaching whether it's the junior team, the open team, or the parasurf team in Mexico.
We're watching Elias here.
And Argentina has a really big surf culture, too.
I'm sorry, that's not Elias. That's Luciano.
Luciano.
Excuse me. I like the style here. Very much like Pirata Neto.
Yeah.
From Martinez.
Well, he's probably gotten inspired by Pirata because this is Martin's second time at this event already. He made that semifinals in his first appearance. And he's confident, you know, he's stoked just to be here, first of all, but he really is trying to get a medal.
Well, there's Maxime getting ready for his heat. You got Mark Mono Stewart from Australia, former world champion at this discipline, and Mike Pigatorn coming up in his heat. We have 2 4-man heats, 2 3-man heats. We're going to run the 4-man heats in heats 1 and 4, and the 2 3-man heats in heats 2 and 3.
Yeah, so you're basically surfing the same heat twice.
Right.
That's basically what these 2 rounds allow you to do, but
basically, you're also surfing against the field.
Yeah.
This is kind of like a golf tournament where there's a cut. We're going to take the top 8, and 9 through 14 will be eliminated.
And that's what a lot of air shows have done lately. You're still surfing with the same guys within your heat, but it doesn't matter because you're surfing essentially against the entire field in the same event. So I like your analysis right there, Bo. It really is legit because those people can actually interfere with what you're doing in the heat, but you're not competing necessarily just against them. You're competing against 16 people.
So here we go. Surfer in red, Altera, taking a look here, working on a right-hander. And looked like he was trying to switch stance there at the end.
Yeah. Well, when you're in a kneeling position, you can definitely improvise on the spot when it comes to that. If you want to switch stances and maybe redirect in the other direction, and actually tap the whitewater in a different stance, not only does that count as variation, but it's also very difficult. So if you're doing that, it means that you're going to be really good at going one side on your forehand. You're going to be really good at going on your forehand on your power side, too. So you might not even have to go backside if you don't want to.
Here we go in white. Martin. Good carving
nice
turn. Like the tag off the open face. Redirects into whitewater. And still making maneuvers in the whitewater.
Yeah, and he's staying busy, too. His wave count is already at 4 with this one. We're halfway through the heat, and as you can see, Mono Stewart heading out. He's, what, a 4-time world champion already?
Well, let's see. In this division, he won back in 2016. In 2015, he was in the stand division. And then they moved him to the stand kneel division for the last 3 years, and he was a runner-up to Enrique Salvaro, who's from Brazil, who we'll see later on in heats either 3 or 4. And Enrique will be in heat number 4. Taking a look at our sheet here. And Team Australia getting ready for Mono. Mono works for Mark Richards.
Yeah.
Airbrusher, great board designer.
Some of the best boards in the entire world. Have you ever tried one of MR's twins?
No, I've ridden the twin fin back in the early 80s, but never an MR design.
Yeah, Randy Rarick probably has one. Maybe you can ask him to see if you can try one out. But what I saw from Mono's designs, there is a lot of influence from Mark Richards' his twin fins, but he put a thruster on it. So you kind of have the Simon Anderson kind of style of thruster setup, but it really is a twin fin just with that center fin in the middle.
Yeah. Well, this board looked like he was carrying down the water was set up in a quad fin design.
And it also depends on conditions. I think yesterday he was saying that he wanted to ride something with a lot more volume. He underestimated conditions a little bit more, but, I mean, coming from Newcastle, you have a wave that's really similar to this in Merriweather. I mean, when it's small, it's closer to shore. You understand how a beach wave works super well, and then if you're surfing with people like Jackson Baker, Ryan Callanan on a daily basis, you're going to get good at understanding a beach break.
Here we go with priority. Yellow has first priority. And Elias has got this wave.
Nice.
Redirects, using his arms as fins to turn. That'll be a good score for Elias. Just needing a 1.88 to get in that top 2 right now.
For sure, and we mentioned that he likes wearing his leash on his arm because it won't affect his mobility. If it were on his legs, it would kind of interfere with his movement when he's paddling for waves and when he's actually trying to turn on waves.
Well, here we go in the same style of Elias Luciano.
He had the line. It seems like he just dug a rail there.
Yeah. I don't know if he was trying to avoid.
Could be.
Elias.
Could be. Let's see the replay. This is Luciano's last wave. Is it the last wave?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Just from a different angle. And there's Elias over there on the right.
Could have been. Could have been. Let's see what our priority judge determines right there.
See the tide draining out. Uh-oh. It's water time, Team Hawaii. There's Amanda in the middle, Jesse on the right, and in the center.
How cool is that kangaroo flag from the Australians?
Rocking the roo, right?
You think it would be weird if I asked for that to like hang it up on my wall at the end of the event? It's kind of unique, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you can go on eBay and find one.
Could be. I mean, you have the authentic one here, though, and it's like been team. It carries this team spirit.
Yeah, you can say a world champion won this on this flag. There you go. Mono goes on to win.
It's going to be worth a lot of money.
And it's going to be an exciting competition also with Parata and Enrique. This is a stacked division.
Yeah, and this heat is kind of getting hot right now. Olivares just had what is most likely going to be his best wave. Martin Martinez, again, possibly going to better that 3.5. And Elias now in the number 3 spot, just needing a 2.97, but I think that might change. I think Olivares might move up into number 2. Yep, there you go, Bo.
Yeah, 3.6, 2.0. Has a 5.62 wave total. Elias now has first priority in yellow. And see a lot of free surfers down towards the pier side. Saw Mira and Ethan going out. And I know Ping and Chris Oberle were getting ready to go out for a free surf.
Yeah, a little bit more sand concentrated closer to the pier. I've surfed closer to the pier more than I've actually surfed where we're having our event. And I can tell you it's got some punch to it. when there's a good south swell, those lefts line up super well going into the pier. You can shoot the pier every now and then too.
Can you?
It's a little sketchy. I haven't hit it yet, knock on wood, but it is very scary when you're going into it. You're like, should I get the 2-for-1 at the end, or should I just go for the one closing maneuver?
Here we go. Elias had one open face maneuver there, riding this whitewater through. He realizes he redirects, and there he goes again. So making something out of nothing there at the end.
Altair and Elias are doing quite well so far, coming from predominantly either reef breaks or point breaks. So adapting to a place that not only is super different to your home when it comes to the bottom, but also having, waves that are way smaller than what you're usually accustomed to, because Chile is known for heavy water surf.
And colder surf, right?
Colder surf.
Oh my gosh.
That's why they probably like wearing the hoodies and the booties, because they're so used to it already that their body just demands that they wear it. They're not used to this amount of sun either. It doesn't get this sunny in Chile.
Really?
Well, it's usually pretty, overcast most of the time. Just like Peru. Peru doesn't get very sunny. Maybe the northern part it does, but not closer to Lima.
Luciano with about 2.5 minutes remaining in this first heat. Round number 2 of the men's Neal division. We have a total of 14 surfers in 4 heats, 2 4-man heats, 2 3-man heats. Top 8 will make semifinals.
Yeah, so you're adding both totals, correct? The
right.
Heat total from round 1.
So right now, Martin Martinez is counting his 5 and his 3.5 plus his top 2 waves in round 1 yesterday.
So this is a good heat for him. He's close to 10 points in this round. If he gets another 5, I would have to say that he's basically in for the semis. And for Olivares, Yosa, and Valencia, they're kind of battling on or betting on that everybody else is going to have a shocker heat in order for them to make the top 8. So with 1:45 to go, all 3 of them kind of need at least a 5 to secure their spot.
That was Olivares with second priority. So he'll hold down second priority with just about 90 seconds remaining. All right, there's Team Argentina signaling to blue, Luciano. Here we go. We got a paddle. Martin Martinez.
Yeah, and Martin got up all he wanted, goes up into the lip and almost had it. Oh, that for sure would have bettered his 3.5, and a little bit of a missed opportunity. He kind of was hesitant on where to go. It seems like he was undecided on the right or left. He stuck with the left, and Bo got there a little too late. And that would have been a high score if he would have completed it.
Now under a minute to go. But comfortably still in first, so he didn't jeopardize anything. Here we go on the turnaround. Luciano in blue was second priority. Not able to get into that wave.
Olivares, that's smart. He paid attention to see if priority had switched between him and blue, and so far it hasn't, and white hasn't established priority yet, so at least say he doesn't
no harm
have
done.
Exactly. And there's nothing that so far will affect him in his performance in this heat. It's not hindering it.
Well, here we go. Luciano with second priority. He's going to get this wave on the inside. It's going to be a good scoring wave in the beginning as the closeout merges with him and the final seconds tick down.
Ooh.
And here we go. This wave will count for Olivares.
If he rides out of it, it's for sure going into his top 2. I don't know if that's a completion, but if judges do deem it so, it's for sure going to better the 2.0.
All right, we're going to get you the results of this exciting heat. Heat number 1, round number 2. And when we come back, round 2, heat 2 of the men's Neal division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AMP Surf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Parasurfing World Championship, and a lot of the parasurfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national parasurfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the parasurfing movement belongs to all of you, and the parasurfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's what we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship officially open.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores on a clearing Thursday afternoon. We are in round 2, heat 2 of the men's Neil division. 3-man heat. Mark Mono Stewart, the 2016 champion of this division when it was combined as Neil and Stand 2 division. He'll be in the red jersey. Mike Pingator from Team USA will be in the yellow jersey. And Maxime Cabanet from France.
Yeah.
Cabanet?
Cabanet, yeah.
All right, we got some replays, some missed waves. First off is Mark Mono Stewart.
Dude, just the kick out for Mono right there. Had the section. Probably thought he was going to be a little too late to hit it, though. And Pingator just been one of the biggest enthusiasts in the first 2 days of competition here. He's been supporting his team since, you know, being here at dawn. And then Mono, ooh, nice tail slide right there. And we did see Maxime catch a wave too, just a 1.0, and Mono dropping a 4.33 on that second one. So that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, Mono, you give him an open face, he'll do 360s, you know, the Kelly Slater style.
Oh, the
side,
carving 360s.
The carving
yeah.
front side 360, and does it with such speed and no hiccups, no pauses.
It's cool. I want to see him throw one up.
Oh, my God. He does it at Queens at the Hawaii Adaptive, and he's even thrown him down at the U.S. Open.
That would
Adaptive.
be backside for him
Yes.
at Queens.
Well, if you notice his stance, he's kind of
parallel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's watch him again.
Okay. He likes to go left. So that's why I thought he was a goofy footer.
Okay.
But
I got to ask him that. We'll ask him that.
It would be a fun question because he would really have to answer the question, too, of does he prefer going right more or does he prefer going left more?
And I know Mono. Mono says, as long as I'm surfing, that's all I want to do. He is a frothy little grom, isn't he?
We should have an event at sunset, and he should be like one of the first people that needs to be in the contest.
Well, okay.
Imagine him between him and Pirata. Because Pirata,
that's his spot.
That's kind of his spot.
Okay, let's go down beachside and check in with Roy Tuscany. Take it away, Roy.
All right, guys, I am here with Martín Martínez. Martín, you just came out of the water. How was it out there?
Acabas de salir del agua. ¿Cómo fue allá adentro tu competencia?
El agua está muy fría para mí, pero hemos estado evaluando todo el día las condiciones de la ola y bueno, hemos sacado el resultado al final de cuentas.
The water for him is too cold. He's coming from Mazatlán, but we're working to study all the waves, how this work the ocean, and he finally get the numbers. We put in first place on this hit.
You know, after coming out of first place, Martín, how did it feel to see your country's flag up on the shoreline, knowing that that's where the best waves were for you?
¿Cómo te sientes con la bandera mexicana cuando te están apuntando para moverte en el agua?
Bueno, creo que es una tipo de señal entre los coaches y los atletas de estar en coordinación constantemente para poder sacar el resultado adecuado que necesitamos para llegar a la final.
Yeah, we're working so hard in coordination with the coaches and the flag and athletes, and finally we got the results to be on the finals, on the quarterfinals. Sorry.
Well, Martín, congratulations. Bo, back to you.
All right, thanks, Roy. Congratulations, Martín.
You got a chant or anything, or something you want to scream, like get it going?
Decir algo así fuerte de México.
He's still interviewing.
México, vamos por el campeonato.
Yeah, guys.
He is stoked.
Yeah, he is, and he truly is one of the most outstanding surfers in Mazatlan. You know, as I mentioned before, he's a footballer. He was on the national team for soccer.
Wow.
And he's also a band member. Yeah, he plays bass guitar. So he can do everything, and he's going to school full time as well.
Good for him.
Yeah,
right.
so
Mike Pingatore there on the inside, currently in second place. Mano's registered that 4.33 early in that 1.5. He holds down first priority. Knowing Mano, he's going to be choosy here.
And he's easily one of the people in this event, and especially in this division, that knows how to establish and use priority well.
Oh, here we go. Quick turnaround for Mano. Yeah, more of a goofy foot stance. You're right.
Yeah, like he kind of leans forward a little bit more, and the way I kind of realize it is that his chest is pointing towards the face of the wave when he's going left. So when he's going right, it's usually his back that's kind of pointing a little bit more.
Right. Gotcha.
But it does change. I mean, some people have a little bit more of a parallel stance, though.
I do see his shoulders more in line with his body than being sideways as a natural footer versus a goofy footer riding. Let's watch this again. And coming up here.
This is the 4.33.
Yeah. Now, see, when he turns out to the right,
yeah, true.
He does have that parallel angle, and that's why I've seen him surf before.
You know when I notice it the most is when he's bottom turning.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when I noticed it on both waves that he's kicked out on the 1.5 and on this last one.
Now, hold this shot right here. He's got a stump on the right side. There's a pad for that. He's got a dugout area for his good knee.
Yep.
And you would think the stump would go in
yeah.
in the dugout. No. The good knee goes in the stunt, and he actually has traction there to drive and force.
Push off of it.
Push off of it. And he's been changing and modifying that through the years.
How old is this kid? Like 28?
He's 58 years old.
Dude. He's an inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
He's the biggest role model there is. I mean, I would think that in Newcastle, he's probably just as big as Mark Richards.
Yeah.
Especially if they work together.
Well, it's not Mono Stewart's designs, it's Mark Richards' designs.
Well, at least for his boards, they are. So.
And Mark has 4 world championships, and Mono has 1.
It could be 2 this year.
Could
be 2. So he's catching up.
He's catching
up.
He's catching up.
You know, even if they're later on in life, and MR probably hasn't competed in more than 20, almost 30 years, you know, they're getting to the same range as far as world championships. And
here we go. Nice carving turn into that crashing lip.
And what I tell you, that bottom turn from Mono is just precise. It's clean, and it gets to the lip in time. So when he executes getting to the lip, it just looks pretty.
Oh, I love the slow-mo action here of the drone shot.
That's probably going to be excellent for Mono Stewart, I would think.
We're on standby for that score. And we send a shout out. MR's on North American grounds. He's been snowboarding lately.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Mark, you might be watching the webcast here. Hope your stay is good. Safely back to Oz on your trek back over there.
Have you seen, coming from Hawaii, you've seen Bustin' Down the Door, have you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, how good is that movie? And every single Hawaiian, you know, from that generation speaks so high of Mark Richards. So imagine having that energy in Mark Stewart, too, in mono. You know, if you're seeing a classy person like MR and MS over here, Mono Stewart is just doing the same kind of classy activities. Something's good in Newcastle.
I can say I called Mark Richards' final ASP performance in his career.
What year was that?
It was 1988. It was at the Billabong Pro, which was a mobile event, which MR won twice, once at Sunset and once at Waimea Bay, 85 and 86. And his 88 one, when it was a mobile event, it was held at Pipeline, and it was man-on-man, a test format for the ASP at that time because they were pretty much running four-man heats. And since Billabong put up so much money at the time, they wanted to change the format to man-on-man. And Mark Richards came out losing a heat, and he looked like a starry-eyed kid. And I interviewed him on the beach, and I said, MR, you lost the heat, but you look so happy. He's going, mate, I've won 4 world titles. I've never surfed with one other guy out at Pipeline in pristine conditions, and I don't care if I won or lost. And this is probably my last heat of my professional career, and I go out in style, he said. What class act was that?
No, and that's not only respect, but it also goes to show you that even the best of the best can't catch any wave they want at pipe either. So
and a former pipe master champion.
Exactly. Respect to MR.
And Barton Lynch went on to win that event, beating Luke Egan in the final.
Wow. Luke Egan competed in 88.
Yeah, that was one of his early rookie years, I believe. Came on tour maybe mid-80s or maybe even 87, 88.
He was young then.
Yeah, I think he was probably 18 or 19 at that time.
Well, and it's because of those people that we're able to have these events nowadays. Like let's just go back in time and see what all of those legends did for our sport, and especially somebody like Mark Richards that works with Mark Stewart. He's dropping that 8.0 because of that ocean knowledge that they drop.
All right, here we go. Team cheer. Team chili. You think so?
Chi, le, le, le.
Oh, we lost. A little bit interrupting connection there.
They got one of the cooler ones, though.
Yeah, well, there's Elias there on the beach.
What happened?
He should be pretty stoked with his performance. As Altair, you know, they both came a long ways to compete here, and I think they should keep their head up very high. Despite the conditions, you know, they did the best that they possibly could.
Time on the clock, just about 6 minutes remaining, 6:06 counting down. And what was that score for that maneuver that Mono did?
8.0.
Excellent range.
For Mono Stewart. So somebody's been doing their homework. And you would have to say pretty securely that Mono Stewart is going to be in the semifinals based off of his performance in the first round, too.
Well, both Parata Neto and fellow Brazilian Agnarique coming up in the future heats, remaining here in heats 3 and 4. Mark's going to have to surf with one of them in the semifinals.
Yeah.
So you're going to have 2 former gold medal champions in the semifinals in one heat.
Well, you're going to have that, and then also a hungry young lion such as Martin Martinez or Altair Olivares or Elias Valencia, depending on how everybody else positions.
Sponge Williams.
Sponge Williams is there. Martin Pollock. Josh Bogle, our fellow Hawaiian. Tyler Turner from Canada is another one to watch. And I think even though you have the generation of surfers that have been there, done that as far as competition goes, you definitely cannot underestimate somebody who you probably don't know much about, but then can go out and possibly post an 8.
Exactly. They could have the heat of their life.
Yeah.
Well, competing in this division last time in 2018 was Danny Burton. We saw Danny on screen, and I talked to her on the beach, and I said, how come you're not on Team USA this year? And she's like, I had a snowboarding accident. I broke my back.
Really?
I said, oh, my God, how are you doing? She goes, I'm recovering, just taking some time off to heal. I thought about competing, but I think I'd just take a year off. I was like, Danny, oh, my God, are you okay? She goes, I'm fine. I'm tough as nails. And I go, you are.
Nothing a couple of Advils can't fix.
Oh, my God. So that's why Danny's not on Team USA this year.
She's a warrior, though.
She is a true warrior.
I don't even know how she's down here right now with a broken back. That's crazy. It's outstanding, though. It goes to show you that she left her ego aside, though, and said, I'm not 100%. I'm going to let somebody else take my spot. Like, that's the kind of positive energy that you're trying to transmit through these kind of events.
Yeah, Danny Burt won the women's division in the Neil Stan. It was called AS2 back in 2017. She was third in the finals last time in 2018 with Victoria Fage winning for the women. So I expect to see her next year.
Yeah, and she still looks like she's in great shape.
Oh, I know. She's tough as nails.
Yeah, so it didn't really seem like it affected her that much.
So I just wanted to give you a Danny Burt update for you Danny Burt fans. There's our Japanese fan. How exciting is it going to be come July, August, crossing our fingers, for the Tokyo Summer Olympics?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Especially, I'm really excited because it's a diverse field, too. Ramzi Bukaim is in there from Morocco. Billy Stearman, somebody who I had the privilege of sharing the water with as far as qualifying series competition goes. He's from New Zealand. We're going to have 2 Japanese competitors in the men's division. Shun Murakami qualified last year. On the women's side, I'm excited to see Sofia Milanovic back in action. She's one of the pioneers of women's surfing, especially in Latin America. She's the only Latin American champion, male or female.
Okay.
And that was 16 years ago.
Here's the men's list from the WCT. We got Jordy Smith. We got Kalohi Andino. We got John Florence, Kanoa Igarashi, Jeremy Flores, Michelle Perez, Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, Owen Wright, Julian Wilson, okay? And also qualifying from the other disciplines, Shun Murakami, Ramzi Bukaim, Billy Stearman, Federico Moraes also qualified to the World Surfing Games and winning the Pan Am Games in Lima, Luca Macinas. And 5 more spots eligible for El Salvador for the men coming up at the World Surfing Games in May. And for the women, you got Sally Fitzgibbons, Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne DeFay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Silvana Lima, Carissa Moore, the CT world champ, the young Caroline Marks, which will be a future world champion, and Brisa Hennessy from Kailua, Oahu, representing Costa Rica. And qualifying through the World Surf Games, you got Shino Masuda. You got Annette Lenore from Israel, Bianca Butendag from South Africa, and Ella Williams from New Zealand. And winning the Pan Am Games is Daniela Rosa, and 7 spots are now eligible for the World Surf Games coming up in El Salvador in May.
It's crazy. I'm excited. Fingers crossed, Bo. Hopefully everything happens according to plan. But funny story for you. Luca Macinas and I were travel buddies with Noamar McGonigal.
Oh, no, Noamar.
Yeah, like not even that long ago, 4 or 5 years ago. And when we were doing Pro Juniors and the QS together, we went to Cocoa Beach, Florida one year. And I remember there was one year where we got there, and the first day of competition, it wasn't even breaking on the shoreline. And we had 2 days to finish the event. We didn't think we were even going to surf. So we're like, okay, what's going to happen with our tickets? Are we getting our money reimbursed to compete? And next thing you know, next day it's 3 feet, like backs. And I'm like, how did it go from being not even close to breaking one day, and next day it was actually super fun? And the fun fact, I lost out in the quarters, and Noamar and Luca made the final, and Luca ended up winning the Pro Junior. He beat Kanoa Igarashi in the final in the last seconds.
So you were almost there.
Not as close as they were.
I know. So here we go. Final replay. Last wave for white. Max Mean from France. Looks like he'll finish in second place, scoring 6.7 on his top 2 waves. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have heats 3 and 4 of the men's kneel division. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores, beautiful Southern California. We're down to our final 2 heats. Heat number 3, round number 2 for the men's kneel division. Here we go. Former world champ Pirata Neto from Brazil.
Yeah, Pirata, VLAN local. Whoa! Almost completes the lip line hit right there. Maybe got a little too much out of it. A little too late to the section, but early stages in the heat, I like it. Bring it. He already has a couple really high scores from his first round heat, Bo.
Yeah, and I remember yesterday he was surfing war with a rainbow color board.
Yep.
Okay, so he's got his backup board. We've got a couple of replay waves for you during the break. This happened.
Yeah, this is Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan. One of the 2 representatives from Japan in this division. Actually, the only representative from Japan in this division. And there you see Tyler Turner from Canada. And Kobayashi again, much better on this wave. Gets the reform too. And almost gets the whitewater hit at the end. And this is the last wave we saw from Pirata. And I really like how he leans and pushes off of that front part of the board with his weight distributed well across the entirety of the board. And he says that he doesn't like surfing with his prosthetic leg when it's small. He says that it limits his actual movement on his surfboard. But when it's big, he won't surf without it. He'll either go out without his prosthetic leg or he just won't even surf.
I know, and he'll come to Access Surf and help take out participants surfing, and all of a sudden the participant goes, but he has one leg. I said, he surfs better than me.
Yeah.
I'm going to let him take you out.
He rips.
And he can stand up on his good leg and surf on his own, and he's amazing.
Have you seen him? He has an 8-pack.
Oh, I know.
He's like ripped.
He's solid as a rock.
Yeah.
And he's tough as nails. And I told you, he's a contractor.
Well, he surfs Phantoms too.
Tell everybody what Phantoms is.
Phantoms is the wave that breaks outside of VLAND, and it is a big wave surf spot.
It is a toe-in wave.
And he paddles from the beach. He said he rides like a 10-4 or something like that. A 10-4 is a massive board.
Gun. It's a gun.
It's a huge board. And we're talking about somebody who has one prosthetic leg, too. So he'll go out there. If there's nobody with the ski, he'll paddle out with the buddy, and he'll just do the buddy system. Take out a life vest and depend on each other.
But when he surfs, he doesn't use his prosthetic leg.
No, not when it's small.
No.
He doesn't like to use it when it's small, which is interesting because I would have thought that he would have had more stability on smaller days with his prosthetic leg, but I guess he doesn't like it.
All right, let's go down beachside and check in with Roy. I believe he's got mono. Take it away, Roy.
All right, guys, I've got the winner of the last heat there. He is not really, he's usually seen him. We're here all the time with him, actually. Mono, how was it out there?
Yeah, it's pretty tough, mate. Stoked the sun's out, but, you know, and everyone's got to surf the same conditions, so it's good, man. The rain stopped, you know, we're laughing.
You know, I saw you score an 8 out there on one of your waves, your best wave of the day. You know, what allowed you to find that wave? Is it your time here? Is it the traveling you've been doing? What have you been doing to prepare for the conditions that you're seeing here today?
It's pretty funny because I spent 3 weeks in Hawaii just recently training, and that didn't help me for here at all. But the last week or so before I left home to come here, we trained in surf pretty identical to this. And my coach at home forced me to surf small waves like this and just look for them little sections to try to get a re-entry. You know, I've got to sort of find a point of difference, and my point of difference is being able to, you know, bang it off the top sort of thing. So I've got to find the waves that I can do that on, you know.
Yes, sir. So you're moving into the semifinals. Anything, you know, your hopes probably is bigger waves for tomorrow, but if that doesn't happen, same game plan that we just saw in that last heat?
I think so, mate. Yeah, we'll wake up tomorrow and see what the conditions are like, and it's La Jolla. You know, we can get a nice little pulse of swell overnight. You know, I've seen it happen here many times over the last 5 years that we've had the event here, and so tomorrow's a new day, and we'll just take it as it comes tomorrow.
All right, Mono, thank you for letting me lean on your board. Back to you, Bo and Mitchell in the studios.
Thanks a lot, Roy. All right, Mono. Me and Mono turned out to be good friends. We communicate with each other all the time, and I just love his spirit and his enthusiasm.
Yeah, and we were speaking about whether he's a goofy footer or not.
We're still debating it off mic.
And I really do think that he is a parallel stance surfer, but he does rely a little bit more on his goofy footedness, you know, between parentheses, as we did see Peralta catch another wave. That's going to be a 4.0, so he's looking pretty sharp as far as scores go in the first 7.5 minutes.
Now, what Peralta is doing and what Mono's doing, what all these surfers are doing, they're trying to score the most points as they can because what they do is get the higher seed, all right? So after round 1, their best 2 waves. Now today, round 2, their best 2 waves. The ones with the highest 4-wave point total will be seeded 1 through 8.
And you're facing those people that had lower heat totals, especially when they're combined too.
So when you're number 1, you're going to face the 4th seed, the 5th seed, and the 8th seed.
Number 8.
You don't want to be in that second semifinal where you're going to have the 2nd seed, the 3rd seed, the 6th seed, and the 7th seed.
It's way more
difficult.
Yeah, well, because everything's evened out in the second heat.
Right, right. They throw away all those 4 scores, and then we go back to a normal 4-man heat format, 50% advanced, 50% eliminated. Top 2 in each heat go to a 4-man final. But you want to be the surfer with the highest 4-wave score because that'll be an easier draw to get into the final.
Easier also meaning that everybody else could have a terrible heat and you could probably have the best one of your life. But it could also mean that those other people that they could underestimate could end up having an incredible heat as well. So at the end of the day, everybody's here to compete. It might be a little diversion that they're not getting the highest scores in the earlier rounds. Maybe they're like, oh, let me kind of play a little bit of mind games with these guys and let them know that maybe I'm not here to actually stand out, but I am here to compete.
Now, Peralta was the number 1 seed coming into round 2. The number 2 seed is Mark Mono Stewart. Now, Mono, he had an 8.0 on 1 wave, and right now Peralta has 8.5 on 2 waves.
And could that be strategic? Knowing Peralta, absolutely not.
There's Mono's board. There's the pad on the right where his stump goes. And the dugout, is where his good knee goes, and look how thick it is.
Yeah, and I love the quad setup too, especially for something that's so small right now.
And those quad fins are more of a twin fin design. They're closer together in the back.
You have a double twin fin setup basically is what you're looking at. Larger fins in the front, smaller fins in the back.
Yeah, Ernie Tanaka. Remember Ernie Tanaka? He used to shape my old longboards for Blue Hawaii. He would call it a twinser.
A twinser, like a bonzer, but
a bonzer, but
yeah.
a twinser. They were calling them twinsers in the days before they elevated and they moved them around to a quad.
Didn't Dane Kealoha like to ride a lot
Dane
of twin
rode
fins?
anything. Dane would ride a frickin' front door. He was amazing.
Well, he's the
How
person
he was never a world champ. I don't
yeah,
know.
I know. I've seen videos of him. I mean, that was way before I was even born, but I have seen videos of him, and it's just absolutely outstanding.
You think of the great power surfers of the day, Sonny Garcia, Johnny Boy Gomes, Kelly Slater. He does everything. But Dane Kealoha was one of the original power drive surfers.
Just like Pirata right here. Maybe he got inspired by us, speaking of Dane Kealoha, because that was a pretty good hit off the top for Pirata.
Pirata can generate board speed even on a half-foot wave.
I don't even know how he caught it either.
Let's watch this.
That thing wasn't even breaking up until the point that he actually got on the face of the wave. And look at this. Nice bottom turn. Click.
Floater.
Gets to the lip. Yeah, it was a snap floater.
It was a forehand snap floater.
It's good exchange there from Pirata because he needed that, especially if he's looking for that #1 seed.
Well, there you go, a 5.3.
So
this is going to help.
Mono had a 12-point heat total. No, he actually got a 6 at the end. So he's got a 14-point heat total. He had something similar in the first round too. So Pirata's going to be looking for at least an 8 to solidify himself in the #1 seed going into the semis.
Well, I believe Pirata had around 14 points, 13 points, maybe.
He had a 7.5 and a high 6, maybe.
Yeah, 12 or 13. There's Team Canada. So they're cheering on their surfer in the white jersey, Tyler Turner. There's world champion Victoria Fage.
Canada has some great waves, and they have some excellent surfers, too.
Well, the big surfing community in Canada is up in Vancouver, correct?
Yeah, Tofino.
Tofino, yeah.
Vancouver Island, yeah. Timmy Reyes spends a lot of time up there now.
Oh, my God. Timmy Reyes surfs the North Pole. He is doggone crazy. His beard will be totally frozen.
Just like Dane Gudang.
Yeah. Here we go. This is Masa from Japan. And Masa's putting together a good package of waves here.
For sure.
He's going to improve his wave count now.
And I like the board he's riding, too. Something with a lot of volume. It'll float. He'll catch anything. For sure going to bet that 2.5 that he had initially. Obviously looking for something more significant when it comes to a solid score moving into the semifinal round. So idealistically, he would be looking for at least a mid-5 to put himself in that, top 8 surfer position going into the semis. But even if he keeps his low score of a 3 and backs it up with a 4 combined with his first round heat total, he could be looking at the top 8.
Masa made the finals in 2018. Came 4th place. And that's when combined kneel and stand division.
Oh, so it was even tougher.
It was even tougher. Martin Martinez was semifinals 5th place.
Yeah.
Yeah, just missing out.
Yeah, Martin was bummed. I remember he came back and he was always telling me about it. He's like, dude, if I would have had one more wave, and I'm like, you'll get your shot. You'll get your shot again.
So this is Tyler Turner's very first ISA World Games. Pirata sitting out there with priority. Calm, cool, collective.
No, for sure. I mean, the guy goes left at VLAND, and I know very few people that do it. I love to go left at VLAND. Nobody.
But you pay the price going back out.
Well, oh yeah. You're gonna get a few on the head, and sometimes you have to actually go around just like you would at sunset. But if you can make it straight back out, if you can make it out in time right before the set breaks, you're fine. But Pirata knows that you got to risk it to get the biscuit, buddy. If you're getting one really good left, it'll pay off for the entire session. But, he's somebody that's very passionate about this. He's determined to actually win, too. And he's originally from Brazil, and then when you mix that up with how Hawaiians are, dude, you got like a ticking time bomb right there.
Oh, he's a full local on the North Shore.
Yeah, for sure.
Always on the bike path.
Mm-hmm.
Always cruising up and down.
He hangs out with Kona Oliveira's dad a lot, too.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay. Works with Chris Cotois sometimes.
Yep.
One of the coaches for Team Hawaii.
He's an honorary Hawaiian already.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
what he is.
Totally.
And Masafumi, this is a big year for Japanese surfing, as we were mentioning. I think surfing in Asia, more than anything, I think there's going to be a lot of regions in that continent that are going to be benefiting off this year when it comes to competitive surfing. I think South Korea is going to have a big push when it comes to surfing. China possibly too. Philippines for sure. You have other countries like Singapore that has a coastline, maybe not the best waves in the world, but they have a coastline too.
There's Team Hawaii, Ann Yoshida, Buster Kawasaki. We got Amanda right there with the flag. She's Buster's pusher out in the lineup. Got Jim Russell, head of water safety, coming over from Access Surf. The ISA actually hired his services to do water safety over here.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. You need people with experience when you're trying to take care of others. And I know from experience that you have people like Chris Grimm and Ryan Hargrave that are ski drivers for the Big Wave Tour, and they instruct a lot of people when it comes to that too.
Shout out to Rodney Roller.
Yep.
Rodney, the very first adaptive surf winner back in 2008 at the Dukes Ocean Fest. Rodney's watching online. We like to say aloha to Rodney. He was, the guy who was leading the charge, surfing with a prosthetic leg before anybody else thought it was possible.
Yeah, and you know who else has been a big enthusiast of this is Wiggly Dantas and Makuakai Rothman have helped Derek Rebello out a lot surfing Pipeline.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one.
That was the tag.
Dude, Pirata would have dropped a 9.
Look at him. He's live. He said, I had that. I had that.
His weight was just a little bit badly distributed when he was coming down from it.
He was just a little sideways coming down.
Yeah, a little bit too much weight. On one of his rails.
Oh, he knew he blew that one.
And that would have for sure sealed the deal when it was coming into qualification for the semifinals.
Oh, that could have put him over the hump. Score coming in incomplete.
It's a 1.8.
Yeah,
it
incomplete.
could have been the 9.8 that he was looking for.
Yeah, he knew he blew that chance.
So you were asking me where Sunset Cliffs are. So they're past this, but Black's Beach is super close by.
Okay, follow my finger. I know that people can't see it.
Probably right there.
So upper third. Black's Beach.
Black's Beach is
upper quarter up there.
Is right by UC San Diego.
UC San Diego. Okay.
Yeah, but it's difficult to access because the only real access line is through the school, and it's kind of private access. So,
well, my nephew plays volleyball at UC Santa Barbara, and they just played UC San Diego, which was number 6 in the nation, and Santa Barbara's number 3, and they beat them in a 4-set, very contested match. So. They're elevating themselves, UC San Diego, in the men's volleyball in the NCAA. And
San Diego State, the Aztecs,
the Aztecs in basketball only lost 2 games. They only lost 2 games. They lost their last game in the Mountain West Final.
Yeah, and they needed that too.
Well, they were going to get a bid anyway. They were probably going to be the number 1 seed in the West anyway. So.
But see how we're comparing, more traditional sports or more mainstream sports to surfing already, because there's something like that where they have qualifiers to move up to upper divisions too. So it's the same thing here in surfing. You have all these pro juniors, the qualifying series events, but it's eventually leading you to these world championships like the one we're at right now and the World Championship Tour.
Well, that was Fernando Aguirre's goal as president of the ISA. He didn't want to have control of the WSL and things like that. He wanted surfing in the Olympics. And he wanted surfing in the Olympics to include the WSL. Why? Because they have the best surfers. But they figured out a format, working with the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, of picking 20 men, 20 women. Now, you think 20 men, 20 women, that's an odd number. Even though it's an even number, it's an odd number for a surfing contest. The format, still don't understand how the format will be run, and that will be explained once the Olympics start. But the reason there was 20 men, 20 women is there's only so many medals awarded to the mass amount of total athletes competing, male, female, in the Olympic Games. And as an introductory sport, they were given just a sliver of athletes. Skateboarding also getting a sliver, rock climbing, karate, baseball teams and softball teams also. And coming 2024, we may have a field of 64 surfers qualifying for Paris.
At least 32. At least 32.
There'll be a greater number because it'll be an official sport at that time.
Yeah, and it's going to be in L.A. It's a close.
2028?
2028, so it's a close flight for you, Bo?
Well, hey, maybe at Huntington Beach, maybe at the Surf Ranch.
Could be. Ooh.
Kelly's building a new surf pool.
Oh, the one in Palm Springs, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Okay, could it be there for sure? Huntington Beach, Redondo Beach is an idea too. Manhattan Beach, El Porto.
Okay, we'll continue this conversation. We got to take a short commercial break right now because our Heat 3 is over. We have one more heat to go, and we'll be right back. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the final heat of day number 2 of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Here we go. Defending gold medalist Enrique from Brazil will be wearing red. Llewellyn, I don't know him as Llewellyn. I know him as Sponge Williams from Wales in white. Martin Pollock from England. And Josh Vogel from the island of Maui, Noko'oi. And he'll be in the blue jersey. Paddling back out there, there's Martin Pollock. Here we go, surfer in white. This will be Sponge Williams.
Whoa. What? Dude, how'd he get up there so quick?
Because he only had half his body to move up the wave.
That was
a great maneuver.
That was clutch. And we're talking about the last heat of the round, which is the last qualifying heat of this division, too.
All right, here's what we missed earlier.
Important waves here.
Red and yellow on a closeout set.
So Pollock gets the opener.
Gonna be a decent opener for him, and this is a guy who really has done a lot for himself in these first 2 opening heats.
Here's your defending gold medal champion, Enrique.
Yeah, Henrique Savira. And then this is the wave that I really enjoyed. Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams. Good Lord, that was a turn right there.
Here we go, Josh Bogle. Now, Josh has to start out in the prone division. He is a triple amputee.
Woo.
So it takes him a while to get up on the board. Enrique swirling it down there on the bottom end.
Whoa. Mama need a new pair of shoes on that thing. How was that carve?
Here we go, out the back. Sponge Williams, lots of waves being ridden here. Judges playing catch-up.
Oh, they're going to have a tough time. Why does it always happen in the last heat of the day, too?
Oh, because these guys have been waiting all day to go surf.
They're just amped up.
Amped up, amped surf. Dana Cummings, thank you for your company and your title sponsorship here at the World Surfing Championships for Parasurfing. You know, I love his theory to promote, to inspire, to educate, to rehabilitate by using surfing as a healing device.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're looking at somebody who didn't even surf until after he needed to amputate his leg. And, you know, surfing has changed Dana's life, and I am honestly grateful for that because it gave me the honor to meet him yesterday for the first time, know his story, and he's bringing people together that are in the same situation as Sponge Williams here.
Yeah, Sponge, you could tell the frustration in it because he knows he can do so much better. Open face opportunity. This is a replay.
That
Look
was
at that.
sick. That was sick.
Scores have dropped?
Not yet.
Not for that one. He's got a 2.33 and a 3.33 for earlier rides.
Yeah, I would think this is going to be pretty good. At least, you know, in the 6s, possibly even the 7 or even up into the 8s. But he used his rails well, engaged both of them, and that's what judges are looking for, points of difference.
Yeah, well, the judges are playing catch-up. Josh Bogle's had a ride. That's not even been tallied yet. Pollock's had his second ride. Sponge has had one. And
At
Enrique
least
too.
one.
I think maybe even 2 more. But going back to Amp Surf and Dana, and 4 national regions, not only here in California, but on the East Coast, on the Northwest. I mean, he has developed a way here for vets like himself and for a good core of his group are kids.
And you're promoting something at a young age that is allowing them to overcome their fears, first of all, their differences in society, and more importantly, it's giving them an opportunity to reinvent themselves. You need other people to inspire the younger generations to believe in themselves, or re-believe in themselves if they have lost that faith.
Yeah, cancer survivors. He reaches out to any type of people that are seeking this type of therapy for 18 years. They've been providing Learn to Surf clinics to serve those in need, and hundreds of disabled and thousands of American heroes who have been injured in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars have come to Dana. And if you want to get involved, you can check out their website. They're located at ampsurf.org. And you can also, with your Amazon orders, you can sign up for Amazon Smile. It's an easy way to support Amp Surf because everything that you buy on Amazon, when you tag Amp Surf as your Amp Smile, 0.5% of every buy will go to your charity like Amp Surf.
Yeah. So for those of you who shop a lot on Amazon, make sure to go to Amazon Smile and actually do that. There's another organization that works with young adults and children that are dealing with cancer. The Young and the Brave Foundation, too, with Nathaniel Curran is one of the co-founders of that. So both Amp Surf and the Young and Brave have worked together before in the past, and I would love to be an ambassador for Amp Surf if I can in the future, too.
Okay, we're going to make you one. Speed, connection, combination maneuvers, all right here with Sponge Williams on this wave. His best ride so far this heat.
Yeah, he has a 4.5 already, and Sponge Williams is quite a young lad. Whoa! Team Wales just going mad down there. And they only have 2 surfers.
Right.
2.
Right.
Ethan, who already surfed this
Right.
morning, and Sponge Williams, who I remember they were telling me actually after I interviewed Ethan this morning, they were like, yeah, I don't know what we're going to do. He wants to go out and surf, but he's not competing until the last heat of the day. I'm like, dude, why don't you go explore a little bit, enjoy yourselves? And they're like, oh, it's raining. I'm like, give it a little bit of while. The sun's going to come out. I promise you. Next thing you know, it's the nicest day in California ever.
Second half of the day.
All right, I'll give you that.
You can own the first half. I'm exchanging that for the second half of the day.
Well, you were wearing shorts all day long.
Yeah, I've
so
been
it
rocking
doesn't
shorts,
matter.
but I was also 5 layers on the top front.
So you're making up for it.
All right, we're still standing by for scores here with
Yeah.
10 minutes remaining.
They got replays up in the judging tower. They're probably looking at everything.
All right, Martin Pollock's coming in here. Hope he's not injured. We're going to check on Martin right now. Ann's down there in the orange water safety jersey. Just trying to get the feed from what coach and athlete are discussing. Is it a board change? Is something happen out there, you know? So all surfers waiting for scores.
And all you can do is just look at your athlete's body language. You just kind of have to learn to read it a little bit better. If it's positive, you'll know that something good is up. And if it's negative, then, you know, worst case scenario, you just have to help him out of the water. And it seems like Martin's all good. But I don't know. It would be interesting to see what Roy's seeing from the perspective on the beach. But it doesn't seem like he's injured. So that's already one big win.
Yeah. And there's the other athlete for Team Wales.
Yeah, Ethan, who competed earlier. And they're probably getting the most sun they've had in a while, too.
Yeah. Here we go, out the back, first priority with red. Enrique, your defending gold medal champion. Finding another open face left. There's a closeout. Not even going to take an attempt there.
And there's Pollock. Oh, you know what he's doing?
The current.
Yeah.
Couldn't paddle out in the current, so he's going to go down to the south side and paddle back out because he's only got one hand. So he's a triple amputee also.
Yeah.
With Josh Bogle out there.
This kid's rad.
Yeah.
And then coming from England, you're usually surfing waves that are super similar. So he knows how this deal works. He was honest with himself. He didn't even try to fight it.
Yeah. It's like being at Huntington or Oceanside and trying to paddle back out. When you're fighting it for 8 minutes, you just say, you know what? I wasted 8 minutes.
Next thing you know, you're right up against the pier, and you're like, okay, now I know I need to go to the beach and paddle back out.
And run down the beach and get back out.
Go to Machado Peak and just surf that left, and once you're back by the pier, then you do the runaround again.
So we are waiting for scores for all 4 surfers here.
He's a warrior, though.
No.
Like, he's out there. He could have come in and just said, you know what?
But
9 minutes to go. I'm over it.
But we saw that this morning with Ann Yoshida. She powered through that current, and she could have come in and got the assistance on the beach and gone back out on the south side. But no, she said, I powered it. And I said, you didn't think about doing that? She goes, no, I'm out there. I'm on my own, and I'm going to own it. And she did.
Well, it goes to show you that each person's motivation is different.
Yeah.
Because she's trying to inspire a generation of people in Hawaii through her physical therapy as well.
She says, I hear my name being called.
She probably enjoys it.
Oh, yeah. She's a sweetheart. And she works hard. All right, team photo.
I love how diverse the Hawaii team is this year, too. A lot of people from Maui.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people from Oahu.
Yeah.
Not too many surfers from Kauai represented at this event right now.
We do have an occasional adaptive surfer from the neighbor islands. We have someone from the Big Island, from the Hilo side. Chris was trying to entice, but a lot of these surfers do have to surf in their local regionals to qualify.
Yeah.
So they have to do in Hawaii, which is the HASA, the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association. They have to do either Big Island HASA on the Big Island, where they have Hilo and Kona side, Kauai all around the island there, Maui all over the island there, and Oahu all around our island too. And then in April, we have our state surfing championships.
And look at Pollock. Still got lots of time.
Yeah.
Only has a 1-5 on the board, but if he gets a 5, a 6, he could possibly be moving up into one of the top 8 spots and go into the semifinals. So if you're talking about a kid that has heart, look no other way but than a Martin Pollock. This is the embodiment of being a true warrior, especially when it comes to the art of surfing. Good on you, Martin.
Okay, so I just checked our computer, and our computer is frozen right now, and no updates have been given. So I'm sure the judges are dealing with the same factor right now. Yeah, I just tried to reboot that, and it's still giving us the same scores. So it's up at the judges' tower. You know, we've had a lot of rain up there. In fact, I went up to judges' towers has heaters.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. I was enjoying it for a bit, and then I came back to our booth, and I'm like,
Randy told me
freezing.
don't stand too close. You're going to burn the hairs off the back of your leg.
Oh my! Look at Pollock though. He's after it, man.
Oh yeah.
He's after it. I mean, he's a man on a mission.
And seeing the assistance on his left hand with that plastic paddle, Mark Mono Stewart used to wear fins while he was surfing in this division, but they said that was a little bit of a hindrance.
Oh, okay.
So he goes without the fins now. But on the free surf, you'll see him on his
Actually
good foot,
wearing them, yeah.
One fin. I should say one fin.
That's just paddling though, isn't it? Like actually, once he's actually on the wave, there's no real necessity for it, because that could be the possible point of actually hindering his performance on the wave, because I would think he couldn't accommodate his foot the same way that he actually wants to because of it.
Yeah.
Maybe if he was able to design a board where his foot's sticking out, and if the fin was still on, it would just be sticking out. But then it would be catching some water, though.
Yeah.
So regardless, I think that if it's big, I could see him wearing his fin. If it's small, I think it's better just not to even use it.
Okay, Josh Bogle's first ride, a 1.23. Looks like they gave Enrique 3.1. Still waiting for Sponge Williams' wave. Was it the 4.33?
4.33. Okay. So he's got a duo of 4s, and as of right now, dare to say that he's in the top 8. So who could it be if we're playing kind of guess based off of what we saw yesterday in the scoreline? I mean, I'm just speculating here right now, but it does seem like Henrique is going to be up in there, Peralta Neto, Mono Stewart. It seems like Martin Martinez is going to be in there right now so far, Sponge Williams. And
well, I tell you right now, I think Mono's got the number 1 seed. I think Peralta is number 2. Sponge and Enrique. Enrique had an outstanding performance in round 1.
Yeah.
And Martinez, who was the 6th seed coming into this round, actually won his heat in the first round of the second round. So I think Mono's going to have semifinal 1. We're going to see Enrique, possibly the 2 Brazilians, 2nd and 3rd, battling the 2 world champs in the semifinal. And then we're going to probably see Sponge Williams teaming up with Mark Mono Stewart and possibly Martin Martinez.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting. Here we go. Sponge Williams on the right.
Yeah, and Sponge is really just looking to better a 4.33, and he doesn't need much to do it. A smaller-looking wave. Did pretty well for how it was, though. Went right up for first occasion today in this heat. I liked it. One really nice carve. Only question, though, are judges going to consider that it was a smaller wave in comparison to his 2 4s that he already has on the board?
All right, Enrique needs just a mid-range 4.56. Sponge trying to improve on his low of a 4.33. That'll help his cause. 2 minutes remaining.
And look, Pollock's out the back already. Established 3rd priority, a minute 55. Got plenty of time to catch a set wave. He needs to go out with a banger score. Anything better than a 5 will help his cause for sure. But, I mean, I just think if he gets on the board again, he's going to be stoked. And Bogle, just the 1-2-3 as well. He's been super patient since he caught that first wave.
Yeah, but the surf is really a little bit too small for him.
Yeah.
And he
loves to surf larger waves.
He usually surfs at windy conditions at Hokipa, his home break. But he's really being tested here today in these small conditions at La Jolla Shores.
Yeah, and this is where I was talking to one of our competitors from the island of Maui actually earlier, and we were talking about how they kind of need to get out of their comfort zone every now and then to practice on smaller waves if they're coming to international competitions that will most likely be at beach breaks. And with beach breaks, you know, it can either be really good or it can be quite inconsistent. So
well, and on Oahu, Hal Bush, Reynolds Hayes takes the junior surf team there when he used to be the manager and the coach there because it was onshore, it was small.
When I lived with Kalani and it was big, we knew that we could have gone and surfed Haleiwa or Sunset Beach or somewhere good. We'd always go to Chocolates if we had a contest coming up. And Chocolates, to those of you who don't know, it's basically the wave that breaks right where the river at Haleiwa goes out. And it's not a good wave at all. It's pretty similar to what we're seeing right now. But we'd go out there because we wanted to practice. And you need to practice in small surf, too.
Yeah. Well, just 15 seconds to go. Let's see.
Got a performance from Wales and Sponge Williams here. And Henrique is going to do another one. He's going to move into the semis, it seems.
Here we go. Josh Bogle does get up on his last wave on the surfer's left. And Josh's goal here was to make the semifinals, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to do it. But there, Team Wales, I believe that's Sponge's wife.
Yeah, she is super excited. They're probably going to go to Ballast Point and celebrate tonight.
Maybe a little bit closer. There's a Carl Strauss here in La Jolla.
Okay.
You know? But we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have a day recap of all the exciting action on day number 2 of the Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. As there's Sponge Williams, winner of the last heat, heat number 4, round number 2, on his way to the semifinals. And here's Team Wales. Sponge in all the excitement. And he's happy, isn't he? Aloha, welcome. Well, day 2, 2 days down, and guess what? 2 more days to go.
Dude, it's exciting.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it.
So we have 3 days remaining in the contest, and Sunday's forecast is looking to be even flatter than what we had today. So the ISA is considering condensing the heat times to 15 minutes and running from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. That could be on the docket. We're going to have to wait for the official press release. So we could have 2 more long days, Friday, Saturday finish. We want to make sure these surfers finish with good surf in the forecast, because if we wait till Sunday and there's not even a ripple, and that's the finals, it would be lackluster. So right now the ISA is looking towards a 2-day finish, but we're going to have long extended days coming up Friday and Saturday, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, we're talking about a world championship too.
And we want to give the surfers all the possibility. We're going to end today with highlights of day 2 of all of our divisions that were out in the water. So we're going to bid you aloha here from the table, and we'll see you tomorrow for day number 3 of the AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Aloha.